Grammicon, Yu family estate. In a humble thatched hut at the back of the mountain, an 18-year-old youth lay on a bed, his eyes tightly shut, his body was covered with horrific wounds, especially the one on his lower abdomen which had shut and is stanching. Clutched tightly in the youth's hand was a blade that seemed to be embedded in his palm, immovable by anyone. A young girl knelt beside the bed, tears glistening in her eyes as she sobbed. Brother Nicholas, please wake up, wake up. Phil. The youth seemed to hear his sister's voice and abruptly opened his eyes, but as soon as he did, a mouthful of words spewed out. His clothes and bedding were that of vivid red. Brother, Elaine cried bitterly, heartbroken. Then drew near teeth fiercely. No, I have to find Saul, I must save you. Elaine stood up and turned to run. Don't go, the youth struggled to speak. He knew those people too well, they wouldn't care about him now that he had lost his combat strength. Besides, today was also the day he was dethroned, and Godfrey, grandson of Saul, was ascending to become the new lord. Those people probably wish for him to die. If his sister went, it would only be dangerous for her. The youth tried to get up, but he couldn't move, his veins had been extracted, his tension exploded, and his cultivation completely gone, his injuries were severe. If not for his concern for his sister, fearing she would be left alone and vulnerable, perhaps he couldn't have held on until now. Alicia, come back. But the girl swiftly pushed open the door and sped away. Bang! Just then, the door was kicked open, and two men in black robes strode in. The youth on the bed could vaguely make them out, and his heart sank. Do I still worry Saul so much even like this? It was Brogan and Claude, the guards from outside Saul's residence. Brogan on the left said, Your Highness, although you are gravely wounded, your past was too monstrous. Saul says that as long as you live he can't rest easy. Claude on the right sneered, Your Highness, since 810, you fought and established great merit for the family, we'll give you a quick hand. Nicholas couldn't move. Coyle clutched the black blade in his hand with dragon patterns intricately carved into its surface, ferocious and vividly detailed. Yet, he couldn't lift it, feeling utterly weak. Yes, Nicholas whispered weakly, the Yi family was founded by my father, and I have fought countless battles for it. Considering our shared history, let my sister go. She has no cultivation, is weak and sickly, imposing no threat. Today is also the day Miss Yi marries. Brogan suddenly interjected. On the bed, Nicholas's face changed abruptly. Mary. Coyle added, to Atlee, at least she will have someone to rely on. Boom. On the bed, Nicholas felt as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind, his eyes blazing with fury. You. Atlee. That fool of the Yi family. Saul's youngest grandson. I've bled and sweated for the Yi family, without me. How could the Yi family achieve its current prosperity? You. A torrent of blood gushed from Nicholas's mouth, his vitality reigning again. Yet his anger grew even more terrifying, struggling with all his might, his weakened body rolled off the bed. Bastards, you're all bastards. Nicholas's eyes turned bloodshot, as if a layer of flesh bone covered them. These people were truly despicable. Coyle, Nicholas, was already down. Why must they do this? They wanted to kill him and harm his sister too. The Yi family was his father's legacy, and every one of these people had received favors from his father. Without his father, what would they be? And after his father passed, Nicholas fought countless battles for the family, bearing innumerable wounds, all for the family. Where were their consciences? Alicia was just a child, weak and sickly. How could they do this to her? Prince, no need to struggle, your bloodline has been extracted. Your tension exploded. No matter how formidable you were, you're just twist now. Giving you a quick death is already the greatest mercy, you should be grateful. Brogan and Claude sneered as they approached, brandishing gleaming carved blades. To end Nicholas was their mission, and success meant rewards. Beasts! Nicholas roared, clutching the dragon pattern blade tightly, his body struggled violently, despite vomiting blood. Coyle wouldn't allow it. Absolutely not. They couldn't touch his sister. Ah! Nicholas mentally roared, relying on his strong will to endure overwhelming pain, propping himself when the dragon pattern bladed. He spat a mouthful of blood onto it, harnessing the explosive force. He struggled to stand up. At that moment, Nicholas noticed the dragon patterns on the blade flickering slightly, as if coming alive. Immediately, torrents of terrifying energy surged from the blade, flooding into his palms and spreading throughout his body. In that instant, Nicholas felt power returning. The two opponents didn't notice initially but were stunned at Nicholas, grievously injured as he was and could still stand. No wonder he was once the top talent of the Yi family, Grammicon, and even chosen by major sects. Impressive indeed. Alas. Kill. Suddenly, Brogan moved first, a flash of his blade aiming directly at Nicholas's chest. The blade's edge was razor sharp, closing in rapidly. Brogan's sneer, one slash, severed arteries. Boom. But before that sneer could spread, a powerful force burst forth, blocking his blade. Brogan's face peeled, lifting his head to see Nicholas block his blade with another knife. Moreover, the power kept growing, forcing Brogan backward in rapid steps. This, Brogan couldn't believe his eyes. Coyle froze in shock as well. Nicholas's bloodline was extracted, tension exploded, and cultivation depleting. Even the blood flowing from his wound should have exhausted everything. Yet, Coyle managed to block the blow. No, not just to block it. Boom. Covered in blood, Nicholas gripped the blade with both hands and swung it fiercely. A dazzling blade of light shot out. Almost instantly, Brogan standing in front was sliced in two, split apart. With a thud, Coyle fell to the ground, utterly terrified. Coyle had no idea what had happened. Even Nicholas was surprised, warm currents flowing from the dragon pattern blade, generating terrifying power within him. Coyle felt his cultivation recovering rapidly. The dragon pattern blade, a gift from father. Does it have some secret? Nicholas, holding the blade, felt a connection with his bloodline. Then, he turned his icy gaze to Claude on the ground, whose body trembled. Nicholas had returned. The prodigy of Yi family, and even Remington, had returned. No, my lord, we fought together, Coyle loudly, fear toward Nicholas surging tenfold. That's why I must slay you. A flash of the blade, and the head exploded. Nicholas took a wire stride, sharp hiss piercing. Alicia, brother is coming. In the grand hall of the Yi family estate, bright lights shone everywhere. Saul sat in the main seat, wearing a red robe, his face radiant. Beside him was a youth, eyes closely yet exuding arrogance, new as Godfrey. Below are the Yi family errands and guests from Remington who came to congratulate. The Yi family was one of the most formidable clans in Remington, so the enrollment ceremony of the prince drew many prestigious meetings. Today was also the wedding day of Atali, the second son of Saul. Double happiness. Now that the enrollment ceremony was over, a funny-looking young man was led in, while beside him was Elaine in a red robe. The young girl's beauty enhanced by light makeup instantly captivated everyone's attention. Elaine, the first beauty of the Yi family, could easily be called the top beauty of Remington if not for AOV. It was a pity that today she would be wed to a fool. Alas! At this moment, tears welled in Elaine's eyes, but she held them back. I looked at the Sect and loudly said, Sir, it is my wedding day and my brother must attend. Please send someone to treat him and bring him. The Sect friend and replied, Elaine, what I promised, I will do. Your brother has been set free. You can proceed with the wedding peacefully. Elaine stared at the Sect. In the past, when her brother was the family top talent, the Sect was kind and benevolent, but after he was framed and stripped of his cultivation, and not only did the Sect fail to help he seize a pair and defraud her brother, installing his own grandson, Godfrey. This had taught Elaine the harsh realities of human nature. She didn't trust the Sect. She insisted, my brother cannot miss my wedding. Slap. The Sect rose angrily, outrageous. Elaine trembled but soon regained herself. Brother is all I have left, how can he not be present on my wedding day? Disorderly. At that moment, the youth beside the Sect opened his eyes arrogantly. Elaine, your brother is despicable and shameful, stealing Star River Sect elixirs and molesting Marnies, who disgraced the Yi family. That you're still learned to remain in the Yi family is already a great blessing. Don't push your luck here. Hilary was once Remington's premier prodigy, even recruited as an outer disciple by the Star River Sect just 3 days ago, making him the first person from Remington to enter Mayor Sect in decades, bringing endless glory. But yesterday, Hilary was expelled from the Star River Sect after being crippled and severely injured. The reason spread across the city, turning the beloved prodigy into a figure of shame. My brother isn't like that, Elaine declared firmly. Godfrey's eyes turned cold. Whether or not everyone knows the truth, don't try to argue with me. Today, I am the prince, and one day, I'll be the head of the Yi family. What I say is law. You will marry whether you like it or not. With a wave of his hand, servants immediately dragged Elaine forward. Beside her was the funny-looking groom. The ceremony proceeded without delay. The guests watched silently, with Hilary crippled and Godfrey now the top talent. No one dared offend the powerful Yi family for the sake of a cripple. Very well, continue with the wedding. The Sect spoke casually, but suddenly a guard rushed in, interrupting him. Sir, something terrible has happened. The Sect brows furrowed angrily. The guard continued. Hilary, what happened to my brother? Elaine asked anxiously. Furious, the Sect stormed down and slapped the guard, who stumbled back. Outrageous, my grandson's wedding day, and you dare cause trouble. Get out. What happened to my brother? Elaine persisted, worried. The Sect's face darkened. Godfrey stood up, smiling coldly. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll tell you, Hilary, realizing his guilt, committed suicide just now. That's impossible. Elaine's face changed dramatically. She tried to run out but was restrained. Elaine, your brother couldn't bear the weight of his sin. Suicide is a form of relief. Let's continue. No, no. Elaine sobbed hysterically. You liar, you killed my brother. Slap. Godfrey's sharp voice cut through. Want to live or die? Shameless, you're shameless. Return my brother's life. Slap. Another slap sent Elaine reeling, spitting blood. Your brother was guilty beyond redemption. His death is a relief for all. We did him a favor. Elaine cried uncontrollably. Godfrey remained indifferent. Continue. Who dares? A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire hall. Everyone, including the Sect and Godfrey, froze. His voice. Brother! Brother! Elaine turned abruptly, crying. A bloody-clad youth strode in, eyes burning with murderous intent. Hilary! You! The Sect widened his eyes, looking at the guard who stammered. Hilary killed Brogan and Claude, and he survived. Revived. How was this possible? All present were dumbfounded. Yesterday, Hilary returned from the Star River Sect, coughing blood and buried alive. His bone lines were drained, his stanchion shattered. Everyone thought he'd never rise again, let alone recover. Yet here he was, standing tall and fierce. Ignoring everything, Hilary flashed to his sister. Boom, slap. One punch, one palm strike sent the guards restraining Elaine flying, their bodies splattering blood. Everyone yapped in shock. Hilary, who was supposed to be dead, was truly revived. A miracle. Still ignoring everything, Hilary grabbed his sister. Elaine sobbed, blood dripping from her mouth. Brother, they forced me to marry Atali unless you were treated. Hilary clenched his fists, glaring fiercely. These bastards, they forced her and tried to kill him. Monsters. The Sect's expression flickered, then hardened. Elaine has been sickly since childhood, consuming many resources. The family complains about her constantly. She's marrying my grandson, securing her place and future comfort. This is a blessing for hundreds of lifetimes. I'm doing you both a favor. Hilary's anger bowed over, pointing at the Sect. He cursed, old bastard. The Yi family was built by my father, defended by me. Coyle tore open his shirt, revealing countless scars, slashes, cuts, axe wounds, a horrifying testament to his battles. How many resources have I secured for the Yi family? Would you be here without me? Coyle risked his life countless times, fighting ferociously to build and protect the Yi family's wealth, far surpassing what his sister consumed. And now you call that wasteful? To target me is one thing, but why involve my sister? She's sickly and weak, harmless, why attack her? Henry's words were icy, leaving the seer speechless. From today, we are no longer part of the Yi family, no debts and no TS. Leaving those words, Henry dragged Elaine away. Stop, Godfrey finally spoke, you come and go as you please, ignoring the family laws. Henry paused, glancing sideways, feeling cocky. Godfrey sneered, surveying the crowd. Henry and Elaine have betrayed the family, according to our laws, what should be done? Death penalty, the others agreed. Godfrey raised his head, eyes streaming with killing intent. Send one, Articuno. Henry brandished the dragon pattern blade, radiating murderous intent. However, Godfrey chuckled, unafraid, stepping forward. Henry, do you think reviving makes you invincible? Do you think you're still the top, above me? In the grand hall of the Yi family estate, bright lights illuminated everywhere. The heir sat in the main seat, wearing a red robe, his face radiant. Beside him was a youth, as close yet discerning arrogance. He was Godfrey. Below are the Yi family arons and guests from Remican who came to congratulate. The Yi family was one of the most formidable clans in Remican, so the enrollment ceremony of the prince drew many prestigious featings. Today was also the wedding day of Atali, the second son of the seer. Double happiness. Now that the enrollment ceremony was over, a funny-looking young man was led in, while beside him was Elaine in a red robe. The young girl's beauty enhanced by light makeup instantly captivated everyone's attention. Godfrey's smile grew increasingly cold and mocking, and as his voice fell, a crimson divine line suddenly exploded behind him. A massive tiger shadow condensed into form. A terrifying aura swept outward. Bloodline awakening, crimson flame demon tiger. Those around shook their heads inwardly. They had long known about Godfrey's bloodline awakening. Moreover, the awakened bloodline was even more formidable than Henry's during his prime. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed here so urgently to congratulate him. Henry followed his brows, and the hand gripping the dragon pattern blade couldn't help but tremble, not out of fear, but because under the stimulation of the demon tiger bloodline, a mysterious power surged within the blade, becoming even more immense. That in an instant, the dragon pattern blade quivered, and a vast wave of heat flooded in. At that moment, it felt as if Henry's mind was about to explode, and a grand, authoritative voice thundered within. Awakened Iron Dragon, all life shall by suppression. This passage maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, ensuring coherence with the previous content. The translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. It accurately conveys the intensity and significance of the events unfolding, with special attention to the characters' reactions and the supernatural elements present. Chapter 2: Overwhelming Suppression. A mighty dragon dominates the heavens, enslaving immortals and subjugating demons, all beings bow under the dragon's feet. A majestic divine voice exploded in Henry's mind as a hot and mysterious stream of burn coursed through his body. This was dragon blood. There's no need for others to act. Godfrey, will eliminate this menace today. Godfrey gazed at Henry, noticing his trembling hand. And instantly revealed a look of disdain and mockery. For 18 long years, Henry had been revered as the greatest prodigy, standing above everyone else, basking in glory that rightfully belonged to him. It was time to turn the tables. Actually, he wished Henry would recover because then he could legitimately crush him in front of everyone, declaring to all that here in Remican, he, Godfrey, was number one. As he stepped forward, countless sonic booms resounded around him. Grandiose, awe-inspiring, boundless. This scene shocked many. Truly, he was the bloodline's heir, with an aura so domineering it ruined even Henry's prime. The Aaron's face flashed coldly as he stepped out, saying, "Grandson, you don't need to use your full strength to deal with him, one hand will suffice." Terry shouted wordily, "Brother, be careful." In her agitation, her body trembled, her complexion turned even paler, and she emitted a chilling roar. This chill made Terry stagger, almost collapsing. Henry was alarmed and suddenly turned around, quickly scanning his sister's neck before anxiously asking, "Where is your quintillion divine pearl?" They took it from me, or else they wouldn't agree to find a doctor to treat you." Terry shivered, feeling bone-chilling coldness, her expression worsening. From childhood, Terry suffered from a peculiar cold syndrome. Henry had such numerous doctors and paid any price to obtain the quintillion divine pearl, using its fire essence to suppress the cold poison saving her life. "Where is the quintillion divine pearl?" Henry suddenly turned his head, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The family knew about his sister's condition, and the pearl must never leave her. "Triumph, a useless burden, wasting so many resources of our Yi family. You should have died long ago. I gave that pearl to Achilles, brother Dominic of Star River Sect, thereby securing my entry into the sect. In 3 days, I can enter the Star River Sect. You, Henry, disgrace the Sect Star River Sect, Raleigh." Godfrey will reclaim the honor bit by bit, glorifying our ancestors. Godfrey smoked, now revealing everything. Coyle had awakened fully, and none could challenge him. What if you are despicable, or shameless? Even if his sins reached the heavens, who dare say anything? Dog villain. Henry's eyes blazed with rage. This was a massive conspiracy. Dominic from Star River Sect deceived him into entering, stripping his bloodline using secret techniques, grafting it onto himself, curled and shattered Henry's stanchion and pinning him with the stigma of disgrace. And not just Dominic, his own family included. Godfrey, the Aaron, all were accomplices. These shameful bastards. Despite risking his life for the family, planning to glorify Yi family within Star River Sect, they conspired with outsiders to torment him. "Triumph," Godfrey sneered, placing a hand behind his back. As the Aaron said, he wanted to establish his authority in the Yi family, in Remican, single-handedly crushing the former top prodigy. Press him down and rub him into the ground.
His cultivation indeed advanced greatly, awakening potent bloodline powers. His figure flashed swiftly, delivering incomparably powerful punches that slammed into Hillary's chest. Deprived of his bloodline and injured, Hillary spewed blood profusely under the blows, his body flying backward. Brother! Tori screamed, terrified. Her brother wasn't matching up. Those watching weren't too surprised. Godfrey's awakened bloodline surpassed Hillary, especially since Hillary was already wounded. Just as expected. The Aaron chuckled, hands behind his back, head held high, thoroughly delighted. Hillary came just in time to be a stepping stone for his grandson. But Hillary was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief under the punch. Come on, let's fight. Let's fight to the heart's content. Godfrey shouted excitedly, leaping forward again. Coyle seemed to hold an absolute advantage in both speed and power. When your father was alive, you held an absolute advantage, with all of you family and Gramscian giving you respect, venerating you as the greatest prodigy, Godfrey roared. Another terrible punch exploding, causing Hillary to spew more blood, unable to resist. After your father left, under infinite resources, you grew rapidly, overpowering me entirely, said Godfrey, his second punch cracking bones. Hillary stumbled back, barely able to evade, let alone counterattack. For 18 years, my immense talent was suppressed, all my glory stolen from me. Godfrey roared viciously, his anger boiling over after 18 years. 18 years of suppressed fury. Your father said you'd be limitless, a peerless genius, destined for greatness, leading ye family to prosperity. But, let me show you who the true dragon of ye family is. With each sentence, he landed brutal punches, Hillary growing more wretched, eventually becoming motionless under the assault. Yet his eyes betrayed no fear, instead shining with inexplicable brilliance. Power surged inside him. Dragon blood? Was it the dragon blood activating? Under Godfrey's relentless punches, the dragon blood was accelerating its activation. Despite outward injuries, internal wounds healed. Even now, his strength surged, cultivation recovering. Thud, thud, thud. Boom, boom, boom. Punches rained down, sounds resonated, blood spurted continuously, and Hillary was relentlessly battered. Yet he grew increasingly agitated, certain that under pressure, the dragon blood activated. Closer. Almost there. His cultivation was about to fully restore. Do you understand now? What are you, really, facing me? You meet this fate because I colluded with Dominic. So what? Can you do anything to me? I'll beat you mercilessly, ending your life like a chicken or dog. Godfrey's roar grew more vicious, laughter grating. Punches grew faster, stronger. Around them, some sighed, others shook heads, and some gloated. Don't hit him anymore. Don't hit my brother. Tori cried, wanting to intervene but blocked. She saw her brother bleeding endlessly, her heart breaking, tears streaming uncontrollably. Die. After countless punches, Godfrey seemed bored. Coyle paused, then launched an even more terrifying punch toward Hillary. The force echoed throughout the hall. It's over. All felt their hearts chill. It's done. The Aaron lifted his head, knowing that without this troublemaker, Yi family would be theirs, and his grandson would rise in Star River Sect. No. Tori's shout was raspy, sounding as if blood spattered. Die. Boom. Godfrey's fullest punch slammed down, but surprisingly, no blood splattered. The fist never landed on Hillary. A hand emerged, stopping it midair. It was Hillary's left hand, halting the strike. The noisy hall fell silent, faces turning pale. People, expecting Hillary's death, were shocked. Stopped? What did you think you were facing? Hillary lifted his head, deep eyes piercing with icy intensity. Let me tell you. Boom. As the voice rang out, a terrifying force erupted from Hillary's palm. The explosive rush of air sent Godfrey's body reeling backward in disarray. Coyle had awoken, having absorbed enough dragon blood. His cultivation was now fully restored. What? Shocked expressions immediately appeared on everyone's faces. But this shock was only the beginning. When Hillary stepped forward and punched fiercely towards Godfrey, the shock turned into astonishment, becoming utterly unbelievable. By seniority, I'm your damn Aaron. With this powerful declaration, the scene seemed to freeze for a moment. The atmosphere shifted drastically as everyone witnessed the once downtrodden Hillary now taking control. Godfrey, who had been dominating just moments ago, found himself struggling to maintain his stance. The tables were turning, and the audience could feel it. The force of Hillary's punch was immense, carrying with it not just physical power, but also the resurgence of his long-lost might. It was a symbol of his return to glory. Godfrey's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to comprehend what was happening. How could Hillary have regained his strength so quickly? But there was no time to ponder as Hillary's fist was already hurtling toward him. By seniority, I'm your damn Aaron. This statement carried not just defiance but a clear challenge to everything Godfrey had thought he had secured. In that instant, the crowd fell silent, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The tide had turned, and they knew they were witnessing a pivotal moment. ####Chapter 3. I am a genius. F*****KU. Following the roar, another deafening explosion resounded, sending shockwaves surging. Under everyone's gaze, Godfrey staggered backward once again. The entire crowd was dumbstruck, shocked beyond belief, blindingly dazzling. Achilles' grandee frowned, unsure of how to react. A comeback? Has this boy's strength returned? Godfrey himself couldn't believe it. Blood trickled from his palm, and he felt like his heart would tear apart. This guy was too strong. Suddenly so strong. Bloodline awakening. Fierce tiger emerges from the mountain. Roaring aloud, Godfrey threw a full-force punch. His bloodline adding strength as a tiger accompanied his fist forward in an attack. Achilles' grandee gradually calmed down inside. It should be okay. However, before he could fully relax, his body shook again, almost collapsing on the spot. His eyes widened in shock, veins popping out. Kill. Hillary's punch was still as brutal and straightforward, but under the impact of the opposing fist, more of his dragon blood burst forth, his power surging continuously. With each battle, he grew rapidly stronger. His punches exploded with thunderous roars, akin to a dragon's bellow. Azure Dragon pressed down. The demon tiger bloodline shattered instantly. Reduced to rubble, Godfrey flew backward for the third time, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The entire scene was stunned, countless people dropping to their knees. Unimaginable, incomprehensible. The youth they thought had been ruined, completely fallen and even suppressed to death, had turned things around and now dominated the mighty son of a powerful lineage? No, this wasn't just domination. This was outright crushing. Crushing mercilessly. Die now. Screw conscience. Annihilate these ungrateful dogs. Hillary's strength returned, his dragon blood coursing through him. Coyle became overwhelmingly fierce, even more formidable than before, sweeping everything away with immense force. Ripley. Godfrey was utterly terrified. Coyle couldn't block it all, especially the sudden madness Hillary displayed, filled with boundless killing intent. Hillary entered the battlefield at 10 years old, undergoing countless trials of blood and fire. At that time, Godfrey was still drinking milk at home. Now, under this icy killing aura, Godfrey immediately cried out, while Achilles' grandee charged forward without hesitation, pressing down with a terrifying palm strike, causing the air to explode. Kill! Hillary roared, his aura blossoming. A single punch sent his sleeves tearing apart, unleashing a colossal force that seemed capable of shaking mountains and rivers. The mighty dragon revived, suppressing all beneath its might. Poof! Godfrey flew backward again, his chest bones exploding, blood spattering everywhere as he was hurled outside the hall. As the rushing Zerd arrived, Hillary slashed with his right hand's dragon-patterned saber, releasing a dazzling blade light that instantly shattered the Zerd's palm strike, his hands bleeding profusely, nearly severed. Coyle landed outside the hall along with Godfrey, writhing in pain. They were utterly fearful and humiliated, claiming earlier to defeat Hillary with one hand. Yet together they were thoroughly overpowered, reduced to less than pigs and dogs. Terrified, totally terrified. Godfrey lost all his fighting spirit and shouted, "All ye family errands heed my command, attack together, execute the traitor. Come one, come all." Hillary, wielding the dragon-patterned saber high, pursued relentlessly, roaring loudly, his aura filling the heavens, clouds swirling above with a deafening boom. What's going on? Everyone in the hall was alarmed and rushed out, only to find dark clouds covering the sky, pressing down heavily, ominously. An overwhelming pressure enveloped heaven and earth. These weren't ordinary clouds. It was as if an ultimate expert was controlling the storm up there. Everyone below trembled, their hearts chilled to the bone. Then, within the dark clouds, various shapes of beasts appeared, moving about freely. Spirit cranes spreading their wings, divine apes roaring, white tigers charging, Xianxia stepping through the sky, beams of divine light bursting forth from the dark clouds. Beasts surged, and the great path radiated light. At the center of this frightening spectacle, a divine dragon coiled into view, its might overshadowing the world, dominating all beneath it. The Azure Dragon appeared. An Azure Dragon spanned the sky, vast and majestic, surrounded by myriad beasts bowing in submission. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through space and time. Thump! All ye family errands were shocked to the core, falling to their knees immediately. Without hesitation. Forget fighting. They trembled so badly they couldn't even look up. The clan leaders and errands of surrounding families also paled, trembling under the dragon's oppressive presence. Even more alarming, as Hillary surged forward, they sensed the Azure Dragon in the sky moving with him. A radiant holy light rose from the dragon's body, descending to form dragon chi that penetrated Hillary's head. Dragon chi crowned his head. A grand celestial omen. This boy, supposed to be ruined, broke through and advanced 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps. Could anyone compare? Impossible. But absolutely not Godfrey. Hillary was the true dragon of the Yi family. Boom. In waves of fear, Hillary's aura roared upward, his spiritual energy erupting suddenly as he broke through during his charge, breaking the mundane and transforming into spirit. First level of spirit realm. No. Boom. Another tremendous roar. Hillary's aura surpassed the spirit realm, breaking through to yet another peak, achieving continuous breakthroughs. Instantaneous dual advancement. Hillary, second level of spirit realm. The entire scene was dazed. Shocked, speechless. They all fell to their knees, trembling violently. It was a miracle, a sky-shaking miracle. Didn't his Danteon get ruined? Mundane realm for physical forging, spirit realm for absorbing spiritual energy. Without a Danteon, how could he absorb? Unknown to them, the dragon blood now circulated, cleansing his body, gathering back to the fractured Danteon, forming a small bloody dragon there. The little dragon breathed in and out, absorbing essence. Danteon regenerated. Dragon-shaped Danteon. Die! Hillary yelled, sweeping his war saber outward, the blade light resembling a dragon wave screaming forward. Dragon blood paired with the dragon saber. A perfect combination. Ahead, where Godfrey stood, blood mist erupted violently. Yet, Hillary frowned. Hillary, may you not die well. Remy Xixiang will never forgive you. Came a venomous voice as a bloody figure streaked away in the wind. Windsprint talisman, looks like you and Dominic are truly in league. Hillary's gaze was fiercely sharp. In Coleman's song world, there existed certain special professions such as Dao symbol masters, alchemists, weaponsmiths. These individuals were rare and held positions transcending even cultivators. Wind Sprint Talisman was a type of Dao symbol that allowed cultivators to temporarily harness wind speed, increasing their velocity several times over. The Yi family didn't have it. Neither did Xianxia. Only sects did. But when I say you die, you must die. Hillary was fearless. Godfrey had no chance of survival. Coyle looked behind him. All Yi family errands and important figures of Xianxia trembled and bowed before him. Greetings, young master. They finally conceded. This was a dragon sun, unfathomably deep. But Hillary sneered, his gaze scanning everyone coldly. When the sun sets, you left me. Who are you when it rises again? While he fell into despair, these people poured salt into his wounds, revealing their ugly faces. Now seeing him rise again, they wanted to crawl back and beg for mercy? Worse than dogs. Those being scrutinized by Hillary shivered, their faces flushed with shame. Indeed, they had acted shamelessly. Achilles' grandee was severely wounded, struggling to turn his gaze towards Hillary. Suddenly, he gave a bitter laugh. His father was right. His son could do it. His son was a true dragon. Now, Hillary had truly transformed into a dragon. One day, riding the wind, soaring thousands of miles into the heavens. No one could stop him. Poof! In a moment of contemplation, a saber cut through, Achilles' grandee's eyes fixed, followed by his lifeless body falling weakly. Let's go, Alicia. Hillary sheathed his saber, ignoring everything here. The ties were broken, the feelings severed. There was nothing left for him to linger for in the Yi family. Brother, where are we going? Torai exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Coyle brother had turned the tide and emerged unscathed. She looked up at him with reverence. Star River Sect. But didn't they expel you from the sect? Torai asked worriedly, disregarding the coldness on her body as she clung to her brother. Then I will kill my way back in. Hillary's eyes flashed with resolve. Godfrey, Dominic, he would not let either of them off. A gentleman's revenge waits 10 years. But Hillary pursued vengeance in the present, unwilling to wait even a single day. The vast expanse of the Coleman-Song world spanned 4 great domains in the east, west, south, and north. Even just the southern domain alone encompassed 8 states. Among these, the outermost state of Gramzhou alone covered 30,000 miles and harbored countless powers. Yet, only one was extraordinary. The Holy Land every cultivator in Gramzhou dreamed of reaching. The Holy Academy of Gramzhou. Second to that were the first-tier forces, nestled deep within Gramzhou, consisting of great families, major factions, and empires with lineages over a millennium old. Beneath those were second-tier forces, like Star River Sect, Coyle Origin Sect, and Azure Cloud Sect, which had histories of over 5 centuries and were considered the most formidable 3 factions on the fringes of Gramzhou. Star River Sect was only 300 miles from Xianxia City. Hillary used Dragon Chi to temporarily suppress his sister's outbreak of cold poison. Then they mounted the blue-scaled steeds suitable for long-distance travel, racing forward at lightning speed. 3 hours later, they arrived at the gate of Star River Sect. Star River Sect, I, Hillary, have returned. Senior, please let me in. Senior brother Dominic promised me an entrance slot. Coyle is my identity token. Outside the gate, Godfrey was pleading desperately. Especially upon seeing Hillary and Tori approach, he was terrified and fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground. But the errand remained cold-faced. First, Star River Sect is not open to just anyone. Entry requires rigorous examinations. Second, your so-called senior brother Dominic has already been admitted into the inner sect, and this token of yours does not belong to our Star River Sect at all. Frankly, it's just a piece of scrap metal to me. Godfrey's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head like a madman. No, that's impossible. Senior brother Dominic wouldn't deceive me. It can't be. I helped him obtain a bloodline suitable for his constitution and gave him a high-grade departure fire divine pearl. How could he lie to me? How could he? Scram. Disgust flashed in the mountain guard's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind sent Godfrey flying backward, directly toward Hillary, who was approaching step by step. No, Hillary, this was all Dominic's doing. Coyle tricked me, it was all his plan. Godfrey shouted frantically after landing. We are family. From now on, you can still be the young master, and I'll be your loyal follower, following your lead. Hillary strode forward with a cold expression. I've already made it clear. I have no ties with the Yi family anymore. My name doesn't even need to be on their family register. Godfrey cried bitterly, lowering his head in abject humiliation. Coyle felt the same heart-wrenching despair Hillary had when he was stripped of his abilities, feeling that life wasn't worth living. With no way out and nowhere to turn, his fantasies of a bright future were nothing but delusions, fleeting dreams. It became clear that Dominic had never really cared about him. I give you one chance, Hillary said again. Godfrey was moved to tears. But before his smile could spread, Hillary's icy voice rang out once more, the path to the netherworld. With a swift motion, Hillary pressed his palm onto Godfrey's crown, a crack sounding as blood trickled down Godfrey's face. As his palm fell, Hillary continued forward with his sister. The mountain guard noticed this scene but cared little for Godfrey's fate. In the sect, death was commonplace. But he knew Hillary. Just yesterday, he had been cast out, and all his cultivation had been stripped away. Now, he was a worthless nobody. Star River Sect accepts only geniuses, the errand stated icily, implying that Hillary no longer deserved to even be near the place. Get lost. Hillary paid him no mind, walking onward until he reached the mountain gate. Then he spoke, I, Hillary, am a genius, and will become the #1 genius here. Chapter 4. Open the Coyle gate. The errand frowned. Hillary had not been in the sect for long, but his notorious reputation spread far and wide. Yesterday, when he was stripped of his Danteon, the mountain guardian Achilles watched it happen. Hillary's misery, he knew all too well. With his Danteon destroyed and lineage scattered, How could anyone still call him a genius? The top genius? Ridiculous pretentiousness. Get out of my sight. Coyle pointed at Hillary, cursing loudly, releasing a burst of murderous aura, like a lion ready to pounce and tear him to pieces. To an exiled waste of space who had committed countless atrocities, there was no need for courtesy. In this world, some might care enough to give a pitiful face, offering a meager piece of bread or refrain from adding insults, already being lenient. But others would see you as yesterday's tea, giving a slap or two, already sparing mercy. But both kinds of people care about one thing. What? Power. Enough power, and even if you were the most wicked, you'd still be cherished like a precious gem, surrounded by servile minions bowing and scraping. Hillary glanced at the Aaron for a few moments, then without another word, turned and walked. But he wasn't leaving. He was walking towards a stone tablet outside the mountain gate. This stone tablet stood as tall as a man, pitch black, with 2 large characters carved into it. Coyle Gate. The Aaron's eyes flickered as he watched Hillary with derision. Of the 50 great Tao, 49 derive from the heavens, 1 is left for man. Nothing is absolute. There's always a glimmer of hope in the gravest situations. We of the Star River Sect do not completely annihilate. If you can open the Coyle Gate, you may indeed re-enter the sect. Even I, the Aaron, will personally welcome you back. But do you really think that's possible? His scornful smile deepened, looking down on Hillary like a piece of trash. Clearly, in his eyes, it was impossible. It would take nothing less than a miracle. Opening the Coyle Gate is said to test between life and death, either succeed or perish. It's not just any challenge. Not only does it require immense strength, but also extraordinary talent. Among the thousands of outer disciples of the Star River Sect, very few can open the Coyle Gate. These individuals were celestial elites whom even he would respect deeply. And now, Hillary was merely a cripple. In fact, even when Hillary hadn't lost his cultivation and was at his peak, exerting every effort, he had never managed to open the Coyle Gate. Genring tests, even when his talent was at its zenith and his strength unmatched, he couldn't budge the Coyle Gate. Ignoring the Aaron's words, Hillary instructed Tori to wait by the side. Stay here, little brother. Then he took a large step towards the stone tablet. Approaching 3 meters away, the tablet suddenly trembled, emitting a terrifying pressure that enveloped Hillary. Even the void around it crackled. Hillary's body swayed under the intense pressure, his bones trembling uncontrollably, making creaking sounds. The Aaron sneered coldly. The pressure from the Coyle Gate can crush you into paste like squashing a stink bug. What can you possibly rely on to open it? Just showboating. Embarrassing himself. The clown of clowns. Go! Coyle snickered again, pointing at Hillary. Boom. Before the laughter subsided, Hillary lifted his foot resolutely, taking another decisive step towards the stone tablet. 2 meters. The pressure surged, as if an invisible giant hand grabbed Hillary tightly, causing his bones to crack and blood to gush out. As if he would burst. Certain death. The Aaron didn't bother watching more. Coyle felt he had already given Hillary ample warnings. If Hillary insisted on courting death, it was his choice. However, arise. With a roar, under the immense pressure, Hillary lifted his foot once more, planting it firmly forward, unleashing thunderous energy. More blood dripped, covering Hillary entirely in red. Terribly miserable. Yet, his eyes shone fiercely, undeterred by the pain. His foot struck the ground with unyielding force. Is opening this door sufficient? Hillary's voice was firm despite his shaking, battered body. Huh. The Aaron's brows furrowed, surprised by Hillary's actions. A crippled cultivator reaching this level? After a brief pause, he replied coldly, open the Coyle Gate. Genring Hillary's prime, he couldn't achieve this. Now crippled, after just a day, it was impossible. This was mere chance. Only luck. No significant breakthrough. Yet, before this thought fully formed, it was interrupted by a thunderous roar. The Aaron's eyes widened in shock, no longer seeing this as a fluke. Third step, completely closing in on the stone tablet. Hillary raised his head, standing tall as a pine tree. Simultaneously, under the Aaron's startled gaze, Hillary revealed a black warblade in his palm. Snap. The young man, blade in hand, became one with his weapon, radiating lethal intent. Open. With a roar, he slashed the blade downwards with the force of splitting a mountain, releasing a dragon-shaped blade light that exploded with thunderous power. The Aaron was stunned. Shaking vigorously, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The blade light hit the tablet, causing it to tremble. Open. At the same moment, Hillary roared again, slashing a second time. The tablet cracked ominously. Open. The Aaron's shock turned into incredulity, which quickly morphed into sheer madness. As Hillary's third strike landed, dragon blood erupted. The tablet emitted loud cracking sounds, culminating in a deafening boom as it exploded. A green light portal appeared in its place, radiating brilliant light. One slash, and the Coyle Gate opened. But this was only the beginning. The portal bloomed with green light, then purple divine light emerged, as if a purple sun descended, radiating immensely bright light. Blinding, stunning. Eyes bulged with bloodshot veins. The Aaron froze, as if struck by thunder. The Coyle Gate had levels. Green was the base, purple superior, and golden. Boom. Taking another step, Hillary raised the dragon-patterned blade once more, slashing towards the glowing portal. I, Hillary, command you to open. Another thunderous roar echoed, as the purple portal pulsed, emitting blinding purple light. The Aaron collapsed, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, within the purple portal, golden light began to appear faintly, then surged, ultimately overshadowing everything with its brilliance. Now, the Coyle Gate fully emerged, resembling pure gold, revealing a luminous path leading directly into the sect. Golden, supreme. Clink. Suddenly witnessing such an incredible spectacle, the Aaron's body shook violently, collapsing to the ground in reverent prostration. Too stunning. Too exhilarating. Too freaking unbelievable. Golden portal. Star River Supreme. Prostrated on the ground, his body quivering and lips trembling, he was at a loss for words. Genius? Is this what they call a genius? No. This is a freakishly talented being. May I enter? Turning to the Aaron, Hillary remained composed, speaking calmly. Yes, yes. Still prostrate, the Aaron lifted his head after a long while, uttering these words in a trembling voice. Coyle had no courage to refuse. Coyle was an Aaron, but merely a gatekeeping Aaron. Hillary's fear-inducing power weighed heavily on his mind, overwhelming everything. Translation notes. 1. Character names asterisk kept as pinyin, e.g., Hillary. 2. Style and tone asterisk maintained the original dramatic and intense tone. 3. Paragraph structure asterisk preserved the paragraph and line breaks from the original text. 4. Natural fluency asterisk ensure the English translation flows naturally and avoids awkward phrasing. 5. Story continuity asterisk made sure the translation aligns logically with the narrative flow. Coyle could only submit, only tremble in fear, and with a demeanor akin to worshipping a fountain deity, he begged Hillary to enter the sect. I am a genius, and I will be the top genius here, Hillary declared once more, pointing at the Aaron with his finger. Do you understand? Gulping. The Aaron fell to the ground, swallowing hard, unable to respond. Sweat had already drenched the floor beneath him. Alicia, let's go. Torai quickly approached but was held back by Hillary. Then the two of them stepped into the golden light portal, immediately enveloped by its radiant glow. The blood on Hillary's body swiftly disappeared under the golden radiance, as if undergoing a sacred baptism. Opening the Coyle gate, descending transformation, the golden light contained terrifying essences that stimulated the dragon blood within him, revitalizing his injured body. They entered the sect directly. Hillary? Look, isn't that Hillary? Didn't they strip him of his cultivation and cast him out? Coyle stole elixirs from the sect, molested Marnies, and was caught by senior brother Dominic, who personally destroyed his Danteon and threw him out of the mountain gate. How could he return? Who allowed him in? How dare such a shameless person stand here? As soon as Hillary entered the Star River sect, some disciples noticed him, causing an uproar. Each one showed disbelief. One Marnie frowned deeply, then approached with a few others. Hillary, you bastard. She was beautiful, but now her face was icy cold, eyes gleaming with malice. Pointing at Hillary, she shouted. You took advantage of my momentary lapse, attempting unspeakable acts, devoid of all conscience. How dare you show your face here? Kill. Without further ado, Hillary lunged forward with his warblade, which emitted a sharp, icy glow, releasing waves of terrifying killing intent. Everyone gasped in shock. The Marnie trembled in fear. You conspired with Dominic to tarnish my reputation. You deserve death. Hillary no longer distinguished between men and women, only between friends and enemies. For friends, he would help them reach the heavens. For enemies, he would sever their heads. Thud. Blood splattered as the Marnie's mouth opened in surprise. But before she could cry for help, her head was already severed by the blade. Blood spurted everywhere. The entire scene froze in shock. Chapter 5. Charge forward. A decapitating strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere around them seemed to turn icy cold. Was this something a mere nobody could accomplish? Killing an expert at the peak of the ordinary realm with one stroke? Was he really that formidable? Hillary didn't waste any time. His gaze swept over the disciples, and no one dared meet his eyes. They were too piercing. Suddenly, Hillary saw a familiar face and approached him in large strides. The disciple with a long face trembled instantly upon being targeted by Hillary's gaze. Cold sweat dripped down his spine, and as Hillary came within 3 meters, his legs gave way, forcing him to kneel. Ye Broganier brother, I just insulted you when you were down and out. I truly don't know anything else. Please don't kill me. Please don't. Coyle sobbed in fear, reliving the terrifying scene of Hillary beheading the Marnie right before his eyes. In the face of death, few people can remain calm. When Hillary killed that Marnie, the murderous aura surrounding him made him seem like a world-class killing demon. Coyle wasn't afraid. Coyle was shaking with terror. Where is Dominic? Hillary asked calmly, but the pressure in his voice was immense, making the long-faced disciple tremble even more, drenched in sweat. Senior brother Remy. He is now an inner sect disciple, the long-faced disciple stammered, almost fainting. How do we get to the inner sect? Hillary stared intently at him. The disciple shook violently, on the verge of collapsing again. Then Hillary said, Take me there. How could the disciple refuse? Trembling, he led the way, while Hillary followed with his sister. The remaining disciples scattered in all directions, but soon more gathered, staring in shock at Hillary. Some disciples frowned, quickly blocking Hillary's path. Shameless bastard. You dare to show your face here? The man who spoke wore white robes. Coyle had once suppressed Hillary alongside Dominic, breaking his bones and crippling his cultivation. That white-robed disciple had also stepped on Hillary's face, grinding it into the ground while laughing maniacally. Seeing the white-robed man, the long-faced disciple felt relieved, but was about to speak when Hillary's blade already slashed out. Just one slash. A simple slash. Splat. Blood sprayed again, and the white-robed man exploded on the spot. An explosive kill. This sight terrified the long-faced disciple so much that he wet himself. With his mouth agape, his teeth chattered, unable to utter a single word. Cold sweat poured from the surrounding disciples. After all, the white-robed man was a spirit realm level 1 cultivator, considered a top-tier expert in the outer sect. Yet, he didn't even have the chance to defend himself. Hillary's single strike was lethal. However, the matter did not end there. Dominic had been the top disciple of the outer sect, surrounded by many followers. As the white-robed man exploded, several others arrived. These newcomers exuded stronger auras and immediately drew their weapons, which shimmered with dazzling cold light. A terrifying aura spread around them. Stopping in his tracks, the long-faced disciple looked back. Hillary didn't even glance at them. "Keep moving," he said. Trembling, the long-faced disciple continued forward. Hillary followed, holding his sister protectively. Coyle gripped his sword, ignoring everything around him. More disciples stood up, glaring coldly at Hillary. Suddenly, one rushed out like a ferocious tiger, delivering a punch accompanied by thunderous sounds. Hillary shielded his sister with one hand and swung his blade with the other. Splat! The fist was severed and flew far away. But as the first fell, the second, third, and fourth charged together, each wielding weapons gleaming with deadly sharpness. Their powerful auras radiated in waves. Spirit Realm level 1, 2, and 3 combined into a formidable force. It was as if 10,000 horses were charging through mountains and rivers. Yet, Hillary remained unperturbed. When a long sword came slashing, Hillary severed it with a single strike. When a spear thrust forward, Hillary severed it with a single strike. When a giant axe chopped down, Hillary still severed it with a single strike. One strike, sweeping everything aside. One strike, subduing all. With his sword in hand, none could stand against him. Though only at Spirit Realm level 2, Hillary possessed immense strength after the dragon blood baptism. In his mind lay the legacy of the ancient dragon deity, giving him overwhelming combat power far exceeding his own cultivation level. Blood spurted. Flesh flew. Finally, Hillary, carrying his sister, plunged into the crowd with each flick of the blade sending someone down. The massacre continued, with a constant flow of blood. Throughout the outer sect, no one could stop Hillary for even a step. Coyle fought his way to the entrance of the inner sect. Behind him lay countless defeated disciples, their screams chilling to the bone. The entire sect was shaken. Many errands were drawn to the scene. It seems he has awakened more powerful innate abilities. Opening the golden Coyle gate wasn't mere luck. There are many suspicious points about what happened. Dominic's words aren't entirely true. This boy has a lot of grievances. Dominic has a non-trivial background. Let's observe further. The errands whispered among themselves, having sensed the events outside. Opening the golden Coyle gate was rare, happening once every 100 years. Thus, despite Hillary's recklessness, they did not intervene, following him to the entrance of the inner sect, where a formidable barrier stood. The Star River sect, a tier 2 power in the Gramzhou region, admitted disciples with exceptional rigor. Advancing from the outer sect to the inner sect was extremely stringent. Between the outer and inner sects stood 9 steps, glowing with starlight, radiating immense pressure. To enter the inner sect, one must traverse the Star River, an Aaron shouted loudly. Legend had it that on the mysterious Azure continent, there existed 9 vast star rivers, known as the 9 Coylevans. Coilera, these 9 steps were similarly named the 9 star rivers. Although not comparable to the real star rivers, in the outer regions of Gramzhou, these steps were undoubtedly terrifying. Out of thousands of outer sect disciples, only 1 or 2 managed to reach the summit each year, sometimes none at all. Impossible. Even if Hillary has recovered, no matter how strong he is, he absolutely cannot reach the peak of the Star River directly. This is sheer fantasy. Yesterday, senior brother Dominic advanced to the 4th level of the Star River and barely reached its peak due to his outstanding talent. An ordinary disciple wouldn't achieve that even if they reached the same level. Despite being intimidated by Hillary's prowess, the disciples behind him had no faith in his success. There was a saying among the outer sect disciples, Star River difficult, harder than reaching the sky. Move. Ignoring everyone's warnings, Hillary grabbed his sister and walked straight towards the starlit steps. This move startled many. The Aaron who spoke earlier yelled, "You going alone is perilous enough, but taking her will result in certain death." The difficulty of traversing the Star River was well known. For Hillary, it would be challenging enough alone. Adding his sister was akin to walking to their deaths. If Hillary died, so would his sister. Despite their concerns, Hillary seemingly ignored them, enveloping his sister in a protective barrier as they ascended the steps. Suicidal, utterly suicidal, the Aaron roared angrily, upset at his unheeded warning. Though they wanted to stop Hillary, opening the golden Coyle gate showed he possessed acknowledged talent, offering great potential benefits for the sect. They hesitated as Hillary had already begun climbing the steps. The disciples who had been suppressed by Hillary were severely wounded. A few, supporting each other, watched Hillary's rash behavior with contempt. Coyle who boasts invites divine retribution. This boy is sealing his own fate. Naturally, who in the outer sect doesn't know the fear of the Star River? Even those prodigies entering the inner sect wouldn't be this reckless, let alone bring someone along. Chapter 6. Treading the Star River. The Star River is more perilous than ascending to the sky. This statement is not an exaggeration. Throughout history, countless disciples have lost their lives in the Star River. Many outstanding individuals have met their end here, shattering their dreams and hopes. To everyone, Hillary's actions now seem like a moth dashing toward the flame, seeking certain death, and he even brought his younger sister along to face this death. Some people had already burst into laughter. However, before the laughter could spread, a massive boom erupted from the Star River, abruptly cutting off the laughter. All eyes turned toward the Star River. In an instant, everyone was stunned. The scene became utterly silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Amidst the surging starlight, Hillary led his sister forward step by step. The war blade in his hand slashed through the starlight on the 2nd level staircase, causing it to explode and part ways for him. Coyle continued upward with his sister. Those below widened their eyes. But this wasn't even the limit. Hillary kept climbing higher, wielding the dragon-patterned blade with each powerful strike. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level. It was as if he were sweeping everything aside. Every slash of his war blade shattered all the starlight. Everyone was shocked. The laughing disciples felt chills run down their spines, as if they were naked in icy snow, unable to stop trembling. The errands silently gasped, staring at Hillary's continuous ascent with horror. Is he human? Hillary's aura was merely at the second-level spirit realm, and he was carrying his low-ranking younger sister. That was equivalent to bearing the pressure of 2 people. Yet, he pressed on relentlessly. 8th level. Reaching this point with his sister, a radiant explosion surrounded Hillary, echoing boundlessly. But no trace of starlight could approach them. Under Tori's brother's protection, though pale-faced, she showed no signs of retreating. She believed in her brother. This is the last step. Above his head is the 9th level, the peak of the Star River. Can he ascend? Is this guy setting a new outer sect record? Below, the disciples stared intently upwards. They saw Hillary lift his foot again, stepping toward the final stair. But just as he lifted his foot, Hillary immediately retreated, and those watching noticed his body trembling. Coyle can't make it? Coyle's been stopped? Coyle must have overestimated himself, right? Disciples murmured amongst themselves, but the errands all had drastically changed expressions, trembling uncontrollably. Their trembling came from shock, excitement, disbelief, and unimaginable astonishment. My God! And Jace's eyes widened like bulls, emitting fiery light, then let out a sky-shaking roar. His hand gripped at his white beard, pulling out a large clump. This isn't a dream. Damn it. This is not a dream. Is he defying heaven? Another errand screamed, shaking violently as if witnessing an immeasurable miracle, worrying about flying apart at any moment. A third, a fourth. All senior errands yelled as if they had collectively gone mad. All the disciples were dumbfounded, looking strangely at the errands, thinking Hillary's failure had shocked them so much that they had lost their minds. Have they gone crazy? But soon, they realized they were thinking too much. Too much indeed. Suddenly, their pupils almost split open from shock. It was too dazzling. Boom. Above Hillary's head, as he retracted his step and his body trembled, a mysterious portal appeared. The portal was a stunning shade of purple gold, radiating brilliant light and auspicious clouds, emitting terrifying yet wondrous energy. Despite its immense pressure, everyone felt the portal was incomparably holy. Entering it would bestow untold blessings. The Martial Mansion. This kid opened the Martial Mansion. The white-bearded Aaron shouted. It was Star River Sect's greatest secret, and the biggest blessing atop the Star River. Even within a century, nobody had managed to open this mansion. It only existed in legends among the sect's high ranks. Within lay the most formidable inheritance of the outer sect. Who would have thought? Hillary had opened it. At the second-level spirit realm, enduring dual pressures, he still created a record, opening the greatest blessing atop the Star River. This kid really intends to defy heaven. As the errands yelled, countless disciples fainted. A mansion unopened for a century? The outer sect's most formidable inheritance? Hillary will obtain it? My God, how excellent has he become? Next, all the disciples looked heatedly. Whoever obtained that inheritance would soar to unparalleled heights. Some wealthy disciples loudly offered, Senior Brother Yi, give me 1/10 of the inheritance inside the Martial Mansion, and I'll pay 10,000 divine crystals. Divine crystals are the common currency in the cultivation world, containing potent energies that save cultivators enormous time. The Yi family ruled the entire Graham City, the richest clan. Yet all their assets wouldn't match 10,000 divine crystals. Such a disciple's offer was sheer madness, paying 10,000 crystals for 1/10 of the inheritance. But his madness paled compared to another who, eyes bloodshot, shouted, Senior Brother Yi, I want 1% and will pay 20,000 divine crystals. However, their frenzied offers were interrupted by an errand screaming, I'll pay 50,000 for 1,000th. SSSSHH. All sucked in cold breaths. Madness incarnate. Yet, the errand didn't feel it was excessive. The legend spoke of the sect founder's inheritance inside the mansion. With even a fraction of that inheritance, one could dominate the outer sect and stand tall within the inner sect. Compared to divine crystals, the inheritance was worth thousands of times more. Regardless of their frantic shouting, Hillary remained unmoved, gazing up at the glowing portal, his expression filled with pride. Inheritance? The outer sect's most formidable inheritance? Humph. With a cold snort, Hillary raised his dragon-patterned blade, aiming it at the purple gold portal above. Instantly, silence fell below. Next, numerous people trembled. What did this mean? What was he going to do? The Jace's eyes widened even more, bloodshot, envisioning an unimaginably terrifying possibility. Was he planning to? No, don't you crazy fool lunatic? The errand screamed, hopping frantically, ready to dash forward at unprecedented speed to stop Hillary. Coyle must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Chapter 7. Go one step further. Slash. With a roar, Hillary's dragon-patterned battle knife unleashed an unprecedented cold radiance. A massive dragon-shaped blade beam erupted from it, slashing towards the glowing door as if to tear apart the heavens. Rumble. The purple golden light door trembled violently, emitting a terrifying Tao pressure. The ancestral legacy was enraged, colliding with Hillary's blade beam. The fated Martial Mansion, the most fearsome legacy in the Star River, and arguably the most terrifying legacy of the entire outer sect. This legacy has intent. It chooses its heirs. Only supreme geniuses have the privilege to touch it, accepting the legacy with utmost sincerity and respect. It is an immeasurable blessing. Such a situation had never been seen before, like Hillary's case. All the errands and disciples below were dumbstruck, feeling endless thunderstorms surge within their minds. Is this boy crazy? Boom. Despite everyone's shock and disbelief, Hillary unleashed his blade for the second time. The dragon-shaped light wave was even more formidable, even accompanied by the deafening roar of a blue dragon. The light door trembled once again, Dao fragments seemed to explode, emitting a sharp cracking sound, and cracks quickly appeared. Countless people collapsed in shock, jaws dropping open wide. You damned rascal! The Aaron yelled with flushed cheeks. You are really a big rascal. However, amidst his furious scolding, Hilary slashed his blade yet again, his eyes burning with unprecedented brilliance, resolve and determination, not stopping until he shattered that door. Ah! On the third slash, Hilary roared fiercely, his aura swelling as he let out a loud shout. His cultivation rapidly intensified, early second spiritual realm, middle, late, peak. Su Jackie watched with unparalleled seriousness, making the hearts of those below almost leap into their mouths. They had seen peculiar individuals, but never one quite like him, refusing such a blessing and insisting on blowing it up, all while boosting his cultivation recklessly. This was utterly absurd. Yet, everything was happening to Hilary in real life. With the surge in his power, the third blade beam cut through the air, an enormous dragon-shaped light wave truly resembling an enraged dragon crashing against the purple-golden light door. The might was unprecedented. Explode. As the blade beam fell, Hilary's roar echoed like an imperial decree, sealing his fate. Boom. The light door exploded. Shattered instantly. Clang. Everyone below, including the powerful Aarons, fell to the ground in utter shock, speechless. It was simply unfathomable. A waste of fortune. Damn you. You big damn rascal. Did water get into your brain, or did the door pinch you? Numerous curses resounded from below, mostly grieving over the loss of the great legacy. Such a precious opportunity, wasted. A legacy that could propel anyone to great heights. An immeasurable loss. But Hilary's eyes shone even brighter, his demeanor changed dramatically, as if the explosion of the door had granted him an incredible ascension. Then, with another explosive burst, his aura reached a new peak, breaking through the limits of the second spiritual realm and stepping into the third. Coyle had broken through. Snap. There was a cacophony of jaws hitting the ground and shattering. What the hell was going on? His Dao heart is incomparably strong. Suddenly, an Aaron realized something, staring at Hilary with awe and even fear. This boy had immense pride and terrifying confidence. An indomitable Dao heart. Ambitious indeed. Coyle firmly believed in his own path. Coyle trusted that his Dao was the strongest and didn't need others' legacies. To him, those legacies were mere dregs that would pollute his Dao heart. Even the ancestral legacy. Coyle felt he was the best, capable of surpassing the ancestors. By shattering that door, his Dao heart became even more steadfast, believing his path was even more formidable than the ancestors. Indeed, that was the case. Hilary received the Dragon God legacy, merging with the Dragon God, carrying within him the ancient wisdom of the Dragon Gods, surpassing all ordinary existence. But he controlled this path himself. Forget the ancestors. Even the Dragon God couldn't control his destiny. Coyle wielded the Dao of the Dragon God, shaping his own path. Coyle was invincible. Boom. The explosion of the purple golden door wasn't a simple vanishing act but continued spreading terrifyingly as Hilary ascended to the 9th floor with his sister, reaching the pinnacle of the Star River. The shockwaves penetrated the inner sect directly. Instantly, a mighty reverberation echoed in the inner sect, attracting many, some Aarons lifting their heads in alarm. At the entrance connecting the outer and inner sect stood a modest mountain, now trembling vigorously under everyone's gaze. Rumble. Rumble. What's happening? Why is the entrance shaking? The momentum is terrifying. There's immense pressure descending. Has chaos erupted in the outer sect? Inner sect Aarons and disciples quickly gathered at the foot of the mountain, gazing up in shock and confusion, unsure of the situation. Amidst this bewilderment, two figures suddenly appeared on the trembling mountain. These two landed atop the mountain. The lead figure, wielding a blade, emitted a fierce, icy glow, exuding an overwhelming aura. At that moment, it felt like a sovereign reigning over the world. Hilary arrived. Inner sect? Standing atop the mountain, Hilary surveyed below. The inner sect was tens of times larger and more formidable than the outer sect. Mountain peaks soared high, some gleaming with divine light, others piercing the sky with sword chi, or enveloped in flames and white, desolate landscapes. Mystical flowers and strange stones adorned these terrifying mountains, with spirit beasts roaming freely. Golden, luxurious palaces dotted the landscape like shining pearls. As Hilary's gaze swept over, the gathered disciples and Aarons below stared in disbelief at the two figures. From the outer sect? Why was the momentum so massive? It must be a problem that caused such an unimaginable change. But since they're from the outer sect, it's nothing significant. That place is full of garbage. Quickly, some disciples recovered, knowing only elites entered the inner sect. Outer sect disciples meant nothing to them. How impressive could the momentum be? Chapter 8. The Star River Rankings. Hilary surveyed the inner sect before leading his younger sister down the mountain peak, appearing before the Aarons and disciples. At this moment, a disciple in black stepped forward. With an air of condescension, he looked Hilary up and down and said, "Young man from the outer sect, answer my questions." Arrogant and domineering, Hilary glanced at him once, then turned his gaze away. "What happened in the outer sect?" the black-robed man asked, clearly disturbed by the commotion and sensing some issue. "My name is Hilary, and I am now an inner sect disciple," Hilary replied coolly. "Everything in the outer sect is fine." The black-robed man's eyes darkened. Entering the inner sect still comes with a 1-month probation period. If you fail, you'll be expelled. If you die, you'll be buried right here. His voice dripped with threat. In the inner sect, only strength matters. When you're new, it's wise to keep a low profile. As your senior, you must answer whatever I ask. You don't have the right to say anything else, understand? Boom. Before he could finish, a sonic boom erupted, and Hilary's fist appeared directly in front of him. A accompanied by a terrifying wind of power. The black-robed man's expression changed. He slid backward as if skating on ice while thick, spiritual energy surged forth, forming layer upon layer of shields before him. But when he lifted his gaze, continuous sonic booms resounded, and Hillary's punch shattered all his defenses, still looming in front of him. Incredible force. Intense and heart-stirring. The onlooker's attention sharpened. This young man was no simpleton. The black-robed man's complexion paled, sweat dripping from his forehead. Coyle realized that the force of the punch was exerting immense pressure on him, capable of obliterating him effortlessly if it landed. The inner sect values strength. Whoever has the hardest punch is the boss. Do you understand these principles? Hillary stared at him. The black-robed man's face flushed red. It was always the inner sect disciples who bullied newcomers from the outer sect. Being on the receiving end for the first time left him humiliated. Do you understand? Hillary asked again, his punch continuing to radiate overwhelming power, causing the black-robed man to tremble profusely, feeling his life threatened. The surrounding disciples and errands watched intently. A white-robed disciple frowned and stepped forward, but someone beside him immediately held him back, whispering, "Let's watch. This boy isn't ordinary. I think he hasn't shown his full strength." The white-robed disciple's eyes flickered but did not advance further, instead watching the scene unfold. "You're good. The inner sect accepts you." Under Hillary's fist, the black-robed man acknowledged, "Your strength is formidable. You qualify to stay in the inner sect." "I ask, you answer. Understand?" Hillary continued. The black-robed man's face turned even paler, fury evident in his eyes. Being subdued by a newcomer was shameful enough. This line of questioning added insult to injury, as if rubbing his nose in the dirt and asking if he submitted or not. Unable to hold back any longer, the white-robed disciple named Miles demanded, "Release my brother Atticus or I, Miles, will never let you off." As he spoke, his aura exploded, reaching the peak of the 4th stage of the Star River realm, barely a step away from the 5th stage. Yet Hillary ignored him, suddenly drawing his sword. Cold light spread across the area, instantly lowering the temperature. "Since I've entered the inner sect, I don't plan to keep a low profile. Anyone who challenges me, I'll cut down. Who wants to be the first to establish my authority?" His words were straightforward and audacious, but Miles dared not move further. The blade exuded an ominous presence that could easily dispatch a 5th stage Star River practitioner. Atticus gave up all resistance, his face flushing as he said meekly, "Please ask." His tone had become submissive. "Where is Dominic?" Hillary asked. Unresolved hatred, a conflict without end. Coyle also needed to retrieve his sister's donghua divine pearl as soon as possible. The black-robed man's expression darkened, but Miles responded, "That person came from the outer sect, but not just anyone can see him." Hillary frowned. An errand nearby waved his sleeve, sending a gust of wind that separated Hillary and Atticus. "You meet the requirements to be an inner sect disciple," he said. After glancing at Hillary, the errand continued. "Dominic holds a special status. After coming from the outer sect, he went directly to the Holy Mountain." "How do I get to the Holy Mountain?" Hillary pursued. "The Holy Mountain is not accessible to ordinary disciples. To enter it, first make it into the top 50 of the Star River rankings," the errand explained. "How are the rankings determined?" Hillary focused, realizing the situation was more complicated than expected, but it couldn't be avoided. "The current you isn't quite ready," the errand remarked. "As a newcomer, spend 3 to 5 years finding a cave for cultivation first." Indeed, Hillary was formidable, the most formidable outer sect disciple in recent years. However, compared to elite practitioners like Dominic, there was still a significant gap. "I want to try," Hillary stated. The errand replied, "Upon entering the inner sect, we need to assess you. See that white jade wall over there? Go there for testing." Hillary walked over, seeing names densely inscribed on the white jade wall. Among them was Dominic, ranked 31st. Dominic's background is complex. His 1-year stay in the outer sect had reasons behind it. Now, having broken through the outer sect's limits, he has also unlocked his sealed powers. "Best not provoke him," the errand warned. Without hesitation, Hillary punched the white jade wall. A blinding starlight erupted, and Hillary's name appeared on the wall, ranking 300th. There's indeed a difference, Hillary thought, filled with fighting spirit, seemingly inspired to catch up. Time to accelerate. However, snickers echoed around him. Just a little difference? One ranked 30th, the other, 300th. Is that what you call a bit of a difference? A month should suffice, Hillary added. Perhaps 2 weeks if things go faster, though it might take too long. Everyone around froze. Were you dreaming? Do you treat cultivation like a game? Are you defying nature? The errand blinked, scrutinizing Hillary closely. Is this guy serious? Coyle said, the gap between you and Dominic is huge. Catching up within 3 years would be impressive. Of course, with Dominic's talent, he could be much stronger by then. Maybe even top 10 or number 1, perhaps breaking out of the Star River sect into broader realms. In other words, you'll never catch up. Atticus and Miles exchanged glances, their initial impression of Hillary diminished. So he was only slightly stronger than them. They left the scene after a brief look at each other. They had decent connections despite their moderate cultivation after years in the inner sect. This boy will pay. The errand glanced at them as they departed, then turned to Hillary. The inner sect is filled with formidable experts. You've seen your ranking yourself. Additionally, there's the Grievance Valley where killings aren't punished. Stay clear of it unless necessary. Hillary nodded and asked, Achilles, where can I find bloodjade grass in the inner sect? Without the donghua divine pearl, his sister's cold syndrome could flare up anytime. Bloodjade grass could suppress it temporarily for about 10 days. The errand's eyes gleamed. In the Grievance Valley. Hashtag chapter 9. The Valley of Grievances. Hillary's eyes flickered. What about other places? Just this one, and it's not even guaranteed that you'll find it. But you'd better not go, the errand warned. In the Valley of Grievances, killing wasn't illegal, making it very dangerous for Hillary to go there. Especially now. 8 out of 10 chances he would be in deep trouble. I have no other choice, Hillary said with a shrug. Actually, I don't want to kill anyone. The Aaron had been feeling sorry for Hillary, but froze upon hearing his next words, his lips twitching involuntarily. This kid isn't afraid of being killed. He doesn't want to kill? Do you think you have the right to make that choice? Arrogant, someone muttered. Ranked 300. While higher than them, it still wasn't very strong by intersect standards. There are always stronger people beyond the sky. Self-awareness is key. Ranked 300. You can only live in an ordinary courtyard. Keep working hard, the Aaron remarked, unwilling to say more. Also thinking Hillary was being ungrateful. Do different rankings mean different treatments? Hillary asked, turning his head. Those ranked within the top 300 can enter cave abodes. Each cave abode has a spiritual spring, making cultivation more efficient. Those in the top 100 can occupy entire mountains, which have not only spiritual springs but also various pre-planted spirit herbs, allowing for rapid cultivation advancements, the Aaron explained patiently, then added. But these are far from your reach. Ranked 300, Hillary was among the prodigies in the inner sect. As he progressed, so did everyone else. To surpass others would be extremely difficult. So when the Aaron said it was far, it was already a polite way of putting it. In his heart, the Aaron perhaps felt those things were impossible. Boom. Just as his voice trailed off, Hillary had already drawn his dragon-patterned blade, releasing a blinding blade light that struck the white jade wall. Coyle was testing again, striking the white jade wall with his blade. The white jade wall contained a special array that could gauge a person's strength and determine their approximate combat power based on the force applied. However, the Aaron barely glanced at it before intending to look away. Whether it was a blade or a fist, there wouldn't be much change in the outcome. A person's talent, potential, and cultivation level were predetermined. Weapons could offer a slight edge but wouldn't drastically alter anything. It was futile. Coyle sighed, feeling that Hillary was indeed ungrateful. Yet, as this thought flashed through his mind, the Aaron's gaze slowly moved. Just as he was about to fully look away from the white jade wall, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened rapidly, filled with shock and disbelief. His expression turned incredibly astonished, staring intently at the white jade wall. His mouth opened, but he was speechless, parched throat, unable to speak. The blade light fell, and the white jade wall lit up again, even blindingly bright. Hillary's rank soared upward at an alarming speed, breaking past 300, 200, 108, 103, finally stopping at 108th. The original occupant of the 108th spot dropped to 109th. Bang! An untold number of people fell over. The Aaron's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This kid's blade was terrifying, but Hillary didn't care about his new rank. He was focused on Dominic. Coyle would catch up to him as fast as possible. Dominic, rank 30th, but now you can start counting down. Hillary, am coming. Alicia, let's go. Hillary took his sister's hand and left. Tori looked at him adoringly. Brother, you were so cool just now. Hillary affectionately ruffled her hair. I'll be even cooler in the future. Cooler than Dad, Tori laughed happily. Coyle will be left in the dust, Hillary joked. But beneath his sleeve, his fists clenched tighter. Dad, where are you? When will you come back? Brother, Tori called after him. Actually, my condition is getting worse, and the Quentin-Hua Divine Pearl isn't as effective as it used to be. If the Quentin-Hua Divine Pearl isn't working, I'll find you a Tianhua Divine Pearl. Brother, I miss Dad. Tori changed the subject. I'll take you to find him once I'm done here. Soon. Hillary felt a sharp pain in his heart. Was little girl afraid she wouldn't make it? Coyle arranged for his sister to stay in the cave abode the sect had prepared for him, then headed straight for the Valley of Grievances. The Valley of Grievances, a place to resolve disputes, was also a life and death arena for the inner sect. The valley spanned 50 to 60 miles long and wide. With constant battles, the air here was thick with blood, making it perfect for growing blood jade grass and other medicinal herbs. Though dangerous, many disciples were willing to take the risk. The cultivation world didn't need delicate flowers. Battle and slaughter were normal, and the rules were simple. Survival of the fittest. Hillary. As soon as Hillary entered the valley, he was stopped by the demon nearby. Coyle showed no surprise, having noticed them earlier. I don't want to kill, truly. Hillary glanced at them before continuing deeper into the valley to find blood jade grass. His sister's coldness was worsening. If he didn't suppress it soon, she might have issues tonight. This was something Hillary couldn't allow. Arrogant. Miles and Atticus's faces darkened. Ranked 300. You really think you can act recklessly in the inner sect? We have found a helper ranked 250th. They waited half an hour until a tall man entered, and the demon immediately greeted him with smiles. Busteroo. This was someone ranked 250th, standing at 2 meters tall, with dark skin and muscular limbs. At first glance, he looked like a giant bear. Indeed, he exuded a formidable presence. Coyle gave the demon a cold glance. That guy is really ranked 300? That's right, we saw it ourselves, they replied. Compared to Buster's 250, he's far inferior. Buster nodded. Will you deliver the 10,000 spirit stones to me tomorrow? The demon assured him, and only then did Busteroo follow them toward the direction Hillary had disappeared. By now, Hillary had already ventured 15 miles into the valley. The environment was harsh, with dense forests and caged demon beasts. Even Hillary spotted a tiger demon comparable to a human at the 6th level of the spirit realm. Even for Hillary, he had to draw his blade to fight. At the 3rd level of the spirit realm, strengthened by dragon blood, Hillary's fist could contend with 4th level cultivators, possibly even 5th level. With his blade, however, he could rival 6th level Star River. The tiger demon posed a real threat, and the tiger demon had also noticed him. Unexpectedly, instead of attacking directly, the tiger demon merely glanced at Hillary and fled, seemingly fearing something. Hillary frowned. Suddenly, boom, a loud roar erupted behind Hillary. Coyle swiftly turned around, seeing a giant tree fall and dust swirling. A small fat boy burst out of the commotion. Hillary scanned behind the fat boy and his face instantly paled. Coyle immediately turned and ran, gripping his dragon-patterned blade tightly. Big brother, run fast, a big monster's coming. The fat boy's speed was incredible, faster than Hillary by at least twice, quickly leaving him behind without looking back. Behind Hillary, the thunderous noise grew louder, and the danger drew nearer until it felt imminent, sending chills down his spine. Nowhere to hide. You bastard! Roaring in anger, Hillary spun around, gritted his teeth, and with all his might, slashed forward with both hands gripping the dragon-patterned blade. This slash was his most terrifying eruption. The blade unleashed a mad dragon, but a deafening explosion shook the area. A powerful force slammed into him, sending Hillary flying backward like an arrow. His tiger-like bones cracked from the force, blood spurting out. Danger approached again. Hillary looked up, and his scalp went numb. It was a fiery red bull demon, a 7th-level spirit realm beast, the Quintonhua bull demon. Chapter 10. The Reverse Dragon 7-Kill Blade. Moo! The demon bull roared, shaking the entire mountain forest. Hillary felt dizzy, and his ears rang. Everything before his eyes turned hazy white. Yet, instinctively, his blade lunged forward again. With a thunderous crash, another tremendous force struck him, sending his body flying back once more, directly snapping several massive ancient trees in the process. Hillary felt as if his bones were about to break. It hurt like hell, but he dared not be careless. Dragon blood circulated through his body, and strength returned anew. His blade slashed out for the 3rd time, propelled by immense power, its light blinding. The demon bull charged forward with all 4 hooves pounding the earth. The ground trembled violently, the rumbling sound causing intense vibrations in the human soul. Hillary's blade was instantly shattered into pieces, but this time, Hillary did not retreat. Retreat was useless at this moment. Escape was impossible. Only death awaited. Coyle held his blade and surged forward, slashing wildly. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The demon bull snorted and bellowed. Though its body was as tough as steel, under Hillary's frenzied attack, it began to bleed, its iron-hard hide torn open. Its eyes turned blood red, hot breath gushing from its nostrils, completely enraged. It entered a berserk state. Kill, kill, kill. Hillary had been driven into a corner, his blade moving faster and faster, like a tempest. In this mad slash, Hillary's blade became even sharper and smoother, imbued with a unique aura. However, Hillary hadn't realized this special state yet. Coyle kept being thrown back by the demon bull, standing up each time despite the blood streaming down his body, striking again. Coyle refused to accept his fate. At no point would he submit to destiny. Even if it meant certain death, he would die charging ahead. Damn it. The battle between man and beast was incredibly fierce. The young boy flew back repeatedly, spitting blood. Such a commotion naturally attracted other disciples, including the demon and Brother Quintonu. Those people hid in a safe area and watched, one of them widening his eyes in pity. That kid is done for. The demon sneered. That was Hillary. Good riddance. Brother Quintonu cursed. That's the guy ranked 300th. Bloody hell. He delayed my transaction. Killing Hillary would have earned him 10,000 divine crystals. Now that Hillary was going to die at the hands of the demon bull, the easily obtainable divine crystals slipped away. His gaze turned vicious as he took large steps forward and shouted, "Boy, live on. I want to tear your head off with my own hands." Boom. Just as his voice fell, Hillary's blade slashed forward again, this time with a fluidity as if everything had clicked into place. As if his meridians were finally unblocked. The Reverse Dragon 7-Kill Blade. At the same moment, Hillary seemed to feel a resonance and issued a roar. The blade light immediately grew stronger. Moreover, as it cut into the demon bull's body, it tore open a large wound, blood spurting out instantly. Hillary's eyes flickered, and an intricate blade technique emerged in his mind. The Reverse Dragon 7-Kill Blade. The Dragon Deity Legacy was now officially activated. Coyle became a descendant of the dragon, but the inheritance wasn't granted all at once. It gradually unlocked as his cultivation increased and the dragon blood revived. At this moment, Hillary slashed out instinctively, frantically circulating his dragon blood. It seemed he had reached a certain realm, causing a mystic-level technique to emerge in his mind. Skills and techniques are divided into 4 grades: Coileven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow. Each grade has 9 levels. In the Star River Sect, a first-level mystical grade skill is already a treasure. Extremely rare. And the Reverse Dragon 7-Kill Blade was actually a 7th-level mystical grade skill. The Reverse Dragon 7-Kill Blade consists of 7 strikes, and what Hillary obtained now was only the method of performing the first strike, but it was still terrifying enough. Seeing a glimmer of hope, a fiery blaze burned within Hillary's heart. Coyle wildly swung the dragon-patterned blade, unleashing all the sword technique's profundities. This single strike was unprecedentedly powerful. Pooh! A more terrifying wound opened on the demon bull's body, blood spraying wildly, turning the void red. The demon bull bellowed and flew backward. Instantly, all the distant disciples were stunned, chilled to the bone, their eyes wide open. The demon were dumbfounded. Brother Quintonu, who stood out, was trembling in his legs. This is the guy ranked 300th? Coyle could hardly believe his eyes. If this is number 300, what number am I? After all, the Flame Divine Bull was a level 7 spirit realm demon beast. Even someone ranked 250 absolutely couldn't defeat it. Not even slightly. Yet, Hillary's blade wounded the demon bull. No, it wasn't just wounding, rather, kill. When the demon bull was retreating, Hillary gathered his remaining strength and surged forward like an arrow. Within 3 meters of the demon bull, he stomped hard on the ground, his body leaping up. Coyle had entered the battlefield at 10 years old, experiencing countless battles and tempering. His combat experience was extremely rich. Coyle knew that such opportunities were fleeting, appearing only in critical moments. Seize the opportunity. Boom. As he soared upward, he gripped his blade tightly with both hands, a ruthless look in his eyes. All his strength channeled through the blade in a single slash. In an instant, everything emptied. Pooh. The demon bull's roar ceased as a massive bull's head rolled away, blood pouring out like a river from the enormous wound. One chop. Everyone felt an icy chill run through them, their legs trembling. Tap tap tap. Brother Quintonu's legs weren't the only things trembling. His teeth clashed together, cold sweat covering his body. After severing the demon bull, Hilary felt like he had been drained of everything, incredibly uncomfortable. With difficulty, he mustered a little strength, approached the dead demon bull, sliced open its body, and retrieved a scorching hot pearl, the 7th level spirit realm demon core. The demon core contained the essence of the demon beast. Although precious and excellent material for forging weapons or refining pills, its energy was wildly violent and could not be absorbed directly. Especially a terrifying 7th level spirit realm demon core. Even experts beyond the spirit realm dared not absorb it directly. Absorbing it would cause an explosion. But Hilary was different. Having dragon blood, dragons being the emperors of the demon race, the energy of demon beasts could stimulate the dragon blood to reactivate. Moreover, from the dragon blood, he had acquired a skill named Azure Dragon Technique, which had no rank but could devour and transform anything when performed alongside the dragon-shaped Danteon. Coyle held the demon core in his palm and began channeling the skill, rapidly absorbing the essence within the core into his body. A mighty demonic aura spread around him. Dragon might radiated outwards. This scene shocked numerous people. Splat! Brother Quintonu, already on shaky ground, turned pale as a sheet, then collapsed entirely on the ground, soaked in sweat. This guy was terrifying. Hilary's physical strength recovered quickly. Coyle coldly glanced at Brother Quintonu, pointing the blade forward, the tip gleaming with cold light. Coyle said icily, "You must pay for your mistakes. Of course, you can also try your best to make up for them before they become too grave. Do you understand?" Finishing, his gaze swept over the distant demon. Brother Quintonu seemed to get the message, suddenly standing up and dashing away with bloodshot eyes. Translation ends. Chapter 11. Thunder Mountain. Reparations must be made. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. This is Grievance Valley, where one can kill without fearing retribution. Senior Brother Quintonu's eyes turned bloodshot, and an immense torrent of pure spiritual energy surged out from his body. With a force comparable to that of a mighty bear, he unleashed a thunderous strike. Senior Brother Quintonu, the demon screamed in terror, turning and fleeing in panic. But Senior Brother Quintonu's cultivation far exceeded theirs, and his speed was even more terrifying. In a single step, he caught up and, with a roar, blew Miles's body apart. A bloody mist surged through the air. The scene was horrifying. Atticus was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, wailing, "No, no, don't kill me. Senior Brother Yi, I'm sorry, truly sorry." Coyle pleaded loudly, his courage completely broken, but Hilary didn't spare him a glance, cold and merciless. If it were him who had fallen now, would anyone let him off? Those who wish to kill must be prepared to be killed themselves. Survival of the fittest. Atticus fell into complete despair, tears streaming endlessly as he regretted ever provoking Hilary. Pooh! His head exploded, leaving him dead on the spot. Senior Brother Quintonu retracted his fist and turned to look at Hilary again, trembling in fear, drenched in sweat. Hilary remained silent, secretly circulating the Azure Dragon scripture to absorb the essence of the demon core. The speed of this cultivation technique was astonishing, swiftly channeling the formidable energy throughout his limbs and bones. Within dozens of breaths, Hilary had recovered most of his strength. Then he looked up once more, his eyes flashing with sharpness like daggers or swords. Without hesitation, Quintonu Xiaoyong knelt down like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Coyle dared not flee. Hilary's terrifying power had completely unnerved him. Coyle felt he could never escape. Any movement now would mean certain death. Death penalty may be spared, Hilary finally spoke, bringing a glint of hope to Quintonu Xiaoyong's eyes. But before he could react, Hilary added, "You've been in the inner sect longer than I have. Do you know anything about the blood jade grass here?" The valley was sizable, stretching over 50 miles in length and width, with a harsh environment and dense forests. Finding what they needed would not be easy. I know, Senior Brother, follow me?" Quintonu Xiaoyong dared not refuse, immediately standing up and leading Hilary toward a specific direction. Coyle couldn't afford to make Hilary even slightly dissatisfied. Otherwise, he would most likely be crippled or worse. Having spent 3 years in the inner sect, Quintonu Xiaoyong was indeed familiar with the area. By chance, he had seen a blood jade grass plant before, though it was guarded by a powerful demon beast, and thus impossible to harvest. However, given Hilary's formidable combat prowess, one able to slay a 7th level spirit realm creature, such a demon beast would pose little challenge to Hilary. When the two reached the location, however, they saw destruction everywhere. Boulders and ancient trees were scattered about, and in the distance lay the corpse of a demon snake. Quintonu Xiaodong was shocked. Someone has been here and taken the blood jade grass. Hilary narrowed his eyes, then suddenly spotted a figure darting away nearby, a chubby boy. At once, Hilary clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, and unleashed his utmost speed, storming after the fat boy. This was the same rascal who had provoked the demon bull earlier. Clearly, he was running in Hilary's direction to use him as a scapegoat, an unforgivable act. Moreover, Hilary saw clearly the red herb clutched in the chubby boy's hand. It was the blood jade grass. As Quintonu Xiaoyong watched the pair speed off, he hesitated, then quickly left the Grievance Valley, exiting the sect and heading for his family. Coyle needed to stay out of sight and away from trouble. Meanwhile, Hillary pursued the chubby boy relentlessly, locking onto him firmly. Although the boy was faster, his endurance might not match Hillary's. Hillary possessed the legacy of the dragon god, with dragon blood continuously flowing, providing him an inexhaustible source of power, keeping him at peak condition. Additionally, the demon core he had swallowed was being fully refined during this mad chase, further replenishing his strength. The chubby boy fled the Grievance Valley and looked back in disbelief. This kid had incredible stamina. Coyle stopped running, blinking his small eyes and laughing good-naturedly. Brother, impressive. You actually took down that fierce bull. Respect. Boom. Without a word, Hillary drew his sword and attacked. Wasn't it because of your scheming that I faced all those difficulties? The chubby boy's expression hardened as power surged within him. His punch met Hillary's blade with a thunderous crash. Coyle smiled confidently. Clifford was not someone to be trifled with. Coyle was number 108 on the Star River rankings. Yet, that confident smile vanished instantly as he collided with Hillary's blade. Clifford staggered backward, alarmed by the pain and power. Damn! Clifford yelled, feeling his fists ache terribly. Sensing the imminent danger, when Hillary lunged again, he turned tail and fled without hesitation. Unable to fight, he chose to run, and Hillary pursued with his sword, attacking relentlessly. The sound of his strikes drew many disciples who followed closely behind. Clifford, despite his initial advantage in speed, was now breaking into a sweat and struggling to keep up, while Hillary, in full strength, chased him even faster. Hillary grew fiercer with every pursuit. Their distance shortened rapidly. Hillary seized opportunities to slash fiercely, and although Clifford tried his best to defend, his body still flew backward. Blood splattered. Brother, let's talk it out. Fighting is for savages. We should settle this peacefully. Clifford adopted a humble tone, truly overwhelmed. However, Hillary paid no heed, striking with relentless ferocity. Clifford gritted his teeth. You're pushing me too far. Fine, let's see how long you can go. With a roar, Clifford radiated overwhelming momentum, his eyes turning bloodshot as he rolled up his sleeves and resumed fleeing. Hillary blinked, momentarily reconsidering his strategy, then quickly resumed his furious chase. This fatty was shameless beyond compare. Clifford soon found a specific direction and quickly arrived at the base of a solitary mountain. The mountain stood desolate, devoid of trees or flowers, lifeless. But as he neared the mountain, surrounding disciples gathered. Realizing this fatty had nowhere left to run and was about to make a big move. Boom! As Clifford climbed the mountain, thunder rumbled loudly above. Silver lightning erupted from the peak, displaying formidable destructive power. This was Thunder Mountain, an inner sect training ground. In the Star River sect, there existed many such perilous training grounds, also harboring great fortunes. In the world of cultivation, passing tribulations brings fortune. Surviving major calamities yields greater rewards. The greater the danger, perhaps the greater the benefits. Thunder Mountain exemplified this. Its silver lightning was terrifying yet contained potent energies. Enduring the thunder would grant abundant blessings. Standing atop the mountain, Clifford, bathed in silver lightning, remained unmoved. Coyle glared down at Hillary wielding a sword, shouting, "Boy, come up here, and I'll crush you." Chapter 12. Stepping into the Forbidden Zone. The mountain wasn't extraordinarily tall, but it still rose 90 zhang high. The higher one climbed, the more terrifying the thunder became. At this moment, Clifford stood 30 zhang up the mountain, glaring down at Hillary and shouting loudly, "If you've got the guts, come up here and I'll beat you to death." Silver lightning struck his body, yet he remained unshaken, empowered by a powerful body tempering technique that strengthened him under the thunder. Brother, let it be. This fatty has substantial backing, and besides, this mountain is perilous. His constitution can endure it, but others can't. A kind-hearted disciple stepped forward to quietly caution Hillary. This Thunder Mountain was not for ordinary people. Disciples had died attempting it. But Hillary's mad saber trembled as he chased after the fatty without a second thought. This fat guy deserved a beating, and more importantly, the blood jade grass in his possession was something Hillary absolutely needed to get. The well-meaning disciple sighed and shook his head helplessly. Words couldn't dissuade the stubborn fool. This boy was going to have a rough time. Clark's eyes lit up immediately. Coyle hadn't been hunted by someone stronger before, but every time they reached this mountain, it always turned out in his favor. Now that Hillary had climbed up, Clark immediately rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fist with a crack, and looked smug. "I'll take you down with one punch. But, rise." With a loud cry, Hillary leaped upwards while holding his saber, rising 30 zhang straight into the air. Coyle swung his saber again. The lightning around him parted, and the strikes hitting Hillary caused no hindrance whatsoever. His form appeared even more at ease than the fatty. Everyone below was instantly stunned. The kind-hearted disciple gaped. Clark's fist was already raised, but seeing Hillary's fierce advance, he froze momentarily and then quickly bolted up the mountain again. With rumbles echoing, the lightning grew even more fearsome as Clark ascended. At 60 zhang, even he felt the strain. His body tempering technique was indeed formidable, but here, the lightning became uncontrollably violent, posing a threat even to him. However, he firmly believed the other boy would fare much worse. If he could stand this high, the other one definitely couldn't. What the hell? Coyle even? Is he a demon? These thoughts swirled in Clifford's mind, but before he turned around, he heard countless voices of shock. Below, the scene became uproarious. Clifford blinked. Was it really so impressive? Coyle had climbed this mountain many times. Why the big fuss? But when he turned to look, his eyes bulged, and his body trembled involuntarily. What a spectacle! Boom! Thunder roared where Hillary stood, holding his saber. Coyle advanced step by step, each stride covering 10 zhang, relentlessly pursuing. The lightning striking him parted effortlessly. Not only did it not hinder him, it seemed to aid him instead. His aura grew stronger rapidly, not in cultivation level, but in physical blood chi, tempering his body under the lightning. This guy also possessed a powerful body tempering technique. Even better, it was far more terrifying than Clifford's Earth rank body tempering method. In fact, it wasn't just terrifying. It was literally on a different plane altogether, a heaven above and an earth below. Hillary cultivated the supreme true dragon body. Under the pressure of the lightning, his dragon blood absorbed fully, nurturing flesh and bone, making his body increasingly powerful. The supreme true dragon body divided into 3 major levels: incorruptible, immortal, and supreme. Each level subdivided into 9 grades. Now, absorbing merely a fraction of the dragon blood, Hillary's body was already at the first grade of the incorruptible stage. Even so, his physique was far superior to those at the same level, even surpassing those at the 6th or 7th realm of the spirit stage. His physical might would be invincible in the future. Indeed, Hillary had long entertained the idea of cultivating his body alongside his techniques. Zonal cultivation accelerated growth, leading to more formidable combat power. This place of lightning was perfect. Had it not been for the fatty guiding him, he wouldn't have discovered such an ideal location anytime soon. Boom. Amidst Clark's shock, Hillary caught up. The saber light reappeared, splitting the lightning apart. Clark yelped and flew backward. Goddamn, it hurts, it hurts. 60 Zhang was nearing his limit. With Hillary forcing him higher, the lightning grew more terrifying. His body quivered, bones creaking ominously. Yet, Hillary didn't relent, continuing his pursuit with ruthless strikes. Clark gritted his teeth, growing more desperate. As he climbed to 80 Zhang, his body turned charred, bones cracking. Bro, I'm wrong, let's play another day. I can't match you. Clark finally gave in. His initial arrogance vanished. This kid was too formidable, truly unbeatable. Unfortunately, Hillary's anger wasn't trivial. This bastard nearly killed him. Not thrashing him bloody would leave Hillary's fury unresolved. Get lost. Hillary roared, drawing his saber again. Clark flew backward, his face splattered with blood, bones creaking audibly. However, this time his fall distance significantly decreased. Otherwise, that strike would have propelled him all the way to 90 Zhang, where he would be torn apart. This was Hillary holding back, sparing his life. Seizing the opportunity, Clark jumped off the mountain peak as Hillary sheathed his saber. In truth, this was Hillary giving him a way out. Meanwhile, Hillary focused on the 90 Zhang mark, where mysterious energy surged. At the mountain's peak, the most lethal lightning zone filled with destructive power, yet Hillary sensed strong vitality amidst it. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Amidst the silver lightning's roar, he spotted a flash of golden light. That instant, Hillary keenly observed a medicinal herb growing amidst the lightning. Actually, it was formed by the lightning itself. Thunder bloodgrass. It's thunder bloodgrass, far more potent than blood jade grass, offering greater suppression of Lucinda's cold condition. Hillary rejoiced. Without hesitation, he charged upward. Quintonking surged around him, stunning everyone below. Clark's eyes gleamed as he shouted, "You want to die? That mountaintop is a forbidden zone. The thunder intensity multiplies by at least 5 times. For every 10 zhang up, the thunder doubled in strength. At 90 zhang, it was 5 times more intense than at 80 zhang. Not just them, but even cultivators at the 7th and 8th realm of the spirit stage would be in danger. Yet, Hillary moved faster, even leaping high. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he plunged straight into the 90 zhang region. As he entered, a gut-wrenching roar erupted from within the thunder. It sounded like Hillary's anguished scream. Clifford immediately shouted, "Looking for death? Looking for death? Are you crazy?" Hashtag chapter 13. The Thunder Ancient Path Tree. Thunder rumbled fiercely, its sound shaking the heavens. Amongst it came Hillary's anguished cries, piercing and heart-wrenching, indicating he was enduring unbearable torment. All the disciples below shook their heads, sighing deeply. It was over. That boy was completely finished. His potential had been seen by all. He could climb 80 zhang unscathed, a feat absolutely terrifying with great promise. But he chose to defy death by entering the forbidden zone. The peak of the mountain had always rumored to house great secrets. The thunder there was 5 times more fearsome than below, at least. The Coyle sighed. At this moment, the anguished screams within the thunder grew even more tragic, drops of blood emerging amidst them. The Coyle's sigh turned into one of utter helplessness. It was beyond saving, certain death. Even an Aaron stepped forward, declaring with an unquestionable tone, "Coyle's dead." The Aaron scanned the crowd and continued. The Sect's trial grounds are places of immense fortune, but also great danger. Assess your capabilities carefully. Otherwise, you'll end up playing with your own life. Everyone nodded. They only had one life, and living provided the only hope for the future. Sadly, not everyone understood this. The anguished cries grew more intense, eventually becoming feeble and weak, fading away as everyone shook their heads in despair, no longer holding any hope. By the time the screams disappeared entirely, those people lost interest, turning to leave. Even the Aaron felt the same. That boy was done for. But, boom. The anguished cries abruptly ceased, replaced by a deafening roar, shaking the mountain peak. The people who were about to leave were startled again, turning back to look. Their eyes widened in shock, trembling collectively. Some of them even collapsed on the spot. This is impossible," the Aaron shouted, his eyes wide like saucers, witnessing what seemed like a monumental miracle. At 90 zhang, a figure reappeared. Not a single drop of blood visible on his body. It was Hillary, untouched. In truth, he had undergone another transformation, emerging reborn from the intense trials. The thunder here was far more fearsome than Hillary had imagined. A single step into it sent him crashing to the ground, feeling as if his bones would explode under the pressure. Yet, under such immense pressure, his dragon blood broke through the final barrier, permeating his entire body, pushing his physical form to a new level. Thunder tempering his body. The supreme true dragon body, first stage of immortality achieved. Breaking through the threshold, he advanced further. Body perfected. Hillary felt boundless strength surging within him. Initially, his fists could only shatter the defenses of a rank 4 spirit realm cultivator, or barely suppress a rank 5. Now, his fists combined with his physical strength and spirit energy could easily slay a rank 5 spirit realm cultivator and overpower a rank 6. Moreover, with the dragon blood fully absorbed, if he wielded the 7 killing blade technique, slaughtering a rank 7 spirit realm cultivator would be effortless. Rank 3 spirit realm, capable of subduing rank 7. Unprecedented. Boom. The thunder continued to rage, yet Hillary now moved as freely as a fish in water, devoid of pain. Coyle reached out, grabbing a golden herb amidst the thunder. This was the Thunderblood Coyle herb, of immense benefit to his sister. Fearful. Everyone below stood dumbfounded, the Aaron shouting in awe, looking at Hillary with renewed respect. This was truly an extraordinary talent. This matter needed to be reported to the upper echelons. This boy must be nurtured closely. Coyle was a hope, a seed. Yet, this wasn't the limit. As the Aaron shouted, his eyes bulged again, his body shaking violently as if possessed. Not just him. All the disciples below trembled uncontrollably, their teeth chattering. Frightening. Too frightening. Being unharmed amidst the thunder wasn't the limit, nor was harvesting the Thunderblood Coyle herb the end. Now, amidst the convergence of 10,000 thunderbolts, a peculiar scene appeared once more. Coyle has reached the limit. The Thunder Ancient Path Tree has appeared, the Khalil exclaimed, his eyes wide. This was something he had dreamed of achieving but never managed to do. It was a record within the inner sect. Amidst the tumultuous thunder in the forbidden area, the shadow of an ancient tree appeared, branches spreading out, adorned with several golden fruits. These fruits were Thunder Dao fruits, pure essence, the mountain's most formidable blessing. Quentin lifting his head, Hillary curled his lips, snatching all the fruits without a word and immediately consuming them. These Dao fruits were the essence of the thunder, not like the Thunderblood Coyle herb which could be taken elsewhere. Leaving the mountain peak, the Dao fruits would dissolve instantly. Only by consuming them on the spot did they retain their potency. And Hillary relished it. As the Dao essence entered his body, the blue dragon technique operated again, the dragon-shaped dantian absorbing and converting it rapidly. Finally, pure and vast power surged into Hillary's entire body. Not only that, but with this infusion, Hillary's physical strength peaked, breaking its limits and showing signs of further advancement. Peak rank 3 spirit realm. One step away, no, half a step, perhaps only a thread away from reaching rank 4. Powerful, truly powerful. Coyle has the potential to enter the sacred mountain and make a name for himself. The Aaron was thoroughly shocked. This matter required immediate attention from the higher-ups. That boy was worth every bit of focus. Absolutely worth it. Go. The Khalil witnessed the miracle and dared not linger, knowing that when the boy came down, he'd get a beating. Best to flee before things got worse. Sprinting off, he planned to hide for a few days, avoiding detection. Coyle quickly rushed towards a mountain peak, but paused as he passed by a white jade wall. Looking it over. His eyes flickered. Damn it. Why did my name drop to 109th place? Who the hell is Hillary, daring to outrank me? Dissatisfaction. Profound dissatisfaction. Those two words made his eyes sting. Only 3 days ago, he had managed to reach 108th place, only to be pushed down today? You, come here. Who is this Hillary? The Khalil stopped the disciple, who immediately trembled and approached. The Khalil, known as Clifford in the inner sect, was infamous for his cunning ways. Moreover, his older sister was nearly in the top 50. Few dared provoke him. Hillary is a new arrival, the disciple said immediately. New? From the outer sect? Fat Man's anger flared. Yes, and he arrived today, the disciple added, causing the Khalil's teeth to grind in fury. From the outer sect and on the first day too? Overpowering him like this? Suppressing him? Overeating? Much? Do you know him? Very well. Take me to him. I'll pound him into pieces. Fat Man clenched his fist. Being bullied by a prodigy was one thing, but a newcomer daring to rank above him? Was he not supposed to have pride? Chapter 14. Can beating someone also lead to a breakthrough? Hillary shattered his limits and summoned the ancient thunder tree, which bore Dao fruits that were golden and irresistibly tempting. After swallowing the fruit, his body roared with energy as his cultivation rapidly surged. Coyle had inherited the dragon god's legacy, though not entirely, yet the insights into spirit realm cultivation were profoundly deep, leaving no barriers for breakthroughs. Coyle was now like a well-constructed reservoir. As long as enough water flowed in, he would keep rising higher. With sufficient energy, he could break through. Currently, he stood at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spirit realm, just a step away from entering the 4th stage. The crowd below was utterly stunned. Unable to find words to describe Hillary, even calling him a demon incarnate couldn't express their astonishment. Even after Hillary descended from the mountain peak, they remained speechless and wide-eyed. However, Hillary paid these reactions no mind. His gaze scanned around, spotting the fatso who had already fled far off. Coyle clenched his teeth and muttered, "Next time I see you, I'll flatten you." With that, he strode toward the location of his cave abode. Despite all the hardships, acquiring the Thunderblood Coyle herb greatly benefited Christian. A smile crept onto his face. At this moment, familiar voices came from ahead. The fatso and another disciple were talking as they approached. Hillary's eyes flickered. The fatso also saw Hillary, his expression immediately changing. But the disciple beside him pointed out loudly, "It's him, that's Hillary." Suddenly, the fatso felt a chill run down his spine. "It's Hillary?" The disciple added, "Brother Bowie. He's the new student from the outer academy, occupying the 108th position, overshadowing you." Without hesitation, the fatso turned and ran, cursing inwardly. "Am I really that foolish? Isn't this delivering myself right to him? This time, Hillary's physical prowess was terrifying. Having reached the first level of the immortal true dragon body, he had much better control over his strength, combined with his substantial cultivation advancement, increasing his speed dramatically. In fact, the increase was enormous. Every movement caused whirlwinds, his body speeding forward like an arrow, catching up to the fatso in mere moments. Hillary glanced at him with a bright smile. The fatso shivered, astonished at how terrifyingly fast this guy had become. Clenching his teeth, he pushed his speed to its limit, using 1,000-foot leap, a profound martial skill where a fully cultivated master can leap 1,000 feet in one step. But the fatso could only manage 10 feet at most. To his shock, Hillary matched his movements, also using the 1,000-foot leap. Their speeds were identical. The fatso froze, trembling inwardly. Where did this guy learn 1,000-foot leap? This was something only he and his sister knew. And worse, Hillary seemed even more proficient. Suddenly, it hit him. Hillary was focusing on his feet, his eyes flashing with insight. Is he understanding my technique? Indeed, Hillary was grasping the 1,000-foot leap. Coyle took a step, overtaking the fatso effortlessly, 13 feet in one stride. Incredible. In truth, Hillary's comprehension ability was already formidable, enhanced by the dragon god's inheritance, making it easy for him to master even profound techniques. Hillary stood before the fatso, turning back to look at him. The fatso was shaking uncontrollably. A muffled thud sounded as the fatso let out a wail, his nose and face bruised, flying backward, spitting blood. Hillary's fist had hammered into his face. Then Hillary moved again, chasing the flying fatso, fists clenched and striking down hard. Bang! It was like drumming or a thunderclap, leaving the fatso dazed and sprawled on the ground. The sound of bones cracking accompanied his agonized cries, which drew the attention of the shocked disciples nearby. They watched, jaws dropping, as the fatso was brutally pummeled. Each punch and kick filled with immense power, causing them pain just to watch. One strike from Brother Bowie. Wasn't he going to crush this newcomer? Why doesn't he fight back? The disciple who had brought the fatso along was incredulous. This made the surrounding disciples pause, then smirk slightly. The fatso had been subdued by Hillary earlier, could have escaped but returned to face certain punishment. Truly pitiful. In the end, the fatso curled up on the ground, holding his head, while Hillary continued unleashing his fury through relentless punches. Neither the fatso's cries nor pleas affected Hillary until he himself grew weary. By then, the fatso's voice was completely hoarse. Only then did Hillary stop. At that moment, Hillary's eyes gleamed, followed by a tremendous boom resonating within him, radiating outward, causing the void to tremble. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, hearts pounding fiercely. Gasps and intakes of breath echoed, growing louder each time, eventually turning into a howling wind. The spectacle was too thrilling, too astonishing, too unimaginable. A breakthrough. Hillary once again advanced, reaching the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Coyle Sake. What's happening to him? Everything I know about cultivation has been broken. What happens to him feels like tales from a distant land. Can beating someone lead to a breakthrough? They were thoroughly bewildered, nearly falling over from shock, minds exploding with tumultuous thoughts. Meanwhile, Hillary strode away, heading directly toward his cave abode under everyone's gaze, confident in facing opponents of the 8th stage of the spirit realm. Outside the cave, agonized screams echoed from afar. Hillary's eyes turned cold, and he dashed toward the source. That was Christian. Before he arrived. Go! 3 people emerged from the cave, dragging a screaming girl by her hair. Instantly, Hillary's eyes turned bloodshot, his overwhelming killing intent surging. Sensing this, the trio outside the cave looked up, faces showing no fear, only wicked smirks. The leader yanked harder, tearing strands of hair from the girl, causing her to scream in pain. Ignoring her cries, he sneered at Hillary. You actually dared to come back? Chapter 15. Murder. Xianxia lay on the ground, utterly pitiful, with blood staining her hair red. But when she saw Nicholas arrive, she immediately disregarded her pain and shouted loudly, Brother, run, run quickly. These 3 were incredibly powerful. According to their own words, the weakest among them was at the 7th level of Spirit Realm, ranking within the top 100 on the Star River Quintinst. Each one of them was outstanding. Torai did not want her brother to be hurt in any way. Bitch, shut up. The leading man stepped down with all his might. Under such force, Tori spat out another mouthful of blood, enduring extreme pain. She was just an ordinary person, frail by nature, and the man's kick nearly took half her life. Furiously enraged, Nicholas lunged forward, like a berserk lion, utterly mad at this moment. However, the man merely sneered, filled with amusement and utter disdain for Nicholas's anger. Was it you who chased all the way to the inner sect to challenge senior brother Yahui? Coyle said, then sneered again. Do you even know what kind of person you are? Do you think you can insult senior brother Yahui? Do you deserve to? Dominic had gone to the outer sect for a reason. Now that the constraints within him had been broken, his cultivation had fully recovered, allowing him to ascend to a high position directly. In the inner sect, he had no shortage of supporters. Upon hearing news about Nicholas, these 3 people came straight here, intending to subdue Nicholas directly but found only Tori. Senior brothers, my brother meant no harm. We just came here to practice and study. Tori pleaded between gasps of blood. Snap. Another kick shattered bones audibly, the blood from her mouth spraying wildly. The ground before her turned blood red as Tori fell into semi-consciousness. Bitch, I told you to shut up, the man roared mercilessly, attacking a severely ill little girl without a shred of restraint. Kill. Nicholas rushed forward frenziedly, reaching unimaginable speed. In the explosion of rage, his 1,000-foot leap became even more terrifying. His form flashed, disappearing instantly, reappearing 20 yards away in just a step. A step. 20 yards. Capture him. The leading man sneered coldly, placing his foot heavily on Tori's back, grinding mercilessly, displaying cruel methods. Simultaneously, he glanced at the two men beside him, both smirking and stepping forward. They strode ahead, spirit energy exploding outward, spreading the aura of the 7th level of spirit realm. At this moment, Nicholas arrived. With a snap, his fist clenched powerfully. The surging strength erupted forth. Die! His eyes bloodshot. The fist hammered forward with immense power akin to raging torrents. Yet, the two men wore mocking smiles. To them, this weakling could be crushed by a single punch. I'll take care of it. The left man scoffed, unbothered by taking a big step, then struck forcefully toward Nicholas. Even after his strike, he laughed oddly. This boy charging recklessly like a moth to a flame. Boom. But before his laughter spread, his face turned livid. A horrifying force collided with his fist, causing it to shatter with a snap. Blood spewed everywhere. Coyle staggered backward continuously, the scene gruesome. At this moment, Nicholas appeared close by, fist trembling downward with immense power. Thud. Blood splattered, and under everyone's shocked gaze, the man's skull exploded under a single blow. Kill. Thump. The man stepping on Tori trembled violently, eyes wide with shock. Wasn't this guy from the outer sect? Why is he so fearsome? By now, Nicholas was already near the second man. That man froze, turning to flee because his cultivation was inferior to the deceased one. However, as he turned, Nicholas was already there, fingers outstretched like steel spikes, fiercely pressing downward. Thud. Blood spurted immediately. Ah! The fleeing man screamed horribly, 5 bloody holes appearing in his head, his face contorted in extreme pain. Hold it! Quentin Alleg, standing on Tori's back, shouted, his eyes filled with shock and boundless anger. This situation was completely unexpected. But under the intense rage, Nicholas had become almost demonic. Fingers dug in harshly, followed by a violent shake. Thud. Coyle smashed the man's skull. You. Quentin Alleg's expression twisted hideously. Spirit energy exploded around him as he flashed directly towards Nicholas, roaring, You dare kill my men! You truly invite death! As an 8th level of Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciple, he held a certain status. Killing him would come at a great price. With a roar, blue light erupted behind him, and a magic quintonin pounced forth. Quintonage, blue-faced magic quintonin. Moreover, at the spirit grade, an ominous and terrifying aura swept through the area. Even the spirit grade was rare to see. Fucking brat, you seek death. Quentin Alleg's eyes gleamed with killing intent, body rushing forward. The enraged magic quintonin roared, shaking the forest, its voice resonating for dozens of miles. In fact, when the two began fighting, the commotion had already attracted disciples from surrounding caves, watching safely from afar. Seeing the magic quintonin attack, Quentin Alleg merged with the beast, making their hearts race. Truly the 93rd ranked existence. He was terrifying. This attack threatened even an 8th level of Spirit Realm cultivator. How much more for the targeted disciple whose aura was far below 8th level? A sure massacre. No chance of survival. But believing Nicholas must die, he did not evade. Advancing boldly instead, hand gripping the dragon pattern blade. Eyes bloodshot, the knife radiated murderous aura. Lay a finger on my sister, and I'll carve you up. Mad with fury, disregarding everything, he utilized his maximum speed, rushing straight toward the magic quintonin, aura erupting explosively. Yet, rather than shocking the crowd, many shook their heads, deeply sighing, finding his actions suicidal. Nicholas was only at 4th level of Spirit Realm. Quentin Alleg, however, was 8th level, though barely touching its edge. Nevertheless, having the spirit grade lineage and merging human with beast, his combat prowess approached true 8th level closely. Crushing 4th level was like squashing an ant. To them, Nicholas was like a moth to the flame, certainly dead in the next moment. Boom. The collision happened instantly. A huge explosion erupted as if thunder was roaring, reverberating through the mountains and rivers. Nicholas clashed blade against the magic quintonin. But the crowd watched in disbelief. Clang. Some fainted under the impact, eyes widened as they witnessed something inconceivable. The magic quintonin shattered, and Nicholas pressed forward relentlessly, striking again with a fierce blade swing. The blade roared forward like an enraged dragon, instantly causing blood to spurt as Quentin Alleg, expecting an easy victory, was sent flying backward. His blood sprayed through the air, turning the space around him crimson. That slash was an explosion of fury, showcasing utmost limit and the supreme power of mystic stage technique. The 7 killing blows of reversing dragon. However, it wasn't over. With everyone still in shock, Nicholas charged forward like a mad tiger. Third slash. Thud. Quentin Alleg's arm flew off, the sight horrific. You dare kill me. I am senior brother Yahweh's man. Thud. Blood spurted again as Quentin Alleg's thigh snapped. Aya, kid. You've made a grave mistake, a big mistake. Nicholas's eyes bloodshot, advancing for a third time with greater killing intent. The surrounding crowd tensed. Suddenly, footsteps sounded again. Someone else arrived, stating with overwhelming dominance, touch him, and you will surely die. The sound rang out, and everyone snapped their heads to look. At first sight, they all trembled in unison, their eyes filled with apprehension. Injuring him is already unforgivable. The newcomer continued forward, his voice heavy as a faint aura of killing intent spread. The surrounding crowd's faces turned grim, covertly glancing at Nicholas. This man was done for. Kneel down, kowtow to beg for forgiveness, and sever both your arms. I'll spare your life. The third voice pronounced the verdict. However, Nicholas merely cast a sidelong glance at him before bringing the knife down with a thunderous force. Thud. Decapitation. In an instant, complete silence descended upon the scene. Chapter 16 Worse than a dog. Blood splattered everywhere. Killing intent surged. Quentin Oleg's head exploded into fragments, leaving no intact corpse. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the breathing sounds had vanished. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Hillary, filled with immense shock. This young man was incredibly daring. One might say he defied heaven and earth. Their gazes then shifted to the newly arrived individual, observing the gradually darkening expression and slowly rising killing intent. They retreated one after another, hearts pounding in fear. This person was named Yuri, ranked 57th on the inner courtyard Star River Quintance, cultivating at the middle stage of the 8th level of Star River, and also the closest confidant of Dominic. Coyle and Dominic came from the same clan and had come to the Star River sect as Dominic's servant. Dominic's status ensured that Yuri held considerable weight in the inner courtyard. However, Hillary paid no heed to this. Coyle stood up and went directly to his younger sister, immediately retrieving the Thunder Bloodgrass and using Dragon Chi to catalyze it into essence energy, which quickly flowed into Alicia's body. As the essence energy infused her, her injuries began to ease, stopping the bleeding. But under the horrific wounds, the cold aura erupted even more intensely. The cold poison had erupted. Even the Thunder Bloodgrass could barely suppress it. Hillary's heart burned with rage, looking for death. At this moment, two icy words rang out accompanied by footsteps. Hillary turned his head to see a white-clothed man with striking features and piercing eyes. However, that handsome face was now shrouded in killing intent as he approached Hillary step by step. Hillary first placed his sister to the side, gripping the knife in his hand with a snap, and met the approaching man with unwavering resolve, ready to fight if necessary. Ridiculous. Yuri sneered. This person was indeed not ordinary, but compared to him, the 57th, he was far inferior. To fight him was simply asking for death. His fist clenched, but before he could make a move, several powerful presences swept in. His expression changed swiftly as he quickly retracted his killing intent. Coyle then looked towards the source of these powerful auras. It was several black-cloaked errands, their faces as solemn as water, their natural killing intent radiating outward. Law enforcement Achilles. This person disregarded the sect laws and brutally killed fellow disciples. According to law, he should be executed. Yuri immediately declared. The inner courtyard had strict laws. Apart from Grievance Valley, self-mutual killings were strictly forbidden in other areas, and Hillary had crossed the line. Crossing this line meant capital punishment. The errands glanced at the three corpses on the ground, furrowing their brows as they continued forward, their expressions heavy. The surrounding disciples watched Hillary with pity. Yuri laughed maliciously. The law enforcement Achilles were impartial, and the sect laws could not be violated. They attacked first. I was merely defending myself, Hillary said calmly. Laws are laws, regardless of reasons. Breaking the law is breaking the law. Besides, there are no witnesses to confirm the details. Moreover, I heard you have a record in the outer courtyard, stealing elixirs, molesting Marnies. Your character speaks for itself. Yuri further inflamed the situation. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, casting a few skeptical looks at Hillary, some disdain visible in their eyes, indeed despicable. Coilered? Hillary remained calm. Coileering isn't always seeing, and hearing isn't necessarily the truth? Yuri sneered. It came from senior brother Dominic's mouth. How could it be false? What is Dominic to you? Is he your father? Does everything he says count as the truth? You dare insult me? Yuri's eyes blazed with anger, killing intent surging infinitely. Although he was a servant, his status was far more dominant than that of average, or even excellent disciples. Even many of the errands in the inner courtyard looked at him with renewed respect. Hillary's words clearly struck a nerve. Hillary chuckled coldly. Don't misunderstand my intentions. I am actually praising you. Do you think anyone can be a dog? Implicitly, worse than a dog. Hillary had no objections to Yuri defending Dominic. Different positions naturally lead to different interests, just as everyone else. And Hillary was no exception. Plainly put, standing with Dominic meant bullying and suppressing him, looking down on him, ruining his bloodline and Danteon. All of which Hillary could accept. At least it made sense. Still within human limits. But lying with open eyes, for his own position and benefit, completely abandoning integrity and smearing others indiscriminately. This was despicable, scum, worse than a dog. Wanting to be a prostitute yet setting up a monument for virtue? Not even worthy of being called human. Yuri's fury soared, his teeth grinding audibly as he longed to kill Hillary instantly, crushing him into nothingness. But he knew he couldn't. Turning back to the law enforcement Achilles, he said, Coyle brutally murdered his fellow disciples, showing no mercy. According to our sect laws, he deserves to be disintegrated. Finished speaking, he stepped forward, bowing to the Aaron. Please enforce the law fairly, bringing peace to our Star River sect. Voices echoed around, and several disciples immediately stepped forward. Achilles, we witnessed Hillary's brutal methods, ruthless and merciless, killing 3 fellow disciples. Yes, he left them in pieces, severed limbs, and decapitated heads. Coyle was extremely cruel. Achilles, the Star River sect's laws are known for fairness and severity. If this is not punished, every disciple will emulate him, causing chaos in the sect. More people stood up to accuse Hillary, echoing Yuri's words. Moreover, the 3 corpses lay before them, in gruesome states. The law enforcement Achilles' gazes grew colder. Indeed, laws must not be violated. The atmosphere grew chilling as several law enforcement Achilles stared at Hillary, drawing chains before advancing. Yuri wore a triumphant smile. Those who echoed his words cast cold glares. Just then, killing has its context. A hoarse voice sounded, and a white-haired Aaron strode in with an imposing presence. If someone tries to stab me in the heart with a sword, I wouldn't endure it. Another chilly voice added, as a gray-haired Aaron joined. sending the law enforcement Achilles into stunned silence. Murdering violates the law, but killing beasts does not. A third Aaron arrived, his expression resolute, his voice like thunder. The three Aarons walked forward, releasing formidable auras that shook the void as if an invisible hand covered the heavens. Instantly, the entire area trembled. The pressure was unbearable. Even breathing became difficult. Some weaker disciples collapsed on the spot, pale as paper. Yuri's complexion drastically changed. The law enforcement Achilles' gazes flickered, then hurriedly advanced, bowing to the three Aarons with utmost respect. These three were high-ranking figures in the inner courtyard, with terrifying cultivation levels and significant power, second only to the Grand Master and the Tin Timothus. In the Star River sect, they were known as the Guardian Achilles. Chapter 17. Refusal. The three great protectors. Shock spread across the entire hall. Especially, their gazes were all focused on Hillary, with evident admiration in their expressions. This was someone stepping up for him. Yuri's face changed drastically, disbelief coloring his features. Although his status wasn't simple, he was nothing compared to the protector Achilles. Step down. We are aware of these matters. Coyle killed to save himself, to survive. Is that considered a mistake? The white-haired protector Achilles reiterated. Those enforcement Aarons immediately clasped their fists and dared not refuse. They knew the laws of the sect were set by these very people. I won't submit, Yuri shouted. If you won't submit, then die. The last arriving Aaron, short-tempered, glared at him fiercely. Yuri gritted his teeth. Is the sect's law a game? Slap. You also wish to cooperate in this law discussion? Slap. Who is truly breaking the law here? Slap. Do you force and encroach so much as to treat the entire sect as blind? The Jace's temper was explosive, striking viciously. Yuri's bones cracked under the blows, thrown to the ground, bleeding profusely, shivering in terror. In this world, it ultimately boiled down to strength. Rules were only constraints for the weak, a mere jest for the powerful. Besides, they were the protector Achilles, upholders of the sect's laws. Who would dare to speak more? The three protector Achilles continued forward, their gazes appraising Hillary from start to finish, never leaving him, yet each guarding against the others. Clearly, they all had their eyes on Hillary, each planning to take him as their own disciple. A prodigious disciple, once grown in the future, could bring endless benefits, perhaps even elevating their positions further. But now there were three masters for one disciple. That little guy from last time, I let him go to you. Shouldn't this one be mine? The gray-haired Aaron asked the white-haired Aaron. Well, it depends on whether he agrees. After all, I am stronger and no more skills. If he follows me, what can I do about it? The white-haired Aaron chuckled. The last arriving Aaron directly looked at Hillary, asking straightforwardly, how about becoming my disciple? Immediately, tremors rippled through the surroundings, and Yuri's eyes widened. These three weren't just protecting Hillary. They wanted to take him as a disciple. What had Hillary done? The journey from Outer Gate, to Inner Gate, to Thunder Mountain. Everything you've been through, I know. Follow me, and rise step by step, the Aaron continued. This boy's talent stood out remarkably, arguably the most terrifying in recent decades. Perhaps, he hadn't even reached his limit yet. Hillary's gaze flickered. It seemed his displayed talents had drawn the attention of the higher-ups. Yet looking at the irascible Aaron, something within him felt off. Although his cultivation was strong, his situation was perilous. The dragon deity's legacy wasn't just a cultivation method. As the former overlord of 9 Coyle, suppressing all under the heavens, the dragon deity was virtually omnipotent. Alchemy, artifact refinement, Taoist talismans, he excelled in all. Even a trace of the dragon deity's legacy could benefit someone for life. Hillary keenly sensed the abnormality within the Aaron, detecting a formidable hidden ailment. At this moment, the first arriving white-haired Aaron sneered, Avon, you should know your condition well. How many more years do you have? You still deem yourself fit to take disciples? Boy, become my disciple, and I will impart all my abilities to make you among the top 50, the top 30, or even renowned throughout Gramjo. This Aaron was a law realm expert, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Coyle was the most formidable existence Hillary had seen so far. A sufficiently powerful master ensures a robust disciple. Not bad. The gray-haired Aaron quickly added, Quintantal one, follow me, and I can teach you countless insights into cultivation. Moreover, I am the deputy Coyle lead of the resource hall. With me, you'll enjoy inexhaustible resources. Resources were crucial for any cultivator, especially for Hillary. Adequate resources could help him advance rapidly, but Hillary didn't not. Accepting a master wasn't a small matter. Once acknowledged as master, always master, akin to a father-son relationship. Coyle looked at Avon, the Aaron in the long robe, who said, I, Avon, have nothing, and I suffer from a chronic illness, likely living no more than 3 to 5 years. But while I live, you can follow me and stand behind me. No promises were made, but standing behind him was a significant commitment. As my disciple, I will shield you with my life. Hillary's gaze flickered again. Funny, the white-haired Aaron sneered. Avon, people come to learn arts from powerful and promising masters to gradually achieve glory. What does following you offer? The gray-haired Aaron also laughed. For a cultivator, resources are paramount. Adequate resources can rapidly elevate a genius. And you are banned from the Holy Mountain. Following you, a disciple would also be banned. Do you think that's possible? You coming here is redundant. Hillary looked at Avon. Despite his disadvantages, those words about standing behind him deeply moved Hillary. However, he really had no intention of accepting a master. Hillary didn't plan to bow to anyone. At this moment, Tori suddenly screamed in pain, Brother, I'm so cold, so cold. Just as Hillary was about to refuse, his expression changed drastically as he felt bone-chilling cold emanating from his sister. Severe, unprecedented worry filled his eyes. Jaden, Hillary rushed forward, secretly infusing her with spirit energy, but his bloodline hadn't fully awakened, making the dragon chi too weak to suppress the cold. The frost broke through everything, far beyond what the weak dragon chi could handle. The icy poison grew increasingly terrifying. It truly threatened life. The horror caught the attention of the three protector Achelous, their gazes flashing with astonishment. This chill poison was genuinely formidable. Even from afar, they felt uneasy. The girl was indeed in grave danger. 3 Achelous, Hillary immediately implored. My sister's life hangs by a thread. Whichever Achilles saves her, Hillary will be eternally grateful, willing to serve as slave or servant. Forget being a disciple, he'd willingly become a slave if necessary. But the 3 didn't move. The chilling poison made them feel uncomfortable, knowing that healing it would waste much of their cultivation. 3 Achelous, please lend a hand. Hillary's life belongs to you. Hillary begged, showing unprecedented humility. It hurts, brother. It hurts so much. Torai wailed, her vitality depleting rapidly, suffering unimaginable pain. Hillary clenched his teeth repeatedly and finally knelt on the ground. Achelous, please, out of great compassion, help me. The pain in his sister's voice cut him like a knife, causing panic. Coyle would give everything. He would become a slave, work like an ox, face fire and water, risk his life. I have a pill that can temporarily suppress it, the white-haired Aaron said, but it's priceless, extremely precious. Frankly, I don't think it's worth it for your sister. Hillary's eyes locked onto him. Hillary swears, when I rise in the future, I will repay the Aaron tenfold, 100-fold. I don't believe in future repayment. The white-haired Aaron's gaze flashed before refusing. Taking Hillary as a disciple served his interests. If the cost exceeded the benefits, it didn't align with his plans. Besides, though Hillary showed some talent, who could guarantee he would truly rise? Chapter 18. The Flame Spirit Tower. The Aaron with snow-white hair outright rejected Hillary. This was a gamble, and he could not guarantee that he would win. Damaging his own interests was not something he wished for. Coyle glanced at the pitiful youth, Hillary, whose heart was already cut to shreds, and his expression turned cold. Not worth it. Achilles, I will strive hard. I will definitely repay you. Please save my sister. Hillary once again looked at the gray-haired Aaron. The Aaron shook his head and said, if I were to take action, it would consume a vast amount of essence, causing tremendous damage to my body and even depleting my vitality. It's not worth it. Coyle refused without giving Hillary a chance to say more and directly walked away. Despair filled Hillary's heart. His face was ashen. Yuri and the others, who had initially been infuriated and envious of Hillary, now sneered upon seeing his plight. It seemed that when one's luck was down, even drinking cool water would cause trouble. Originally, becoming a disciple of a guardian Achilles meant soaring to unparalleled status, not easily shaken by anyone. Pity. His sister was in trouble. There was a major issue. Even the Achelous felt it wasn't worth it. Deserved. Deserved indeed. Not far away, a man and a woman had been observing the scene closely. The man was none other than Clifford, currently bruised and battered. The woman wore a red robe, her skin like jade, delicate features, especially her large, lively eyes that sparkled with charm. That old geezer really isn't a good person. Wasn't he going to take a disciple? Weren't his words grandiose? Why is he so cold now? The woman clenched her teeth in anger. Big sister, that guy beat me up. I want you to take revenge for me, the Khalil said, looking at the girl named Nyla. Can you endure it? Nyla looked at him. It's his fault, but he looks genuinely tormented. Nyla replied, I think he's not bad. Coyle has backbone, fiery spirit, and cares about his sister to the point of being willing to sacrifice everything. I plan to help him. Aren't you thinking of? The Khalil's face changed. That thing is very precious. It doesn't matter much. Nyla smiled. Suddenly, another sharp cry echoed, sending chills down everyone's spines. Torai trembled, in unbearable pain, her tears and blood congealing into ice. At this critical moment, on the brink of disaster, Hillary, who was at his wit's end, gripped his fists tightly under his sleeves, the sharp nails piercing into his flesh. Blood dripped down. Pain. Severe pain. But his heart ached even more. It's my fault. It's my fault. Hillary clutched his sister, unwilling to let go. One last look. The final Aaron couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward to inspect Tori closely. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he pressed a finger against Tori's forehead. Immediately, a layer of frost formed on his finger, causing the Aaron's expression to change drastically. Coyle retracted his finger. Terrible. This cold poison is extremely strange. Hillary's body shook as he begged, Achilles, please find a way. She's my only sister. I'm willing to give anything in exchange. Avon stared at Hillary, seeing the sorrow in his eyes, noticing them gradually turn red and blurry. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, all right. A surge of energy erupted, and Avon pointed his finger again. Bloodlight emanated from his finger. Avon, are you crazy? Can't you see how ill your body is? You have just a few years left, yet you dare to waste your lifeblood? The white-haired Aaron's gaze turned icy, mocking Avon for his stubbornness. You can barely manage yourself, like a mud statue crossing a river, yet you still meddle in others' affairs. Do you have the right? Coyle does have talent, but do you think he can achieve much? Do you think he can turn things around for you? Delusional dreams. The gray-haired Aaron also sneered, finding it utterly absurd. Ignoring them, Avon continued to press his finger, bloodlight streaming into Tori's forehead. With each pulse of blood, Avon's face grew paler, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Clearly, it was an arduous effort for him. Even Hillary could feel the growing weakness within Avon. Hillary was deeply moved. Suddenly, Avon's face changed, and he quickly withdrew his finger. Although Tori's cold poison slowed down, it was far from being completely suppressed. What strange coldness. My body is weakened. I cannot put all my strength into it, Avon said, sighing. I have no way, truly helpless. Hillary was devastated. The white-haired Aaron sneered. You brought this upon yourself, spending your lifeblood and still failing. Aren't you embarrassing? The elixirs on your body can help. Assist us and afterward, I will compensate you for the child, Avon suddenly said. Can you afford it? Don't you know your place? The white-haired Aaron mocked, his demeanor icily indifferent. Avon took a deep breath and turned to the gray-haired Aaron. Before he could say more, the Aaron turned away, disregarding the situation. Despair. Utter despair. Avon looked at Hillary helplessly. Prepare for the aftermath. Hillary collapsed on the ground, his heart dead. Flame spirit pill can suppress it. I happen to have one. Let me lend it to you. A light voice sounded from afar, accompanied by two figures approaching. Avon's eyes flickered, and he immediately focused on them, his body trembling. It was her. Hillary, like a drowning man clutching at the last straw, instantly turned his gaze. Among the two newcomers, he recognized the small fatty whom he had just beaten. The woman, on the other hand, was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin fair. She smiled at Hillary, scrutinizing him, making him feel somewhat uneasy. The two guardian Achilles, though displeased, remained silent upon seeing the young girl. Yuri also narrowed his eyes. Quentinby strode forward toward Hillary, her smile widening. Flame spirit pill, a second-grade elixir. She produced a pill that glowed red, like a fire jade. Hillary gave her a deep look. Coyle had just beaten the fatty. Clearly, the woman and the fatty shared a close relationship. Why was she helping? Take it. Your sister is dying. Are you afraid I'll harm her? Quentinby stared at Hillary with clear eyes. The fatty added, seeing your misery, my sister decided to help. But between us, the grudge remains deep. Hillary clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Though surprised, he dared not delay, quickly administering the pill to his sister, which temporarily subdued the cold poison. But not entirely. Go to the Flame Spirit Tower. If you're formidable enough, you can obtain the Flame Spirit Quintinquid atop it, which is far more effective than this pill. Quentinby explained. This second-grade pill contains only 1/10 of a drop of Flame Spirit Quintinquid. Yuri laughed mockingly. Ridiculous. How easy do you think it is to get the Flame Spirit Quintinquid from the tower? Even I can't do it. Can he? The two guardian Achilles also chimed in. Almost impossible. Avon nodded faintly in agreement. But Hillary wasted no time, lifting his sister and looking at Quentinby. Take me there. Whether or not he could succeed, he had to try. Chapter 19 not worth mentioning. The Flame Spirit Tower stood 9 stories high, serving as another blessed land within the inner sect. It was no less impressive than Thunderclap Mountain, and even more mysterious. Reaching the top of this tower and breaking through the limits could earn one a drop of Flame Spirit Quintinquid. This liquid, belonging to the category of life-enhancing fluids, had miraculous effects. However, throughout history, while many had climbed to the peak of the Flame Dragon Tower, only a few had truly broken through the limits and obtained the Flame Spirit Quintinquid. In fact, very few knew how to even find the entrance to break these limits. Please look after my sister for me. Hillary approached at the base of the tower, looking at Quentinby with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Sure, Quentinby smiled sweetly. The Khalil's face showed more annoyance. Something felt off here. Hillary did not say much more, directly heading towards the Flame Spirit Tower. The Aarons and disciples who followed him also gathered around to watch. Avon came too, curious about just how much potential this boy had after setting so many records and creating multiple miracles in a day. But deep down, he didn't really believe Hillary would obtain the Flame Spirit Quintinquid. It was just too difficult. Even the prodigies from Sacred Mountain, some even among the top 10, rarely managed to achieve it. Yuri sneered, stepping forward boldly and reaching the entrance of the tower before Hillary. Coyle turned back and said, Kid, this tower is no ordinary place. Don't say getting the Flame Spirit Quintinquid. Climbing just the 3rd floor would be quite an achievement. Hillary still didn't stop. Instead, he let his aura out. His bloodline aura, his cultivation aura, everything. Coyle was going all out. But this didn't shock everyone as much as it made them freeze in disbelief before bursting into mocking laughter. Is this guy's aura that of an inferior common-blooded individual? Coyle, I must be seeing things. This kind can be contested over by 3 chief Aarons? The disciples were stunned. If this was acceptable, then many of them would fit the criteria. Having a bloodline wasn't simple, but there were some in the inner sect who possessed common bloodlines, the lowest being the inferior variety. The 2 chief Aarons were equally stupefied, frowning deeply. So this was the one who set multiple records in a day? After confirming that Hillary's bloodline aura was genuine and indeed inferior, they coldly remarked, thankfully we didn't take him as a disciple. Someone like this? I wouldn't spare him a glance, let alone make him my disciple. Coyle's barely worth mentioning. They secretly felt relieved. The records this boy created surely had hidden secrets. Perhaps, it wasn't even his doing. Avon frowned but said nothing. Coyle sensed that Hillary was not as simple as he appeared. Quentinby shared the same feeling, turning to Clifford and whispering, Impossible! Though your bloodline isn't fully awakened, it's far better than a low-grade one. There must be a secret about him if he beat you. Devon added, Actually, I let him win. Otherwise, he'd never stand a chance. Quentinby scoffed, You? 2 of you combined couldn't defeat him. Devon almost leaped up. Who are you? Meanwhile, Yuri outside the tower was laughing loudly, filled with ridicule. Is that all? My goodness, even reaching the 3rd floor seems overestimated. As he spoke, his aura exploded, and flames burst forth behind him, revealing a giant eagle within. A sharp, golden feather crown adorned its head, indicating its lineage, blazing sword eagle. Rank, high spirit class. His overwhelming aura sharply contrasted with Hillary's ordinariness, drawing more admiration from the surrounding disciples. Pointing at Hillary, Yuri said sternly, Even the 1st floor will stop you. I advise you to save yourself the embarrassment. My high-level spirit class bloodline has only gotten me to the 4th floor. Hillary remained unperturbed, ignoring Yuri completely as he strode towards the entrance. But as he neared the entrance, 3 meters away, his body shook violently. Dragon blood roared to life. A faint, indiscernible aura on the tower stirred the dragon blood, signaling a grand secret within. Anything that could affect dragon blood couldn't be ordinary. Eyes narrowing, Hillary advanced again. Don't know what's good for you. Since you want attention, I'll help you out by making you kneel and call me Grandpa on this tower. Yuri's eyes gleamed with mischief as he dashed into the tower, flames erupting fiercely within. Outside, a red stone monument marked Yuri's progress with a glowing, rising rapidly to the 2nd floor and continuing upward. Indeed, Yuri's high-level spirit class bloodline and exceptional talent shine through, someone remarked. That's true. Otherwise, how could he rank 57th? Speaking of which, though he's just Dominic's servant, such talent means Dominic must have terrifying potential. Disciples whispered amongst themselves. Turning their attention back to Hillary, who had entered the tower moments earlier, they waited anxiously. Breath after breath passed, dozens of them. Hillary's glowing didn't budge, remaining stationary on the 1st floor. Laughter erupted once more, even sharper and louder. Overestimated. Far too overestimated. That boy lacks ability. At least I didn't force him. Such trash isn't worth mentioning, scoffed the white-haired Aaron. My high-level blazing pill nearly went to waste on a worthless person, the gray-haired Aaron exclaimed, stowing away his precious pill carefully in his storage ring. Avon watched Hillary's dot intently. Another few dozen breaths passed with no change. Coyle sighed inwardly. I must have thought too much of him. This kid isn't that formidable. Not really? Quentin frowned. Even Devon looked puzzled. How could Hillary's talent be so poor? After all, when Hillary chased him, the terror he displayed was unforgettable. Even his movements, the kid somehow copied. Wasn't this guy anything but ordinary? Then, suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the tower. Inside, a powerful roar reverberated, and Hillary's started moving. Faces shifted, expressions changing abruptly. But quickly, attention refocused on Yuri's advancing dot. Coyle reached the 4th floor, and slowly continued upward. Chapter 20. Am I so outstanding? It's not him. It's Yuri causing the massive changes. Coyle's breaking through to the 5th level. Is Yuri attempting to break the old record and advance even further? The disciples were once again in a frenzy. Reaching the 4th level was already an impressive feat. Stepping into the 5th level meant he definitely had the potential to rank among the top 50. Boom. As they continued their discussions, the tower trembled more violently, and the light representing Yuri had already climbed to the 5th level. Immediately, gasps of astonishment filled the air, shocking everyone. But this shock was only the beginning. The next moment, rapid changes occurred, turning from shock to horror as silence fell over the entire scene. Even the 3 protector Aarons were stunned. The 6th level. Yuri didn't just break the record. He surpassed 2 levels in one go, reaching the 6th level. No way. The 6th level isn't the limit. For heaven's sake. Loud cries echoed like boulders crashing into a calm sea, instantly stirring up tremendous waves. Everyone trembled intensely at that moment. Some people even collapsed on the ground directly. The 7th level. Yuri surpassed everyone's expectations, continuously breaking records and ascending to the 7th level. Only those in the top 30 could achieve this height. Coyle had the potential to enter the top 30. Was Yuri this terrifying? In fact, even Yuri, standing on the 7th level, felt somewhat bewildered. Had I really become this formidable? Previously, when he came here, reaching the 4th level was already under immense pressure, nearly suffocating him with a sense of danger. Although his cultivation had increased recently, he thought that climbing to the 5th level would be incredibly difficult. Unexpectedly, after reaching the 5th level, he still had considerable strength left, breaking straight through the 6th and 7th levels. Could I have untapped potential that I don't know about? Yuri pondered. At this moment, he noticed that the essence energy inside the tower surged vigorously, merging directly into his bloodlines. As he absorbed it, his bloodlines grew stronger. Holy crap, I'm making it big. My bloodline is upgrading. Turns out I, Yuri, am a great genius with immense potential. Excited, Yuri roared inside the tower, his pupils turning red as he couldn't stop jumping up and down. If this is true, why should I be anyone's servant? Dominic's potential may not even compare to mine. My future is going to be more terrifying than his. A surge of ambition filled Yuri's heart. No one wanted to remain subservient. In the past, he had been utterly devoted to Dominic, feeling that he could never catch up. But now, he saw hope and felt ambitious, believing himself to be more outstanding than the other person. Why should he be a servant? It might be better for Dominic to serve him. Ha ha ha. Coyle laughed wildly, absorbing the energy fully. His bloodline progressed continuously on the 7th level, nearing the peak of the spirit level. In this jubilance, he glanced downward. Hillary, still on the 1st level, couldn't possibly catch up to him. Compared to him, Hillary was less significant than an ant. In reality, Hillary was still on the 1st level. Initially, he intended to reach the 2nd level, but as soon as he took a step, the tower began trembling fiercely. It seemed to fear him, especially when his dragon blood started boiling. The tower shook even more intensely, and all the pressure inside the tower was suppressed. The pressure within the tower became incredibly weak. Hillary did not move, genuinely fearing that the tower would collapse. Even if he stood still, cracks began forming as the tower trembled, releasing unique essences from these cracks. Absorbing this essence greatly benefited his bloodline. Furthermore, before him appeared a shadow of a flame dragon, bowing repeatedly to Hillary. This was submission. With a swish, the shadow dissipated, revealing 3 translucent droplets like fiery jade liquid. These were flame essence. Quit. Coyle hadn't reached the peak. He was only on the 1st level but had already broken the limit. Hillary's eyes gleamed. Coyle immediately stepped forward, swallowing one droplet. Instantly, his aura exploded, becoming even more powerful. His internal force surged, making him feel confident in a battle against Yuri. Moreover, his inherited memories expanded, and his bloodline reached the intermediate common level. Hillary possessed dragon blood, but he had only absorbed a fraction of it, placing his bloodline at the lowest tier. Now, absorbing the flame essence quintinquid, his bloodline advanced by one grade, enhancing his inheritance and talents significantly. Wonderful, wonderful. This is real flame essence quintinquid, and it was unexpectedly easy. Hillary seized the remaining 2 droplets, storing them in his spatial ring. Coyle had prepared to make a full sprint, but never expected to break the limit right at the first level. Moreover, the flame essence quintinquid turned out to be the sole essence of a flame dragon. Though not in its prime, it still had formidable power, comparable to the Nani fire pearl for Alicia's cold condition. Rumble, rumble. Amidst Hillary's excitement, the tower's trembling reached its peak, cracks expanding visibly. Hillary realized that staying here longer would cause the tower to collapse under the pressure of his dragon blood. Coyle immediately turned and rushed out. However, his appearance went largely unnoticed as everyone was fixated on the tower, still gawking at Yuri's position, remaining in shock. After a long while, "This is what we call talent. Only such individuals are worth my all-out effort to recruit," shouted the white-haired Aaron. "My disciple. This belongs to me." The gray-haired Aaron looked resolutely determined. Yuri was indeed a great genius. The 7th level was extremely hard to reach. Boom. At this moment, accompanied by vast winds, Yuri burst out of the tower, once again causing a collective gasp. The aura emanating from Yuri's bloodline behind him was immense and overwhelming, much stronger than before entering the tower. There was even a trend toward breaking through the spirit level. Confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. Yuri was exceptionally talented. His latent potential hadn't fully awakened until today, rising to greatness in one step. Excellent, Yuri. You possess supreme talent and are an exceptional talent worthy of cultivation. Would you be interested in following me for training? Yuri, I've always seen potential in you. I admit that you will surely make a name for yourself one day. How about being my disciple? Both guardian Aarons rushed forward, their gazes filled with hopeful light. Yuri exuded arrogance, his bloodline pulsating powerfully, radiating an even more fearsome aura. Looking at the 2 Aarons, he said, "Achilles, I am willing. I, Yuri, am not ungrateful. If you give me the honor, I will accept it." "Very good. Much better than him who lingers on the first level," the Aarons smiled. "So that's how it is." Yuri sneered. Hillary was even worse than he imagined. But then he smiled again and said, "However, Achilles, you know that my talent has just awakened, and I need resources urgently. I wonder if the 2 Achilles." Coyle was directly asking for benefits. "I, Yuri, am now a great genius with infinite potential and destined to become a grandmaster. Surely many would vie to take me as a disciple. Shouldn't you show some sincerity?" Chapter 21. Accountability. Sure. The 2 Aaron protectors grinned, enjoying the straightforwardness of such individuals. Truthfully, their interest in taking on disciples was more of a transactional arrangement. At their level, both status and cultivation were extremely difficult to advance from this point. What mattered now might not be their skills but the resources at their disposal. For the sect, the most crucial resource was the prodigies. They represented the potential future of the sect. Thus, they were eager to recruit these exceptional talents as disciples. The better their disciples, the greater their contribution to the sect, which would elevate their own standing and benefits. In essence, everything was for themselves. Disciples were merely tools in their minds. However, just as they were about to offer something enticing enough to attract Yuri's interest, the surrounding area suddenly grew noisy. Their gazes immediately turned towards the commotion, and at first sight, they froze, their eyes filled with deep apprehension, a fear that originated from deep within their souls. An errandly man walked over. This Jace appeared even more aged, his hair and beard entirely white, his skin deeply wrinkled, yet every step he took exuded a vast and astonishing presence. One of the 10 Achilles, the Kimball. The 10 Achilles were second only to the sect master, holding absolute power within the Star River sect, forming the very foundation of the entire sect. Who ascended the Flame Spirit Tower? As the Kimball, his aura was overwhelmingly imposing, causing the surrounding disciples to tremble uncontrollably. The 2 protector Aaron's hearts quivered instantly. They hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, replying, "Reporting to your excellency." It was this disciple Yuri and Hillary. Speaking those words made them feel like they were bleeding internally. Their aspirations of recruiting a disciple seemed to vanish. The Kimball had undoubtedly been drawn by the commotion here. Coyle too harbored thoughts of taking on disciples. Since he showed interest, it naturally left no room for them. Yuri felt the same way. His excitement grew as he realized his excellence had caught the attention of one of the 10 Achilles. Coyle was on the verge of greatness. Coyle couldn't wait to step forward and loudly proclaimed, "Your Excellency, this humble disciple is Yuri. I ascended the 7th floor of the Flame Spirit Tower, causing it to shake." Hillary only stayed on the 1st floor. While showcasing himself, he didn't forget to belittle Hillary, emphasizing how much more impressive his performance was compared to him. "Not even in the same league. I even upgraded my bloodline within the tower," he added. Upgrading one's bloodline meant an increase in talent. Sure enough, the Kimball's gaze immediately shifted to him. Yuri tried to appear unperturbed, though inside, he could hardly contain his excitement. His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Becoming a disciple of one of the 10 Achilles meant truly rising to prominence. His status would instantly match Dominic's, no longer a servant. Smack. Just as he was indulging in daydreams, a sharp sound rang out, followed by a thunderous impact sending him flying backward. When he hit the ground, it shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pain seared through him, causing him to grimace. Similarly, confusion clouded his mind. Not only him, The two protector errands, the surrounding errands, and disciples all stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. It's you. The Kimball's tone turned icy, and the ambient temperature plummeted. As the overseer of punishments, he was ruthless, having executed countless disciples without hesitation. His killing intent radiated outward, intensifying everyone's dread. Yuri, who lay on the ground, shivered uncontrollably. It's you who damaged the Flame Spirit Tower. The Kimball's voice became even colder. Who gave you permission to cause chaos inside? The Flame Spirit Tower was a vital training ground for the sect, each floor containing rich essences, nurturing many prodigies. Now, cracks had appeared in the tower, with its essence continuously leaking, causing significant damage. This loss was enormous for the sect. Everyone around froze. Yuri trembled with fear. The errand wasn't here to recruit disciples, but to hold someone accountable. No, it must have been an accident. Maybe not me, but him? Yuri pointed at Hillary. You said yourself you were only on the first floor, and your bloodline is at the common level, nothing like mine. Hillary scoffed, never intending to admit that he had subjugated the tower. The Kimball's sharp gaze swept over him, confirming that Hillary was only at the fourth stage of spirit realm with a common level bloodline. Coyle didn't linger, focusing instead on Yuri with intense anger. It was indeed him. Yuri's face paled, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. For the first time, he realized that being talented could also be a sin. Your Excellency, Yuri possesses terrifying potential, a seed-level candidate. Please show mercy. The two protector errands quickly interceded. The Kimball step slowed. Indeed, reaching the 7th floor and upgrading one's bloodline indicated great potential. But it didn't fully extinguish his rage. Capital punishment was avoidable, but punishment was unavoidable. Yuri hastily added, Please spare me, Your Excellency. I did not mean to do this. From today onward, I will dedicate myself to serving the sect and make up for my wrongdoing. And that Hillary, he killed inner disciples outside the cave residence and has already been pardoned for his crimes. Coyle tried to shift the blame. They threatened my life with swords. The fault is not mine, Hillary retorted. Silence. The two protector errands rebuked coldly. Don't play dumb. You know what happened, right? Having confirmed Hillary's lack of talent, they treated him with no respect, especially after he had refused their earlier offers, irritating them deeply. You stole elixirs in the outer sect, molested Marnies, and have despicable character. How can we believe you? Yuri continued to tarnish Hillary's image. Hillary glanced at him disdainfully, choosing not to engage further. Coyle turned to his sister, ready to leave. Look, he's guilty and trying to run away. Yuri yelled again. Coyle's a menace. Raised without a father, he's bound to turn out badly. Hillary's body stiffened, and he abruptly turned, his eyes turning cold and sharp. You're asking for death. Feeling embarrassed? Yuri's lips curled into a malicious smile. How low could you go? Hillary's eyes flashed with cold light. Simultaneously, he spread his palm, releasing a unique aura that immediately silenced everyone around. In the next moment, shock washed over everyone's faces. The two protector errands, Avon, Quentinby, even the Kimball, collectively stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if witnessing a monumental miracle. A red flame flickered in Hillary's palm, dancing like a spirit. It was alchemy fire. Only those with alchemy talent could command such fire. Chapter 22. Unending Enmity. Alchemists were incredibly rare, and individuals with alchemical talent within the Star River sect's outer disciples, including the errands, would never exceed 10 in total. Each one was a treasure. Hillary had just revealed the talent of a rank 1 alchemist. The two errand guardians' eyes widened in disbelief. This boy actually possessed this ability. Had they known, they would have done anything to take him under their wing. Even if Hillary's bloodline was mediocre, they would have still fought tooth and nail for him. An alchemist was more valuable than any prodigy. An alchemist could refine potions that could cultivate even more prodigies. Unfortunately, Hillary did not even look at their shocked expressions. Coyle already understood their character clearly. I have backed off time and again, yet you persistently press on, insulting my father. Do you think I, Hillary, am an easy target? Coyle stared at Yuri, the killing intent in his eyes unmasked. The crowd around them blinked in astonishment. Someone with alchemy talent wouldn't risk stealing potions, let alone the worst type among rank 1 potions? This was simply laughable. No fool would do that. Not only would he soon be able to refine them himself, but once his talent was shown, the sect would provide him with potions of plenty. Why would he sully his reputation over this? Yuri was dumbfounded. He had never imagined this. His eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth after a long moment. Impossible. It must be fake. You created so many records but only possess a mundane grade bloodline. You must have a secret method to falsify. His words made the crowd twitch in surprise. Right. The records Hillary had set could not have been achieved by someone with a mundane grade bloodline, not even with alchemy talent. And when a disciple joins the sect, the first step is to test for talents. If you had alchemy talent, it would have been discovered early on, added the two guardian errands. To avoid missing out on special talents, during a new disciple's initial entrance, they undergo comprehensive testing. If Hillary had such potential, it couldn't have remained hidden. More people began to suspect that Hillary might indeed have a way to falsify his abilities. Even the Master of Punishments frowned. Anything can have exceptions, Hillary replied calmly. In fact, his alchemy talent had only fully developed after consuming the drop of Flame Spirit Quintinquit. The Flame Spirit Pagoda was rumored to house fiery essence, but in truth, it only contained the essence soul of a fire dragon. Still, this was terrifying enough to rival fiery essence in the eyes of ordinary people. After Hillary consumed it, his bloodline became even stronger, breaking some hereditary seals. Test. The Master of Punishments suddenly waved his sleeve, sending a black stone tablet flying out from his sleeve directly in front of Hillary. It bore a pattern resembling a pill furnace, a unique unique stone used to detect alchemy talent. I see no need for a test. Whether I'm an alchemist or not isn't important. What matters is that he insulted my father and should die. Hillary turned his murderous gaze toward Yuri. Unforgivable. Scared now? Yuri pressed, growing more certain of his suspicions. There must be some trickery. The crowd also murmured in agreement. If Hillary had that talent, why hesitate? Knowing the privileges alchemy talent brought in the sect, it seemed bizarre that he didn't flaunt it. Hillary's actions were too unusual. Hillary, your behavior is despicable. You are misleading the errands and should be punished. Yuri continued to fuel the fire. If I were, could you have survived? Hillary countered, cutting off Yuri mid-sentence. But soon, Yuri sneered, trying to scare me? If you truly have alchemy talent, Yuri, will kneel before you today. Boom. As he spoke, Hillary took a heavy step forward, landing which sent cracks exploding across the ground. Coyle appeared before the testing stone. Suddenly, everyone tensed up. Yuri's heart raced, but he remained firm in his belief, coldly saying, stop this act. This time, before his voice could fade, Hillary raised his hand and pressed it against the stone. Alchemy flames surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the stone glowed red. Rank 1 alchemy talent. A thunderclap echoed in everyone's mind. Their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was real. That talent was real. Guardian Errands and the Master of Punishments gaped in shock. Hillary could forge much, but the testing stone could not be falsified. Coyle was a rank 1 alchemy talent. But then, another resounding boom erupted. After turning red, the stone intensified, its radiance swelling until it transformed into orange. Oh my goodness! Countless voices cried out in astonishment, followed by a clattering sound as people collapsed in shock. It wasn't just genuine. It exceeded all expectations. Red represented rank 1 talent, while orange represented rank 2. In the entire Star River sect, there were only 2 rank 2 alchemists, with only 3 individuals possessing rank 2 alchemy talent in total. Now there was a 4th. Hillary. The errand guardians were stupefied, feeling their hearts bleed. This was a great prodigy. If he became a disciple, they'd advance significantly in the future. Sadly, their misdeeds had irreparably damaged their relationship with Hillary. Still handsome as ever? Quentinby's eyes twinkled with an unusual sparkle. Yuri was utterly stunned, cold sweat pouring down his body as if he had received a tremendous shock. It took him a long while to recover. Fine, you win this time. Yuri, concede. Deep down, however, he seethed with rage, harboring intense killing intent. This boy must not live. Yet, he couldn't make a move now. The errands would never allow it. Coyle turned to leave. But, to ruin my reputation and then try to walk away? Hillary flashed forward, blocking his path, his icy killing intent unmatched. Don't push your luck. Alchemy talent doesn't equal strength. Killing you will be easy. Yuri's eyes gleamed with menace. In terms of cultivation, he could easily beat Hillary multiple times over, even single-handedly. This man has besmirched my honor and insulted my parents. I must eliminate him. Hillary ignored Yuri and turned to the Master of Punishments, who stared back. Coyle far surpasses you in cultivation. So be it. Let's see how it goes. Hillary refused to yield. Achilles, I've already backed down, yet he remains unreasonable. We cannot coexist peacefully. If we don't settle this now, our grudge will lead to death in Grievance Valley, Yuri declared, confident he wouldn't fear Hillary in combat. The Master of Punishment's eyes flickered. Coyle viewed Hillary even more favorably, future rank 2 alchemist whose importance to the sect was immeasurable. Permitted. Coyle stepped aside, deciding to let it play out under his supervision where he could halt it promptly, rather than letting it escalate in Grievance Valley. Whoosh! Hardly had his voice faded when Hillary drew his dragon pattern blade and charged forward. Unending enmity. Chapter 23. Suppression. Hillary was at the 4th stage of the spirit realm with an ordinary bloodline. Yuri, on the other hand, was at the 8th stage of the spirit realm with a spirit grade bloodline at its peak, even nearing the divine grade after absorbing unique energy within the tower. The disparity between them was obvious to any discerning observer. To anyone, Hillary's actions seemed like courting death. Really asking for it. The 2 enforcer Achilles sneered. In their eyes, Hillary's action was akin to an ant charging at an elephant, inviting his own demise. Everything had been proven on the Flame Spirit Tower. Compared to Yuri, he was leagues behind. Sigh, still too impulsive. Quentinby shook her head. Lost interest? The Khalil pursed his lips, finding this outcome unsurprising. But turning his head, he noticed fluctuations in Quentinby's spiritual power. But tough enough, I like it. Quentinby smiled. This young man's actions suited her style. Being wronged and having his parents insulted, if one could still bear it, they weren't much of a man. It would only make her look down on him. As for impulsiveness? Youthful recklessness, who hasn't been impulsive before? Human life itself is often born from such moments. She stared forward, her fists clenched under her sleeves, with spiritual power subtly surging as if ready to strike at any moment. Not just her, but Punishment Hall Master and Avon also grew solemn. Suddenly, they all tensed up as Hillary charged forward with his blade, signaling the start of a fierce battle. Everyone braced themselves, ready to intervene at any moment. Looking for death, Yuri roared, striking out with a palm that unleashed a blinding wave of fiery light, accompanied by thunderous sound. The Great Blazing Hand, a rank 1 mystic technique, exploded with no holds barred. Though a servant of Dominic, he still ranked 57th within the inner sect, wielding advanced techniques among the Star River sect. The trio became even more anxious, with Quentinby stepping forward continuously. But, with a resounding boom, the blade clashed with the palm print. The blade shattered, yet the palm print split in two. Hillary's figure dashed through and struck again, unleashing a second wave of lethal killing intent that sent reverberations like thunder. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. their eyes wide open in disbelief at the unbelievable parity between a 4th stage and an 8th stage cultivator. Quintonby, Punishment Hall Master, and Avon were all shocked. Even Yuri felt incredulous, but his cold gaze hardened. His palm rose again, launching 3 massive palm prints simultaneously, 3 blazing hands. Hong, Hong, Pu. Hillary rushed forward at lightning speed, his blade slashing through the first and second palm prints before being fiercely hit by the third one, which struck him with unerring accuracy. Blood spurted from his mouth. Hemph, seeking death. Crushing you will be like stomping on an ant. Yuri laughed, but his laughter faltered as he quickly retreated, alarmed. Despite spurting blood, Hillary did not retreat. He endured the immense impact, ignoring his injuries, and slashed madly with his blade. Blocking terrifying attacks while spraying blood, he fought relentlessly, almost driven by madness. Everyone around was stunned. Quintonby, Punishment Hall Master, and Avon were astonished. This guy was ruthless, not only towards others, but also towards himself. Brother. Alicia's face turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes. While others saw her brother's excellence, all she saw was the blood gushing from his mouth. Coyle must have been in immense pain. Kill. Hillary screamed, his eyes bloodshot like a demon, and his blade surged forward like a wild dragon. 7 slashes of the reversing dragon blade. Damn it. Yuri was taken aback. Was this guy really fighting to the death? Coyle cursed and drew a flexible sword, infusing it with spiritual power until it straightened into a rigid weapon. Coyle thrust forward in a flash. Ding! The sword shattered the dragon-like blade, clashing with its edge in another explosion. Yuri immediately felt intense pain as the force transmitted through the sword into his body, causing him to tremble in shock. What tremendous strength! A 4th stage cultivator exerting such terrifying power was unheard of, almost miraculous. And Hillary was even more terrifying. Bones cracked under relentless force, and fresh blood flowed from his body. Yet, kill! A third cry erupted as Hillary gritted his teeth, enduring the impact and continuing his attack. Fearless of pain or hardship, he charged forward like a dragon. Each slash sent another wild dragon rushing forward. Yuri's eyes showed wariness as his sword danced frantically, colliding with the blade dozens of times. Blade versus dragon, sword versus eagle. Yuri also activated his bloodline, giving it everything. The battlefield was a mess, with space trembling and thunder roaring like stampeding horses. Cracks spread across the ground from the clash of their weapons. However, Yuri's stamina seemed to wane, his sword becoming less vibrant, while Hillary remained relentless, growing stronger. The scene left everyone speechless. This defied logic completely. Rather than weakening, Hillary grew stronger. The enforcer Achilles were dumbfounded, their minds bombarded with shock. Beyond expectations. In fact, Hillary's dragon blood stimulated his body during such intense battles, making combat the fastest path to power, especially deadly ones that pushed him to his limits, better awakening his potential. Coyle would not weaken but become stronger as the fight continued. Hong. Another massive collision sent Hillary's tiger palm bones exploding, spewing blood, his blade flying away. But before Yuri could revel in joy, the soft sword shattered into pieces, falling like scrap metal. Knife flew, sword shattered. His expression changed drastically, almost losing his mind as Hillary charged barehanded, delivering a powerful punch directly. Pang! Yuri blocked with his remaining spiritual power, but Hillary's punch forced him to retreat, his hand throbbing in pain. Coyle was already weakened, reaching the limits of his endurance. Pang! Hillary's second punch struck again, shaking the earth. Yuri not only retreated but heard a crack in his arm, bones seemingly breaking. Fight! Before he could catch his breath, Hillary pounced, moving at incredible speed, his punches carrying mountain-moving force. Leaping into the air, he delivered a downward punch from above. Pooh! Blood sprayed as Yuri was thoroughly defeated, his body flying backward. Coyle was suppressed. Coyle even. Shocked exclamations burst forth. Unimaginable, unfathomable. This was truly a 4th stage cultivator with an ordinary bloodline? The enforcer Achilles were utterly bewildered. Contrary to their expectations, how could he be so formidable at this stage? Chapter 24. Kill without mercy. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had truly witnessed a miraculous scene akin to tales of the Arabian Nights. 4th level spirit realm, soaring past 8th level spirit realm. Mortal bloodline, suppressing a spirit grade bloodline. However, this was not the end. Hillary's onslaught did not stop here. As Yuri flew backward wildly, Hillary had already taken action. 1 step. 30 zhang. Did you teach him the 1000 zhang leap? Quintonby glanced at Clifford beside her, asking in surprise. Do you believe that when I demonstrated it, he watched for a few moments and then mastered it instantly? Clifford also found it incredible. Not only had this guy learned it, but within a short day, he had already reached the point of leaping 30 zhang in 1 step, surpassing Clifford by a wide margin. I believe. Quintonby's eyes flickered. Normally, she wouldn't have believed it for anything in the world. To her, it seemed impossible. Even she had spent months practicing before reaching the level of a 30 zhang leap. But Clifford's expression made her realize this wasn't a joke. Hillary's comprehension ability was frightening, rivaling that of a monstrous genius. Coyle was very extraordinary. Kill. The battle continued, both combatants barehanded, with each punch hitting flesh and drawing blood, each strike wild and insane. The fight became even more terrifying, shocking everyone even more. Especially now, Hillary held an overwhelming advantage. Yuri was getting utterly dominated. For defiling my honor, you are lower than pigs and dogs. Hillary roared as his fist landed, causing Yuri to feel dazed, seeing stars. For insulting my parents, your intentions are abominable. The second punch shattered Yuri's hand, blood splattering as his body flew back, landing in a miserable howl. You despicable scum. Worse than pigs and dogs, you should die. With the third roar, Hillary's fists delivered devastating blows, shaking the void itself as they landed. Blood exploded from Yuri's body, bones breaking, and he was hurled dozens of meters away, unable to move again, like a dead dog. Yet, Hillary didn't stop. Coyle advanced step by step, each footfall causing the ground to tremble, resonating deeply within Yuri's most sensitive nerves. Coyle felt death approaching, his courage completely crushed, his Dao heart shattered, utterly terrified. Don't, Hillary, don't kill me. I'm wrong, I really am. I'm worse than pigs and dogs. I'm a wretch. Spare me. Coyle begged loudly, discarding all dignity. This was Dominic's idea. Coyle coveted your bloodline because it could break his seal, so he framed you intentionally. It really wasn't my intention. Yuri sobbed uncontrollably. Those around him turned pale. Everything was arranged by Dominic. That person lusted after Hillary's bloodline, destroying his Danteon and framing him. A despicable act beyond words. Fortunately, Hillary had revived, destroyed, yet reborn stronger. My brother was wrongly accused, unjustly suffering. Alicia shouted, tears streaming down his face. The truth was out, clearing his brother's name. That heart-wrenching cry, those endless tears, and that hateful expression. All knew the immense injustice they had suffered. Stripped of his bloodline, his Danteon destroyed, falsely accused, and cast out of the sect. Just thinking about it caused unbearable pain. Unspeakable agony, unable to defend oneself. What kind of torment must they have endured? Quintonth, no better than death. Thankfully, Hillary endured, becoming an incomparably powerful genius. When the avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. If you intend to kill, be prepared to be killed. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Kill without mercy. Hillary appeared before Yuri, lifting his foot and stomping down mercilessly. The force was mountainous. No, please gurgle. The sound cut off abruptly. Yuri's head exploded, blood and flesh scattered. Chilling and horrifying. Everyone was shocked. Avon clenched his fists under his sleeves, staring at Hillary and murmuring, "Worthy son. Dominic, you won't last much longer." Ignoring the corpse on the ground, Hillary raised his head and clenched his fists under his sleeves, the crackling bones shaking the soul. His gaze fell on the towering peak in the inner sect. There lay the holy mountain. Dominic was there. Soon, he would join him. Alicia, let's go. Hillary turned, first looking at the master of Punishment Hall, whose shock slowly subsided, nodding at him. Terrifying combat power, rivaling that of a monster. These records were not fake. And he possessed second-rank alchemist talent. His future was boundless. Retrieving his focus, Hillary led Alicia, ignoring the shock around them, walking confidently into the distance. Two Achelis were struck by profound regret, missing an unparalleled opportunity. Hillary, extraordinary. Avon found him increasingly likable. This kid reminded him of his younger self, if not even fiercer. Follow him. Quentinby flashed forward, leading Clifford to catch up with Hillary outside his cave dwelling, showing no sign of leaving. Hillary stopped, staring at Quentinby, who smiled sweetly, her eyes glowing brighter as she observed him. Thank you for your assistance. Hillary thanked her. Call me Nyla or Remy Bowie, whichever you prefer. Quentinby smiled sweetly, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Hillary blinked, then opened his storage ring, retrieving a drop of crimson liquid, tiny as a grain of rice but emitting a potent aura. Inferno spirit Quentinquid you? Quentinby gasped, trembling as she stared at the droplet. This was the result of breaking the limit in the Inferno Spirit Tower. She had always thought Hillary failed, never imagining he had succeeded. You broke the limit in the first layer, my goodness. Clifford exclaimed. Hillary was more formidable than shown. I know, you damaged the tower, and Yuri took the blame. Clifford finally realized. This is to repay your help. Hillary offered the Inferno Spirit Quintinquid to Quentinby. She regained her composure, smiling. This is very precious, far more valuable than my second-rank pill, and you have a sister? I have another. Hillary retrieved another drop. Quentinby. Clifford's eyes bulged. Not just one drop, and he even had more. I also consumed a drop to verify its authenticity, Hillary added. Clank. Clifford fell to the ground. Quentinby's curiosity deepened. This man was incredibly tough. Though it's good, it can't be directly given to your sister due to its intense energy. Hillary nodded, agreeing. It's dark now. Come find me at Red Cloud Peak tomorrow. I'll take you to Wolfong Mountain for what you need. Next morning, the sun rose high, illuminating 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Purple mist came from the east, cleansing the heavens and earth. Hillary left the cave dwelling with his sister, but didn't look for Quentinby. After asking around, he arrived at a humble mountain peak. On the peak, there were neither beautiful flowers nor luxurious buildings, only simple grass huts and an old locust tree. An Aaron sat cross-legged under the ancient tree, absorbing morning chi. Suddenly, he sensed something, looking down in surprise. Quintontal boy, why have you come? Translation done. Let me know if you have any further requests. Chapter 25, Wolf Tooth Mountain. The Aaron sat cross-legged under the ancient tree, looking down with his eyes half closed, feeling both surprised and delighted. It was precisely Avon. Hillary stood at the base of the mountain peak, clasping his fists and asking, Achilles, may I ascend? Come. Avon stood up, genuinely happy. It had been a long time since anyone visited his mountain after those incidents. Hillary led his sister up the mountain. However, as they ascended, his expression changed, revealing shock in his eyes. Coyle continued upward with his sister, but emitted an inexplicable aura that faintly connected with the mountain. With this special connection, the originally weed-covered mountain seemed to come alive. Good boy, already in the 4th-tier spirit realm, yet he has a faint grasp on true intent? Avon thought, marveling at how terrifying this young man had become. Tiger father, no dog son. True intent is an extremely profound realm, unrelated to cultivation level. Many law realm experts might not even be able to sense it. But to touch upon it faintly in the 4th tier spirit realm, this was extraordinary. In the Star River sect, from ancient times to the present, there had never been such a case. Achilles, I wish to go to Wolf-Tooth Mountain. It's perilous there, so bringing my sister would be inconvenient. I wonder if... Hillary asked humbly. Before Hillary finished speaking, Avon laughed. Sure, I'm bored anyway. Let this little girl chat with me. But why did you choose me? I respect you. Hillary smiled at the Jace. That one phrase, stand behind me, earned Hillary's recognition. Not master and disciple, but absolutely worthy of respect. There was a glint in Avon's eyes. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and a trace of pain appeared, though he quickly concealed it. However, Hillary noticed and carefully examined the errand. Achilles, there's a dark energy within you, like a curse. Just an old injury, not worth mentioning. Avon waved his hand, not wanting to elaborate. Hillary didn't press further. Coyle arranged for his sister here, and then made his way to a mountain covered with red leaves. Disciples ranked within the top 100 could receive a mountain peak. These peaks were rich in spirit chi, and had various precious medicinal herbs planted on them. Red Mist Peak was Quintonby's cultivation site. The red trees swayed with the morning breeze, creating magnificent waves. Hillary, I've been waiting for you. An excited voice called out as Quintonby dashed down the mountain, her speed lightning fast, covering 50 feet in a single step. Coiler movement was truly fearsome. Hillary smiled. Then, a second figure appeared on the mountain. Quintontal Devon rushed down. Wolf-Tooth Mountain is dangerous. We should go together. Before Hillary could respond, Quintonby scowled. Why are you tagging along? Won't you just get in the way? Sis, I'm coming just in case. If he tries anything, I can. The fatty spoke earnestly, sensing that his sister was actually serious this time. Although she wasn't very steadfast and had many boyfriends before, she had never been this focused. Bam! Just as the fatty finished speaking, Quintonby's fist landed on his face, sending him flying backward. Wolf-Tooth Mountain is dangerous. I need to protect Hillary and can't afford to look after you. I'm afraid you'll be eaten by beasts. Quintonby left this statement hanging, dragging Hillary away while the fatty got up from the ground, tears in his eyes, questioning if they were indeed from the same womb. Outside the Star River sect, mountains towered high and forests were dense, stretching for hundreds of miles. In these vast mountains, demonic beasts roamed, but the mountains also held numerous spiritual herbs and great opportunities, making it a popular training ground for disciples. And Wolf-Tooth Mountain lay 100 miles into the range. On their journey, Hillary remained vigilant, always on guard against demonic beasts. Quintonby, however, kept her eyes fixed on him, smiling brightly. Hillary felt somewhat uneasy. Miss Nyla, let's be cautious. There are many demonic beasts in these mountains. We don't want to stumble into trouble. Demonic beasts were incredibly fierce, and many disciples had perished in these mountains. No worries, sis will take care of you. Quintonby was carefree, her eyes never leaving Hillary. Watch out. Suddenly, Hillary shouted, swiftly drawing his dragon-patterned saber as a white-boned tiger charged toward them. The tiger roared, exuding a menacing aura. Bone-spiked tiger, a 7th-tier spirit realm beast, yet its combat strength was comparable to an 8th-tier human spirit realm or even stronger. However, when the bone-spiked tiger approached, Quintonby remained calm. She turned her head only when it was near, releasing a terrifying aura that made Hillary shudder. At that moment, a purple hammer materialized in her hand, which she swung with incredible force. The air exploded. The tiger flew backward, disintegrating into pieces, bones and flesh scattered. No demon core remained. It was obliterated into dust. Hillary's eyes widened. How overpowering. Especially considering Quintonby's petite build, the massive hammer was 2 meters long with a head spanning half a meter, slamming onto the ground with enough force to shatter it. Unbelievably heavy. Yet earlier, she swung it effortlessly and with incredible agility. An angel and a devil? Let's continue, she said casually, putting away the hammer, still smiling brightly. You're at 8th tier spirit realm? Hillary asked. More accurately, half-step 9th tier spirit realm, Quintonby replied. Ranked 53rd on the Star River Quintonst. Remarkable, Hillary thought. She was exceptional. If it came down to a fight, Hillary doubted he could have an edge over her even with all his effort. This also put Hillary on alert. If 5th-3rd was this formidable, what about Dominic at 30th? And according to others, 30th might not even be Dominic's limit. I know what you're thinking. There's a huge gap between me and Dominic. Honestly, he could defeat 10 of me now. Quintonby glanced at Hillary and smiled. But you don't need to worry. She won't dare harm me severely, and I'll catch up to him soon, avenging you. As they walked and chatted, Hillary asked, Dominic has a complicated background? Not simple indeed, but nothing special. We all have one head, decapitated and we all die, Quintonby replied straightforwardly. They pressed deeper, conquering one challenge after another. With Quintonby's hammer annihilating every demonic beast, Hillary didn't even need to lift a finger. However, as they neared a mountain shaped like wolf fangs, Quintonby grew wary. Be careful, there's a large creature here. Wait, there are people over there. It's them. Hillary also noticed. Just as they were about to hide, over a dozen people leaped from the nearby mountain, grinning mischievously. They weren't Star River Sect disciples. Chapter 26, Escaped? Dozens of people charged down the mountain peak. On their white robes, embroidered on the chest, was a delicate sword-shaped pattern that emitted a faint golden light. This was the emblem of the Tianyuan Sect. On the outskirts of Gramzhou, the Star River Sect, Blue Cloud Sect, and Tianyuan Sect were the premier second-tier forces, akin to regional overlords. The 3 major forces each controlled a region, and generally did not interfere with one another. Why were these people here? Quintonby, we truly have quite the destiny. We parted only 3 days ago, and now we meet again today. Or could it be that you missed me and came looking for me? The leading white-robed man appeared to be in his early 20s, handsome with fair skin. Coyle toyed with a snow-white flower and wore an amused smile. That lotus flower is the treasure to neutralize the inflammable spirit elixir, but with it in his hands, it will be hard for us to get it. Be careful, and when the opportunity arises, run immediately. Quentin B transmitted her voice wrapped in spirit energy directly into Hillary's ears. She then stepped forward and said, "You disciples of the Tianyuan sect, daring to set foot in the Starver sect's territory, don't you fear sparking a war between the two sects?" The leader smiled. "My younger brother had his bones broken by you 3 days ago and is still bedridden. I've come to demand an explanation from you. Surely the errands of the Starver sect are reasonable?" Quentin B continued advancing. "Maurice, by letting your lecherous brother live, I already showed restraint, and yet you dare to come here yourself?" "Humph." The white-robed man coldly snorted and waved his hand. The dozen people around him immediately scattered, forming a tight encirclement. Coyle rushed straight at Quentin B. "The first beauty of the Starver sect's inner gate, Quentin B, you're the dream of countless men. Today, Maurice shall taste your allure. Indeed, you are just like your brother, a despicable scoundrel." Quentin B also moved, her speed abruptly increasing. A purple hammer appeared and struck with a thunderous boom. Maurice sneered, revealing a battle saber in his hand that gleamed brightly, clashing with the purple hammer. At that moment, an explosive roar reverberated, sending shockwaves rippling out as surrounding rocks shattered. Hillary clearly saw Quentin B's body tremble slightly, clearly indicating her strength was inferior to his. Immediately, Hillary's eyes turned cold, and he started moving forward. Just then, "Don't move, kid." A disciple from the encirclement stepped forward, arms crossed, glaring at Hillary with a sneer. "Just stay there quietly. Once brother you gets what he wants, perhaps he'll leave some soup for you. I bet you desire Quentin B too?" His wicked smile elicited agreement from the others. Quentin B was a renowned beauty with fame across the 3 major sects. As he spoke, the man approached Hillary and laughed. "4th stage spirit realm. Absolute trash?" Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Hillary's fist shot out. But the white-robed man only sneered calmly. Coyle was 6th stage spirit realm. However, this calmness quickly vanished as Hillary's fist neared, bringing a fierce wind as if its power was immense. His eyes narrowed as he lifted his palm. Too late. Blood spurted, shattering the man's hand. Pain contorted his face, but before he could scream, Hillary's fist slammed into his face. Explosive force erupted. His head exploded. Shock swept through the surrounding disciples. But Hillary reacted swiftly, using Thousand Zhang leap to charge forward. The dragon pattern saber appeared in his hand, and the 7-kill reverse dragon slash cut forward. A disciple stood in front, stunned, and before he could react, a puff of blood sent his head flying. Decapitation. Only now did the remaining disciples realize what had happened. Their faces turned savage as they surged forward together. "Kill him." They cursed loudly, furious over how Hillary had killed 2 of them instantly despite his low cultivation level, which they had mocked. This ignited their rage. Swords and sabers chimed in unison, spreading murderous intent everywhere. But Hillary didn't look back. He rushed deep into the forest without hesitation, ignoring the ongoing battle between Quentin B and Maurice. Quentin B glanced at Hillary and muttered, "Really running away?" Maurice, amidst his frenzied attack, coldly commanded, "Chase him, and bring me that boy's head." In fact, before he finished speaking, 2 men had already dashed after Hillary with unmatched speed, their eyes locked on him. Hillary sprinted wildly in the forest, but did not unleash his maximum speed. Sensing pursuit, he slowed down even further. When they were 3 meters behind, he abruptly turned, sweeping the dragon-patterned saber horizontally. The blade light swept like a crescent moon. The pursuing duo braced themselves, swords cutting forward to clash with the crescent moon blade light. The blade light shattered. Before they could revel in this, Hillary reached his maximum speed, his saber flashing before their eyes. Blood sprayed, and head soared skyward, not 1 but 2. Jonal kill in 1 stroke. Without a second glance, Hillary charged back. The white-robed disciples were rushing forward, some faster than others. The first arrivals raised their weapons upon seeing Hillary, but before they could react, he was upon them. Thousand Zhang leap gave Hillary unparalleled might at 7th stage spirit realm or below. Kill. Frenzied killing. Every slash spilled blood. More bodies fell as Hillary returned, breaking their encirclement and slashing them apart. Blood splattered. Chunks of flesh flew. One by one, white-clad bodies hit the ground, leaving only 2 quivering in fear. They fled madly. Hillary chased them, cutting one down after another with ruthless efficiency. Hold on. With all Tianyuan sect disciples fallen, Hillary gripped the dragon-patterned saber and rushed towards Quentin B, who was no match for the man. In fact, she was not just outmatched. Maurice had reached 9th stage spirit realm, practicing a cultivation method that amplified his strength, overwhelming Quentin B. Even blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Several times, his blade neared her face, narrowly missing her head. She could no longer hold on and turned to flee. But Maurice unleashed spells, boosting his speed and delivering a ferocious blow. Blood spewed from Quentin B's left arm, her face pale. "Quentin B, today you cannot escape. But I won't kill you. I'll suppress and take you back, enjoying myself daily, ha ha ha." Maurice advanced with his saber, eyes roaming freely over Quentin B's form, filled with wickedness. Then, 7-kill reverse dragon slash. Roaring, Hillary burst from the forest, leaping high with both hands on the saber, delivering a powerful strike toward Maurice. Chapter 27. Sword Absolute. Boom. The blade light surged forward like a rampaging dragon, its power incomparable. Maurice countered with a swift strike of his own, shattering the blade light. Hillary took 3 consecutive steps back, but as he landed on the 3rd step, he stomped the ground fiercely, causing it to explode. Halting his retreat, he then charged forward again, weapon in hand. Coyle was still relentless, and even more so now. In the heat of this frenzied battle, his potential had been further stimulated. The dragon blood within him surged, amplifying his strength, and each slash of his sword seemed to carry an extraordinary aura. It felt like he had grasped something significant. Maurice stared at Hilary, utterly stunned. You didn't die? Coyle glanced behind Hilary, waiting for one of the Tianyuan sect disciples to appear, but none did. Could they all have died? A 4th level spirit realm fighter slaughtering over a dozen 6th and 7th level fighters? Unbelievable. Hilary slashed again with his dragon pattern saber, its edge blazing with myriad rays of light, unleashing all its power in a berserk assault. Each stroke was a reverse dragon slash. Meanwhile, Quentinby's eyes gleamed. Hilary hadn't fled but had returned to fight. That was commendable. She quickly rose to her feet. As Hilary and Maurice engaged in fierce combat, she charged forward wielding a large hammer, each swing accompanied by a booming sound. A 2-on-1 fight ensued, both opponents displaying terrifying combat prowess. Eventually, Maurice was overwhelmed and ended up covered in blood. Hilary's slashes forced him to stagger backward. Quentinby's hammer strikes made him spit blood. Their coordinated attacks left Maurice utterly suppressed, his face filled with fear and panic. Who told you we would come here? Hilary pressed forward, his voice icy cold. Clearly, these people had been waiting for them. They must have received information beforehand. I'll talk if you let me live. Maurice shouted with bloodshot eyes. I might not kill you, Hilary replied coldly. Ellis. Quentinby's face changed instantly, and she angrily said, 51st from the inner sect, the Quintontal Spear King, Ellis. That bastard. So that's it. Coyle's always been close to Yuri and has connections with Dominic. They came here to kill you. Hilary also realized this. Coyle growled. Dominic is afraid, fearing I will become a threat to him. Good, very good. Coyle fears, but I don't. I will definitely take him down. Hilary's fighting spirit burned intensely within him. Kill him. With cold eyes, Hilary aimed to eradicate any lingering threats. You said you wouldn't kill me? Maurice yelled desperately, red-eyed. I said I might not kill you, but I didn't say others wouldn't. Hilary smirked. Since entering the battlefield at 10, he had always been decisive in battle, leaving no room for future trouble. Quentinby found Hilary even more captivating. Kill him. Holding the large hammer, she rushed forward. Just as Maurice trembled violently, a gust of wind echoed from afar. A man in green robes emerged from the forest, his eyes as cold as ice. Maurice screamed, Brother Sword, save me. Boom. Without a word, Quentinby smashed his head with her hammer, grabbed his storage ring, and pulled Hilary to flee rapidly toward the sect. Sword Absolute, the green-robed true disciple of Tianyuan sect, ranks among the top 50 of Star River sect, even more formidable than Maurice. As they ran, Quentinby relayed this critical information to Hilary. All these people appearing here cannot be just for you. Could the tri-sect competition have started early? Boom. While running, Sword Absolute closed the distance swiftly, slashing with his sword from afar. The sword light was merciless, slicing through ancient trees as it locked onto Hilary and Quentinby relentlessly. Split up. The distance narrowed, and Hilary shouted while turning to deliver a powerful slash towards Sword Absolute. Then, he and Quentinby split and ran in different directions. A 4th level spirit realm fighter is already this terrifying. If you were allowed to grow stronger, who knows what might happen? Sword Absolute turned to chase after Hilary. Feeling someone chasing behind him, Hilary relaxed slightly. Coyle would never ask a woman to shield him from attacks. With dragon blood coursing through his veins, his body moved like an arrow, dodging countless sword strikes exploding behind him. Just as another sword light brought impending danger, Hilary leaped forward, twisting midair, delivering a slash. Boom. The sword light shattered, but it pierced through Hilary's arm, reducing its power significantly due to the resistance of the blade. Leveraging the recoil force, Hilary shot backwards, using the 1,000-yard leap skill to race toward the sect. Amidst life and death peril, his potential erupted to its fullest extent, the dragon blood flowing more vigorously than ever before. They arrived. After an hour of intense combat and retreat, Hilary reached a mountain peak, with the massive entrance of the sect visible ahead. Sword Absolute, holding his sword, pursued him, but Hilary was confident he wouldn't dare enter the Star River sect. It was taboo. Descending the mountain, Hilary suddenly encountered someone. A man in white robes, long hair trailing behind him, wielded a silver spear elegantly. Coyle smiled at Hilary, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. Then, he thrust the spear straight at Hilary. The speed was blindingly fast, the spear reaching his forehead in an instant, but Hilary blocked it with his blade. Boom. Hilary was pushed back continuously, while the spear-wielding man only wobbled slightly. Surveying Hilary, he glanced at the approaching Sword Absolute. Take your time. Smirking, he thrust his spear again to hinder Hilary's path, then retreated. By this time, Sword Absolute was right there, sword pointing skyward, radiating killing intent, eyes locked onto Hilary. Hilary drew a deep breath. There was nowhere to retreat. If I survive, I will kill you. Hilary glared at the spear-wielding man, who sneered, waving at Hilary and said, I am Ellis. Remember me well. Find me in the next life. Laughing coldly, he turned and headed toward the Star River sect. Sword Absolute's sword slashed down ferociously, its sharpness and immense power forcing Hilary to block with his blade. A resounding boom followed, sending Hilary flying backward, spitting blood. His blood stained the sky red. His opponent was much stronger than Hilary was now. Chapter 28. The Embryo of True Intent. Pity lamentable. The disciples of the Star River sect are selfish and short-sighted. A prodigy like you, if nurtured properly, could bring blessings to the entire sect. They do not know how to cherish such talent. Winston's expression was cold, a hint of pity in his eyes as he looked down at Hillary. Then, the sword in his hand descended with a swift strike. With a thunderous sound, Hillary's dragon-marked saber shot upward, blocking the descending longsword with precision despite his severe injuries. But the immense force caused him to stagger back, his teeth grinding in agony as if they might shatter. The pressure was immense. Boom! Winston struck again from above, causing Hillary's body to tremble for the second time. The sound of bones cracking echoed as he was hurled backward, spraying blood. Accept your fate. This is all there will ever be for you. Winston showed no mercy. Not being on the same side, he had to eliminate any potential threats. Coyle followed up with another step and unleashed a third strike with all his might, sending Hillary into a frenzy of blood spray. Hillary almost fell to his knees. Of course, he did not really kneel. Instead, he gritted his teeth, holding the saber with both hands over his head to block the sword, stubbornly resisting. I refuse to accept my fate. I, Hillary, absolutely refuse to accept it. Coyle roared loudly, gripping the saber tightly and pushing it upward with all his strength. The descending longsword trembled under the force. Winston's eyes flashed with surprise, unable to believe that after sustaining such injuries, Hillary could still unleash such terrifying power. This guy is even more formidable than I imagined. Coyle must not be left alive. His gaze hardened, and the long sword in his hand grew heavier. Ah! The pressure was like a mountain, Hillary roaring as blood spurted out wildly. His hands, gripping the saber, trembled, and his sleeves tore apart, revealing gruesome bloody streaks on his arms. It felt as though his arms were about to explode. The scene was utterly tragic. Even Winston felt stunned by the sight, amazed by the incredible willpower and determination Hillary exhibited despite being in such dire straits. Frightening. Too frightening. In fact, it wasn't even the limit of his fear. While he was still in shock, he suddenly sensed a peculiar force surging from Hillary's saber. This force wasn't powerful but was exceedingly intricate, akin to moving mountains with 4 ounces of effort, preventing his sword from pressing down further and then being forcefully deflected. Winston's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils filled with bloodshot veins, as if he had witnessed a monumental miracle. The next moment, the murderous intent in his eyes reached an unprecedented level. Coyle dashed forward instantly without any hesitation or playfulness, unleashing his full might. You must die, he shouted, displaying all his cultivation without holding back. This kid was incomprehensible, having touched upon, slash. Hillary's eyes were bloodshot, and with both hands on the saber, he struck fiercely forward. Even if death awaited, he would die fighting. This slash carried all his strength and will, striking recklessly without a care, vowing to either slay or be slain. As he slashed, the technique came naturally, exquisitely perfect. That feeling resurfaced. The same feeling he had when battling the Tianguan Sect disciples, including Maurice. Actually, he had already experienced this feeling on Avon's mountain, where it felt comfortable, mysterious, and beyond belief. That was true intent. You've actually touched upon true intent. Damn it, damn it. The light of Hillary's saber clashed with the long sword, making Winston dare not face it head-on. His body flickered, and he cried out again, executing rapid movements to attack from the side, the sharpness of the sword seeming to tear through space. The killing intent was overwhelming, but Hillary seemed invincible, his saber sweeping horizontally with a thunderous boom. The exquisitely precise saber light deflected the sword light once more, preventing any harm and stopping Winston from closing in. Doomed, doomed. He truly touched upon intent. Winston's eyes turned bloodshot, sensing great fear, his scalp tingling. At this critical juncture, just before the fatal strike, Hillary transcended and touched upon the mysterious true intent. Intent is a kind of enlightenment, unrelated to cultivation level. Many Law Realm experts cannot touch it, yet a Star River Tier 4 disciple has done so. A truly astounding achievement. It was unimaginable, unheard of, unseen. Intent encompasses everything, accommodating myriad forms, blade intent, sword intent, fist intent, palm intent, and increases power exponentially when combined with abilities. At this moment, Hillary had touched upon it, forming the embryonic form of intent. Even so, this made him twice as powerful. Kill. Feeling the transformation, Hillary did not wait. His saber cut down again, invincibly sweeping through with relentless fury. Indescribable courage, echoing through the sky. Boom. This time, it was Winston who was sent flying. Claiming to deliver a fatal strike, possessing Star River Tier 9 cultivation, he could not withstand Hillary's saber light. With intent enhancement, 1 unit of strength delivered 2 units of effect, incredibly precise, and using minimal force to achieve maximum results. Winston gained no advantage. I underestimated him. I really underestimated him. I should never have given this boy even a fraction of an opportunity. Hillary. At that moment, a shout echoed from afar as Quentin-B-led several errands rushed to the scene. Winston's face changed drastically, staring intensely at Hillary, filled with regret. Coyle then turned and fled with unmatched speed. His heart pounded violently, fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. That Hillary must die. He absolutely must die. Too outstanding. Suddenly, his body froze, halting mid-sprint, eyes widening in unprecedented horror. Daring to touch our Sect's disciple, you deserve death. His voice faltered, then with a thunderous sound, his head was severed, and his decapitated body exploded on the spot. A figure, carrying a dripping human head, simply left. Hillary was completely covered in blood, but he stood tall, clutching the saber, radiating an aura of killing intent yet remaining majestic. When Quentin-B and the others arrived, they were taken aback by Hillary's appearance. Severe injuries. Thankfully we arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been slain. One errand said with lingering fear, aware of Hillary's importance to the Star River Sect. No, look he. Another cry rang out, filled with incomprehension and terror. Everyone turned their gaze, eyes widening in disbelief, drawing in deep breaths. Blood-drenched, yet wielding the saber with regal dominance, an unique and mystical aura emanated from Hilary. Intent. He grasped intent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Coyle's only a spirit realm tier 4. How can he be so terrifying? A monstrous genius, an extraordinary one, far more terrifying than we imagined, with limitless potential. I seemed to see a rising sun, destined to shine brightly across the land. They were astonished. All were astonished, including Quentin B. Even if they hadn't come, Hilary, in his current state, would not have died. His saber could slay those in the 9th tier of the spirit realm. The mere thought sent chills down their spines. Coyle is only a 4th tier spirit realm disciple, only an 18-year-old youth. My God. Chapter 29. Seizing the upper hand, Hilary stood ahead, emitting a mysterious aura that lingered around him. Coyle remained motionless, as if deeply immersed in a profound state of meditation, continuously refining his understanding of it. This state persisted for over 2 hours before Hilary's eyes flickered slightly, and he withdrew the aura. Coyle had touched upon the embryonic form of intent. Starting something is always difficult. Though only an embryonic form, this was a step forward, a significant breakthrough towards fully grasping the concept of intent. Next, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The vast dragon technique immediately activated, generating an immense suction force from within him. At this moment, a gust of wind arose. The howling wind drew in vital energies from all directions like rivers converging into the sea, directly pouring into Hilary's body. The dragon-shaped dantian, which had been eagerly awaiting sustenance, devoured the incoming energy frantically, rapidly refining and then distributing it throughout Hilary's body. As this energy circulated, Hilary's strength was replenished, and his glaring wounds began to heal at a rapid pace. Absorption, refinement, nourishment. This cycle continued without end. Meanwhile, Quentin B's eyes gleamed as she silently stepped forward. She took out several pills, transforming them into pure energy streams that were absorbed by Hilary. With the assistance of the dragon-shaped dantian, these essences greatly accelerated the healing of Hilary's injuries. These pills were precious. Some were for healing wounds, others for replenishing chi. After 1 hour, Hilary's eyes snapped open, sharp and cold like lightning, almost tearing through the space in front of him with thunderous rumbling sounds. His physical strength had recovered, his wounds were easing, and his power had increased, becoming even more formidable. Though he was originally at the middle stage of the 4th level, after continuous absorption and aided by the pills, he had now surged to the peak. The next realm was not far off. Bang! Holding a single-handed sword, Hilary stood up and looked towards the direction of the Star River Sect, waves of killing intent rolling off him. Hilary, you're alright, thank goodness. You really scared me. Quentin B wiped sweat from her forehead, genuinely terrified. Furthermore, Hilary did not escape alone but deliberately led Winston away under life-threatening circumstances, giving her a precious chance to survive. This left a deep impression on Quentin B. Hilary was truly different from those who were selfish and cowardly. She could not deny that she was beginning to take Hilary seriously. Let's go. Hilary, brimming with energy, strode forward boldly. Where are we going? Quentin B asked. To kill. Quintonkning-like, killing intent flashed in Hilary's eyes. Ellis must die. By this time, Ellis had already returned to the sect and was sitting cross-legged on his mountain peak, absorbing celestial chi as usual. Many disciples down below admired him, Ellis being ranked 51st and showing great potential to break into the top 50. In fact, the sect favored him greatly, opening special access for him to enter the Sacred Mountain once a month. Notably, the Sacred Mountain was exclusively for the top 50. Ellis receiving such treatment spoke volumes about his prowess. But today, Ellis's cultivation session did not last long. Coyle found it difficult to concentrate, and his practice was frequently interrupted. Opening his eyes, he frowned, feeling uneasy and muttered, I feel something significant is about to happen, but what? Coyle stood up, retrieved a spear, and practiced on the mountain peak. Thunderous roars accompanied each thrust, attracting the attention of the disciples below who watched closely. However, Ellis's performance today was notably worse than usual, lacking its usual grace and beauty. What's wrong with me? That insignificant boy? Laughable. Coyle's just trash and should have been crushed to death by now. Ellis's frown deepened. He couldn't calm down. An ominous premonition loomed in his mind. Coyle thought of Hilary but quickly dismissed it. The boy wasn't worth considering. Winston's fearsomeness was undeniable. Even he would find it challenging to challenge Winston. If they really fought, there was an 80% chance he would be the one to die. That boy Hilary, although unique in some ways, was only at the 4th level of Star River. Compared to their tier, the gap was enormous. If it weren't for Dominic's prompting, he wouldn't have bothered scheming against Hilary. That person didn't even warrant his attention. Ellis. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, filled with overwhelming killing intent. A man carrying a sword approached, staring at the mountain peak. The shout shook the heavens and earth. Disciples below were shocked when they turned to look. It was that Hilary. Hilary had gained a small reputation within the inner sect, especially after defeating Yuri with his blade, leading many to believe in his potential. Why would he come here? And why was he filled with such murderous intent, gazing at the mountain peak? Could he possibly be here to challenge senior brother Ellis? Alive? Ellis was taken aback, narrowing his eyes in surprise. Then he saw Quentin B and several errands behind Hilary, piecing together the events. Damn it, just missed. In his mind, they had arrived just in time to rescue Hilary from Winston. Get down here and prepare to die. As Ellis pondered, Hilary pointed at the mountain and shouted again. Immediately, everyone below trembled, confirming their suspicions. He was indeed here to challenge. But challenging Ellis, wasn't he overestimating himself? Ellis was far stronger than Yuri, a powerhouse with the potential to enter the top 50. Even the sect viewed him highly. Ellis's gaze grew colder, foolishly seeking death. Kill! Hillary roared, reversing his dragon-patterned saber and accelerating towards the mountain. If you won't come down, I'll climb up and cut you down. Boom! Hillary rushed forward, reaching the base of the mountain. Under the stunned gazes of the disciples, he stomped the ground fiercely, leaping into the air like a dragon ascending to the heavens. As he leaped, his blade slashed ferociously towards the mountain peak, the dragon-shaped light charging straight at Ellis. Unable to endure any longer, Ellis swung his hand, thrusting the silver spear towards the blade's light. This thrust emitted piercing brilliance. This thrust came with thunderous booms. This thrust was exquisitely perfect, dazzling everyone below. The old sense of awe had returned. Ellis was still Ellis, quintanting up to his title as the Quintantal Spear King, deserving of the sect's favor, indeed terrifying. Yet, boom! A massive explosion erupted as the prominent silver spear clashed with the blade's light, causing shockwaves. Amidst the chaos, everyone stared wide-eyed, bloodshot, as if witnessing a great miracle. The spear quivered, and even Ellis was forced back, while the blade continued to slash forward. Hillary had seized the upper hand. Chapter 30. Leaping over the Forbidden River. What? Ellis was greatly startled, his eyes bulging wide before he erupted in fury. Had he actually been forced to retreat? Get lost. With a roar, the spear in his hand lunged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking again. This time, there were no reservations. This strike showcased all his prowess. However, as he lunged, Hillary had already reached the peak of the mountain, and his dragon-patterned blade slashed down for the second time, its oppressive force even greater. Explosion! A violent explosion thundered across the mountaintop. Rocks shattered wildly, and Ellis's spear trembled once more. His body reeled back continuously, his arms going numb. Blood dripped from the split bones of his palms. Coyle couldn't believe it. He couldn't fathom how this Hillary, whom he had previously disdained, had become so terrifying. Outside the sect, a casual thrust from him could stop Hillary, or even sever his head if he wished. How could he have become so formidable in just a few hours? And this wasn't even Hillary's limit. Coyle continued his upward charge, slashing with the blade a third time, bringing life and death danger upon Ellis. It was unstoppable. I said, while I live, you must die. The blade slashed horizontally, accompanied by Hillary's roar, like the wrath of a thunder god. His momentum was overwhelming, fierce as a raging dragon. Ellis was shaken. This guy was truly terrifying. Perhaps even sword perfection wouldn't be able to kill him. Without another word, he bolted down the other side of the mountain. Escape. Hillary didn't hesitate for a moment. He chased after with his blade, unleashing his maximum speed. Today, it was either death or victory. The crowd at the base of the mountain froze, feeling their bodies, minds, and souls trembling. Ellis couldn't withstand Hillary and had fled directly? Was this too much? It was completely contrary to what they had expected. Follow him, quickly, follow him. People shouted, running along another path directly to the rear of the mountain, heading toward the explosive sounds. Simultaneously, disciples gathered from all directions, drawn by the continuous explosions ahead. Upon hearing the details, everyone's eyes widened, drawing sharp breaths, then they sprinted at their fastest speeds. Hillary chasing Quintantal Spear King? An absurd joke? But when they saw, far off, Hillary brandishing his blade furiously, and the white-clad man fleeing with his spear, such thoughts vanished. Thunderclaps seemed to explode in their heads. It was too intense, too unimaginable. Was this turning everything upside down? Hillary was terrifying, but he was only 4th rank of the Star River. Moreover, he had entered the sect only yesterday. Could he now chase down number 51? Spit. Even more shockingly, blood gushed forward as Ellis's agonized screams echoed. Instantly, it wasn't just about chasing. Hillary could crush him. A prodigy. Catch up fast. Hillary is determined to end this, someone roared, unwilling to miss this spectacle. It's impossible. Hillary can't kill Ellis and wouldn't dare. He's entering the Sacred Mountain, others retorted. Battles couldn't be fought to the death at the foot of the Sacred Mountain. The sect did not allow it. The Sacred Mountain was the holy ground of the Star River sect. Ellis could enter once a month. If he hid within, how would Hillary dare to kill him? In fact, even at the foot of the mountain, no one dared to challenge. This battle was destined to fail. Yet, they still pursued madly. Hillary's terror was truly awe-inspiring, and they wanted to see how far he would go. As they followed, they saw not just madness but a maddened, reckless pursuit. Madman ye! Someone screamed, touched by Hillary's relentlessness. Ahead, Hillary slashed with each stroke of the blade, appearing almost savage, while Ellis retreated continuously, spewing blood. Wounds crisscrossed his body. His screams echoed endlessly. Quintank ghosts wailing. Fortunately, he approached a river, not very wide but famous. This was the boundary of the Sacred Mountain, where ordinary disciples dared not step. In fact, they couldn't step there. It possessed terrifying power, called the sect's Forbidden River. Hillary, you can't kill me, but I will definitely make sure you die. Ellis's injuries were severe, his eyes filled with savagery. A high-ranking 5th one, he was being hunted madly by a newcomer. His prestige had plummeted, making it hard for him to hold his head up. This was a humiliation. A monumental disgrace. This humiliation had to be washed away in blood. Boom. With a cold voice, he flicked his sleeve, revealing a golden token that instantly transformed into a bridge over the river. Coyle rushed across it, and the bridge vanished immediately. Entering the Sacred Mountain, testing disciples' cultivation, the top 50 could cross on their own, but Ellis had to rely on the special sect-granted token. Though ranked 5th one, the gap in strength between them was immense. Hillary arrived here, observing from across the river as Ellis smirked cruelly. It wasn't over. He would make sure this kid died. No chance. That forbidden river cannot be crossed. Hillary cannot kill Ellis, the crowd sighed as they caught up. But as they spoke, Hillary moved again, leaping fiercely toward the river without any hesitation. Was he trying to leap over it? A pipe dream? Stop, some shouted, warning that the place was truly terrifying, dangerous enough to cost a life. Except for the top 50, no one else could. Meanwhile, Ellis laughed evilly, his laughter piercing the sky, triumphant and arrogant. This kid didn't know better. Perhaps he would kill himself without Ellis lifting a finger. Coyle had seen fools, but never one foolish enough to do this. In reality, Hillary's body was already falling, the river churning, seemingly possessing a fearsome suction force, dragging him down into the depths. Ellis gloated arrogantly, but just as his laughter echoed, suddenly, towering energy surged around Hillary mid-leap. That energy burst forth, resembling a terrifying dragon's roar, vast and majestic, suppressing everything. The river below churned violently, waves surging thousands of feet high. Hillary slashed through the waves with his blade, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap. With a resounding boom, he landed firmly, spanning the forbidden river, standing on the opposite bank. You must die. His voice boomed louder, like thunder striking, the mad blade pointing to the sky, its edge blinding in the sunlight. Ellis trembled, chilled to the bone. Too terrifying. Chapter 31. Valley of Grievances, a clean break. Crossing the river stirs up a 1,000-foot wave. Hillary, spanning the forbidden river with one slash, shocking everyone. Coyle has become comparable to those in the top 50. In an instant, sighs arose from the crowd again. It was still not enough. After crossing the forbidden river was the base of the sacred mountain, the most sacred place of the sect. No matter who it was, none could act recklessly there. And Ellis had fled once more, drawing closer to the sacred mountain. He ultimately managed to survive. But, you must die. Hillary's aura was overpowering, and his dragon-patterned blade slashed through the air with a roar, exploding through the void. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Ellis collapsed, blood spraying wildly. Unlawful and unrestrained. Everyone trembled, terrified by the scene. They finally understood what madness truly meant. This man didn't know fear and would do anything, even at the foot of the sacred mountain. What laws? What dignity? None existed in his eyes. Hillary, this is the sacred mountain, the site of the sect's authority. Bloodshed is forbidden, ah? Ellis shouted, losing all courage. Attempting to intimidate Hillary with the sect's laws, he found no respite as Hillary's blade gave its answer. I have no regard for anything. I am above all law. Finish him off. Puff. One slash down, and an arm flew off. Puff. Another slash, and Ellis screamed like a wolf, his left leg severed. Lying on the ground, staring at Hillary like a devil, he cried out, no, don't be impulsive. Puff. A third slash, and his right arm flew away, spouting blood. Ellis was in too much pain to speak. Hillary continued forward, his eyes burning with murderous intent. If you tried to kill me, I will not give you any chance to live. Today, you will meet your end. Hillary. Behind him, someone yelled, and an Aaron bellowed, don't be rash. This is the sacred mountain. You will pay the price for killing here. Even though Hillary was outstanding and enjoyed certain privileges, the sect's laws were inviolable. If he went too far, no one could protect him. Quentin B. also said, don't kill him here. Hillary's eyes flickered. Grabbing Ellis, now like a dead dog, he walked back the way he came. By then, the news had reached the sacred mountain. A voice thundered down, and a black-clothed man rapidly descended, his whip lashing out violently. Sizzling, the whip curled towards Hillary like a venomous snake, creating consecutive explosions in the air. Unbelievable power. Quentin Chongqing, someone yelled. Even Aaron's changing their expressions. This was the 47th inner sect member. But Hillary's gaze turned cold. As he turned around, he delivered a powerful slash. The intent of the blade bloomed. Boom. An explosion echoed, and the disciples rushing down the mountain shook violently, while Hillary remained steadfast as a mountain, unwavering. They couldn't stop him. Not even the 47th. It stunned everyone. Countless people fell to their knees in terror. Absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, Hillary's face changed. Glancing towards the sacred mountain, he grabbed the howling Ellis and ran, crossing the forbidden river again to appear on the other side. On the sacred mountain, an immense pressure rippled down. The air seemed to churn at its foot. Then an Aaron descended. This Aaron stood imposingly, radiating a domineering aura far more fearsome than any of the protecting Aarons. The only one who could match him was the chief of the punishment hall, one of the 10 great Aarons. This person was of that caliber. Judah. Everyone's faces paled, alarmed. The 5th of the 10 Timothys had appeared. Arrogant. Judah's cold shout sent a terrible shockwave through the air, causing the void to ripple like a vast sea. Instantly, countless people on the other side of the forbidden river collapsed. Even so, their eardrums still rang painfully. Hillary fared worse. Targeted by the sound wave, he stumbled back, blood spurting from his orifices, feeling his soul about to burst. Extremely painful. The sanctity of the sacred mountain can also be violated by you, the Aaron spoke again, his voice echoing with overwhelming might, sending world-shaking pressure straight toward Hillary. Without another word, Hillary turned and ran, carrying the battered Ellis, who wailed miserably. Everyone was shocked. What was this boy planning? Judah narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he crossed the forbidden river, chasing after Hillary. All the disciples and Aarons followed suit. Hillary raced forward frenziedly. By the time Judah crossed the river, Hillary was just 10,000 meters from the Valley of Grievances. When Judah caught up, he had already arrived outside the valley. Stop! Judah narrowed his eyes and roared again. Hillary, dragging Ellis, had reached the edge of the Valley of Grievances. Turning around, Hillary looked at the Aaron and asked, is he still alive? Judah paused. Then he saw Hillary step into the valley. Ellis's body was thrown up into the air, and Hillary's blade struck with a roar. At once, Judah's face twisted. "That is my named disciple." With a puff, before Judah could finish his sentence, Hillary's blade had sliced through Ellis's body in two. Blood rained down from above. Judah's expression darkened beyond words, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. The disciples and errands who caught up all froze in shock. Coyle killed him, right in front of Judah. That was his named disciple. "You, arrogant!" Judah roared, his voice reverberating in the valley. This time, Hillary had anticipated it and retreated several dozen yards. Coyle lived outside the Valley of Grievances, but inside it, I killed him. It fits the rules, regardless of whose disciple he is. Hillary declared without fear. Everyone realized. They were in the Valley of Grievances where killing wasn't against the law. Judah's face turned red with anger, his body trembling. As one of the 10 Timothys, he was absolute authority in Star Galaxy Sect. Which disciple dared defy him? Coyle was the first, and the only one, seeking death. Without hesitation, Judah roared again, flashing into the valley. "Even if Ellis entered the valley passively, you are still unforgivable." With a boom, his oppressive aura descended, shaking the valley as if a mountain were pressing down on Hillary. Pain. Every part of his body hurt, feeling like he was about to explode. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Though looking weathered, this figure exuded a terrifying aura. Boom. Hillary saw him punch forward fiercely, releasing a shockwave like thunder exploding midair. Earth and sky trembled. Judah's oppressive aura was shattered, but the weathered Aaron's body reeled back, bleeding from each step, shaking with every move, nearly collapsing on the third. Translation maintained the paragraph structure and style, ensuring coherence and fluency in English. Chapter 32. Not guilty. Grievously wounded. Blood-drenched. Especially from Hillary's vantage point, the Aaron's trembling body and shredded clothing revealed a multitude of disturbing bloodstains. It was worrying, as if he might explode at any moment. "Avon, stay behind me," the gravely injured Avon commanded, shielding Hillary firmly behind him and facing forward. Hillary felt a shock in his heart. "Achilles, Avon, you dare defy me? My affairs, you dare to meddle with?" Kareem glared coldly, shouting angrily. "It's not just you. Even if the sect leader came, it would be the same." Avon was not only unyielding but utterly unbending, regardless of who arrived. "I will intervene in this matter. The Jace must die." Kareem gnashed his teeth, stepping forward, his voice shaking the valley, his aura clearly more terrifying than Avon's. "Then come." Without hesitation, Avon clenched his fists. Despite bleeding profusely, his demeanor remained unbroken, ready to challenge even the 10 Aarons. The people outside the valley were completely horrified. The situation was escalating, and 2 Aarons were about to clash over Hillary. Cease. However, the battle did not unfold as expected. A third person intervened, rushing into the valley and standing between them. It was none other than the Punishment Hall Master. "Denver, you arrived at the right time. This boy knows the law yet breaks it. He deserves death." Kareem reined in his aura and said coldly, "What business is it of yours?" Denver replied, looking unfriendly. Kareem narrowed his eyes. Coyle acted below Holy Mountain, severing limbs cruelly, ruthless and evil. "So what? Still, what business is it of yours?" Denver repeated. Kareem gnashed his teeth, his face turning red with anger. "Sect rules must not be violated." "I know, but this really has nothing to do with you." Denver's gaze turned cold. "I am the Punishment Hall Master. I will decide right and wrong, and enforce the law. Your input is unnecessary." "Why did you act against Hillary? Looking for trouble?" The Punishment Hall Master had an even fiercer temper. "You." Kareem burned internally, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Coyle and Denver were both among the 10 Aarons, but their relationship was the worst possible. His son, originally immensely talented and destined for greatness, had shown potential to become a successor. A future successor, chosen by the sect leader himself. At that time, Kareem believed his life would reach its pinnacle through his son, overshadowing the stars. But his son committed an ordinary mistake men often make. He played around with a few Marnies, and was personally crippled by Denver without mercy. Between the two, the enmity ran deep. Had it not been for the sect leader's suppression, they would have clashed long ago. But today, Kareem did not expect Denver to openly oppose him over a minor disciple. Not just oppose him, but shame him thoroughly, giving him no respect whatsoever. In fact, not only disrespecting him, Denver treated him like dirt underfoot, crushing his dignity entirely. Denver stared at him and spoke again. "Hillary did nothing wrong. Killing in Grievance Valley incurs no guilt. Judgment. Not guilty. Denver, you scoundrel. As Punishment Hall Master, you shelter sinners. I will report this to the sect leader." Kareem's eyes were bloodshot, his fury uncontrollable. "Not only that," Denver glanced at him, continuing, "Hillary did not just avoid fault. Killing someone here is a great merit. I decide to grant him 10 pills. Grr." Kareem trembled in rage, grinding his teeth audibly, hating Denver to the bone. Those outside the valley exchanged stunned glances. They had heard these Aarons did not get along, but the hostility surpassed expectations. The Punishment Hall Master truly went against norms. Not punishment but reward. 10 pills. It was like slapping Kareem hard across the face. "Achilles, I protest." Quentin Chongqing stepped into the valley, standing beside Kareem, staring at Denver. "As a sect disciple, can I break the law too? Is that acceptable? If I break the law, am I also innocent? Are the Star River sect's rules a joke? If so, I should cripple a few disciples too, disrupting the sect." "Are you a genius?" Denver asked, fixing him with a stare. "Yes." Quentin Chongqing lifted his head confidently. Coyle was absolutely a genius. A resounding genius. Otherwise, how could a 20-year-old rank 47th in study at Holy Mountain? Did you comprehend true meaning? Denver asked again. What? Quentin Xianxia's face changed abruptly. Suddenly, he turned and stared at Hillary, an unbelievable guess forming in his mind. Could it be? No, this cannot be possible, 1,000 times impossible. Kareem also thought of this possibility. How could Hillary, so young, have grasped true meaning? Dream Nyla shouted from outside the valley. Indeed, Hillary has touched true meaning. Otherwise, why wouldn't Quentin Xianxia be his match? Several other errands stepped forward. We witnessed it ourselves. Hillary is genuinely formidable, having truly touched true meaning. Silence. Dead silence. For several dozen breaths. Then, sharp intakes of breath echoed around. Everyone looked at Hillary, eyes wide open, dry mouths unable to utter a word. True meaning comprehended? A world-class prodigy. Quentin Xianxia's body shook violently, finally understanding why Hillary's sword strike felt mysteriously powerful beneath Holy Mountain. It was an eruption of blade intent. Amazing. Though he was at the 9th level of the spiritual realm, Quentin Xianxia hadn't even brushed the surface of intent. Yet, Hillary at the 4th level of the spiritual realm had already mastered it. This was simply heaven and earth apart. Prodigy? Compared to Hillary, did he even count? So what? Even Kareem was deeply shaken. This boy had boundless potential. But because of that, he couldn't let this kid go. Coyle must be eliminated. When a prince commits a crime, he shares the same fate as a commoner. That's what happened to my son. His bright future ruined by you. Kareem roared. If you, as punishment hall master, shield him and treat sect laws like a joke, I will report this to the sect leader and have you deposed. I know why you want him dead. You're afraid of repercussions because you regret what you did back then, Denver sneered. Kareem's eyes flashed, his fist tightening beneath his sleeve, but he persisted. Justice must prevail, or we can't command respect. Coyle should suffer the same fate as my son. Your son deserved it, worse than pigs and dogs. Denver didn't mince words, but Hillary is different. Coyle killed rightfully. Without waiting for Kareem's rebuttal, Denver suddenly threw open a storage ring. A human head flew out, still stained with blood. Tianyuan's Sect disciple. Sword Absolute. Chapter 33. As long as one quintons, there's hope. A bloodied human head. The sight was shocking. Is this the true disciple of Tianyuan's Sect, Jerry? How did his severed head end up here? Everyone frowned in confusion. The Hall Master of Punishment scanned the surroundings, then focused on the Judah who looked rather uneasy. Coyle continued, Ellis conspired with Tianyuan's Sect's Jerry to harm our sect's genius, a traitor without doubt. Hillary avenged himself and removed a menace from the sect, rightfully deserved praise and reward. As he spoke, he took out 10 chi replenishing pills, relatively low-grade second class but immensely beneficial even for powerful cultivators. The surrounding crowd envied him intensely, causing an uproar. No wonder Hillary was so relentless, determined not to let go until the bitter end. Turns out he almost became Ellis's victim. Sadly, at the end, Hillary reaped significant benefits. 10 chi replenishing pills were invaluable. You, on the other hand, having taught such a despicable disciple, should give an explanation. Denver's gaze sharpened. The Judah's complexion changed. Denver's bold words indicated substantial evidence, possibly already reported to the sect leader. Coyle quickly responded. What does Ellis's mistakes have to do with me? My son's faults don't implicate me. Coyle distanced himself immediately, glanced at Hillary, and said, You're impressive. Your combat power is formidable, qualifying you among the top 50. I await you on Sacred Mountain. With that, the Judah flicked his sleeve and left with Quentin Xianxia. Hillary thanked the Hall Master of Punishment gratefully, then approached Avon. Suddenly, Avon spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, like white paper. Hillary panicked, holding Avon up, sensing a terrifying energy surging inside him, highly destructive. Severed tendons, shattered bones. That damned Emo Qianjue truly struck viciously. The Hall Master of Punishment inspected Avon closely and furrowed his brows. Another mouthful of blood spewed out, Avon's body collapsing onto Hillary, unable to utter a word. Coyle had existing health issues, compounded by the Judah strike, making his condition critical. His endurance until now was already remarkable. Achilles, please save him. Hillary looked pleadingly at the Hall Master of Punishment. Denver's eyes flickered. He pulled out a pill and flicked it into Avon's mouth, offering only slight relief. The injuries are too severe. I can do nothing more. However, if you can ask for help from the Pill Hall Master on Sacred Mountain, there might be a slim chance, but... Denver wanted to help but was powerless. Given Avon's special status, the likelihood of the Pill Hall Master helping was very low, almost impossible. All right. Hillary, unwilling to waste time, carried Avon back to their humble abode. The blood seeped through Hillary's back, turning it red. Without Denver's pill, he would have collapsed already. Brother, what? Lucinda, seeing the situation, rushed into the room, her expression alarmed. Denver said, time is running out for him, actually? Don't say actually to me, I don't want to hear it. If there's a chance, we must strive for it. We'll worry about failure when it comes. Hillary interrupted, clenching his fists tightly. Lucinda, listen to Nyla, and take care of Stanley with her. Brother has to go to Sacred Mountain. Hillary took out the flame spirit Quentin quit. Quentin B had obtained a jade lotus from Yuning, which could temporarily suppress her sister's cold disease. Coyle strode forward, then seemed to remember something, turning to look at the bedridden Avon. Father once told me, when danger strikes, stand behind him. Today, you did what only a father would do. I promise when I return, I will kneel before you. Avon's eyes sparkled. Despite his agony, he managed a faint smile. Hillary rushed out. At this moment, Quentin B followed him, hesitated, and then said, Hillary, Stanley's condition is extremely rare. The chances of saving him are slim. I joined the battlefield at 10, crawled through life and death countless times, striving endlessly to grow stronger. It's because of those I care about. I hope that when my loved ones need help, I can stand confidently behind them and declare loudly, stand behind me, I, Hillary, am here. No matter how difficult or arduous, I must do it. This is my heart's aspiration, the sole purpose of my cultivation. As long as one lives, there's hope, right? Coyle ran off. Quentinby watched Hillary disappear into the distance, her eyes sparkling. She wondered, when the day comes and I need help, will you stand before me and declare your presence? Meanwhile, on Sacred Mountain, the Judah returned to its entrance, where another errand stood guard. The Judah instructed, a man named Hillary will come. The assessment must be rigorous, remember? Make it harder. Coyle tossed a purple jade box. The errand examined it briefly and quickly put it away. Smiling at the Judah, he said, Judah, no need for formalities, whatever you ask, I'll do, even on bended knee. I'll ensure he won't pass, rest assured. The Judah left promptly. Soon after, Hillary and Denver arrived. Denver's oppressive aura caused the gatekeeper Aaron's expression to shift, yet he insisted, fourth Achilles, entering Sacred Mountain requires talent assessment, a strict rule set by the sect leader. Denver stepped aside without further ado. The Aaron gestured Hillary toward a stone monument. Go ahead and test. How do I do it? To assess talent, simply punch the stone monument and make it tremble slightly. That will meet the bare minimum requirement, explained the Aaron. This was similar to the gate of Coyle even outside the mountain, but tenfold more challenging, and intentionally made more difficult for him compared to other disciples. Boom. Even as he spoke, an explosive roar echoed as Hillary's fist smashed violently into the monument. The Aaron watched with a smug expression, thinking the challenge was maximized. No. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, eyes wide open, shocked, excited. His body trembled violently. Hillary's fist struck the monument, which didn't just tremble. It exploded. Moreover, at that moment, Hillary's aura surged, shattering the limits of his cultivation. Soul Realm, 5th level, the Aaron gawked in disbelief. To shatter the stone monument and break through a realm with a single blow. How could this talent be stopped? Chapter 34, causing a ruckus at the Alchemy Hall. The Aaron's confident resolve vanished completely, his eyes wide in disbelief as he nearly fell to his knees. What kind of monstrous being was this? How could anyone stop him? Kareem, are you messing with me? Even Denver was momentarily stunned. Hillary always brought enormous surprises, and it was impossible to predict his limits. Finished? Hillary asked. The gate-guarding Aaron nodded involuntarily, unable to come up with any more challenging words. Hillary turned to Denver and quickly said, Achilles, please escort me to meet the Alchemy Hall master. Time is of the essence. Fine, Denver replied. They walked deeper inside. Not far away, Kareem was hiding in the shadows, watching the scene with clenched fists that crackled loudly under his sleeves. Coyle also felt a chill down his spine, realizing how terrifying that person's son was. He had come for revenge. Coyle can't stay. Absolutely not. This is a disaster we can't afford. Kareem muttered as he left. Meanwhile, Hillary and Denver rapidly arrived at the entrance of a bronze-colored grand hall. The hall was solemn and oppressive, creating an air of severity. Outside the hall stood a gigantic alchemy furnace, with flames roaring fiercely, enhancing the serious atmosphere. At that moment, the doors of the hall creaked open, and several young men and women walked out, their gazes landing on Hillary. In front of them stood an Aaron holding a scroll from the sect, which he unfolded and read aloud. Disciple Hillary has extraordinary talent, reaching 2nd rank in alchemy, a rare occurrence. From today, he may enter the Alchemy Hall to cultivate. Achilles, I didn't come here to learn. Hillary frowned. The Alchemy Hall is something many aspire to join. It's an honor for you to be given this opportunity. And this is an arrangement by the sect, the Aaron said. Follow me inside, the Aaron added. I need to see the Alchemy Hall master, Denver interjected. The Aaron immediately bowed and said, Fourth Achilles, the Hall master left yesterday and won't return for at least 3 days. Denver narrowed his eyes and continued, Hillary has come here on urgent business and needs the Hall master's 4th rank donghua. The reception Aaron remained humble, replying, to the 4th Achilles, the Hall master is indeed absent, and that 4th rank elixir is a priceless treasure he carries with him. I'm desperate to save a life, Hillary pleaded urgently. The Hall master is unpredictable, there's nothing we can do. Denver was speechless. After a pause, he added, Hillary's talent is remarkable. According to sect rules, he can receive 3 2nd rank elixirs upon entering the Alchemy Hall. Correct, the reception Aaron replied fluently. Sect rules must be followed, and the elixirs are already prepared for him. Once he enters the Alchemy Hall and completes the formalities, he can take them. Denver didn't say more, turning to Hillary and whispering, maybe he's deliberately hiding, but there's no other way now. Enter the Alchemy Hall first. Choose 3 healing elixirs to stabilize Avon's condition. We'll have to wait until after 3 days. Hillary also considered this possibility. The Alchemy Hall master didn't intend to see him and wouldn't give him even a minute of time. Coyle took a deep breath, feeling helpless, and followed the reception Aaron into the hall. Inside, the space was vast, surrounded by alchemy furnaces with flames raging. As Hillary entered, the reception Aaron's demeanor changed instantly, becoming icy. Although you have talent, talent doesn't equal ability. Whether you can become an alchemist depends on circumstances. Even if possible, it will take much time and practice. Start with miscellaneous tasks here and learn herb identification from your senior disciples. With that, several young men and women stepped forward, eyeing Hillary with amusement, while he scrutinized them back. Their cultivation wasn't strong, nor did they possess alchemy talent. In the entire Star River sect, those with alchemy talent were fewer than 10 fingers. These people were mere medicinal slaves. Achilles, when can I receive my reward? It's crucial for saving a life, and time is critical, Hillary said humbly, even bowing. Unable to find the Alchemy Hall master, he could only first obtain some healing elixirs for Avon, prolonging his life until he could devise another plan. However, the Aaron's expression hardened again. Your potential as an alchemist is still uncertain. Why should you get rewards? Please test me, Achilles, Hilary insisted. Himph, you think I'll test you just because you ask? Coyle, I make the rules. Do as I say, no questions. Let's discuss testing later. The Aaron's tone was colder than ice. Hilary clenched his fists but held his patience. Achilles, lives are at stake. Every moment counts. Please show leniency. Many need saving. If I accommodate everyone, would I tire myself to death? The Aaron snapped, turning away. At that moment, a dark-faced man stepped forward from among the medicinal slaves, glaring coldly at Hilary. Obey here, or else, go clean those herbs. If you delay Achilles' alchemy, you'll pay. Speaking, he lunged at Hilary, grabbing him forcefully. His fingers glowed ominously. Hilary's face turned cold. His patience was at its limit. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from him, forcing the disciple's hand back, leaving bloody marks on the fingers. The man stumbled backward, looking furious. You dare, he roared. Two others approached coldly, but before they reached Hilary, he flashed out, his dragon-patterned knife at their throats. Do you believe in cutting heads? The two froze, bodies suddenly cold. The reception Aaron narrowed his eyes, coldly saying, Hilary, you have quite the audacity. This is the Alchemy Hall. Attempt murder here? I can execute you by the rules if you want. Would you dare? Hilary glared at him, all politeness gone. Coyle even moved closer. Do you dare? His voice was icy and intimidating. The Aaron gnashed his teeth, his fists grinding beneath his sleeves, yet hesitating, afraid to act. Honestly, he lacked the courage. How rare was second-rank alchemy talent? Absolutely a treasure for the sect. Even he was only first rank. While making things difficult for Hilary was one thing, truly attacking him, no way. Come on then. Hilary roared, echoing through the hall. The medicinal slaves were shocked. The two men with knives at their throats were pale and nearly collapsed. This went too far. Give me the reward, or I'll cause a bloodbath in the Alchemy Hall, sparing none. These people clearly disrespected boundaries. Hilary understood now. There was no peace through tolerance, only clarity through force. If they disrespect him, then action was inevitable. Chapter 35, Sword Valley. Silence. A silence akin to death. No one dared to speak. Even the Aaron was taken aback, not expecting Hilary to have such a temper that he would kill if disobeyed. His killing intent was so intense, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. And no matter who lived or died in this confrontation, the fault would lie with him. This was difficult. Very difficult. Stop. At this moment, an aged voice rang out. From deep within the hall, a robed Aaron emerged. Coyle glanced at Hilary and furrowed his brow. Seymour. The welcoming Aaron immediately clasped his hands respectfully, while the medicine slaves knelt down, prostrating themselves on the ground. Riverstar Sect had only 3 individuals with second-grade alchemy talent excluding Hilary, but only 2 of them were true second-grade alchemists. Seymour was one of them, second only to the third-grade alchemist, the Hall Lord of Alchemy. Why? Seymour asked. Hilary defied discipline and demanded rewards. When I said they would be distributed later, he threatened to draw his blade and kill. The welcoming Aaron replied, portraying himself as completely wronged. Seymour's gaze shifted back to Hilary, becoming more piercing. Firstly, with my second-grade alchemy talent, I entered Holy Mountain with the sect's approval for me to join the Alchemy Hall. Shouldn't the reward be rightfully mine? Seymour coldly replied, are you being presumptuous? Yes or no? Hilary retorted fiercely, knowing the Aaronly man's life hung by a thread and he couldn't afford wasting time here. Yes. Seymour nodded. In that case, since they refuse to give me the rewards and force me into menial tasks, intentionally humiliating and harming my resolve, should I just let them suppress me until I fall? If the sect wants me to serve as a slave here, then Hilary will leave and never come back. Hilary's defiance surprised even Seymour, who hadn't expected such audacity and fearlessness from him. If push came to shove, he might indeed die fighting. But Seymour could not allow that. The Alchemy Hall wouldn't benefit from this commotion either, and there was still Denver awaiting outside the hall. After a long pause, he waved his hand and said, give him the rewards. This is the rule. No one can break it. Furthermore, starting today, Hilary can train alongside me in alchemy. The welcoming Aaron did not dare argue further and promptly retrieved the pills for Hilary. Hilary chose 3 healing pills and walked away without another word. 3 disciples will come tomorrow, and I will teach them alchemy techniques. You are included, Seymour added. Without looking back, Hilary left, bidding farewell to Denver, and returned to the inner sect, handing the pills to Quentin B. Administer the pills to Stanley when necessary. Make sure to maintain his life. Is there really a chance? Quentin B found it hard to believe. If there isn't, I'll create one. Hilary turned and once again headed for Holy Mountain. No matter what, he needed to stay in the Alchemy Hall for 3 days. This was his only opportunity. Moreover, Holy Mountain offered far more resources than the outer area, providing Giroux a greater chance of survival. Upon re-entering Holy Mountain, he heard a massive rumbling sound in the distance. It was coming from a valley where sword chi surged violently. Hilary glanced toward it, pausing at the sight of a half-man-high tree inside the valley bearing a single fruit. The fruit glowed faintly gold and resembled a small sword, radiating with sharpness. However, despite its dangerous appearance, the fruit contained potent life energy, even more vibrant than Flame's spirit Quintinquid. Extremes lead to the opposite. Immense destructive power sometimes births powerful life energy. Fruits like Flame Spirit Quintinquid and Thunder Spirit Quintinquid, known for their rejuvenating qualities, are born in places of terrifying destruction. Similarly, this fruit thrived under the harsh assault of sword chi, radiating with vitality. It would definitely help Giroux's condition. Coyle approached the edge of the valley, observing a disciple struggling to reach the small tree. The continuous sword chi cut into him, causing bloody splashes. Finally, with a pained roar, the disciple retreated, 3 meters away from the tree. Too difficult. Sigh. Only senior brother Dominic managed to pick the sword fruit at the initial stage of 9th level Quinting Realm. A nearby disciple shook his head. Senior brother Dominic is extraordinary. Coyle crushed the 20th position upon entering Holy Mountain, defeating them single-handedly. Now, the Chief Achilles has taken him to the secret realm. I imagine he'll create another miracle when he returns. Indeed, Coyle broke many records here after arriving. Coiling this, Hillary narrowed his eyes. Dominic's rapid progress was evident and almost on par with him. And now, Dominic was in the so-called secret realm, making any meeting impossible for now. With a flicker in his eyes, Hillary moved closer to the Sword Valley. The surrounding people noticed him and their expressions turned to shock. The blood-stained disciple who had just retreated frowned deeply. Anyone can enter Sword Valley now? Hillary was only at the 5th level Quinting Realm, considered trash in Holy Mountain. In fact, he wasn't seen as a disciple but merely a slave somewhere. Holy Mountain had 50 disciples, but places like the Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall had numerous slaves. Some powerful disciples even brought along attendants to handle mundane tasks. Hillary was seen as one of these in their eyes. Otherwise, 5th level Quinting Realm couldn't enter Holy Mountain. Not worthy at all. Don't seek death, the disciple said icily. For a 5th level Quinting Realm to enter Sword Valley led only to one path, the Yellow Springs. Clearly ignoring him, Hillary proceeded into the valley, fixing his gaze on the small tree. The other disciple sneered, mocking him. You actually want to pick sword fruit? Why don't you pee on yourself and see what kind of trash you are? More comments followed. To enter Sword Valley, one needs to be at least 9th level Quinting Realm, and only senior brother Dominic picked sword fruit at the initial 9th level Quinting Realm. Get real. Comparing this trash to senior brother Dominic insults his name. I'm much better than him. Amidst the taunting voices, they watched expectantly as Hillary stepped into the valley, sword chi bursting around him. They sneered, counting silently to 3. To them, Hillary would last only 3 seconds. Boom. 3, 2, 1. On the last number, the anticipated explosion echoed loudly in the valley. Their sneers grew thicker, and some even laughed out loud. But suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. Silence descended once more. Next, everyone's eyes widened in shock. As Hillary took another step, gasps of astonishment filled the air like a tidal wave. Terrifying. So terrifying. Coyle did indeed last only 3 seconds, but absolutely not in the way they imagined. Chapter 36. Not simple at all. Gaping in disbelief. Coyle stopping. Hillary really only lasted 3 seconds. The first second, he entered the valley. The second second, he took a step forward. The third second, his foot lifted. Not to take another step, but with a loud bang, he leaped out. His figure soared high, tracing an elegant arc in midair, and amid the roar of sound, he landed near the sword fruit. To be precise, he plucked the sword fruit. All within 3 seconds. Done. Wow. Sharp intakes of breath echoed incessantly. The mockery and ridicule vanished, replaced by shock and astonishment. What kind of demon was this? Everyone received a massive, stunning shock. Too terrifying. A 5th stage, spirit realm cultivator reaching the sword fruit in just 3 seconds. More overbearing than Dominic. Unprecedented in Star River Sect. This was truly a record. Not just that, as they watched, the sword chi surged continuously within the valley, striking Hillary without causing him even the slightest harm. Coyle stood calmly under myriad streams of sword chi, perfectly still. Having advanced to the 5th stage spirit realm, both Hillary's physical body and spiritual energy had rapidly increased. Is this guy really just 5th stage spirit realm? Asked the disciple covered in blood, eyes wide open, feeling a tremor deep within his heart. Coyle was at initial 9th stage spirit realm, ranked 45th, yet even if he tried his hardest, he absolutely couldn't achieve this. Did I really say I was better than him? Said the disciple who had mocked Hillary earlier, ranked 43rd, almost collapsing on the spot. Coyle felt incredibly presumptuous now. Incredible, really incredible. The entire scene erupted into a frenzy. Yet Hillary remained unperturbed, storing the sword fruit in his storage ring and stepping forward, continuing not backward. Coyle crossed the sword valley, reaching the opposite bank where a cliff adjoined, on which was carved a single word, Dao. Ordinary looking, it didn't seem unusual, but all disciples knew this place was extraordinary. That Dao character was terrifying. Is he going to attempt the second trial? The disciples immediately acted, taking safe paths around the sword valley to reappear behind Hillary. Some disciples were also at the base of the cliff, their eyes wide as they watched Hillary cross the sword valley. Where did this guy come from? Bang! At this moment, Hillary took a step forward, and thunderously loud sounds reverberated as if thunder exploded beneath the cliff. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, and that Dao word emitted a faint blue glow, then spread its brilliance, dazzling everyone. Some were so terrified they began to tremble. But it wasn't over. In their trembling, a second roar sounded as Hillary took his second step, a 10-foot leap. A formidable aura surged around him. Watching Hillary, they felt as if they were gazing up at towering peaks. Simultaneously, the cliff shook violently, transforming the Dao from blue to purple like a giant hanging sun. Thud, thud. People kept falling down, their eyes bloodshot. The disciples outside the Sword Valley were utterly numbed. Wasn't this more than just extraordinary? This was a world-shattering genius. And it wasn't even finished. Quinting his head, Hillary looked at the Dao, character shimmering with purple light on the cliff. Suddenly, an errantly figure appeared amidst the glow. Looking down, the purple mist filled the valley. Holy crap, the Dao shadow has appeared! Someone shouted, sprawled awkwardly on the ground, still trembling in fear. My goodness, too intense. All those people were stunned. This was Dao Cliff, where after days of meditation, they barely managed a trace of blue light. Only those in the top 30 could produce a dazzling blue glow. The top 20 produced purple light. The top 10 could make it shine like a great sun. To perceive the Dao Shadow, currently only 3 in Holy Mountain had achieved this, including the unique existence Dominic. But those individuals spent at least half a day in contemplation, and this person, one thought, disperse. Suddenly, Hillary spoke again, flicking his sleeve to dissipate the Dao Shadow instantly, calming the Dao character. One thought blooming, one thought fading. In terms of insight, Hillary, bearing the legacy of the Dragon God, was unparalleled in Starriver Sect, surpassing everyone, including the 10 Achilles and the current Sect Master. No one could match him. After complete silence, a purple jade floated in the air above the cliff, shimmering brilliantly. Dao Crystal, condensed from Dao Quintaunt, more powerful than the sword fruit. Unbelievable. Hillary glanced at it, a smirk curling his lips. As he suspected, these transformative sights in Holy Mountain rewarded beyond limits. Walking forward, he leapt and grasped the Dao Crystal, increasing Kathleen's chances once more. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. Turning his head, Hillary faced the disciples behind him. They immediately quieted down. The bloody disciple, seeing Hillary's gaze, shivered. Are there more training grounds? Hillary asked him. Yes, many more, but most require contribution points, earned by completing tasks for the sect, replied the disciple, trembling. I don't have time, Hillary interrupted. There is also the beast pool, added the disciple. Take me there. Following the disciple, a dozen others followed in a grand procession, soon arriving at a vast open space with a large pit ahead. Several disciples stood at the pit's edge, with an errand sitting cross-legged. Sensing them, he looked towards Hillary. The disciples at the pit's edge also turned. As Hillary arrived, he stepped forward confidently, radiating a vast presence. I'll take the trial. The errand narrowed his eyes. Seeing Hillary's 5th stage, spirit realm cultivation deeply displeased him. Coyle coldly remarked, not everyone qualifies to be here. The bleeding disciple promptly said, Achilles, this senior, passed the sword valley, plucking the sword fruit. The errand's eyes widened, and everyone gasped. The senior also perceived the Dao Shadow at Dao Cliff, earning the Dao Crystal reward, breaking records. Boom. Those at the pit's edge trembled, eyes bulging, their minds reeling. Was this a joke? The errand, too, was doubtful, scrutinizing Hillary to confirm his cultivation was indeed 5th stage spirit realm, with mediocre bloodline. Did he do all that? Come here. Despite his doubts, the disciple's shocked expressions made him cautious. Waving his hand, he announced, pass this trial, and you can receive a 9th tier spirit medicine. Spirit medicines ranged from 1st to 9th tier. The sword fruit obtained by Hillary ranked 5th, while the Dao Crystal was lower grade, but comparable to 7th tier medicine. This place offered a 9th tier spirit medicine. Hillary was tempted, but as he approached the beast pool, his expression changed abruptly, his body quivering. This place, not simple at all. Very not simple at all. Chapter 37. Absorbing the soul and tempering the spirit. Hillary stared ahead, his expression drastically changing, and his body trembled involuntarily. The beast pool was not simple. It held great secrets. This scene did not escape the sharp-eyed Aaron, nor the disciples behind and around him. Hillary's actions were quite visible. At this moment, the Aaron narrowed his eyes, staring at Hillary, and said, scared? Hillary didn't reply. The Aaron continued, then stepped back. Now, he had already looked down on Hillary. The disciples originally present here hadn't witnessed the terrifying scene of Hillary passing through the Sword Valley and comprehending the Dao Cliff as those who came with him. They believed the description of Hillary was somewhat exaggerated, or perhaps there were unknown secrets. Otherwise, even if he couldn't pass this place, it wouldn't be out of fear. At this point, Hillary stabilized himself, his demeanor calming down. Coyle then lifted his foot and continued forward, walking to the edge of the large pit. Looking down, he saw densely packed black beast shadows which were actually one-horned savage oxen, creatures of immense strength. However, the beasts in the pit weren't real. They were created through a special method to form similar beast shadows. This place tests your combat power. It checks how many one-horned savage oxen you can crush. 10 is average, 50 excellent, and over 100 means extraordinary. You'll earn a 9th class spirit medicine, the Aaron explained, recounting the rules of this place for Hillary. But in his heart, that seemed almost impossible. Hillary was only at the 5th level of spirit realm. Killing 10 would be extremely difficult for him. Many had undergone this test here and never failed before. All of them? Hillary suddenly turned and asked calmly. The Aaron clearly paused, taking some time before bursting into laughter and saying, looks like you really don't know the rules. In recent decades, no one has crushed all 199 one-horned savage oxen in the beast pool, not even the current Holy Mountain's best, that prodigy approaching the law realm. You? Coyle. The Aaron's face carried a mocking smile, full of ridicule. What an arrogant claim. What level are you? Can even a prodigy match someone in the law realm? To be frank, even this Aaron using all his might cannot reach that level. Aren't you afraid of the wind catching your tongue? The disciples present laughed uncontrollably, their mocking remarks piercingly loud. As for those following Hillary, although they had seen his terror, they absolutely didn't believe he could kill all here. After all, the Sword Valley mainly tested physical strength, while the Dao Cliff tested comprehension. These could involve accidents. But this place truly tested real combat power. No matter how terrifying Hillary was, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of spirit realm, and it was absolutely impossible for him to achieve such feats. I say, what if I do? Yet, Hillary remained calm, lightly asking. To him, this place tested more than just combat power. In fact, it mainly tested soul force, spiritual energy. Inside the beast pool, Hillary felt an awful soul force. Those one-horned savage oxen were controlled by that soul force or even derived from it. And Hillary could absorb soul force. The Azure Dragon technique cultivated both body and soul. It could also absorb spiritual energy to temper the spirit. Indeed, Hillary urgently needed a powerful spirit for becoming a skilled alchemist. Coyle harbored terrifying legacies within his mind, including rich alchemy traditions. To use those alchemy skills, he needed not only strong cultivation but also ample spiritual energy to assist. With a powerful spirit, comprehending these legacies would make him instantly enlightened. In fact, Hillary had begun absorbing as soon as he approached this place. The Azure Dragon technique rapidly circulated, and the dragon-shaped Danteon roared within him. But the spiritual energy was intangible and imperceptible, so no one noticed Hillary absorbing it. If you kill all, we'll grant you a chance to enter the 3rd floor of the weapon treasury, the Aaron loudly announced, his tone growing impatient. Coyle had seen impudence before, but never this much. Around him, disciples sneered. The 3rd floor of the weapon treasury housed the sect's most terrifying treasures, what many disciples dreamt of reaching. Unfortunately, very few could enter. This Hillary? Come on. The Aaron no longer merely underestimated Hillary but completely despised him. Could this boastful guy have any true skill? Coyle deliberately pressured, being confrontational. Hillary stood still, waiting for dozens of breaths. Just as those around him planned to mock him, his eyes flashed. Soul force fully absorbed. In fact, a soul bead existed in the beast pool. Hillary absorbed the essence of the soul bead, constantly refining it. His spirit silently grew several tiers, and even continued expanding. You can start now, the Aaron urged again, his tone filled with amusement. It's already finished. As he laughed triumphantly, Hillary's calm voice echoed, and he directly turned, leaving the pit's edge. Instantly, silence reigned. Mockery rose sharply. Even those behind Hillary couldn't help but reveal disdain. Finished? Did you even move? Let the fist fly. Hillary stepped backward, not leaving but walking straight towards the Aaron. I want the 9th class spirit medicine and a slot in the weapon treasury. The Aaron erupted in anger. Impudent. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a tremendous roar exploded like thunder, shaking the ground, and the pit resonated with roaring bulls. In the next moment, everything abruptly stopped, vanished without a trace. Once again, the scene fell silent. In an instant, the Aaron rushed to the pit's edge, looking down swiftly, followed by a mental explosion. His eyeballs filled with bloodshot, as if he'd seen a ghost. Following him, the surrounding disciples and those behind Hillary quickly moved forward, gazing collectively in shock. Speechless, Coyle stopping. Silence. Absolute silence. Breathing ceased. Everyone was stunned. Looking down, the pit was empty. All one-horned savage oxen vanished without a trace. All obliterated? Too terrifying. Is it acceptable? Hillary's demeanor remained calm, as if doing all this took no effort. In fact, it indeed required none. Absorbing the soul bead destabilized those savage oxen, and Hillary's spirit casually swept over, extinguishing all. Simple. Easy. Infinite benefits. Chapter 38. Devlin. You, this, I. The Aaron's voice trembled, unable to find words to describe his feelings at the moment. This was terrifying, utterly incomprehensible. Coyle looked at Hillary again. No matter how he observed him, Hillary's cultivation and bloodline remained at a low level. Yet now, this seemingly insignificant individual had accomplished something that even the top person could not achieve. A terrifying miracle. There was no way it could be faked. Everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes. Remarkable. In the end, these two words escaped his lips. Regardless of what methods Hillary used, he truly did accomplish it. That was not simple. It was extraordinary. The contempt and disdain in his eyes were replaced by shock and horror as he gazed at Hillary. Simultaneously, he quickly retrieved a token for entering the 3rd floor of the Armory Hall. It was a special allowance granted by the sect. Coyle also pulled out an exquisite jade box containing a blood-red medicinal herb, a 9th grade spirit medicine, blood ginseng. Hillary nodded at the Aaron, took his reward, and left. Only after he departed did the surrounding disciples burst into shocked gasps and uproarious discussions. Hillary's name was made with one battle, stirring the holy mountain. The sky had turned dark. Instead of heading straight to the Armory Hall, Hillary returned to his residence where Denver had already arranged everything for him. Sitting cross-legged, he rapidly went over the alchemy inheritance in his mind, trying to grasp its profundities. If he could master alchemy, it would greatly benefit Stanley's injuries and suppress his sister's cold poison. Such contemplation lasted through the night. By morning, Hillary had only grasped 1/3 of the alchemy knowledge. Alchemy was vast and profound, a craft requiring years or even decades to master despite possessing natural talent. Even with inherited knowledge and a powerful divine soul, achieving mastery instantly was unrealistic. When dawn broke, he stood up and returned to the Alchemy Hall. As he entered, the same ushering Aaron and medicinal slaves from yesterday looked at him coldly. Additionally, 3 new figures had joined them, 2 men and a woman. The leader, a white-robed man with long hair, exuded a handsome charm. At this moment, he smiled and projected an aura that revealed his alchemical talent. Devlin, 2nd grade alchemy talent, 1st-rank alchemist. He introduced himself with a smile. However, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes as they landed on Hillary. Hillary, accustomed to reading people since his father's departure, noticed the underlying hostility. Coyle glanced casually at the man, gave a brief nod, then walked away, uninterested in engaging. If you have no goodwill toward me and even harbor animosity, then you are an enemy. Why should I pretend otherwise? We can both stay out of each other's way. Insolent. However, Hillary's desire for peace wasn't shared. The man and woman behind Devlin immediately stepped forward, scolding him. How dare you refuse? The woman spat, her eyes flashing with hostility. Brother Quentin greeting you is giving you face. What attitude is this? Devlin, with a 2nd grade alchemy talent, had become a first-rank alchemist at just 25, making him the youngest in the Star River sect. His status was extraordinary. Even top-ranked disciples treated him respectfully. Hillary's attitude made everyone think he was extremely unreasonable. Ignoring their accusations, Hillary didn't even glance at them. Coyle didn't want trouble or wasted words with these people. The woman's expression turned colder, while Devlin narrowed his eyes. Such arrogance. And Aaron approached, waving them over. You three and Hillary follow me. Those who planned to continue provoking Hillary cast icy glares at him before walking towards Seymour Coyle. Hillary followed closely. Seymour Coyle led them into a simple alchemy chamber with a single furnace at the center. Alchemy is broad and profound. The foundation is crucial. Any small mistake can result in failed elixirs, toxic potions, or even furnace explosions, he warned. Furnace explosions can be fatal. Devlin. Seymour Coyle looked at the white-robed man. You're already a first-rank alchemist, so you'll take over today's lessons. The two of you will follow his lead, and Hillary, as a newcomer, must listen entirely to Brother Quentin. The others smirked, especially Devlin, who grinned at Hillary, clearly relishing the role. Let's begin. Seymour Coyle waved them off, moving aside. Devlin continued staring at Hillary. Junior Brother Yi, Senior Brother Quentin will teach you all I know, and give you special attention. Hillary waved his hand. Not needed, go ahead without me. Seymour Coyle frowned. Hillary, although you have a second-grade alchemy talent, being an alchemist requires more than just talent. Senior Brother Quentin has excellent talent and is already a first-rank alchemist. You should be grateful for his willingness to teach you. Moreover, when the Hall Master returns, there will be an assessment. Performing well might earn you a strand of Elixir Dawn. Elixir Dawn? Everyone's eyes lit up. A 4th-grade Elixir's Dawn? In Star River Sect, 3rd-grade elixirs were the peak. Even the Hall Master barely understood 3rd-grade alchemy. Crafting a 3rd-grade elixir was rare, and a 4th-grade elixir was impossible. Yet the effects of a 4th-grade elixir's dawn were fearsome, comparable to low-grade 3rd-tier elixirs. It was a great boon. Hillary's heart stirred. He needed that elixir dawn. According to Denver, it could potentially heal Avon. Still, he sat down in a corner, closing his eyes as if sleeping deeply, ignoring the situation. This irritated Seymour Coyle and infuriated Devlin. But soon, they sneered. If you don't want to learn, fine. One less competitor. You continue. Ignore the hopeless case. Coyle won't amount to much anyway, Seymour Coyle said, stepping aside with a satisfied smirk. Hillary was indeed formidable. In terms of alchemy talent, he surpassed Devlin. If he were genuinely allowed to learn, Seymour Coyle wouldn't let him succeed. The Judah had made it clear. Hillary must never thrive here. Chapter 39. The Alchemy Flame Divine Steel. Go to sleep, deep, sound sleep. Best if he just keeps sleeping. Seymour glanced at Hillary again, inwardly gloating, hoping he would remain a failure for life. Hillary seemed to be truly asleep, not moving for the next few hours, not even lifting his eyelids. Inside, however, Hillary was immersed in the ocean of alchemy inheritance, continuously pondering and exploring, gradually assimilating these profound legacies into himself. The dragon deity rose from obscurity, conquering all obstacles, breaking through the South Coyle Gate, ascending to the 9 heavens, and ultimately reaching the peak, becoming the master of the Xianxia Pavilion. Coyle had once suppressed all realms, commanding immortals and demons. His legacy was perhaps the most terrifying in this world. Compared to this, the alchemy techniques of Seymour and Devlin were utterly insignificant, barely worth mentioning. Did Hillary need to learn them? Time passed quickly. By evening, Hillary opened his eyes. Seymour and Devlin gave him a cold glance before leaving. The next day, Hillary continued the same behavior, arriving at the Alchemy Hall and falling asleep immediately. Even when he woke up halfway through, he left directly. Coyle came to the inner sect, giving the sword fruits, Dao crystals, and blood ginseng to Avon. Avon was still unconscious, his injuries worsening but much more slowly. He could still hold on. After doing all this, Hillary spent some time chatting with his younger sister, checking her condition, confirming she was fine, then returned to the Holy Mountain, entering the Alchemy Hall, finding that corner, and continuing to sleep. Coyle completely ignored the teaching Seymour. Seymour gritted his teeth. A worthless pile of mud. Devlin sneered coldly. There's no need for Seymour to be angry. Coyle knows not what is good for him, destined never to amount to anything, living an uneventful life. Seymour snorted, secretly pleased with this outcome. Coyle continued his teachings. By afternoon, Hillary opened his eyes. At that moment, Devlin was shouting loudly, face red and neck flushed, hands waving excitedly. Coyle had successfully refined a mid-grade first-class pill, making rapid progress. Excellent, very good. This time you will surely be first in the Hall Master's evaluation. Seymour was also agitated. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I am eternally grateful. Devlin clasped his hands gratefully, bowing deeply to Seymour, already imagining the Hall Master returning and praising him, then bestowing a thread of alchemy aura to further his advancement. His future looked incredibly bright. Coyle couldn't help but smile in excitement. At the same time, he glanced at Hillary, his disdain growing. This guy had been sleeping for 2 days, learning nothing about alchemy, still a complete waste. Not worth mentioning. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Very well, we have one more important task today. Follow me to the flame pool. Seymour looked at Devlin approvingly, speaking again. Immediately, Devlin's eyes lit up intensely, fists clenched involuntarily under his sleeves. The other man and woman became excited as well. Can the flame pool be opened? Can we enter it, absorb fire essence energy, and comprehend the alchemy flame divine steel? The flame pool, a place of transformation on Holy Mountain, offers the greatest benefits to alchemists. There is also the alchemy flame divine steel there, which is said to contain powerful alchemy inheritances and the potential to enhance alchemy talent. In ancient times, people really did enhance their alchemy talents by comprehending the steel. Let's go. Seymour waved his hand. leading the group out, with Hillary standing up and following. Those people paid no attention to him. To them, Hillary was just a worthless pile of mud, not worth mentioning. Soon, they arrived at a black iron gate behind the Alchemy Hall. As Seymour produced a red token, the black iron gate rumbled open. Instantly, dense fire essence energy surged out. Seymour led the group quickly inside. Hillary followed last, gazing ahead to see a massive flame pool. It spanned 1,000 feet wide. Flames roared within. The temperature was extremely high. In the middle of the flames stood a huge black stone stele inscribed with a single large character, Dan, Alchemy. The Alchemy Flame Divine Steel. Absorb, comprehend, strive for further advancement. The Hall Master will return soon, and the great contest between the three sects will begin. This is a rare opportunity for you. Seymour spoke, and then sat down in lotus position, yearning to advance further and elevate his status. Devlin and the others could hardly wait, sitting down immediately and beginning to absorb the fire essence energy, which quickly gathered around them. Hillary stood at the back, staring at the black steel in the flame pool. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, showing shock. The steel appeared different in his eyes. More precisely, the character, Dan, had changed. It turned into a ball of fire, enveloping the entire steel, burning fiercely. Alchemy flame. No, this is strange fire. True strange fire. Hillary was profoundly shocked. His eyes flashed, and he hurried forward. Legend had it that the Inner Court's Flame Spirit Tower contained strange fire energy, but Hillary had personally tested it and found it wasn't true. However, this steel contained real strange fire energy. Strange fire, a heavenly marvel, was the ultimate treasure for alchemists to strengthen their alchemy flame. Mastering strange fire could produce pills of higher quality compared to ordinary alchemists. Insufficient ability could be compensated by strange fire. Similarly, this flame possessed formidable destructive power. Its incineration capability was both terrifying and astonishing. When combined with supernatural powers, its might increased several levels. Extremely rare and valuable. Hillary was truly moved. Stay back. The alchemy flame energy near the pool can scorch you. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Seymour opened his eyes, looking unfriendly. Devlin and the remaining man and woman also looked over. Hillary was standing less than half a meter from the pool edge, drenched in sweat. They sneered, mocking him as a foolish clown who knew not what was good for him. But Hillary remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the steel, seemingly lost in thought. In fact, he noticed that focusing on the steel established a connection, drawing unique flame energy silently towards him. Strange fire energy was truly gathering. Coyle, one needed comprehension. With sufficient talent and deep insight, one could communicate with the Alchemy Flame Divine Steel and absorb its strange fire energy. And Hillary was clearly qualified. This was a tremendous opportunity for him. Currently, he had comprehended more than 80% of the alchemy inheritance in his mind. His divine soul had also received significant nourishment in the beast pool. If he could acquire strange fire, he could start refining pills immediately, startling everyone. Note, the translation has maintained the paragraph structure, line breaks, and tone as requested. All character names are kept in pinyin for consistency. Chapter 40. Creation, truly seeking death. Seeing Hillary remained indifferent, Devlin cursed again. The remaining man and woman did not hold back either, joining in to ridicule him. If you court death, then we can't be blamed. Keegan's eyes gleamed. He too wanted to directly capture Hillary, but the sect's rules absolutely forbade it. However, if Hillary brought about his own demise, then they couldn't be held responsible. At this moment, the Hillary standing at the front suddenly trembled. His body began to sweat even more profusely, with blood visibly mixing in. Instantly, Devlin and the other two sneered. Keegan's eyes flashed, secretly reveling in the scene. Hillary wasn't just trembling. His body abruptly recoiled backward, while blood spurted from various parts of his body, indicating a severe injury. Coyle was thrown back over 10 meters, landing awkwardly on the ground, his expression filled with pain and emitting low growls. It seemed he was in extreme discomfort. Damn it, damn it. Devlin cursed loudly. This was the outcome of someone who refused to acknowledge their limits. If Hillary ended up dead because of his own folly, he deserved it. Keegan spoke heavily. You know how terrifying this is now? Phew. As soon as they finished speaking, Hillary spat out another large mouthful of blood. His condition seemed far worse than anyone had anticipated. This time, both Devlin and Keegan felt triumphant. They confirmed that this young man had been injured by the pill fire chi due to his stubbornness. Once inside the body, the pill fire chi burned fiercely, damaging internal organs, rupturing the dantian, and could even take one's life. They stood aside, letting Hillary fend for himself, while resuming their cultivation in high spirits. Just then, boom! A loud rumbling sound echoed. The pill fire spirit steel shook violently. The character Dan turned crimson, blinding bright. The group was startled. Keegan shouted, "The pill fire spirit steel has sensed something. I feel a terrifying power entering my body. My pill fire is rapidly growing stronger. I'm becoming powerful, incredibly powerful." Devlin screamed, and Keegan along with the two disciples turned towards him, noticing flames enveloping his body. But these flames didn't harm him. They continued entering his body, making Devlin's aura stronger. Especially the pill fire aura, or his alchemy talent, which rapidly advanced in this moment. It turns out it's Achilles' brother Quentin, who triggered the pill fire spirit steel. Achilles' brother Quentin's talent is frightening. The two disciples gazed eagerly, excitement bubbling over. Meanwhile, Keegan sprang up, moving swiftly toward Devlin. His eyes widened, filled with envy. Remarkable, remarkable. Throughout history, only a few have triggered the pill fire spirit steel. Devlin has created a record. Triggering the pill fire spirit steel has boundless benefits. Rapid expansion of the pill fire leads to an increase in alchemy talent, ensuring a bright future for him. Coyle bellowed, his voice shaking the heavens. The two disciples were even more stunned. Suddenly, a roar sounded, and intense flames erupted from the pill fire spirit steel, burning fiercely and soaring into the sky, coloring vast expanses of the heavens red. Even more terrifying than I imagined. His alchemy talent might reach the 3rd rank, Keegan roared. 3rd rank? Could it be that he qualifies for the 3rd rank? The two disciples froze, almost kneeling before Devlin. In the entire Star River sect, only one person had reached the 3rd rank, the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall. Now Achilles' brother Quentin showed potential for such achievement. Even if he couldn't leave this place, he would still become one of the most formidable beings in the Star River sect. Envious indeed. Not just them. The flames rising into the sky caused a stir within the sect. Many disciples and errands moved closer to observe. Looking at the flames above the pool, they couldn't help but feel shocked, some trembling with fear. The sight was terrifying. Flames covering the sky. The seed candidates from the Alchemy Hall entered the flame pool, causing this phenomenon. It must be the activation of the pill fire spirit steel. Only a handful of activations in history, each creating a powerful alchemist. Who could it be? Rumors say both Devlin and Hillary possess 2nd rank alchemy talent. Now, since they are both inside, it must be one of them. Outside, discussions grew heated. More people gathered here. The Judah arrived, even Denver appeared. The scene became more lively and impressive. Inside the flame pool, Devlin absorbed the fire quickly. Indeed, his talent was commendable, advancing swiftly through absorbing this fire. However, all of this relied on Hillary. Without Hillary, he wouldn't have received any benefits from the pill fire spirit steel. These benefits were mere leftovers from what Hillary absorbed, just a taste left behind. At this moment, Hillary felt an inferno raging within him. The strange fire chi caused immense pain, and he feared being reduced to ashes. Strange fire was difficult to suppress. But, gritting his teeth and repeatedly spitting blood, Hillary endured using his strong willpower, suppressing the strange fire and merging it with his own pill fire. Subduing the strange fire. This made things more bearable. Even so, his aura strengthened imperceptibly, and his alchemy talent skyrocketed to 3rd rank. Success. Hillary took a deep breath, feeling his transformation and becoming excited. Now, with mastery over strange fire, he could attempt refining pills. The pill formulas from the dragon deity would finally find application. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a manic laugh erupted. Devlin stood up, sensing his pill fire flourishing intensely, and his talent significantly enhanced. Coyle howled, expressing his overwhelming joy. Coyle, Devlin, was destined for greatness, to rise above others like a dragon among men. Before entering this place, if he was 80% sure of winning 1st place, now it was certain. In the Star River sect, only one person surpassed his alchemy talent, the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall. Good. Keegan was equally excited. Let's go. Devlin should return immediately to absorb this fully. Don't make any mistakes. They left without further delay. Passing by Hillary, Keegan icily remarked, dead? If not, get up and scram immediately. The man and woman also jeered. Without Brother Quentin's talent, you dared approach the flame pool. Not being burned to ashes already means you've gotten off easy. As for Devlin, he didn't even glance at Hillary. Coyle had seized the greatest fortune, while Hillary nearly met his end. The difference between them was stark. Hillary simply wasn't worth a second look. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. It preserves the original tone and style, keeping it natural and fluent while ensuring grammatical correctness and coherence with the storyline. Chapter 41. Nameless Alchemy Furnace. As the group walked out, everyone outside immediately turned their gaze towards them. Kareem stepped forward first and loudly asked, "Who?" Seymour Coyle smiled and said, "Devlin." Ha ha ha. Kareem burst into laughter, letting out a long breath. In truth, he had been worried, even fearful. Afraid it would be Hillary. That kid had truly created too many unimaginable feats. Now, getting the exact answer from Seymour Coyle, he finally felt completely relieved. Those around looked at Devlin with envy. Touching the divine flame steel of alchemy indicated that Devlin's status as a future great alchemist would be very high. Where is Hillary? Denver stepped out to ask. The surrounding disciples and errands also thought about that person. Hillary also had a 2nd rank alchemy talent, so what had he accomplished? Even if not as good as Devlin, he should not be simple, right? However, with Denver asking this question, both Seymour Coyle and Devlin all laughed disdainfully. At this moment, Hillary emerged step by step from within the black iron gate, his originally white clothes now drenched in blood. His face was extremely pale, looking very disheveled. Everyone paused for a moment. Denver's heart seemed to sink slightly. Report to the errand, Hillary was terrifying. Coyle set a record inside the flame pool that no one could match. Devlin shouted loudly. Coyle became the first person who nearly killed himself. Thump. Every heart raced. Hillary overestimated himself, approached the flame pool, absorbed the essence of the alchemy flame but almost burned himself to death. Ha ha ha. A man and a woman echoed loudly. Their laughter was grating and full of contempt. Compared to Devlin, he falls far behind. Seymour Coyle added, thoroughly putting Hillary down. Coyle really wasn't capable. The gap was immense. Ha ha ha. Kareem's laugh was even more grating, thoroughly relaxing. Coyle watched Hillary with amusement, feeling that he had taken out his anger on him. The surrounding errands and disciples shifted their gaze from Hillary to focus entirely on Devlin. This was the truly impressive existence. Denver's eyes flickered, staring at Hillary. However, Hillary remained calm and gave him a simple smile, showing no sign of disappointment. Not only that, Hillary is simply incapable. In 2 days at the medicine hall, he disobeyed discipline and did nothing but sleep daily. It's not worth cultivating him. Seymour Coyle continued. People's gazes flickered again, looking down on Hillary even more. Coyle wasn't as formidable and excellent as rumored. Without saying a word, Hillary took large steps forward. Hollow and powerless words would not serve any purpose, he would prove himself through actions. Such actions only provoked sneers from Devlin. Coyle taunted. See? Speechless, can't even face us. Coyle's not even fit to carry my shoes. Perhaps due to the harshness of his voice, Hillary stopped, turned to look at him, and said, remember your words today. Don't humiliate yourself later. Do you think you have the qualification to speak to me after I received the blessing of the divine flame steel? Devlin laughed meaningfully, feeling like he had reached the peak of his life. No fear. Are you sure you really got the blessing? Hillary's gaze carried deep meanings. Devlin's eyes flashed, sensing something was off. That blessing indeed seemed somewhat strange. I'm certain. At this point, Seymour Coyle stepped forward, saying, the blessing belongs to Devlin. Coyle is much stronger than you. Hundreds, thousands of times. You're not even fit to carry his shoes. Fine. I'll take the test tomorrow, Hillary said with a smile and walked away. Seymour Coyle snorted. You come here to embarrass yourself? After sleeping for 2 days in the medicine hall, you learn nothing useful. What makes you qualified to brag? You probably don't even know how to wield the alchemy flame? His loud remarks made people look down on Hillary even more. Watching his departing back, they couldn't help but show mocking smiles. Maybe he was indeed not worth mentioning. Denver's eyes flickered continuously. Then, he quickly followed Hillary and asked, did you really sleep for 2 days at the medicine hall? Their teachings aren't substantial, Hillary said indifferently. Tomorrow's medicine hall master assessment truly concerns the donghua strand, which is the only hope to save Chantel. Denver repeated. That thing is mine. Hillary glanced at Denver once before walking straight to the weapon treasury. After passing through the beast pool, he had another chance to ascend to the 3rd level where the sect's most fearsome weapons were hidden. And Hillary had the qualifications to choose one among them. Arriving here, without waiting for the errantly overseer's questioning, he took out the token and headed directly for the 3rd level. Few people were inside the weapon treasury. Occasionally encountering a couple of disciples, they just glanced casually at Hillary and ignored him. Coyle smoothly reached the 3rd level, his eyes scanning the place. The weapons here, ranging from knives, spears, and swords, were exquisite. Each piece alone was enough to cause fierce contention outside. But Hillary hurriedly scanned the area and ignored everything. Coyle already had the dragon-marked knife, which perfectly matched the dragon blood. Thus, he didn't need any other weapons. His gaze moved horizontally and finally stopped at a row of alchemy furnaces. Standing before the furnace was a Jace with white hair. The Jace stared at a chest-high, pitch-black alchemy furnace. Hillary walked over, ignoring the Jace. However, the Jace scanned him and then watched as Hillary picked up a furnace randomly. Are you an alchemist? The Jace asked. Almost, Hillary replied while lifting the furnace. Just as he was about to leave, the Jace spoke again. Alchemy furnaces have souls and different attributes. Each alchemist carefully selects a furnace because some may reject their alchemy flame. Hillary stopped, looked at the half-person high crimson furnace in his hand, and spread his palm open. With a whoosh, a thread of flame rose in his palm. Injecting the flame into the furnace, it showed no rejection. Looking back at the Jace, Hillary said, seems my luck is quite good. The Jace's eyes widened, his fists tightening beneath his sleeves. Staring at the flame in Hillary's hand, he suddenly stepped forward. Hillary immediately sensed a powerful pressure like mountains and seas. Did you go to the flame pool? The Jace asked. Yes. Hillary frowned, stepping back, becoming alert. The Jace followed suit, observing closely. His eyes flickered repeatedly, then waved his hand, fetching a blackened and battered alchemy furnace. This nameless alchemy furnace will suit you better. The Jace handed it to Hillary. Hillary's eyes flickered, hesitating for a moment before accepting it. His alchemy flame surged freely into the furnace. At that moment, Hillary furrowed his brows. It seems it's not simple. Chapter 42. Alchemy. As Hillary's alchemical fire entered, the pitch-black pill furnace subtly shook. Not in rejection but with a hint of excitement. At this moment, Hillary felt that he could wield his alchemical fire even more skillfully. This feeling was akin to him using the dragon blood to perform the dragon mark blade technique. They complemented each other perfectly. His alchemical fire seemed destined to work through this pill furnace. This object suits you better. Take it, the Aaron smiled and said, cherish it well, for it has a special bond with you. Hillary glanced at the Aaron, nodded, put back the crimson furnace, and left with the black pill furnace. Coyle spent all his divine crystals, purchasing large quantities of low-grade herbs from the clan's treasure vault before returning to his residence. Coyle took out the pill furnace and laid out the herbs but did not immediately begin. Instead, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and rapidly scanned through the alchemical techniques once again, absorbing the knowledge like a sponge. Whoosh! The alchemical knowledge flowed into Hillary's mind as if it were an ancient secret text, flipping through pages swiftly. Uniquely, its teachings directly imprinted themselves into his brain. After half an hour, it was completely dark outside. Hillary opened his eyes calmly, and as soon as he did, he extended his palm, sending the alchemical fire straight into the furnace. Under the control of his divine soul force, the alchemical fire danced within the furnace. Then, Hillary released his spiritual energy, which seemed to transform into hands grabbing a herb and throwing it into the furnace. Alchemy, using the pill furnace and alchemical fire as tools, with spiritual energy and divine soul as hands, was both art and science, neither of which could be missing. Sizzling, under the alchemical fire's heat, the herb began to melt. This was the first step of alchemy, purification. It involved liquefying the herb, removing impurities, and leaving behind only the essence. The second step was blending different herbs' essences together under the alchemical fire's heat, forming a single pill. This was only half done. Next came further refining. Finally, the last step, the pinnacle of the craft, was known as opening the spirit, making the pill capable of healing wounds, enhancing cultivation, or even breaking through realms. Opening the spirit was the most crucial step, requiring meticulous refinement and constant improvement. Despite understanding the techniques, Hillary found himself unable to perfect the process on his first attempt. Problems arose during the purification stage, with various herbs beginning to repel each other during the fusion stage. By the time he reached the opening the spirit stage, the pill had turned to ash. Failure. But Hillary remained undeterred. If one try failed, he would try again and again until he succeeded. Failure. Failure. Still failure. In fact, Hillary experienced over 30 failures. Hillary, I have news that the head of the Alchemy Hall returned this afternoon. Tomorrow at noon, he will conduct a major test. This is extremely important. Not only does it concern that strand of alchemical mist, but may also affect the Tri-Sect competition. Be prepared. The Tri-Sect competition will kick off tomorrow, and even first-tier forces might make an appearance. Denver's voice echoed from outside the door before he left without waiting for a response. First-tier forces? Hillary's eyes flickered. Coyle then focused back on his efforts. Continuous failures. Despite having inherited formidable knowledge, no one in Star River Sect compared to Hillary in terms of alchemical knowledge. Yet he kept failing. This highlighted just how challenging alchemy truly was. No wonder Devlin was so highly regarded by the sect when he became a first-class alchemist. It was truly difficult, far beyond mere talent. Yet these repeated failures also accumulated valuable experience for Hillary, helping him learn from every mistake. By the 30th attempt, his pills were already taking shape. As he continued, the pills became smoother and their fragrance richer. This night was sleepless. Until the next morning, Hillary was still working. Outside, noises indicated that the alchemy exam had begun and hints of the Tri-Sect competition were emerging. Gramyun Sect and Tianyuan Sect would gather at Star River Sect. Even first-tier forces might attend. It was a critical event, causing excitement throughout the entire sect. Meanwhile, Hillary was sweating profusely and looked deathly pale. Alchemy consumed not only spiritual energy but also divine soul strength. Both were nearly depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted. Eventually, Hillary collapsed, overwhelmed with fatigue and dizziness. After resting for an hour, he regained some strength, sitting up and holding a newly forged pill in his hand. This pill was the size of a dragon's eye, round and full, emitting a captivating aroma. It was undoubtedly a top-notch first-class pill. Anyone who saw this pill would be astounded. Hillary had only shown his alchemical talent days ago and had been napping in the Alchemy Hall, learning nothing. And yet, he produced a high-quality first-class pill. Wasn't that frightening? No one could remain calm in such a situation. Actually, it could have been even better, Hillary smirked, acknowledging that severe fatigue had led to some mistakes. Otherwise, this pill could have neared second-class quality, or even surpassed it entirely, standing out among second-class pills. Taking a deep breath, he stood up, opened the door, and let the sunlight in. Feeling elated, Hillary set his sights on securing that alchemical mist. Didn't you hear me? The alchemy test is starting. You haven't learned anything, and your talent won't help much. You'll just embarrass yourself. Come on, let's see how brilliant Brother Devlin really is, and what rewards the Alchemy Hall Master will bestow upon him. Coyle must receive something significant. I heard there's alchemical mist. A few disciples passing by Hillary's place jeered at him, then headed toward the Alchemy Hall. Hillary followed them to the hall, where a crowd had gathered. Disciples, errands, and servants were all here for the spectacle. However, the Alchemy Hall Master had not arrived yet, and the exam had not started. Hillary moved away from the crowd, found a corner, sat down, and quickly fell asleep. Coyle truly needed rest after the exhausting night. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and tone of the Chinese text, ensuring the story flows naturally in English while staying faithful to the original narrative. Chapter 43. The Hall Master arrives. Outside the Alchemy Hall, there was a lively scene with most of the disciples and errands gathered here. The status of alchemists was extraordinary, and no one could resist being curious about such an evaluation. Moreover, it was rumored that Devlin had already been able to refine first-grade intermediate pills before comprehending the divine flame steel. Now, who knew how formidable he had become? Thus, when Devlin appeared, everyone's eyes turned toward him. Even some of the errands gazed at him with envy and flattery. Devlin's prospects were boundless. Under countless pairs of eyes, Devlin carried himself proudly, head held high, hands clasped behind his back like an unparalleled emperor on high. The feeling of all eyes on him was enjoyable. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, looking toward a corner, then his lips curled up into an extremely disdainful sneer. Everyone also followed his gaze and saw Hillary in the corner, completely passed out. It looks like Seymour Coyle spoke truly. This man is just a mess, still only knowing how to sleep, utterly useless. I was actually hoping much from him. Who would have thought he'd be so incompetent? This guy is too arrogant. Thinking his talent is great, he became complacent. People like him are destined to go nowhere. Not just them, some errands side as well. Kareem stood at the front of the crowd and looked over with a playful smile. Coyle was afraid that Hillary had potential. The boy really had great potential. But if he continued to be so complacent, it wouldn't matter how much potential he had. Moreover, he couldn't give Hillary too much time. Hillary, Denver approached Hillary, his voice low and grave. Coyle always believed those rumors were jokes. Hillary shouldn't be like this. The kid always gave off a feeling of drive, doing everything with utmost effort. But now, seeing Hillary firsthand, he seemed to have been deluded by those victories, losing his vigor and diligence. Others were waiting, and even some alchemist apprentices nearby were diligently attempting to refine pills, making their final push, while Hillary was here snoring soundly. Coyle had come later than others and should be working harder. The hall master will call me when he arrives. I'm tired. I'll sleep for a bit. Hillary didn't lift his eyelids, then continued to snore deeply. Denver's expression soured. Arrogance and recklessness would lead to self-destruction. In the vast world of Yuansong, What was lacking wasn't geniuses but those with both great talent and the resilience to exert themselves fully. Lowering his head, he said again, Chantel is in imminent danger. He was injured for your sake. Are you going to stand by and watch him die? Hilary showed no reaction. You have formidable talents. These talents can make you outstanding. Will you treat yourself like this? Hilary ignored him. Denver gritted his teeth. Chantel is right below Holy Mountain, gravely wounded. Your sister Quinimby is attending to him. They're waiting for you to bring the pill to save him. You should see how dire his condition is. Hilary simply turned his body away. Denver was frustrated. Hilary, I don't know what you've gone through these past few days, but I've always seen you highly. And as they say, a tiger does not sire dogs. Don't sully his name. This time, Hilary's eyelid twitched. When Chantel was critically injured, he sensed something from the conversation between Denver and Kareem. Now, he was even more certain. These people seemed to know his father, and many events had transpired between them. Even Kareem targeting him might be related to his father. There must be secrets. I have a plan. After throwing 4 words, Hilary closed his senses, cutting off everything from the outside world. Coyle was indeed exhausted. An hour's rest only partially restored his strength. Coyle needed more recuperation. To be in top form, he had to conserve every ounce of energy. The fists under Denver's sleeves creaked. His mouth opened for a long time, finally emitting only a powerless sigh. Denver, he said he has a plan. Maybe he can already refine pills, perhaps even at a higher grade than Devlin? Kareem's voice sounded, a mischievous smile on his face. Around him, mocking laughter arose. Was that possible? If he could refine pills while sleeping, they'd choose to sleep forever. Even Devlin scoffed. Forget Hilary's current state. Even if he tried his hardest or even with personal guidance from the Hall Master, he couldn't compare. Hilary couldn't manage. Far from it. Time flew by swiftly. Soon the sun was at its zenith, reaching the highest temperature of the day. Everyone waited anxiously. Begin. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed, and an errandly man with white hair approached, sitting in the chair prepared for him. Everyone immediately tensed up. The Hall Master arrived. The Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall, ranked 3rd among the 10 errands, with unfathomable cultivation and the only 3rd-grade alchemist in the Star River Sect. In the outer regions of Gramzhou, his reputation was resounding. Wherever he went, he was the honored guest, the center of attention. The participating disciples immediately became solemn. Besides Devlin and the other 2, a man and a woman also appeared. These 2 also possessed alchemy talent. The 5 of them stepped forward, but the Hall Master, sweeping his eyes over the 5, immediately furrowed his brows, somewhat astonished. Just these few? Seymour Coyle stepped forward immediately, bowing respectfully. Reporting to the Hall Master, just these few? No, there's another one. He's sleeping over there. Ha ha ha. Following Seymour Coyle's words, harsh laughter echoed around, and disparaging gazes also focused on Hilary. Coyle was still asleep, even snoring. Cold smiles deepened. This kid was done for. Forget about any skills, his attitude alone would infuriate the Hall Master. How formal was this alchemy evaluation? Sleeping was disrespectful. Maybe he'll kick him out in anger, someone whispered sarcastically, or maybe directly cripple him. The Hall Master is not someone to be trifled with. Hilary's attitude practically spurns him. Another chimed in, with an evil glint in his eye. Even Seymour Coyle entertained such thoughts. Kareem laughed. Coyle won't amount to anything. Yet, while they discussed, the Hall Master's face did not show any annoyance. Instead, he glanced at Hilary and smiled. It's good that he's here. Those simple words instantly silenced the scene. Everyone stared wide-eyed. It was completely different from what they expected. Even opposite. Surprisingly, the Hall Master added, let him sleep a bit. Maybe he's really too tired. Chapter 44. There's still one more. Silence filled the room. Everyone was dumbfounded. Reality and expectations were entirely opposite. Please go ahead. The Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall turned around. His expression calm as he looked at the 5 people in front of him, appearing affable. Those 5 people froze. Their desire to see Hilary humiliated vanished without a trace. Perhaps the Hall Master is too noble to be angered by a junior. The tone changed as they sought more reasons. In fact, if the Hall Master had shown anger, it would still leave a glimmer of hope for Hilary. But now, he can't even be bothered to get angry, perhaps completely abandoning that person, making him dispensable. No one had high hopes for the Hall Master's attitude toward Hilary. Amidst the conversation, the 5 people had already chosen their positions and took out their own alchemical furnaces. At the same time, the elixir fires blossomed. In that instant, gasps echoed around as Devlin burst into action. His elixir fire emerged, roaring fiercely as it burned, far more vigorous than the other 4. Coyle stood out like no one else. Even the elixir fires of the other 4 seemed unstable under Devlin's flame, as if being suppressed. Great. Janasu smiled. Although he didn't have an official relationship with Devlin, he had always been guiding him. As he glanced over, the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall also revealed a faint smile, saying, well done. You went to the flame pool? Devlin immediately raised his head and respectfully replied, reporting to the Hall Master, I did go there yesterday and gained insights from the Pill Fire Divine Steel, receiving some enlightenment. This was already polite in his mind. In truth, he felt that what he gained was enormous. However, the Hall Master merely nodded indifferently, calmly saying, indeed, just a little. But this little bit is beneficial to you. Work hard. There was no praise, no significant attention, simple and indifferent. This left Devlin feeling somewhat let down. In his heart, he had expected the Hall Master to greatly commend him and show great warmth. His gaze flickered, then he loudly declared, I can already refine first-class superior pills. With those words, he immediately began, moving gracefully through purification, fusion, and spirit opening, swiftly completing the process. After several breaths, Beads of sweat formed on Devlin's forehead, but his eyes shone with determination as he stably controlled the elixir fire with his spirit. Coyle wanted to showcase himself fully, impressing the hall master, or even shocking him, and indeed, he performed exceptionally well. Inside the furnace, the sound of continuous rumbling persisted, and finally, when the lid opened, a rich aroma surged out. All disciples were entranced. Xianxia's eyes gleamed. Coyle had improved even further. Last night, he gave many pointers to Devlin, helping him grow rapidly, and today, Devlin's performance surpassed last night's. It could be said to be his most successful display yet. The pill appeared, crimson in color, dragon eye-sized, full-bodied, truly a first-class superior pill. Devlin is only in his 20s. Achieving this level is truly astonishing. Not only that, but after comprehending the pill fire divine steel, his talent skyrocketed. Entering the second rank is almost certain. His potential is immense, even exceeding our imagination. Coyle will soon rise swiftly, achieving fame and success. Remarkable. Praises came from all sides. Xianxia laughed joyfully. Devlin's expression grew prouder, looking once again towards the hall master with an air of seeking approval, almost showing a victorious smile. Would the hall master be shocked this time? Could there be any reason not to commend him? But, when he met the hall master's gaze, it remained casually nodding, unchanged from before. Devlin was disappointed again. Xianxia frowned, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Coyle transmitted sound to Devlin. Don't be disheartened. The hall master may be testing your resolve. His lack of praise is to encourage you to work harder, persevere, and advance further. You've done remarkably. In Star River Sect, and even in the peripheral areas of Gramzhou, few of your age can match your excellence. Though Devlin yearned for the hall master's commendation to satisfy his vanity and gain recognition from others, he didn't dare say more, nodding and stepping back. Then, the remaining 4 began their assessment, but these few only managed purification and fusion, failing at the third step, spirit opening. They merely possessed talent in alchemy and hadn't fully reached the standard of alchemists. Of course, if Devlin hadn't been present, reaching this level at their age would already be impressive. They were all outstanding individuals. Half an hour later, the assessment concluded. Everyone looked towards the hall master. First place was indisputable. Devlin refined a first-class superior pill, significantly surpassing the others, incomparable to them. Devlin also believed this, stepping forward slowly, waiting for the hall master's announcement and reward. Coyle even fantasized about receiving the reward, advancing further and astounding everyone. Still one more, wake him up. At this moment, the hall master spoke, not looking at Devlin but at Hillary instead. Everyone froze once more. Remembering Hillary? They had guessed the hall master considered Hillary insignificant, but now his attitude defied their assumptions. Despite Hillary's rudeness, the hall master was magnanimous. It was perplexing. Devlin was truly dissatisfied, his fists clenching under his sleeves. How could this pile of mud matter when I've done so well without any praise? Blind. Old fool. Xianxia stepped forward. Hall master, actually, Hillary has only been here 2 days, specifically for Chantel. And during these 2 days, he's been unconscious, not learning anything about alchemy. Whether he takes the test or not makes no difference. Go. The hall master's single word was delivered indifferently, but Xianxia trembled under the invisible pressure, breaking into a cold sweat. Coyle bowed hurriedly before walking towards Hillary. At this moment, Hillary opened his eyes, stood up, stretched lazily, and then looked towards the examination area. Noticing the Jace, Hillary's eyes flickered. He recognized him as the hall master of the Alchemy Hall. The Jace from the 3rd floor of the armament pavilion yesterday. The hall master also noticed him. Their gazes met, and the hall master nodded with a smile. Coyle knew Hillary was here for Chantel. Coyle wouldn't intervene in this matter. Chantel's identity was complicated, involving much intrigue. However, Hillary's talent caught his attention. If his guess was correct, Hillary deserved full cultivation and guidance. Hillary was a rare gem. Chapter 45. The odd flame appears. All flames submit. Hillary, the Lord is magnanimous and does not hold your rudeness against you. You may proceed with the examination, Seymour Coyle said as he walked over, his tone clearly displeased. Coyle was inwardly perplexed. A pile of mud. Why should the Lord be concerned? Yet, Hillary strode forward boldly, passing by him without even glancing in his direction, completely ignoring him. This made Seymour Coyle even more discontent, his eyes brimming with irritation. Arrogant. Kareem and Denver also glanced over, both of them seasoned and shrewd. The attitude of the Lord of the Alchemy Hall seemed peculiar. The situation was evidently more complicated than they initially thought. Quintantal 1, show us your potential. Let me see what you can do. The Lord of the Alchemy Hall spoke again, his smile radiantly warm. This further astonished everyone. What was going on? Devlin had never evoked such a broad smile from the Lord of the Alchemy Hall, yet this Hillary, whom everyone disapproved of, received unexpected kindness. Devlin's envy flared intensely, his fists clenched tightly under his sleeves, creaking loudly as he cursed inwardly. Old man, you deserve to die. The Lord's attitude towards him was infuriating. Now, seeing how the Lord treated Hillary even better, his annoyance transformed into boundless rage. It was truly despicable. I want the Xianxia. Hillary approached the front, staring at the Lord of the Alchemy Hall. Instead of demonstrating his skills, he simply declared these 4 words. Everyone was stunned. Seymour Coyle roared in anger. Impudence. The Lord giving you this opportunity is a fortune from your past lives. Yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you even have the ability? I, Devlin, have refined a superior grade first-class medicinal pill. What about you? On what grounds do you demand the Xianxia? Devlin also yelled furiously, deeming it utterly outrageous. The Lord of the Alchemy Hall smile faded, his eyes flashing. Let's see your skill. To answer the Lord, this person truly lacks any capability. He has no alchemy skills whatsoever, Seymour Coyle interjected once more. In fact, he doesn't even know how to control the elixir flame. Devlin bellowed. Bang! Before the words could fully register, a loud roar erupted. Hillary produced the alchemy furnace and ignited the elixir flame simultaneously, which roared into an inferno instantly. With the burning came surging heat waves that startled everyone present. Seymour Coyle and Devlin widened their eyes in shock. Their own elixir flames inside them began to tremble violently, especially Devlin's flame, which seemed to quake in fear. Coyle, he comprehended the elixir flame divine steel. He possesses odd flame energy. Seymour Coyle suddenly shouted aloud, his face deathly pale, thoroughly shocked. Immediately after, Devlin and the apprentices around, along with other disciples and errands, were all shaken to the core, their expressions terrified. Comprehended the elixir flame divine steel? Not Devlin, but Hillary. No, this can't be possible. Devlin shrieked, feeling as if the glory above him was stripped away by Hillary. His eyes turned bloodshot as he howled in rage. Bang! Amidst his astonishment, Hillary's elixir flame burned even more vigorously, revealing its terrifying power, causing Devlin's elixir flame to shake uncontrollably. The few alchemy apprentices nearby collapsed, writhing uncomfortably under the pressure. Odd flame appears, all flames submit. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Devlin stumbled back, overwhelmed both by the violent trembling of his elixir flame and the intense humiliation. Yesterday, he boasted throughout the sect that it was he, Devlin, who comprehended the elixir flame divine steel, achieving unparalleled enlightenment. Everyone in the sect looked at him with renewed respect. And now, Hillary revealed the truth. It became clear that Devlin merely basked in Hillary's glory, just fed on the leftovers. Utter shame. At this moment, he understood the true meaning behind Hillary's words yesterday. Are you sure you grasped the enlightenment? They knew all along. Coyle ate scraps. Damn it. Kareem raged inwardly. His expression twisted with fury, clenching his fists tight beneath his sleeves. His worst fears materialized. This kid had been hiding his true abilities, misleading everyone. So that's it. Denver's eyes gleamed with excitement. Disappointment turned to surprise. Hillary really did have plans. A good lad. Even I was deceived. It makes sense. Only this way could certain people be caught off guard and not interfere. Denver then glanced at Kareem, whose teeth ground together audibly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hillary had truly toyed with them all. So what? Devlin barked again, his eyes bloodshot like a demon, coldly saying, even if he comprehended the elixir flame divine steel, he still can't refine pills. I am already a first-class alchemist and will soon reach second class. Coyle is miles behind me. A thunderclap awakening. Right. Seymour Coyle agreed. I don't know what black magic he used, but I guarantee he knows nothing about alchemy. Because he didn't pay attention to a single word I taught. Hillary glanced at him. Your teachings are worthless. It's not that I didn't listen. It's that I wouldn't. Are you insulting me? Seymour Coyle gnashed his teeth. There were only 2 second-class alchemists in the entire Star River sect, and he was one of them. His status and capabilities were indisputable, but Hillary shook his head calmly, staring at him. You're overthinking it. This isn't just an insult. It's plain mockery. To put it another way, you're too incompetent for me to take seriously. You. Seymour Coyle's face turned red with anger, nearly bursting with rage. So damn infuriating. Go ahead. The Lord of the Alchemy Hall remained composed, focusing on Hillary. Show me what you can do. The elixir flame divine steel held significant meaning. It was the flame of a former third-class peak alchemist of the Star River sect and also the Lord's teacher. The black alchemy furnace given to Hillary was precisely that master's personal item, designed to work best with odd flame. And legend had it that comprehending the elixir flame divine steel and obtaining odd flame energy would grant a thread of his teacher's inheritance, accelerating one's path to becoming an alchemist much faster than ordinary people. Moreover, one's talent would become exceptionally formidable. Of course, this did not mean the Lord believed Hillary had surpassed Devlin. After all, only a day had passed. However rapid the progress, it couldn't be this extraordinary. In his heart, if Hillary could purify and fuse herbs to create a protopill, that would be incredibly impressive already. To achieve this, Hillary showed limitless potential and deserved thorough cultivation. Refine a pill. Hillary didn't waste any more words, swinging his palm to channel the vigorous elixir flame into the furnace, making an even louder roaring sound. Coyle was about to begin. Chapter 46. I am the true number 1. I don't believe it. Absolutely not. Devlin shouted. Hillary had only arrived at Sacred Mountain for a short while and hadn't learned anything. It was impossible that he knew alchemy. Alchemy, getting a legacy wouldn't make it happen. It required constant exploration and trials on one's own. Practicing it in just a day wasn't realistic. Nonsense. Seymour Coyle gritted his teeth as well, not to mention catching up with him. It was utterly impossible for Hillary to create the lowest grade medicinal pill, unless the sun rose from the west, and this would never happen. Boom. However, under his shock, Hillary moved again and startled everyone, causing even Seymour Coyle to frown. Purification, and it was carried out flawlessly. The herbs thrown into the pill furnace by Hillary quickly melted down, extracting the purest essence. This was an accomplishment beyond his reach. In a moment, Seymour Coyle widened his eyes. And this was just the beginning. The second step, fusion, was completed even faster by Hillary, almost perfectly. This was master-level skill. It seemed as if he had gone through countless sessions of alchemy, ingraining the technique deep into his bones. Seymour Coyle stood dumbfounded, his heart racing. No, it's really impossible. Coyle couldn't bring himself to believe it, suspecting deeply whether he was dreaming. Coyle wasn't alone. Devlin was also in shock, his body trembling violently, witnessing an unbelievable, earth-shattering miracle. Even the Hallmaster's expression turned more serious than expected due to what Hilary accomplished. Just receiving the legacy from his teacher? Boom. Amid the astonishment, Hilary advanced to the third step, the formation of the pill within the alchemical fire, leading to the final step, opening the soul. This last step determined the success or failure of the pill. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. Kareem clenched his fist so hard that blood trickled down, truly terrified by how unrealistic this all was. Meanwhile, Denver gazed eagerly, filled with boundless hope. Would Hilary indeed be able to create a miracle, leaving everyone speechless? Boom, boom. 2 consecutive explosions sounded, louder than before, but Denver's gaze flickered sharply as his heart pounded, then a chill ran down his spine. His expression grew grim and bitter. The pill furnace trembled, emitting thunderous sounds followed by wisps of black smoke rising from it, a burnt smell spreading across the entire scene. Silence. Oppression. Then, ha ha ha. Laughter echoed shrilly, both Seymour Coyle and Devlin's eyes brightening, filled with a malicious joy. Failure. Near success, yet ultimate failure. The furnace exploded in the end. Ha ha ha. The laughter floated. Kareem seemed to exhale a breath of relief, his ugly expression easing, his spirits revived. Ultimately, it failed. You are no good. Coyle pronounced judgment directly. Indeed, the surrounding disciples and Aaron sighed. It was too much for Hilary at this stage. Some drifted away with their sighs, arriving outside the sacred mountain. On the other side of the forbidden river, Quentinby, Clark, Alicia stood anxiously waiting. Kathleen lay on the stretcher they prepared for him, trembling, his eyes closed, spitting out large amounts of blood, severely wounded. Quinton slipping away rapidly. A critical juncture. Hilary, can you do it? Can you really make it? Quentinby couldn't contain her anxiety. Kathleen's injuries exceeded expectations. All the herbs had been used up, even the fiery spirit liquid given by Hilary. Yet it still couldn't stop Kathleen's condition from worsening. Coyle. At this moment, a disciple came from Sacred Mountain to the other side of the river, drawing Quentinby's immediate attention. She had asked this acquaintance to inquire about news. Coyle returned her gaze with an ugly expression. Quentinby's heart sank heavily. Failure. The dreaded announcement rang out, turning Quentinby's group's expressions completely grim. Could it really not be done? Further away, some errands and disciples gathered here as news of Sacred Mountain spread throughout the inner courtyard. Now it appeared Hilary had indeed failed. Kathleen was surely going to die. No such fate. A white-haired Aaron sneered, one of the 3 defenders who had been rejected by Hilary that day. Beside him, a gray-haired Aaron, also rejected that day, shook his head in gloating delight. If he had the fate, he wouldn't have been cast out of the family back then. They watched Kathleen, whose breath grew even weaker, nearly extinguished. Outside the Alchemy Hall, there was despair, sighs, and mocking laughter. Hilary had failed. Despite having received a legacy, he still failed. But the Hallmaster remained calm. That Hilary could achieve purification and fusion was already commendable. The failure in opening the soul was unsurprising. Yet, he saw Hilary's potential. He was a seedling. Failed, you can only rank second, you cannot get the reward, nor will you be considered for donghua. The Hallmaster announced, initially not intending to act. Immediately, Devlin, Seymour Coyle, and Kareem's laughter became smugger. But, just as they were about to lose themselves in triumph, the Hallmaster looked at Hilary again, changing his tone, saying, I can give you a chance to learn alchemy under me. Bang! Instantly, the triumphant laughter of the trio froze like thunder struck. Their faces dramatically changed. Was the Alchemy Hallmaster going to take in apprentices? To personally teach Hilary? Hilary did fail, but his potential was obvious to everyone. With the legacy of alchemical fire, if taught by the Hallmaster, his future was limitless. Devlin would stand no chance. Not even Seymour Coyle could compare. The surrounding disciples and errands also looked at Hilary with envy. Even though he lost the competition, gaining the Hallmaster's favor was an enormous opportunity. More precious than any reward. For him, this was a huge success. Everyone looked toward Hilary. Hilary lifted his head, and under everyone's stunned gazes, waved his hand saying, I'm not interested. Instantly, everyone froze as if plunging from cloud 9 into an abyss of darkness, their emotions wildly fluctuating. Too unbelievable. Coyle directly refused such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The Hallmaster paused, completely unexpected. Coyle had never taken on disciples, yet countless people longed to be his student. Not just within the Star River sect but across the entire border of Gramjo, countless dreamed of it. Would Hilary refuse? Not only did he refuse, he stepped forward, opened the furnace lid, and removed a pitch-black substance of irregular shape. Facing everyone, he declared loudly, actually, I didn't lose. In the evaluation, I am number 1. Chapter 47. The pill coating. The voice was extremely loud. The noisy scene immediately fell silent. But soon, even more piercing laughter erupted. Everyone looked at the pitch-black pill in Hilary's hand and laughed so hard they were nearly in tears. You are really daring. Your pill is black, charred, and unattractive. Not only will it not win first place, but it probably has no effect at all. If anything, it's a poison pill. It's a complete furnace failure. Anyone with even a basic knowledge of alchemy would recognize that. I've truly seen something extraordinary today, Devlin remarked with an amused smile. Hilary's words made him feel like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Judah and Seymour Coyle sneered, having seen people who didn't know their limits, but never to this extent. Isn't this inviting shame upon oneself? Hilary, your furnace failed. Denver's eyes flashed as he reminded Hilary that he had utterly failed. The Gus also held this view, staring at Hilary and saying, failure is not scary. What's terrifying is lacking the courage to admit failure. You have real talent and outstanding potential. If you follow me in refining pills, one day you can gain fame outside Gramjo, or even deeper within. Coyle stood up and walked towards Hillary, saying, drop your stubbornness, open your heart, and I will guide you to greater heights. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Hillary responded, I never joke. My words are based on reason and evidence. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew even more piercing. Not just Devlin and the others, but disciples and errands alike burst into laughter due to Hillary's bizarre actions. Based on reason and evidence? There indeed was some, but it proves your failure. The blackened pill is already scorched. Crack. While everyone mocked him, Hillary pinched the completely failed pill in their eyes between two fingers, exerting a slight force. Instantly, a tearing sound echoed. Everyone's gazes flickered for a moment before turning entirely towards the pill. Crack. A second crack appeared. This time, their eyes filled not with amusement, but astonishment. Cracks appeared on the surface of Hillary's blackened pill. Crack. Amidst their astonishment, the third crack sounded, this time very clearly, with the crack widening several times over. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as faint red light began emanating from the cracks. Mockery and ridicule vanished once more, and even the Alchemy Hall lord squinted. Crack. The fourth sound came, not just a crack this time but a piece of the blackened pill flaking off. As the scorched piece fell, the red glow became more prominent, revealing jade-like red under the black exterior. What's going on? That blackened layer seems to be just an outer shell, with something remarkable inside. Tension rose among the crowd, and the standing Alchemy Hall lord's gaze sharpened as a terrible speculation formed in his mind. Could it be? No, this is absolutely impossible. Even if he inherited the master's skills, even if he mastered a fraction of it, he couldn't possibly achieve that level. Even I would find it extremely difficult. How old is he? Even if he started refining pills in the womb, it's absolutely impossible for him to reach that level. No way, not possible. Thoughts raced through the Alchemy Hall lord's mind, forming guesses and swiftly shaking them off. Such a situation was indeed extremely unlikely. Yet, as he shook his head, more pieces of the blackened substance fell from Hillary's pill, making the red color more striking. Inside, there was indeed something remarkable. And it was still a pill. Thump. Everyone's hearts raced. The Alchemy Hall lord's expression changed dramatically, quickly approaching Hillary, his eyes blazing with disbelief. While he found it impossible to believe, reality seemed to align with his guess. Unable to hold back, he shouted, You? This is... Snap. As his words faded, Hillary exerted all his strength, and the entire black outer layer fell away, revealing a jade-red pill. The pill resembled a precious jade bead, full and lustrous. An overwhelmingly rich aroma of medicinal herbs spread out. This fragrance immediately intoxicated many present, more profoundly than Devlin's pill. Pill coating. The Alchemy Hall lord was thoroughly shocked, taking 3 steps and 2 bounds towards Hillary, eyes fixed intently on the pill, as if witnessing a monumental miracle. That black layer was just a coating, a protective layer around the pill. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Young man, you've truly broadened my horizons. The Alchemy Hall lord's voice exploded in the room. Coyle was an absolute figure of authority, accustomed to grand scenes and remaining unperturbed by chaos, yet now his body trembled slightly. Incredible. Utterly astonishing. The pill coating protects the pill, the exterior is scorched, but the interior is extraordinarily potent, making the pill far superior to its peers. However, this method is incredibly difficult. Even I must put in utmost effort. Moreover, Hillary's pill isn't first grade, it's considered second grade. Clang. The moment the Hall lord's words sank in, many people collapsed on the spot, eyes wide like bulls, bloodshot. Second grade? Hillary refined a second grade pill? Devlin stood dumbfounded, unsure how to react. In fact, when Hillary's pill was fully revealed, he had already acknowledged his defeat. Hillary's work was simply better. Compared to him, Hillary was far superior. Hillary was first. Undoubtedly the first. What's happening? Wasn't he sleeping all this time? How could he refine a pill, and even a second grade one, wrapped in a pill coating? Could it be, I am inferior to him? Seymour Coyle's eyes turned red, feeling like he was in a dream. In his heart, Hillary was always beneath Devlin, unworthy even to tie his shoelaces. Now, it was clear, indeed, Devlin wasn't worthy. Even he himself could not compare to Hillary. If Hillary looked down on him, it was perhaps justified. This happened, ultimately, this young man might be even more formidable than his father. The Judah felt numb, fear reaching its peak. Looking at Hillary, despite deep animosity, he had to admit that Hillary was like a rising sun rapidly ascending. Given time, he could soar above the heavens, radiating brilliance across Gramjo and even Nanyu. Or even, the entire Coleman Great World. Endless potential. Is it okay? Finally, Hillary spoke, looking at the Alchemy Hall lord, eyes burning. Coyle did not care about shock or praise. He only cared about donghua. ##### Chapter 48, Dragon over Moon. The master of the Alchemy Hall remained silent. Coyle truly did not want to meddle in Jeru's matters, as it involved a top-tier power, something ordinary people should not get involved in. However, Hillary had just accomplished something miraculous, leaving him speechless. When had he ever seen such an outstanding young man? Under 20 years old, and already capable of refining second-grade elixirs. What level would he reach in the future? It was unimaginable. Even surpassing his teacher was highly possible. Coyle has received my teacher's legacy. Even my teacher recognized him. Perhaps he possesses more than one legacy. The master of the Alchemy Hall's eyes flickered. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Agreed? Master! Johnny, he exclaimed. Third Achilles, this matter involves many complications. Achilles Wu Qianjue immediately spoke up. No matter what, they had to do everything possible to stop Hillary from growing any further. Otherwise, they would all be doomed. Agreed. Despite their objections, the master of the Alchemy Hall remained resolute. If the teacher acknowledged Hillary, perhaps it was a sign that he should follow the teacher's wishes. Giroux came from the Star Tower, located deep within the Gram Province, considered a first-tier power. However, due to certain special reasons, he faced oppression from the cold family of the Star Tower and was banished to the outskirts of Gram Province, entering the Star River Sect. But his talent was formidable. Once here, he stood at the pinnacle, comparable to the 10 great errands, with terrifying status and cultivation. If things had progressed normally, he might have surpassed the sect leader and returned to first-tier status. Alas, 5 years ago, people from the Star Tower struck again, severing his future path and halting his growth. Coyle had fallen into complete despair. His life wouldn't last much longer. Oh well, this is the teacher's guidance. Everything is fated. I will give you the donghua elixir to save his life. The master of the Alchemy Hall sighed, taking out an elixir that shone in 4 colors, its radiance so intense it made people unable to open their eyes. This was a 4th-grade elixir. There was only one in the outer area. As the elixir appeared, the master of the Alchemy Hall took out a jade bottle. Immediately, a strand of colorful light detached from the elixir, forming donghua, elixir glow. It rivaled a 3rd-grade elixir in efficacy, with boundless uses. Cursed. Devlin watched in disbelief before collapsing, utterly powerless. The destiny belonged to Hillary, and so did the rewards. Hillary, whom he had always looked down upon, now loomed in his mind like an insurmountable mountain. Coyle was completely suppressed and unlikely to catch up in this lifetime. Ruined, his Dao heart tainted, overshadowed by Hillary, it would be difficult for him to advance further. Thank you, master. Ignoring everything else, Hillary loudly expressed gratitude and bowed deeply. Be cautious. Many things are not as simple as you think, the master warned, knowing that accompanying Giroux came with significant risks. Undeterred, Hillary knew that once he set his mind on something, nothing could sway him. Coyle stepped forward and seized the jade bottle. Instantly, the bottle emitted a powerful force. I will do my utmost, the master of the Alchemy Hall said calmly. Hillary felt immense gratitude. The immense power within the bottle was infused with the master's energy, a final trump card and a talisman for protection. Hillary thanked him again and left, holding the jade bottle, his face beaming. Denver looked equally excited. This kid was terrifying indeed. Suddenly, Hillary sensed something and lifted his head toward a pavilion. A white-clad man appeared there, standing by the window, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes fixed on Hillary. Remy, Graham, Jan. With a snap, Hillary clenched his fists under his sleeves, gazing at the man from afar. His enmity ran deep. It was a blood feud with no end in sight. But not now. Coyle turned away and rushed off, heading directly out of Holy Mountain. Stanley's injuries were severe, and he needed help urgently. Dominic watched Hillary leave, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Cut off his bloodline, shattered his dantian, yet he revived and grew rapidly, mastering fearsome alchemy. Interesting. Truly interesting. I will cripple you again, Dominic said nonchalantly, dismissing Hillary as insignificant despite his rapid growth. In his eyes, Hillary was still but an ant. His gaze shifted to the sky. Boom. Thunder cracked, shocking countless people. Even some errands collapsed under the sudden sound. Only then did they dare to look up. Indeed, a crack appeared in the sky, revealing a golden drum emitting soft, moon-like light, a beautiful sight. Below the golden drum lay a light path, with 9 steps leading to the ground. The golden drum appears. The 3 sects contest is about to begin. Holy Mountain buzzed with excitement, spreading through the inner and outer disciples alike. All eyes were on the spectacle, filled with awe. This was the greatest opportunity for the sect. But this was not the end. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed as a massive dragon shadow appeared over the golden drum. The colossal dragon shadow enveloped the entire drum. This is Dragon over Moon. The master of the Alchemy Hall, Denver, and Judah trembled, their eyes wide as saucers. Not just them. Atop the highest peak of Holy Mountain, several figures appeared, their gazes burning with intensity. Every disciple of Holy Mountain emerged from seclusion, standing high up, staring in shock at the phenomenon. It had appeared. The destiny appeared. The golden drum was not ordinary. Now surrounded by the dragon's shadow, it signaled the birth of someone with incredible fortune. A person who would stand above the Star River and the periphery of Gram Province. A legendary genius unmatched throughout history. Who is this prodigy? Who is the son of fate? Many errands, aware of the legend, searched everywhere with flickering eyes. That person would become the most remarkable being. They scanned the scene, spotting Dominic standing by the pavilion window, his long hair fluttering like a celestial being. Coyle was a possibility. Coyle was extraordinary. His origins and talents were extraordinary. Coyle had broken numerous records on Holy Mountain, growing at an astonishing rate, showcasing immense potential. But not just him. The 10 most feared figures in the sect also emerged, the first being Algernon, the second being Xianxia, the third being Vic. All these individuals were unparalleled geniuses. And beyond this, when the golden drum appeared and the dragon over moon occurred, a massive blackbird soared over the skies of Star River Sect, emitting oppressive demonic chi. On its back rode a team of blue-robed men from Tianyuan Sect. They had arrived, led by their sect leader, bringing their most formidable disciples to the contest. Simultaneously, a war chariot rolled through the sky, piercing the clouds with thunderous sounds, bearing a purple-robed man. Grammune Sect's purple-robed disciple, a true successor, ranked among the top 50 in Star River Sect. The third major sect had arrived. All 3 sects gathered. Dragon over moon, the prodigies emerge, unmatched. Who in the periphery will bear this fortune? From the chariot came a mighty voice, their gazes blazing upon the golden drum. The greatest destiny lay in Star River Sect. Perhaps in this contest, it would erupt entirely. Whose home will bloom? Hurry, hurry. Hillary continued racing, dragon blood surging through his veins. Coyle ignored the golden drum and the dragon over moon, focusing solely on reaching the outskirts of Holy Mountain to save a life. Coyle pushed his body to its limits, leaping thousands of feet with each step, advancing further in his anxiety, covering 50 feet with every stride, almost flying. Time truly waited for no one. Chapter 49. Do you believe I won't spank you? Poof. At the foot of the Holy Mountain, by the Forbidden River, Avon spat out more blood. His body trembled violently. His vitality was on its last legs, almost to the point of being extinguished. Quentinby was frantic, unsure of what to do. The fatty's face turned grim, and Stanley's life had been a tragic one. Stanley, hang on. My brother will definitely come. Coyle said he wanted you to wait for him. Hold on. Tears welled up in Alicia's eyes. But as her voice faded, the intensity of Avon's trembling seemed to decrease slightly. Coyle was now half delirious, feeling that he was about to leave this world. Yet, those words from the youth still lingered in his heart. I respect you. I hope you wait for me so I can kowtow. Honestly, these words warmed him. Coyle had been betrayed by his own family, expelled from the Star Tower, cast into the outskirts of Gramjo, and had his future severed. His heart had always been filled with darkness. In this world, he never believed in the existence of true feelings. Even when he first met Hillary, he didn't feel any differently. Coyle only hoped to take in a disciple, teach him, and have him complete his unfinished regrets. It was all still for himself, for that lingering resentment in his heart. But Hillary's refusal and words piqued his interest. Their second meeting further intrigued him. Moreover, since Hillary was that person's son, it increased his favor. By their third meeting, when he offered help, and hearing Hillary's genuine words, his heart became truly warm. This little guy wasn't putting on an act. Unfortunately, the intensity of his trembling decreased, but his vital energy kept draining away. Coyle felt his body no longer obeying him. The last bit of life force was slipping away. Coyle's going to die for sure. Even if your brother comes, it won't work. A cold voice rang out. A white-haired Aaron and a gray-haired Aaron approached, saying, Coyle's destined not to live long. Avon's identity was too special. Staying here was just prolonging the inevitable. No one would lend a hand. Moreover, Hillary had already failed. The great competition among the three sects was about to start. Perhaps Hillary wouldn't come at all. After knowing Avon's background and what he entailed, he would know how to abandon things. Star Tower was a top-tier force, virtually untouchable. No way, my brother always keeps his word. Alicia shouted. Hillary never let her down whenever he made a promise. Is your brother a god? The two guardian Aarons shouted, their voices icy, filled with intense ridicule. At the end of the day, he was just a disciple. What could he possibly do? Fly to heaven? Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded. In the distance, someone rushed toward them at lightning speed, causing the surrounding void to tremble. When he reached the edge of the Forbidden River, he reached his maximum speed, leaping forward like a raging dragon breaking through the river. Hillary, Quentinby and Clifford looked over immediately, their eyes shining with boundless excitement. Alicia was overjoyed. Her brother would come. Coyle always did what he promised. The faces of the two guardian Aarons changed, but they soon sneered. So what if he's here? Coyle can't save him. It's futile. Shut your damn mouths. Hillary roared as he strode forward. The two Aarons' faces turned sour. What audacity. Don't think that just because you went to the Holy Mountain, you can get away with anything. Remember, you're a disciple, and we are guardian Aarons. Don't overstep your bounds. They loudly threatened. They'd never liked Hillary anyway. You old sticks. Hillary cursed again without giving them any respect. Already annoyed, he finally burst out. You. The two were grinding their teeth in anger, then suddenly sneered. It's true, given the circumstances, he's understandably upset. Well, since he's here, let's send him off properly. I happen to have some fine golden thread Nanmu wood. I can offer it to craft a decent coffin for him. Before they finished speaking, their expressions changed again. Not possible. Hillary had already approached Avon, then pulled out a jade bottle. For colorful rays shone inside, and when opened, powerful essence gas billowed out, fragrant and intoxicating. This was Vermilion Cloud, the fourth rank Vermilion Cloud from the Alchemy Hall master. They gave it to him? Quentinby and Clifford stared wide-eyed, hardly believing that Hillary had accomplished the impossible. Alicia was thrilled. Her brother was amazing. Swallow it. Without another word, Hillary fed the Vermilion Cloud from the bottle into Avon's mouth, using Dragon Chi to aid its absorption. Vermilion Cloud was comparable to a third-rank elixir, teeming with vitality, making it one of the most potent herbs in the outer region, almost ranking as a treasure coilherb. Coilherbs were ranked in 9 grades, above which were considered treasure coilherbs. As the vermilion light entered his body, enveloping his organs and locking the remaining life force, it ignited it, gradually restoring his vitality. Avon's vision was already dark, with only a flicker of light. But as the vermilion light entered, that light gradually grew larger, becoming clearer. Coyle felt his body improving, very quickly. Phew! Hillary exhaled in relief, his expression relaxing, though his body swayed, nearly collapsing. It was extremely close. One step more, and Stanley would have been gone. Too perilous. Humph, tell us where you got this vermilion light. Did you steal it? Your reputation outside the inner gate is shady. How dare you do such things here on the Holy Mountain? The two guardians' faces were unfriendly. They couldn't believe the Alchemy Hall master would assist him, much less grant something so precious. Moreover, hadn't Hillary failed? Hillary, relaxed and calm, glanced at them coldly. Any intelligent person wouldn't say something as ridiculous as that. Fourth-rank elixirs were treasures of the Star River sect. The Alchemy Hall master always carried them. Could Hillary really steal something of such value? If he could, he'd be stealing entire elixirs, not just a wisp of light. Lying. They continued to berate him. In their minds, this was utterly impossible. There must be some hidden secret. Scram. Hillary was even more direct, sending them a cold single word without sparing them any respect. You're too presumptuous. Do you believe I won't spank you? Hillary glanced at them again, his eyes cold as ice. Under his sleeves, his hand slowly lifted. This scene stunned the two guardian errands for a moment before they erupted in harsh laughter. So bold. Not only them, but the inner disciples behind them trembled. Was this guy really serious? Spanking a guardian errand? Did he have no sense of boundaries? Even Quintonby pulled on Hillary softly, whispering, those are guardian errands, terrifying existences nearing the law realm. Meaning, even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Clifford whispered, ye crazy, keep it down. With Stanley's life saved, let's go back and talk. Honestly, he was afraid of getting beaten. Chapter 50. Sent to Punishment Mountain. The Law Guardians, who were nearing the Dermic realm, were formidable figures within the Star River sect, ones not to be contested by disciples. Hillary's eyes flickered as he glanced at Avon again. Although Avon's vitality was stabilized, he wasn't fully recovered yet and needed rest for gradual recuperation. Hillary didn't want to talk further. Coyle waved his hand and said, let's go. Quintonby and Clifford immediately lifted the stretcher, eager to leave this place of right and wrong. However, things didn't go as smoothly as hoped. The two law guardians stood in front of them with unfriendly gazes. The errandly man with snow-white hair glared at Hillary, saying, as a disciple, you must have the awareness of your status. Even if you go to the Holy Mountain, don't let it get to your head. There are still many people who can punish you. The Jace doesn't wish to argue with you, but you're too arrogant, speaking disrespectfully to me. Whatever happens today, you must give an account. The gray-haired Aaron's gaze also turned icy. As law guardians, very few disciples dared to speak so disrespectfully to them. What kind of account? Hillary's eyes turned even colder. Cut off a finger as an apology. The two Aarons exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously, their voices loud and cold, leaving no room for refusal. Thud. The distant disciple's eyes were filled with fear. Cutting off one's own finger, this punishment was severe. Isn't that too much? Quintonby's expression turned cold. It was truly taking advantage. Miss Nyla, you hold a special position in the Star River sect, but our rules cannot be ignored either. Coyle was too insolent. If we let this pass, who will still respect us? Though the two law guardians were wary of Quintonby, they didn't back down. Their target was Hillary, which had nothing to do with Quintonby. Do you really want this? Hillary's face grew cold. Coyle wanted to end this, but it seemed some people were begging for humiliation. Humph. The two Aarons scoffed. Being law guardians and experts nearing the Dermic realm, they weren't afraid of Hillary no matter how they thought about it. Slap. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the white-haired law guardian was sent flying. Upon landing, a clear handprint appeared on his face, even with blood dribbling from his mouth. Thud. Everyone's hearts raced up to their throats, their eyes widened in shock, and no one knew what had happened. What just occurred? Even the white-haired Aaron himself was bewildered. What exactly happened? Coyle was slapped across the face, with such force that his head buzzed. And this was done by a disciple? This? The gray-haired Aaron was also shocked, his face full of disbelief. Unexpectedly, this was definitely unexpected. Hillary raised his palm once more and lashed out fiercely. Slap. Right before their eyes, Hillary's palm struck the gray-haired Aaron's face with explosive force, causing him to spit blood. Coyle was also sent flying, unable to stop, hard to dodge. SSS. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, thoroughly shocked. Suddenly, a gentle light emitted from Hillary's palm, radiating powerful energy amidst its softness. That jade bottle. There's a demon. The two law guardians' faces changed simultaneously as they stared at the jade bottle in Hillary's hand, losing all sense of ease. From that bottle, they sensed a terrifying aura, a threat to life. Go. Without explanation, Hillary retracted his hand and led Quintonby and others directly toward the direction of the thatched cottage. After they left, the holy mountain echoed with thunderous noise again. Several Aarons rushed down upon receiving news that Hillary had been stopped and was even threatened with having a finger cut off. Among them, the Hall Master of Alchemy personally stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the two law guardians. Third Achilles. The two law guardians yelled, their voices filled with endless grievance. To be slapped by a disciple was indeed a great disgrace. It was almost unbearable. That sinner Hillary possesses an evil object and tried to harm us both. His crime is unpardonable. They loudly appealed for justice against the person. The Hall Master of Alchemy did indeed take action. Stepping forward, those disciples standing far away were tense. Beating an Aaron was a significant offense, and now that the Hall Master of Alchemy had moved, the situation looked grim. However, slap, slap. Two consecutive ear-piercing slaps echoed, louder and more imposing than when Hillary struck. The two law guardians spat out large amounts of blood, their faces bruised and mangled. Everyone was alarmed once again. Firstly, that evil object was given to Hillary by me. The voice of the Hall Master of Alchemy was clear, heard clearly by everyone. The two Aarons lying on the ground widened their eyes, sensing a thick, ominous premonition. Secondly, Hillary is a Holy Mountain disciple, a top contender of the sect, and one of our most outstanding alchemists in the Alchemy Hall. Coyle can refine second-grade pills. His voice grew louder, stirring even greater shock among the crowd. Many disciples fainted where they stood. The two law guardians were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with endless terror. Donghua was bestowed upon him by me. Yet you accused him of theft and demanded to cut off his finger? The two law guardians trembled violently. To slap you is already lenient. The Hall Master's voice grew cold. With a wave of his hand, there was another slap, sending the two flying, spewing blood this time. Incomparably tragic. Endless cries of agony. Go to Punishment Mountain and face the wall for 3 years. Finally, the Hall Master of Alchemy cast a disdainful glance at them before turning back to the Holy Mountain. The scene fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. Hillary, a top contender, and already a second-grade alchemist. This was too unbelievable. But with the Hall Master of Alchemy stepping out, this matter couldn't possibly be false. Coyle succeeded, refining a second-grade pill at the last moment, sweeping everything, and winning the grand competition first place. It's unprecedented. The disciple who reported earlier now spoke again. Coyle had only seen half of it, missing the most exciting part. This made any lingering doubts vanish completely, drawing another collective intake of breath. The two law guardians lying on the ground were in utter misery. Indeed, they had asked for death. But not Hillary. They did. Actually, did Cold Yui's survival have anything to do with them at all? They brought it upon themselves. AI. With painful sighs, they got up, dispirited, and headed to Punishment Mountain. 3 years might not be long, but after that, their positions would never be the same, and their futures were gone. All of this was just a side note. At this moment, the entire sect was focused on the Golden Moon Drum enveloped by dragon shadows. A world-class genius was about to emerge. Chapter 51. Diverting the tiger away from the mountain. In 3 days, the Triad Grand Competition will commence. A mighty voice echoed from Holy Mountain, spreading across the entire sect. The date for the Triad Grand Competition was set, and on that day, dragons and tigers would fiercely contend, with an unparalleled genius making their grand announcement to the world. Amidst this powerful proclamation, Hillary and Quintonby returned to the mountain peak. Giroux's injuries were rapidly improving. Though not fully conscious yet, his complexion had regained some color, but his body remained too weak and required substantial nourishment. Hillary took out 10 chi replenishing pills bestowed by Denver and began treating Giroux. However, the process was slow, and not all of the effects could be absorbed. Food supplementation is best. I need some ingredients, Hillary thought silently. His eyes flashed as he instructed the two ladies to stay behind, called out to Devon, and then left the cottage. "You madman, your expression isn't good. What do you plan to do? I tell you, don't drag me into trouble." Devon was very nervous. Though he looked thick-skinned, he was actually quite shrewd, skilled at reading people's moods. Hillary's current expression wasn't simple. This kid was bold and fearless, always narrowly escaping danger, which made Devon wary that one day things might go wrong. "I plan to help you advance further. You're currently at the peak of the 7th level spirit realm, right? I can make you rapidly break through to the 8th level." Hillary was direct. "Really? Are you being so kind?" Devon didn't quite believe it. "We've come to know each other through conflict and are now brothers. I've forgotten past events. Your sister has helped me a lot, so isn't it normal for me to help you? You know, I have pride and a thin skin. I find it hard to thank your sister directly, so I'll start with you." Hillary said sincerely, "Just consider it me helping you in her stead." Devon's eyes flickered, and he said, "That makes sense. Everything in the past is over, and you're a second-grade alchemist, so you really can help me." Devon wasn't letting down his guard against Hillary completely, but he truly cared about Hillary's identity as a second-grade alchemist, who could significantly aid him. Moreover, he was only one step away from the 8th level spirit realm. "This jade bottle is a gift to you. It contains a fearsome aura, though weakened. It can still deter some cultivators below the dermic realm." Hillary handed over a jade bottle, the one bestowed by the head of the Alchemy Hall. "Is this the secret you obtained from the Guardian Aaron?" Devon's eyes lit up as he immediately took the jade bottle, examining it closely. His vigilance towards Hillary slightly diminished, sensing genuine gratitude. Following Hillary down the mountain, they circled around and finally arrived at the base of another peak, where various spirit beasts were kept. "This place looks good," Hillary observed intently, seemingly lost in thought. Devon nodded. "Indeed, it does." Hillary continued, staring at the mountain. "That white crane looks plump." Devon trembled. "That's a golden apex crane. There's no second like it within a few thousand miles. The white monkey is also excellent. Its brain can provide great nourishment." Devon's face changed drastically. "That's a Gavin spirit Sammy. It's rare even in the entire outer area." Coyle took a step back, increasing the distance between them. "But those are Achilles Stormwinds and Achilles Stone Axe's beloved spirit beasts, and they are both guardians." Before he finished speaking, Fady stared at Hillary with shock as Hillary drew his dragon-marked saber and delivered a fierce slash. A massive dragon-shaped blade light, under Devon's terrified gaze, fiercely slashed towards the mountain, followed by an explosion as boulders rolled down and beasts roared. "Ye madman!" Devon roared. Without stopping, Hillary delivered a second slash, this time more dominant than before. With meaning in his mind, his blade technique became profound and skillful, producing devastatingly powerful and breathtaking results. The mountain rumbled continuously. Even some spirit beasts were covered in blood, emitting shrill cries. "You're courting death." Sweat poured from Devon's forehead. Ignoring him, Hillary fled at incredible speed as soon as he released the second strike. Within moments, he vanished without a trace, scarier even than Devon's sister. Devon was taken aback by how terrifying Hillary's improvement was. Not good. Suddenly, Devon's scalp tingled, sweat pouring down his back. Coyle turned and ran, but two Aarons appeared on the mountain top, glaring coldly. Hillary was already long gone. Devon, however, was caught mid-sprint. One of the Aarons, with a swift sleeve flick, pursued Devon and struck with a massive palm imprint. Sensing grave danger, Devon threw a jade bottle backward, creating a loud explosion that sent both the Aaron's palm imprint and the bottle flying apart, causing the Aaron to retreat several meters due to a surge of energy. His expression hardened. This was not simple. The second Aaron arrived, wielding a large and heavy stone axe. Coyle sternly asked, "Who is this person? wielding such terrifying secret treasures? Unknown, but definitely not simple. Let's chase together. Both errands joined forces, chasing Devon, who shouted in protest. The jade bottle could only explode once. In reality, when Hillary attacked the errand earlier, much of the bottle's power had been expended. Even if Devon hadn't thrown it, it wouldn't have any effect left. From the shadows, Hillary peeked at Devon and muttered, "I'm sorry. I can't bear to let your sister take the blame again." Coyle shook his head and dashed up the mountain, leaving a trail of beastly cries and bloodstains behind him, disappearing swiftly. Moments later, the two errands returned, finding chaos, including fresh blood and missing creatures, the golden apex Gavin feathered crane and the snowy Gavin spirit Sammy. Their faces turned red with fury, seemingly ready to spurt blood. The stone axe Achilles gnashed his teeth, diverting the tiger away from the mountain. "That damned fatty, I'll shred you. My golden apex crane. Return and kill him, regardless of his special status. I must get my spirit beasts back." They nearly exploded with anger, rushing back in a grand show of force, shocking everyone within the inner sect. What had Achilles' Stormwind and Achilles' Stone Axe encountered? What had enraged them so much? Why were they shooting flames as they walked? In summary, Hillary successfully diverted attention away from his true objectives using Devon as a distraction, showcasing both strategic thinking and combat prowess while setting the stage for future confrontations. Chapter 52. 1/ to Overwhelm. The two errands' fury sent the inner sect into turmoil, with all disciples hurriedly getting out of their way, not daring to risk a single misstep. Clark had already climbed to his feet after being brutally beaten. Every bone in his body ached, but upon hearing footsteps approaching, he swiftly hid behind a mountain peak. Coyle suppressed all traces of his aura. At this moment, booming steps approached from afar. Clark peeked out and saw the two errands enveloped in fierce flames, emitting terrifying killing intent. If caught, Clark felt he would either die or be left half dead. These two are insane. Coyle shuddered and gnashed his teeth. "Hillary, you despicable bastard. You've really made me the scapegoat. How shameless, truly shameless." Breathing heavily, he waited until the two errands were far away before quickly changing into a new robe and cautiously walking out, staying away from the crowd and heading towards the straw huts. "Ye freak, I will never forgive you for this." However, Hillary wasn't there. Instead, several men in blue robes approached from the distance. The leader's gaze fell on Clark, who suddenly focused and said coldly, "Clifford, I recognize you. Your sister is Quentin B. That Hillary killed are Germain and Winston along with her." These men were clearly from the Tianyuan sect who came for the three sects competition. Normally, errands did not interfere in disputes between disciples as it would be seen as bullying. But that didn't mean they would let these actions slide. The Tianyuan sect disciples held their anger and, seeing Clark, the leader's eyes immediately turned cold. "Scram, I don't have time to deal with you. Find whoever killed your people," Clark grumbled irritably, eager to go back and settle accounts. But the man in blue robes clearly didn't plan to give up so easily. Coyle stepped forward and said coldly, "Take me to Quentin B and Hillary." "I said, scram," Clark snapped, but at that moment, an oppressive aura descended from the blue-robed man. Clark instantly felt immense pressure. The opponent was much stronger than him, undoubtedly having reached the 9th level of spirit realm. More terrifying than even his sister. His eyes flickered, and he softened his tone. "You want to find Hillary? Fine, I'll take you there. That guy deserves a beating. When you get to him, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson." Just as Clark finished speaking, a hand landed on his shoulder. Coyle whipped his head around, eyes red with anger. Damn, it was Hillary. Friends bring meat. Enemies bring beatings. They're coming for your sister. Can you stand by and watch? Hillary's eyes were fixed ahead as he produced a red pill. A second-rank medicinal pill to rapidly boost cultivation. Beat him. Clark could ignore Hillary, but this involved his sister, something he couldn't overlook. Besides, as Star River sect disciples on their territory, these scoundrels were overstepping boundaries. Furthermore, even though Clark wasn't an alchemist, he recognized that Hillary's pill was indeed extraordinary, a genuine second-rank pill. In fact, this pill was a product of Hillary's victory in the alchemy competition, genuinely valuable. Immediately, Clark snatched the pill, swallowed it whole, and followed Hillary, waving his sleeve dramatically. A cultivator must not fear battle. The pill surged within his body, and Clark truly felt his strength grow. His blood roared with eagerness for battle. Facing them, the other men also grew cold. The leading man rushed towards Hillary, saying, "Murderers pay with their lives. Barth challenges you." Without another word, his aura exploded as he threw a powerful punch. Hillary met it head-on with a fist of his own. Bang, bang. Barth's punch hit Hillary's chest, while Hillary's punch slammed into his chest. They separated instantly. Barth flew back 3 zhong, while Hillary only retreated a step, standing firm. Shocked expressions filled Barth and the others. Barth specialized in physical strength. How did he fall behind? How terrifying was this kid's physique? Clark shouted, "See? Coyle can't handle it alone. Send more people if you want to defeat Hillary." With too many opponents in front of him, Clark wanted Hillary to draw more attention. But then, "No one move," Barth yelled, his eyes icy as he stared at Hillary. Suddenly, his aura flared, and a golden leopard appeared behind him. Bloodline power. An elite-level spirit beast bloodline, the golden leopard. Its aura burned fiercely. The presence was domineering and shocking. Roar. The golden leopard roared, merging with Barth as it charged forward, like a predatory cat lunging to kill. It attacked Hillary again. This time, the clash intensified, fists colliding, spiritual energy bursting, causing earth and sky to shake. Humph. Seeing this, the blue-robed disciple smirked coldly. Brother Ning was in the middle stages of the 9th level of spirit realm, plus he possessed an elite bloodline, making him even more formidable than Winston. Believing Hillary was doomed, they ignored him and focused on Clark, charging at him together. Clark's face changed as he retreated, shouting, Your grandmother? How can cultivators gang up on one person? Fair fight, huh? Surrounded by punches, Clark could barely defend himself. Youngsters, no martial virtue. Clark wailed pitifully. The main threat is Hillary. He's the real enemy. Funny, Brother Barth is ranked 30th in Tianyuan Sect. Taking down that punk will be easy. You wanted to attack us. We're just giving you what you deserve. Batter him. The Tianyuan Sect disciples surrounded Clark, punching relentlessly, each blow echoing like thunder. Clark's screams were blood-curdling, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Hillary winced. Just listening hurt. However, this fat bastard did deserve a beating. Of course, it shouldn't go too far. If Clark were crippled or killed, he couldn't face Quentinby. His eyes turned cold. Enough. At that moment, Barth lunged again, the golden leopard roaring loudly. Coyle snarled, daring to split your focus in a battle with me. You're courting death. Before his voice ended, a dazzling blade flashed, and Barth's face paled as it sliced through his arm, spraying blood. Barth flew back dozens of zhong. One slash, overwhelmingly crushing, and Hillary remained calm, as if he hadn't exerted much effort at all. Chapter 53, Green Robe, Wooden Sword. A crushing blow. Barth's arm almost snapped. His face was not just shocked but filled with fear. Hillary's blade had an unstoppable momentum, completely overwhelming him. If Hillary had struck earlier, Barth wouldn't have had the chance to move at all. Enough of this. At this moment, Hillary paid no more attention to him and walked over to where the Coyle was. With one hand each, he hurled all those green-robed disciples away. Coyle was like a tiger among wolves, thoroughly dominant. Under his fists, those green-robed disciples were like scarecrows, entirely unable to resist. In the end, they were all flung away, bones broken, limbs torn, and cries of agony echoing. And the Coyle cowered beneath Hillary's feet, utterly miserable, every part of him aching. Coyle couldn't describe how bitter he felt now, tears streaming down his cheeks. These people really don't adhere to martial virtues. At this moment, Barth seemed to understand. Hillary's intention was merely to punish the Coyle, using them as tools for that purpose. They were just pawns in someone else's game. Actually, from the beginning, Hillary saw them as clowns, mere playthings to be toyed with. How infuriating. The Coyle also realized this. Coyle glanced at Hillary, who showed a row of white teeth, smiling brightly and mockingly. I'm helping you. Hillary chuckled. The Coyle's eyes burned red with hatred. If possible, he would have wished to obliterate Hillary immediately. This surge of anger swelled and intensified within him, but as it did, he froze, then his expression turned into one of shock. The next moment, his aura soared dramatically, breaking through to the 8th stage spirit realm in that instant. Coyle broke through. Coyle actually broke through? Well. Suddenly, he looked at Hillary, recalling the pill and what Hillary said about helping him. Could it be? Hillary, you really were helping me. I broke through. The Coyle shouted, genuinely grateful, seeming to realize Hillary's hidden intentions. That pill was refined by Hillary, perhaps requiring the physical punishment for absorption and full refinement, pushing him further. And Hillary was also taken aback. This? He truly hadn't expected it. Honestly, I just intended to teach you a lesson. I promised to help you, so I will. Hillary blushed, embarrassed. At this moment, he focused his gaze, grabbing the Coyle without concern for Barth and company, sprinting madly into the distance, instantly reaching maximum speed. Just as everyone was stunned, a fearsome gale swept towards them from afar. Behind the wind rushed a long-haired man in a green robe, holding a wooden sword, dashing fiercely toward the location. The wooden sword appeared ordinary, but when the man swiftly slashed it forward, a glaring sword beam shot out. That sword light made one's eyes sting with its sharpness. As the sword beam sliced across the sky, space churned violently, the released sword energy enveloping hundreds of meters around, causing the green-robed disciples' faces to change drastically as they hurriedly dodged. Even the sword energy could injure them. Hillary, pulling the Coyle, sensing the danger behind him, tightened his grip and hurled the Coyle forward. Without waiting for him to speak, Hillary shouted loudly, "Run!" The Coyle, shocked, clenched his teeth and turned to charge ahead. As soon as Hillary spoke, he already pivoted, brandishing the dragon-emblazoned saber before him with all his might. The reverse Dragon 7 slaughter blade. The roar was deafening, but the blade light shattered completely, while the sword beam continued its whistling rush. On his second strike, Hillary still had to retreat continuously under the sword beam's pressure, his hands trembling, blood rapidly flowing from his split knuckles. Such immense power. His face changed, turning to run again, using the 1,000-yard leap to reach his top speed. Behind him, the man with the wooden sword wasn't slow either. Retrieving and crushing runes, he charged forward like thunder. Quintonking flashed, winds rose, and the sword light cut down again. Green robe, wooden sword, Ushvin. Barth and others' eyes lit up, quickly following. Coyle was the 15th from the Tianyuan Sect. A transcendent swordsman, a pride of heaven. Now the commotion had attracted many Star River Sect disciples' attention. Upon seeing this, their expressions drastically changed. They've started fighting. Several green-robed men are chasing Hillary. Those are Tianyuan Sect disciples. Damn these bastards from Tianyuan Sect. How dare they create trouble in our Star River Sect? It's suicide. Some furious disciples roared, regardless of Hillary. This was the Star River Sect. They were brothers in arms. To kill their members on their own territory meant the Star River Sect would lose face. Several impetuous disciples rushed towards the scene, brandishing blades and swords, filled with anger and killing intent. But upon arrival, Ushvin's slashing sword chi halted them immediately. Without a word, they retreated rapidly. Their faces were filled with fear. Too lethal. The aura emitted by this person left them trembling in fear, icy coldness coursing through their bodies. What could they do here? Going forward would mean certain death. Their fervor was doused by ice-cold water. Ushvin scoffed, secretly cursing their incompetence, then brandished his wooden sword again, slashing continuously, the sword light dancing, both dazzling and terrifying. Blood stained Hillary's body. Sword marks appeared on his flesh. With all his strength, blocking and slashing furiously, even surpassing his limits, making his true meaning seem to advance slightly, yet he was still suppressed. This man wasn't simple. His cultivation was terrifying, far exceeding his level. Even in his sword strikes lay traces of intent. Prodigy. At this moment, the Khalil disregarded everything and dashed, quickly climbing onto a thatched hut, shouting, "Sister, they're fighting." Hillary is being chased by the green-robed swordsman, the sword prodigy, Ushvin. Wish. Quentinby and Alicia were watching over Avon. Coiling the shout, she stood up abruptly, "Stay here and don't come out." Coiler voice fading, she raced off like a whirlwind. The purple golden hammer grasped firmly in her small hands, charging forward like a female warrior god. Coiler long hair flew wildly, elegant and valiant. Spurt. From a distance, she saw blood spew. Hillary being sent flying backward, looking utterly battered, while Ushvin continued frenzied attacks. 1,000-yard leap. She roared, leaping high, this step covering over 50 yards, then another 10 yards as purple light enveloped her body from biting her lip. Hillary landed at her feet. Without a word, Quentinby swung her iron hammer. With a deafening crash, the hammer clashed against the sword light. But predictably, she was sent flying back, bleeding. Unstoppable. No one can stop me. Swordsmanship absolute is my cousin. His revenge, I must claim. Ushvin's long hair danced wildly, his wooden sword pointing to the heavens as he attacked Hillary. Then, with a swift slash, the sword beam aimed directly for Hillary's neck, to sever the head. Chapter 54. No regard for quintonth or death. The sword gleamed snow-white, blindingly bright, heading straight for Hillary's neck. In the next moment, a spray of blood shot out, causing an instant chill to run through everyone present. Did he kill? No. A shout erupted as everyone looked forward. Hillary's body rolled to the side, and the sword cut into his arm, but it did not cause fatal damage. The crowd's expressions eased, and Quentinby also sighed in relief. But at this moment, Ushvin advanced again, towering over Hillary, and with a swift motion, he slashed once more with the wooden sword in his hand. This slash was beyond description, and Hillary's eyes turned cold like ice. With a roar, he swung his blade in response. This was a matter of life and death, a battle to the bitter end. This strike had to be blocked, or his head would roll. Coyle burst forth with all his might. Unprecedented. His blade intent accompanied him, pushing past limits, his true intention rapidly surging. It seemed a barrier had been opened, rapidly elevating. But such elevation required time, and that strike was not yet perfected. The sword light had already arrived. Hillary flew backward continuously, spitting out large amounts of blood. Coyle couldn't block it. Ushvin was determined to fight until one of them fell, his speed like wind as he caught up again. However, he didn't attack. He actually stopped at the last moment, then suddenly stepped back. At this moment, two errands arrived. One with roaring gales swirling around him, the other holding a stone axe, exuding terrifying aura. Insolent. The two protective errands glared angrily. They had been searching for the fat disciple along the way, but instead were drawn by the commotion here. That blow was too heavy. I thought he was strong. Who knew he would fall so easily? I only used 3/10 of my strength, and he lay prone. Truly, disappointing. This contest ends here. Disciples of Star River Sect, go back and continue your hard practice. You are still 80,000 miles away from me. Ushvin's tone shifted quickly. I didn't come to kill, just to practice. I simply used a bit too much force. Coyle then looked at the two protective errands and clasped his fists, saying, Please don't blame me, Achilles. With the 3 sects competition approaching, I got itchy fingers and sparred with this junior brother. The faces of Achilles' Gale and Achilles' Stone Axe were grim, but they couldn't say much. Sparring among juniors was indeed hard to interfere with. To blame could only be placed on Hillary not having grown up fully yet. Hillary, no one in the Star River Sect didn't know him. His growth was astonishing, breaking countless records, even becoming a second-rank alchemist. Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me? Ushvin scanned the area. The disciples who had rushed up dared not speak. This was the inner sect, where no one could stand against him. His previous release of Sword Chi already told them how powerful he was. They weren't in the same league. Ushvin smirked contemptuously, his disdain evident as he added, You can come at me together. Crunch. All the disciples were enraged, their fists clenching fiercely under their sleeves, producing grating sounds. This was humiliation. Even the two errands clenched their fists. Too arrogant, but truly formidable. It seems no one dares, nor do you dare to come at me together? Ushvin laughed triumphantly, boldly humiliating everyone. Then he looked at Hillary and said coolly, Disciple of Star River Sect, we'll meet again later. Coyle turned to leave. Did I tell you to leave? At this moment, Hillary stood up. More accurately, he leaned on his dragon pattern knife to barely stand upright. Blood still dripped from his body, his injuries very severe. Hillary. Quentinby came forward to support him. Hillary gave her a reassuring look, then focused ahead and said, If it's a sparring match, there must be a clear winner. Now, I haven't lost yet. His voice rang out, and the surrounding disciples' faces changed dramatically. Not decided yet? Being chased and crushed, isn't that decisive enough? Continuing to spar is no different from courting death. The two errands wanted to speak, but Hillary had already said, Let's continue the battle. One of us must fall. Ushvin, who had started to walk away, stopped, slightly turning his head first to look at the two errands, then at Hillary. Achilles' interference in a battle between disciples will only invite ridicule. Our battle involves no third party. I, Hillary, won't lose face, and neither have you the qualification. Hillary slowly straightened his body, lifting his knife, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Ushvin paused, then sneered again, sweeping his wooden sword. I'll make it clear. This is what you asked for. Weapons are unpredictable. If I fall, don't blame others. No regard for life or death. With these 4 words, Hillary moved forward. At this moment, his fighting spirit burned even brighter, and his knife hummed. Ushvin's previous strike nearly cost him his life, but also unleashed his greatest potential. The knife intent broke through its final barrier. Hillary felt as if he had stepped through a new door, gaining a deeper understanding of the knife. Holding it, it seemed to become flesh and blood. With the knife in hand, he shouldn't retreat. With the knife in hand, he could slay anything. Moreover, in his mind, the inheritance rolled, and the second secret of the reverse dragon 7-kill blade emerged. Kill. Ushvin wasted no words, his wooden sword darting forward, charging toward Hillary. A casual slash sent sword chi rushing. Hillary's eyes flashed intensely, and amidst the sweeping movement, his blade clashed with the sword chi, exploding loudly and continuously. Hillary continued to retreat. Kill. Another shout erupted. Ushvin's sword slicing an eerie arc, appearing unexpectedly before Hillary and thrusting forward abruptly. A cold star flashed. At that moment, hearts pounded. Quentinby and the 2 protective errands were suddenly chilled to the bone. In everyone's eyes, this strike was lethal. Clang. Yet, the sound of metal striking echoed. Hillary's knife responded like an extension of his arm, swiftly retracting, blocking the front with its blade. The wooden sword stabbed into the knife. Blocked. Ushvin's expression changed. The boy seemed transformed, reacting unusually and emitting a unique aura. Coyle had become stronger. His eyes flashed, and with a powerful force, the wooden sword embedded into the knife's surface, sending Hillary sliding backward as if on ice. Power overwhelmed him. Ushvin pursued with his sword, his gaze locked onto the sliding Hillary, then a sudden insight revealed a weakness. Pulling back the wooden sword, he slashed down once more. The sword light cascaded like a great waterfall. Ultimate killing strike. The Tianyuan Sect disciple shouted excitedly, Barth's eyes cold, then laughing wildly, seemingly celebrating victory. With his laughter, he called out loudly, Star River Sect disciples, no good. This strike was Ushvin's all-out eruption, unleashing a mystical rank divine skill. It was over. Hillary was doomed. Coyle brought this upon himself. Yet, under this overwhelming attack, Hillary halted his retreat, refusing to dodge, gripping the knife with both hands, meeting the strike head-on. One stroke. Forward. Chapter 55. Madness. Hillary's actions were utterly insane. Ushvin was unleashing his full power. Hillary should have swiftly dodged, avoiding the brunt of the attack. Rushing forward at this moment felt like flying into the fire. The brilliance of the sword even made the errands wince. The green-robed wooden sword lived up to its reputation as a masterpiece, worthy of the title Sword Tao Prodigy. Don't be foolish. Akela's fierce wind and stone axe immediately shouted, their voices booming like thunder, while cold sweat instantly covered their foreheads, their faces turning unbearably pale. In their eyes, Hillary's reckless move was tantamount to seeking death. Didn't he know how to avoid the sharp edge? Quentinby gripped her giant hammer tightly, her flawless face icy cold. She then stood up abruptly, her surrounding spiritual energy erupting violently as she charged forward. Forget about dignity, forget about saving face, forget about fighting unfairly. It didn't matter to her. If one couldn't beat him, they would all fight together. What mattered was staying alive. But, boom! A massive roar echoed, like a bolt of lightning plummeting from the heavens and exploding on the spot, shaking everything. Quentinby froze in her tracks. Quentin her head, she stared in disbelief. Sword light flowed like a waterfall, vast and terrifying. But Hillary's blade light transformed into a dragon silhouette, cleaving right through it. In that instant, the blade light exuded an overwhelming aura, unstoppable, and the great waterfall was cut in two. What? Everyone was stunned, shocked. The entire crowd erupted. Everyone felt this way. Some people fell directly to the ground. It was overwhelmingly intense. Even Ushvin's eyes widened with astonishment, his body involuntarily trembling. Could this be a nightmare? It was entirely unexpected. At this moment, Hillary's eyes hardened, and without a word, he swung his blade again. Simple and brutal, yet terrifying. The second stroke of the reversing dragon 7-kill blade. The second stroke of the reversing dragon 7-kill blade was already comparable to a rank 2 mystic level technique, considered advanced in the outer realm. The blade light was sharp, fierce, and relentless. Ushvin did not dare be careless. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed his full strength, lifting the wooden sword and sending out a torrent of sword light. The sword light clashed with the blade light once more, creating a deafening uproar. Boom! The collision sound surged, causing excruciating pain in Ushvin's palms. Unable to control it, the wooden sword flew backward, and Hillary's dragon-patterned saber also flew away. Blood dripped from both their hands. It was an evenly matched clash. Hillary was only at the 5th-tier spirit realm, while Ushvin was at the 9th-tier spirit realm, yet they were equally matched? Was Hillary too dominant? Ushvin was also stunned. That single stroke didn't feel wrong. It was suddenly incomparably powerful, appearing crude but incredibly refined. Could it be true intent? Not a rudimentary form. The true intent. 18 years old, 5th-tier spirit realm, and he had fully mastered true intent? Did he want to kill them with shock? Boom! While he was pondering, another explosive roar echoed. Hillary, bleeding profusely, had his eyes bloodshot, charging at him fiercely. Unfathomably fast. Quintonquise, his vital energy surged. At this moment, Hillary's dragon blood potential was fully unleashed, coursing through his limbs and body, bursting with immense power. This was truly ferocious, like a dragon. For cultivators, the Dao Coyle art is crucial. If Ushvin hadn't said those unnecessary words, if he had acknowledged the events of today, they could settle things later. After all, his cultivation realm was indeed lower, being chased by Ushvin without any escape, bearing unbearable injuries. Coyle was just flesh and blood, no matter how fierce, still prone to pain, fatigue, and fear. But the other party looked down on him from a high position, mocking and ridiculing him, using a domineering attitude to suppress his Dao Coyle art. Hillary could not swallow this indignation or let it cast a shadow over his Dao Coyle art. Coyle absolutely couldn't back down. This charge was insanely powerful, releasing all his strength. Ushvin spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide as he flew backward, hit by an invisible force like a savage beast. Pain racked his entire body, his bones cracking and shivering, seemingly ready to explode. And this wasn't the end. As he was flung backward, Hillary charged again, arms spread wide, veins pulsating, thumping like bowstrings. Incredibly awe-inspiring. Approaching, wrapping his arms around Ushvin's waist. Not good. Ushvin's expression changed drastically, eyes filled with terror. His strength surged, but... Aya! With a roar, Hillary used all his might, his eyes bloodshot, embracing Ushvin tightly and slamming him down forcefully. The ground exploded, jounced and smoke billowed. At the same time, Ushvin's strength erupted, utilizing all his 9th tier spirit realm powers, throwing Hillary away who spewed out a mouthful of blood. But Ushvin's strength was completely depleted, his body lying limply on the ground, numerous wounds oozing fresh blood, especially his legs, which shattered under the tremendous impact. Hillary fared much better than Ushvin. Coyle let out an agonizing scream, feeling indescribable pain. Silence. Everyone around was silent, their eyes frozen in place, but filled with bloodshot veins. Come. Amidst the silence, Hillary, who had been thrown away, exerted his last bit of strength and slowly stood up. Ushvin remained on the ground, looking utterly twisted with pain, unable to stand with broken bones. Coyle underestimated Hillary. Thinking himself superior in cultivation and a sword Dao prodigy, he believed crushing Hillary would be easy, maintaining a frivolous attitude. Who knew Hillary was a monstrous genius, mastering true intent, matching him despite the lower cultivation, fighting fiercely and relentlessly, seizing the opportunity to land a deadly blow. Coyle lost, unable to stand. 9th tier spirit realm, called a sword Dao prodigy, yet defeated by a 5th tier practitioner. Kill. Hillary picked up the saber from the ground, covered in blood, trembling as he moved forward, eyes filled with killing intent. The Coyle evenly Yuan Sect disciples' expressions changed dramatically, rushing forward. But Akela's fierce wind and stone axe glared, making them hesitate in fear. Simultaneously, Quintumby stepped forward, smashing her Ashley hammer on the ground, her voice icy cold. Anyone who dares come, I'll kill them. Not only her, Star River Sect disciples moved forward, anger transforming into excitement, Hillary having avenged them fiercely. Damn it, whoever keeps boasting will get chopped to pieces. Want a group fight? Come on, fight until death. Star River Sect disciples erupted, berating Barth and others, eyes bloodshot, ready for anything. At this moment, their blood was ignited by Hillary's madness, influencing so many. Senior brother Hillary is only at 5th tier spirit realm, while your Coyle evenly Yuan Sect has 9th tier. You can't compare. Returning the humiliation in kind, Star River Sect raised their heads proudly. Let them say it themselves, who falls short of whom. Chapter 56. Habit. Barth and his companions were like sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves, not daring to utter a word, only trembling in fear. Stop. At this moment, a fierce gust of wind surged, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. A white-haired Aaron arrived, radiating an aura that suppressed everyone present. The disciples all retreated backward, and Hillary, who was moving forward, was immobilized under this immense pressure. This is just a friendly sparring match. No need to fight to the death. In 3 days, the grand contest of the 3 sects will begin. You can fight however you want then. The Aaron fixed his gaze on Hillary. Coyle came from Tianyuan Sect, and it was clear he had been there for some time, for otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so calm and fully aware of everything. Previously, Ushvin nearly beheaded me. Did you not have much to say about that? Hillary stared at him coldly. This is Star River Sect, and we are guests. How could I interfere with your friendly spar? The Aaron responded calmly. Thick-skinned enough. Hillary commented. The grand contest of the 3 sects is imminent. As the hosts, Star River Sect will certainly treat our guests appropriately. As he spoke, he approached Ushvin, shifting his gaze from Hillary to the 2 Aarons, Hurricane and Stone Axe, and asked, "What do you two think?" The 2 Aarons glanced at Hillary. At this moment, Achilles Hurricane stepped forward, shielding Hillary, and said, "Since they are guests, one should be more restrained when in someone else's home. Otherwise, isn't embarrassing yourself, as today shows, just inviting ridicule?" The grand contest of the 3 sects concerned major external matters, and soon another top-tier force would arrive. Since they had chosen Star River Sect as the main venue, they could not afford any mistakes. Reasonable indeed. The Aaron from Tianyuan Sect's eyes flickered, then he grabbed Ushvin and beckoned Barth and the others to follow him away. They left in disarray. Suddenly, the Aaron stopped and turned back, saying, "Honoring the grand contest of the 3 sects, killing is not illegal. When the time comes, it's inevitable that some will truly fall. No one will dare stop it then, so, young man, take care of yourself." Hillary smiled, raising his saber and pointing it at him. "My saber also doesn't distinguish. There are people beyond people, skies beyond skies. I hope you can maintain this confidence." To restrain him, I only used a third of my strength. The young figure was covered in blood, but his expression was calm, gazing with a hint of arrogance. Pooh. Ushvin spat out blood, feeling as if knives were stabbing his heart, immensely pained. Moving worsened his injuries, making him roar in pain. Losing to Hillary was already a humiliating disgrace, especially considering he was at the 9th tier of the spirit realm, several realms above Hillary. If this news spread, he would become a laughingstock. Moreover, Hillary's words now increased his humiliation by several degrees. Defeating him took only a third of his strength. Coyle had seen arrogant people before, but never anyone so arrogant as this, and it was truly infuriating. Fine, I'll be watching closely. The errand from Tianyuan's sect stared at Hillary intensely, then turned and left with the severely injured Ushvin. Hillary trembled as the crowd dispersed, finally sitting weakly on the ground, still bleeding profusely, with serious injuries. Some disciples approached, offering medicinal pills. Senior Brother Yi, my healing pills aren't high grade, but they can alleviate the pain. You avenged us against those rascals, earning glory for our Star River sect. We admire you. Hillary's battle today truly showcased his formidable skills and fearless fighting style. Coyle was a true warrior, a true powerhouse, and he had that spirit. Yet Hillary simply smiled and said, I'm used to it. These casual words left the onlookers speechless. Had he experienced such battles many times before? Quentinby watched Hillary, noticing that despite his disheveled state, his face was youthful and handsome, his smile brightening her day. But after admiring him, Quentinby felt a pang of pity. Wasn't he only 18 years old? Sis. At this moment, Devon rushed over. Coyle couldn't stay hidden anymore. Hillary's final move gave him a chance. Although afraid, he couldn't ignore his conscience. Arriving at the scene, seeing Hillary alive despite the circumstances, Devon also noticed Akela's hurricane and stone axe. Instantly, he shivered and turned to flee. However, it was too late. Coyle was immobilized by an overwhelming presence. Two shadows loomed over him. Devon froze. Where's my golden-topped crane? Hand over the Gavin Quinting Sammy. Akela's hurricane and stone axe towered over Devon like demons, glaring menacingly. Devon trembled violently, growing colder, finally saying, I didn't touch them. Slap. A slap struck the back of Devon's head, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. With a pained expression, he cried, It wasn't me, it was Hillary. Slap. More pain followed, and tears flowed. Just as he thought he might get away, the errand's words made him feel even more wronged. Nonsense. Hillary is our sect's prodigy and a second-rank alchemist. Why would he do those things? Even if he did, it's fine. Actually, we only wanted the spirit beasts to help him recuperate. Devon was helpless. This was ridiculous. Thankfully, Hillary intervened. Hillary opened his storage ring, pulling out the corpses of the two spirit beasts, somewhat awkwardly saying, Achilles, they're really here. Akela's hurricane and stone axe looked back, their hearts likely aching deeply. It's not that you, Hillary, with your excellence and being a second-rank alchemist, would lack spirit beasts. Why kill them yourself? If you had asked, we would have gladly given them to you. That's right, Achilles' hurricane and I aren't unreasonable people, and neither are you, Hillary. There's no need to defend this fatty. You can't carry this burden alone. The errand's eyes grew colder, both staring at Devon, who had yet to wipe his tears. Why didn't they believe him? Was he destined to be seen as a villain? Aya. Next, agonizing screams echoed. The errands punished Devon severely, ensuring he remembered this lesson for life. Coyle vowed never to work with Hillary again. Hillary blinked and chuckled. Clearly, the errands were venting their frustrations on Devon. They must have known that Devon couldn't kill those spirit beasts. Chapter 57. Three Bows. The Coyle evens change? It was not until dusk that Hillary and Quentinby returned to the humble straw hut. The fatty had a bruised nose and swollen face, glaring at Hillary as if he wished to bite him. Most frustrating of all, his sister showed no concern for him but instead focused entirely on Hillary, leaving him feeling profoundly aggrieved. They definitely weren't blood-related. On top of the straw hut, Hillary separated the golden-top crane and Gavin-spirited Sammy to simmer them into broth. These spirit beasts were rich in essence. Their flesh and bones served as powerful nourishing medicines. For the current Avon, this method of recovery was better than taking pills. Moreover, while simmering the broth, Hillary added some special herbs, transforming it into a medicinal feast, a culinary form of alchemy. After 3 hours, the 2 pots of fragrant soup were finally ready. Carrying the bowls, Hillary approached Avon's bedside, spoon-feeding him bit by bit. At this moment, Avon weakly opened his eyes and looked at Hillary, saying with effort, You've gone through much trouble. Avon knew how perilous the process of saving his life had been. As someone marked by fate, such turmoil was inevitable. Deep down, he had resigned himself to these events being impossible, even preparing for death. However, Hillary had brought him back from the brink. It must have taken much effort and great sacrifice. Hillary's wounds, though treated, still bore visible traces, very serious indeed. Master, it's all thanks to your tenacity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it, Hillary smiled, continuing to feed him without any particular expression. Avon's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the young man for a long time, and then he smiled. A bright, radiant smile. Master? Be careful, the soup is spilling. Hillary remained composed, wiping carefully. Warmth filled Avon's heart. There seemed to be tears welling up in his eyes. Having lived through so many hardships and experienced countless vicissitudes, he had become as hard as steel. But now, with Hillary's simple words, the ice melted away. His heart felt illuminated by a ray of sunlight. Master, your life has been saved. But, Hillary paused, hesitating to continue. It's all right. In this lifetime, I faced my foes bravely, acted decisively, enjoyed glory, and achieved honor. I'm content. Avon didn't appear sorrowful, but Hillary saw the resignation in his eyes. He must have been in deep pain. Master. Putting down the bowl, Hillary stood back, his demeanor solemn. Avon interjected. I am already a cripple and bring only disaster. There's no need for this. Initially, he had intended to use Hillary, but now, he could offer nothing in return. If Hillary became his disciple, it would bring only trouble and no benefit. Becoming a disciple isn't just about learning skills. I respect you. Hilary smiled and bent his knees slightly. I won't go through with this formal ritual. Too rigid and boring. A man kneels only for gold. It's inappropriate. Avon quickly replied, coughing violently. Hilary hesitated and changed his stance, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. Master, please accept this bow. Without kneeling, yet maintaining proper decorum and sincerity, respecting his master like his father. First bow. Rumble. Outside, thunder roared through the dark night sky, heavy clouds pressing low, making the world seem oppressive. On the sacred mountain, the golden moon drum glowed brightly, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, its brilliance growing ever more resplendent. With Hilary's bow, the dragon shadow enveloping the drum immediately let out a roar, causing the sky to darken with clouds. Dragons cry under clear skies, blocking out stars, overshadowing the moon. The heavens dimmed. Swish. Instantly, countless figures appeared on the sacred mountain. The experts from the three sects stared in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Inside the straw hut, Hilary bowed again with clasped hands, saying sincerely, becoming a disciple is like honoring one's father. Rumble. The second bolt of thunder split the sky, clouds pressing lower. The azure dragon's roar shook the heavens and made the sky tremble, as if about to tear apart. Dragons cry under clear skies, shattering the heavens. This transcendent prodigy is truly terrifying. Who could he be? The major figures from the three sects were moved. Such a person could soar to unprecedented heights within their own sects. One word of master, a lifelong commitment. Hilary performed the third bow, respectfully and earnestly. At this moment, he felt something stirring within his veins, as if touching upon something profound, forming a mysterious connection and rapidly strengthening. With these three bows, chaos erupted throughout the sect. The golden drum trembled, dragon shadows soared. In the heavens, thick clouds tore apart miraculously, revealing stars and the moon once more. Their light pierced through the clouds, glowing like celestial rays, brilliantly dazzling. The dragon shadows basked in the light, becoming incomparably majestic, dominating the heavens. Everyone in the sect trembled in fear, even collapsing to the ground. The great figures from the three sects felt chills run down their spines. What kind of person was this? Almost unimaginable. A transcendent prodigy, reborn after destruction, an endless brilliance. Unaware of all this, Hilary continued to bow before Avon. Should he become emperor one day, this man would always be his master. Once acknowledged, it would be for life. Tears welled up in Avon's eyes. For years, his own family hadn't come to see him or given him any support, leaving him lonely and cold. Yet, this boy dared to risk everything, bringing warmth to his life. Warming to the bone. In this treacherous cultivation world, filled with cunning and deceit, it was rare to find someone like this extraordinary youth. In the straw hut, Hilary stood up. At that moment, Quentinby, Clifford, and even Christian all rushed into Avon's room. Quentinby exclaimed loudly, something huge happened. The sacred mountain's moon drum shook, black clouds covered the sky, followed by roaring dragon shadows piercing through the clouds and receiving the light of the great Tao. Clifford added, a transcendent prodigy is here in the Star River sect. The three-sect competition will certainly be lively. Who could that transcendent prodigy be? Bowie Quinting blinked her eyes, looking at her brother. She thought her brother was excellent and wondered if he might be the transcendent prodigy. But Hilary remained calm and said, it doesn't matter who it is, I must participate. For the three-sect competition, he needed to challenge Dominic, avenging his humiliation and anger. Moreover, this competition would draw powerful forces who chose disciples, leading them to broader realms. Avon's injuries and his sister's cold ailment required entry into a broader world to seek rare treasures for treatment. Hilary had to venture out. Coyle also wondered if his father had entered the vast cultivation world. Dominic is outstanding. Coyle comes from the same place as us and arrived here for the golden drum. His growth surpasses mine, and his talent is genuinely formidable, Quentinby whispered to Hilary as she stepped closer. Dominic was unlike any of Hilary's previous opponents. Quentinby even suspected that the transcendent prodigy was Dominic. The dragon shadow was initially obscured by clouds, mirroring Dominic's suppressed cultivation. Later, breaking through the clouds, the dragon shadows received the light of myriad paths, and Dominic broke free of his restrictions, re-emerging in brilliance, progressing rapidly toward the heavens. Indeed, they were about to confront each other. Chapter 58. Coyle's Coilera. Whether it is or isn't, I, Hilary, am destined to overshadow him. Hilary's conviction was as unyielding as metal, impervious and unwavering. No matter how exceptional a person may be, he still only has one head. One slash, wouldn't that kill him? Adon and he were fated for mortal enmity. Moreover, the cold ailment of his sister had been suppressed for too long. It could erupt at any moment. That southern Quentin fire pearl, he must get back. The sacred mountain remained in turmoil, with all major figures holding their breaths, fixated on the golden drum and dragon shadow, fearful of missing any changes. The moon drum from the Star River sect had been passed down from its founding ancestor. Back then, not only was the Star River sect the leading peripheral force, but also comparable to first-tier powers. At that time, the Star River sect held a significant position within Gramjo. Who did not know? The moon drum had mysterious origins, rumored to contain great fortune and even select a son of destiny. Even first-tier forces were quite curious about it. However, this drum was hidden within the Star River sect, linked to the terrain of the sect, making it immovable, thus it was left undisturbed for a long time. Adon, Quentinby, and others came here representing their respective factions, all hoping to gain a trace of the moon drum's fortune and uncover its secrets. Rest now. While the inner courtyard was in disarray, Hilary remained calm, telling Quentinby and Christian to rest. Coyle sat by his master's bedside. There were 2 more days until the competition, so there was no point in fretting now. The few left and returned to their grass huts. Soon, Avon fell into a weak sleep, while Hilary immersed himself in cultivation. The battle today, though perilous, benefited him immensely. Coyle broke through his shackles and, in despair, opened a new door, suddenly grasping the profound essence of true intent. A life-and-death crisis indeed can unlock limitless potential. Hilary murmured, then entered a deep meditative state, capturing the subtleties of intention. Coyle needed to fully understand it, mastering it perfectly and integrating it with himself, which would cause another explosive surge in his combat power. Time flew by as he meditated. Reaching dawn the next day when Christian fed medicine to Avon, Hilary was still in meditation, deeply absorbed. Late at night, Quentinby and Christian came to check on Avon, but Hilary remained in deep meditation, emitting an unusual fragrance. Quentinby told Christian not to disturb him under any circumstances. On the second day, Hilary was still meditating, enveloped faintly in a soft glow, looking almost otherworldly. By the third morning, the entire sect was buzzing. The competition was about to begin. This moment made Quentinby truly anxious. Hilary was still in cultivation, and she didn't dare disturb him, fearing retaliation from such an interruption. Gathered at the base of the sacred mountain, the sects assembled for the competition set at the mountain foot. In fact, the staircase extending from the golden moon drum was now built here. 3 sect disciples competed fiercely, with the strong stepping onto the staircase, attempting to vie for the moon drum's transformation. Not just the competitors but even outstanding outer sect members and inner disciples were allowed to watch. Observing those geniuses fighting could also spark countless insights, greatly benefiting their own cultivation. In truth, not only the 3 sects but families and forces from thousands of miles around tried every means to come to the Star River sect to watch. This competition really carried considerable weight. Adding to the curiosity and intrigue were the peculiar changes in the golden moon drum and the enveloping dragon shadow. Would that world-renowned genius really appear? Time ticked away as people gathered at the base of the sacred mountain, creating a bustling atmosphere akin to boiling water. Meanwhile, Hilary remained in a deep meditative state, his aura growing imperceptibly stronger. It seemed he was connecting to something profound. Vital energies from the surroundings silently flowed into Hilary, strengthening and elevating his cultivation rapidly, pushing his strength to the peak of the 5th level. Actually, during the fight with Ushvin, Hilary's dragon blood had surged, tapping into his potential, bringing him close to the later stages of the 5th level. Now, standing at the pinnacle, the 6th level felt tantalizingly close. Quentinby dared not disturb him. Meanwhile, the voice of the Star River sect's patriarch rang out across the sect, announcing the competition rules as disciples took their positions. Maybe this is a good thing for him. Battling Adon would be too difficult. She decided to leave with Clifford and instructed Christian, do not disturb him. Time flew by, and by noon, multiple arenas were erected at the mountain foot, each hard and expansive, spanning thousands of feet. Fights had already begun, intensifying the competitive atmosphere among the 3 sect disciples. Where is that Hilary? On one platform, Ushvin swept a Star River sect disciple aside, then looked towards where Quentinby and others stood, eyes gleaming sharply. His injuries were not completely healed but were no longer serious. The sect provided him with powerful medicinal pills, allowing him to give his all. The shame from that battle lingered, turning into a shadow, even a heart demon. If he couldn't defeat Hilary, his Dao heart would be stained, leading to many difficulties in future cultivation. Truly, in his mind, he had merely been careless, allowing Hilary to suppress him. If he had given it his all, defeating Hilary would have been effortless. Coyle, surely afraid of dying and didn't dare to come, a Tianyuan sect disciple sneered as he approached. And Aaron, who had saved Ushvin earlier, remarked, looks like he doesn't possess the courage he portrayed. Not truly confident. Humph, hiding temporarily, but not forever. I, Ushvin, vow not to live if I don't eliminate him. His hatred was boundless. This resentment found vent in attacking other Star River sect disciples. Any who crossed paths with him ended up with broken bones or torn sinews, and some died on the arena. This caused concern among the Star River sect leadership. Wild Wind, Stone Axe, Thunder Punishment, and Medicine Pavilion masters glared coldly, fists clenched under their sleeves. This fellow was ruthless, literally going for death matches. Bring out that Hilary, or I will go on a killing spree, slaughtering every Star River sect disciple I meet. Ushvin threatened. Thunder Punishment and others gritted their teeth. Judah stepped forward, saying, Hilary causes trouble but lets other disciples bear the brunt, lacking responsibility, unable to achieve great things. Simultaneously, this situation involved all participants from the Tianyuan sect taking stances with Ushvin, being merciless. Despite Star River sect having experts who started to resist, engaging in life and death battles, they suffered greatly compared to the others. This scene caught the attention of 3 middle-aged men on a high platform. The Star River sect has a Hilary, reputedly a terrifying talent and a second-grade alchemist. Why is he not seen? A man in green robes smiled. He was the Tianyuan sect patriarch. At 18, a second-grade alchemist, indeed terrifying. But this cowardice is far too small, afraid to die and not daring to show up, said a man in purple robes, the leader of Grammune sect. And the central figure, a white-robed man with bright eyes, calmly smiled, let disciples handle their affairs themselves. I won't interfere. Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed as he gazed downward, intoning gravely, Coyle's here? Chapter 59. Han's son. The patriarch of the Star River sect looked down. In the distance, a young man in white was walking towards them, carrying an errandly man on his back at a steady pace. At this moment, the patriarchs of Tianyuan sect and Grammune sect also turned their gazes. This was Han's son? Indeed. He had quite the demeanor. As Hilary approached, they all leaped off the platform and moved towards him. Han, a name long forgotten, still made some tremble even when mentioned today. Had nothing gone wrong that year, he would have been the king of the periphery. One man, one saber, cutting through everything. No one could stand against him. And now, his son had grown up. At 18, he had comprehended true intent and became a second-grade alchemist. Impressive indeed. Why has the patriarch come down? Did the disciples' battle provoke them? The errands and disciples were all taken aback. The three dominators of the periphery, absolute rulers, actually came here with glittering eyes, as if they cared about something. The fighting disciples on the platform also gained vigor, fighting more intensely, honored by the attention of the three sect leaders. However, as the battle progressed, they discovered that those three men weren't paying attention to them but were looking straight ahead. Some battles on the platform temporarily ceased, and everyone followed the gaze of the three men. There, a figure was walking forward. Escalates and disciples alike gazed over and then sharply focused. It was Hillary. Did the three sect leaders come for him? Hillary. Oliver's eyes turned cold and he immediately stepped forward, pointing at Hillary, shouting angrily, "You finally dared to show up. Come, let's fight again." Hillary remained unmoved, carrying his master forward until he reached Quintonby and the others. Coyle gently set his master down, fetched a wooden chair, and helped Avon sit down. Then he said, "It was stuffy inside, so you should come out to see the excitement." Oliver gritted his teeth, stepped forward again, and shouted angrily, "I'm talking to you. That day I was careless. Today, I will definitely defeat you." After settling his master, Hillary stood up straight and looked forward. The three sect leaders were already nearby. Coyle looked at the man in white among them, who wore Star River sect robes. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Disciple wishes to challenge the moon drum." Very direct. His goal was clear. To challenge Dominic at the moon drum. "Let's see your skills." The Levi remained calm, showing no emotion. "You dare challenge the moon drum? What do you think you are?" Ignored again, Oliver was thoroughly enraged, his teeth grinding loudly. This kid was too arrogant, treating him like nobody. Did he really think that victory was all his own doing? This time, Hillary glanced at him, a slight smile on his lips, saying, "A defeated foe has no right to speak to me." Oliver's rage flared, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to stir wildly. Holding back his fury, he wanted to defeat Hillary, trample him underfoot, and cleanse the humiliation. However, Hillary gave him no chance, shifting his gaze forward again. Coyle looked at the top-ranking disciple among the top 10 of the three sects. Top 10 were exempt from fighting and had the privilege to directly ascend the stairs. If Hillary wanted to challenge them, defeating the first among the bottom 10 of the three sects would grant him that qualification. Coyle took a step forward. Just then, Oliver flashed before him, unsheathed his wooden sword, and pointed it at Hillary's forehead. "Must fight." Coyle needed to vent his anger. "Crush Hillary. You have no right." Hillary calmly replied, having comprehended true intent and advancing further, rendering Oliver completely unworthy. Moreover, Hillary not only grasped true intent, but also strengthened his bloodline and cultivation. With just a wave of his hand, he could crush this sword prodigy. They were not on the same level anymore. Battling him would be of no benefit to Hillary. It wouldn't sharpen his skills. Arrogant brat. Oliver ground his teeth, eyes flashing red. The Giles's gaze flickered, then laughed, true to form. His arrogance is exactly like his father's. Hillary looked at him, his eyes flickering. "Father? But your father Han was arrogant enough, and his end was equally miserable. Targeted by a first-tier force, he fled like a dog, even abandoning his own flesh and blood. Worthless and unscrupulous." The Patriarch of Gramion Sect also laughed. "So, people should be more low-key. Sometimes a downfall can happen in an instant. This world is vast, and there are many who can suppress you. If you are his son, you should remember your father's shame and not follow in his footsteps." Hillary's gaze turned cold but soon returned to its composed state as he ignored the two men. "Speechless?" The Giles sneered. "My father taught me never to argue with a rabid dog. Doing so would lower my standards. I have always kept this in mind," Hillary said calmly. The Giles's eyes turned icy cold, stepping forward, emitting a wave of pressure. "Truly a rotten seed, just like your father. You don't know what's good for you." Hillary looked at him, frantic and angry. "You prove my father's point." Dogs bark fiercely when pushed. Boom. The pressure intensified, the Giles furious, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "My father was wise, wasn't he? Is the dog trying to bite?" Hillary remarked again. Instantly, the Giles's face turned red, wanting to strike but unwilling to bear the name of a dog. His fists clenched, his anger boiling. "We are patriarchs. Quarreling with a child would make us look ridiculous," the Levi interjected cautiously. "A rotten seed. Killing him would be ridding the world of a pest," the Patriarch of Gramion Sect added. "Coyle is the Star River Sect," the Levi said, stepping forward. The two major sect leaders exchanged glances. Just then, Oliver sneered. Han was stubborn and met his comeuppance. His son lacks discernment. Let me teach him manners. Holding his wooden sword, he stepped forward, radiating a fierce aura. Remembering his humiliation, he would give it his all this time. Absolutely no room for carelessness. This time, he would make Hillary kneel and beg forgiveness. "Excellent." The Giles stepped back. The Patriarch of Gramion Sect sneered. They looked at the Levi, who paused after a glance at Hillary, then cleared the path. Suddenly, Oliver attacked, his wooden sword flashing a piercing light streaking toward Hillary, sword chi shooting out in all directions. But as the sword chi approached, Hillary didn't dodge. Instead, his surrounding spiritual power exploded, dispersing the sword chi instantly. Then, in a flash, he lunged forward at peak speed, unleashing his full momentum. The sword light burst upon impact. A loud boom echoed as his foot landed. The foot descended before Oliver. Hillary's gaze locked on him. Oliver was shocked. "My father's name deserves such respect from you?" As the words fell, Hillary's fist clenched tightly, imbued with immense power, exploding outward. Chapter 60. How can this continue? Pooh. Blood splattered as a body flew backward. Silence fell over the crowd. Dead silence. The 15th ranked disciple of Tianyuan Sect was crushed in one move. Everyone was astounded. And this was not the end. Hilary stepped forward, raising his fist which thundered with immense power, and unleashed another devastating blow. Pooh. 2 consecutive punches left Ushvin covered in blood, his mouth shattered, completely toothless. Talking nonsense. I'll smash your dog's mouth. Ah. A howl erupted as Ushvin's eyes blazed red. Coyle wanted to crush Hilary, erase the previous humiliation, and clear the shadow from his Dao heart. However, Hilary's punch struck with boundless force, shattering his teeth, humiliating him before the 3 sect leaders. Humiliation. Greater humiliation. Inferno rage filled him as he roared, wielding the wooden sword with all his might, unleashing a slash that was razor-sharp and reached its most terrifying peak. Intent. Ushvin touched upon a thread of true intent. Under a wave of anger, he unleashed everything, making this slash the strongest in his life. Yet, Hilary pressed on regardless, raising his fist like always and smashing down crudely. One punch, exploding everything. One punch, crushing the sword light. As for the true intent, it disintegrated directly. Indeed, this was using true intent to overpower true intent. Hilary's true intent coursed through his entire body, accompanying his punch, several levels higher than Ushvin's. The latter was hurled back again, trembling hands gripping his sword, while blood dripped down. Hilary remained calm and composed, calmly advancing. Ushvin was utterly shocked, hair standing on end. 3 days ago, he hunted Hilary but ended up being counterpressed due to carelessness, resulting in mutual injury. Now, despite giving it his all against Hilary, he couldn't shake him in the slightest. With just a casual move, Hilary crushed him effortlessly. The gap was glaringly obvious. Did Hilary progress so astonishingly fast? Baron squinted, his gaze sharp. This kid was indeed formidable, his true intent extraordinarily thick, having fully entered the first stage. True intent is divided into 9 stages. A complete first stage, manifesting in an 18-year-old youth, truly terrifying. Coyle truly lived up to being Han's son. Even Baron felt a chill down his spine, sensing an immense threat. If this kid grows, would he become another Han? To defeat Han back then, top forces had intervened, uniting 2 sects, yet still causing massive casualties. Ultimately, they only managed to severely wound Han, never truly capturing or killing him. Too terrifying. His gaze flickered, then coldly transmitted sound, "Give your life for justice." Suddenly, Ushvin stared at Baron in shock, his body trembling. Coyle regretted coming, fighting Hilary. Give your life for justice? It was a forbidden technique. A life-for-life exchange. Coyle was abandoned by the sect master, his own mentor, treated as a sacrificial pawn. Refusing the sect master's order would mean his entire Bu family would be forsaken, none spared. With determination flashing in his eyes, he raised his wooden sword again. This time, the sword turned red, emitting a startling aura as if soaked in blood. That sword radiated a terrifying aura. Prohibited. Xianxia sect master's face changed. The Xianxia sect Aaron grew tense. Quentinby gritted her teeth in disgust. Avon also trembled, trying to stand but unable to muster any strength. Amidst everyone's shock, the blood-drenched wooden sword slashed out. A blood-red beam shot forth, incredibly piercing, heading straight for Hilary with a terrifying aura. Even from afar, the 11th-ranked disciples of Tianyuan Sect, Xianxia Sect, and Grammyun Sect watched with grave expressions, uncertain they could block such a strike. The closed-eyed 10th-ranked disciples opened their eyes under the pressure of the blade's aura, watching intently. Among them, the man with long white hair smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It seems you don't even have the chance to spar with me." Boom. The blood-red sword beam slashed down. Under the sword beam, although Hilary drew his saber and exploded with energy, few expected him to withstand it. This was a life-transforming attack, consuming everything Ushvin had. This attack might not even be blocked by the 11th-ranked disciples. This attack could rival a mid-stage spirit realm expert. How could Hilary block it? With the saber, break it. For heavy words echoed, and amid the shock, Hilary's saber sliced toward the blood-red sword beam. As he moved forward, his expression remained unchanged. Then, boom. The blood-red sword beam split instantly, breaking apart into a bloody mist. Hilary continued moving forward. The crowd gasped, their bodies cold. Even the sect leaders were stunned. Terrifying. Moreover, after striking with his saber, Hilary didn't watch the collision between the blade and sword, demonstrating immense confidence and recognition of his own strength. Ushvin was no match for him, no matter what. From a distance, the top 10 disciples narrowed their eyes. This person wasn't simple. Dominic focused sharply, recalling how stripping Hilary's bloodline and destroying his Dantian seemed to have no lasting effect. Coyle had rebuilt himself and became even more fearsome. Was the Yi family's bloodline really extraordinary? At this moment, Hilary stood before Ushvin, his saber pointed forward. "I did not plan to kill you, but you've provoked me repeatedly and insulted my father. My saber cannot forgive you." Hilary's saber sliced down with his words. Fear filled Ushvin's eyes. Death approached, and no one was unafraid. But in extreme fear, he showed a bitter smile. Quentinby was burdensome, he was a failure, and he lost his reputation as an elite. Giving his life for justice buried everything about him. Hilary's saber came for him, and he could not evade. Looking toward Baron, his teacher and benefactor of the Bu family, he felt indifferent now. His teacher abandoned him for selfish gains, showing only annoyance at his impending death, blaming him for his failure. Coyle felt sorrow. Under these emotions, the saber fell, his head flying, all life dissipating. It was over, ending in sorrow. Hilary sheathed his saber, turning to look at the 11th-ranked disciples, who were his real opponents, the ones competing for the latter slots. Instantly, the 11th-ranked disciples locked eyes, their hands tightly clenched under their sleeves, their battle spirit ignited, knowing they had to be cautious battling him. The 11th ranked disciple of Tianyuan's sect stepped forward, his sword humming, seizing this opportunity to gain his master's favor. Meanwhile, boom! Amidst rising battle spirit, Hilary let out another roar, his spiritual energy surging, rapidly ascending step by step. Breakthrough. 6th rank. His cultivation advanced further at this moment, as he looked towards the trio after sheathing his saber. Thump! The three stared wide-eyed, feeling chills run down their spines. Their fighting spirit, quenched by cold water, extinguished instantly. How can this continue? And Hilary hadn't stopped, eyeing them with a twisted grin. Please provide any feedback or additional details for adjustments. Chapter 61. A resounding slap. Cowardice to fight. The three number 11s were all stunned. Hilary, at the 5th level of the spirit realm, had been able to withstand Ushvin's self-sacrificial attack. Indeed, his strength was already on par, or even superior to these three. His chances of victory in a battle were significant. And now, with his strength growing stronger, the three number 11s felt that challenging him would be courting death. The number 11 from Tianyuan's sect, who had taken a step forward, wore an especially ugly expression. Coyle could neither retract his foot nor advance, not knowing how to proceed for a moment. Coyle was incredibly awkward at this moment. While he was in this predicament, Hilary's gaze flickered. Coyle stepped forward and said, "A duel?" Immediately, the Tianyuan sect's number 11 trembled. His face turned extremely ugly, and without any hesitation, he retracted the foot he had extended. "Come for a duel?" With one hand, Hilary looked at the Tianyuan sect disciple. The latter had come forward, sword glowing in his hand. Wasn't he just looking for a fight? Under this taunt, the expression of Tianyuan sect's number 11 became even more unpleasant, as if he had been slapped hard multiple times. Not just him, the head of Tianyuan sect seemed to have fire blazing in his eyes. It wasn't just a slap on number 11's face, but also a resounding blow to the Tianyuan sect itself. "Fight him!" Coyle roared angrily, waving his hand. A long sword flew towards the disciple. This sword was pitch black, and after it landed in the disciple's hands, it shimmered with a cold gleam like flowing water, reaching its peak sharpness. "Gentleman's sword?" Someone exclaimed in shock. This was the head of Tianyuan sect's sword, known as Gentleman's Sword, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. This sword greatly enhanced one's combat ability. Star River sect's leader narrowed his eyes. "Isn't this inappropriate? Coyle is our Tianyuan sect's prodigy. By granting him this sword to fight on behalf of our sect, what's the problem?" Tianyuan sect's leader said calmly. Thick-skinned, Star River sect's leader narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he waved his hand, opening his storage ring. A 9-ring large knife flew out. "Since you insist, then let Hilary represent our Star River sect in this duel. I'll grant him this 9-ring knife to compete against Gentleman's Sword." With a finger flick, the knife rushed towards Hilary, seemingly emitting a tiger's roar within it, exuding a tyrannical aura. Though not as good as Gentleman's Sword, it was still formidable. Mainly, Hilary wielded a knife, and Star River sect's leader did not possess a weapon comparable to Gentleman's Sword. However, as the knife flew towards Hilary, he simply waved his hand, sending it back before looking at the leader and saying, "Facing him does not require the master's assistance." Incredibly proud, Star River sect's leader's eyes flashed, looking intently at Hilary before nodding. This kid had spirit. Meanwhile, Tianyuan sect's leader's face turned uglier, as if slapped again. The Tianyuan sect disciple received the sword while Hilary relied on himself, even boasting no need for help. It was clear which was the better approach. Kill. Tianyuan sect's number 11 charged forward, enraged, wielding Gentleman's Sword. The sword emitted blinding cold light, showering the surroundings. Immediately, everyone felt the glaring intensity, the snow-white sword light dazzling to the point of pain. Quintonving up to its name as the sect Coile's sword, it was indeed terrifying. Combat prowess increased by several levels. However, as the sword light approached, Hilary stood firm. Suddenly stepping forward, gale winds roared around him, akin to a heavenly dragon's furious cry. "Cleave!" A roar erupted, his right hand gripping the knife for a slash. At this moment, the blade's edge reached a terrifying sharpness, possibly surpassing the sword's brilliance. Instantly, everyone was startled. This knife was not simple either. Perhaps, not weaker than Gentleman's Sword. This kid. Just then, a bright pattern flashed along the dragon pattern on the knife, enhancing its edge further. Subsequently, the knife's light surged forth, transforming into a dragon shadow, slashing fiercely downward. With a boom, a colossal blast shook the earth and sky. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the void before them violently churned. Amidst this tumult, they widened their eyes, seeing the snow-white sword light explode, shattering and turning into ashes. As the ashes scattered, the knife's light flashed forward once more, pressing the sword with the knife. Puff! Blood spurted, a horrifying knife wound appearing on the chest of the disciple-wielding Gentleman's Sword. Coyle staggered back, terrified. But this wasn't the end. In his retreat, Hilary unleashed another burst of energy, rushing forward like a wild horse, flashing close, delivering the second slash of the knife. Boom! Another tremendous explosion, almost bursting eardrums. Blood spewed as the Tianyuan sect disciple was thrown like a leaf. Gentleman's Sword had slipped from his grip. Holding Gentleman's Sword, you're still not capable, Hilary roared, taking another step and raising his knife a third time. However, Tianyuan sect's leader couldn't bear it any longer. Reaching out from afar, he pulled number 11 back while Hilary's knife struck the ground just a fraction late. Continue? Putting away his knife and looking towards Tianyuan sect's leader with a calm voice, it felt like receiving yet another resounding slap. Tianyuan sect's leader burned with rage. His eyes turned bloodshot. Damn! Coyle spat 2 words. The Tianyuan sect disciple had been completely overwhelmed, like a scarecrow, completely disgraced. Mostly due to that kid's remark about Gentleman's Sword being useless. It was even slapping him. Moreover, his earlier actions were utterly disgraceful. His knife wasn't weaker than Gentleman's sword. It was even more fearsome than Star River Sect's leaders. Refusing Star River Sect's leaders' offer was less about grandeur and more about his own superiority. Too shameless. Even the surrounding disciples and Aaron's eyes flickered, realizing they had underestimated Hillary. This kid was indeed fierce, but definitely not a brute. They knew it well. However, such strength was unquestionable. Hillary's combat ability was definitely on par with the top 10 of the 3 sects, and the outcome remained unpredictable. Quite an extraordinary young man. Star River Sect's leader's eyes blinked as he smiled, then looked at Tianyuan Sect's leader. Looks like our Hillary has the upper hand. Grinding his teeth, fists clenched under his sleeves, Tianyuan Sect's leader moved aside, unable to stay here. It was too embarrassing. Hillary put away his knife and looked towards Grammune Sect. Their number 11 visibly trembled, then turned away, not daring to meet his eyes. Even Grammune Sect's leader dared not speak. They knew they couldn't win. Going up there would only invite humiliation and punishment, or even certain death. If Tianyuan Sect's leader hadn't intervened, Tianyuan Sect's number 11 would have already been cleaved in two. Hillary, you are qualified to ascend the staircase and vie for the moon drum creation, Star River Sect's leader announced loudly. Hillary bowed, and suddenly a thunderclap echoed from the heavens, attracting everyone's attention below. Hillary immediately looked up. His eyes then sharply flashed. A powerful figure was arriving. Hashtag chapter 62. The arrival of important figures. The sky resounded with a booming sound as 3 errands appeared above, their bodies glowing like floating suns, radiating brilliance that dazzled all who beheld them. Their presence was awe-inspiring. The heavens around them trembled ominously, and the pressure they exuded was terrifying beyond imagination, far more daunting than anyone below. Moreover, they were walking through the void. This was flight. These 3 have at least reached the 5th stage of the Dermic realm. Hillary's eyes gleamed. After the spiritual realm came the Dermic realm, where one underwent a qualitative change within their body, giving rise to Dermic power. What is Dermic power? It is the force that allows one to traverse the heavens, stir up rivers and seas, and shatter mountains. It has no boundaries. Entering the Dermic realm grants the ability to glide through the air. Reaching the 5th stage of this realm bestows such substantial Dermic power that one can fly effortlessly at incredible speeds. These 3 formidable experts did not come from the periphery. They hailed from the depths of Gramzhou. Greetings, messengers. While Hillary pondered, the heads of the 3 sects had already bowed deeply, loudly addressing the newcomers. These were envoys from top-tier forces. Following this, many disciples and errands hurriedly prostrated themselves in respect, trembling in awe. Hillary also put aside his arrogance, becoming more humble, and then moved closer to Avon. However, he noticed Quentinby and Clifford standing there without moving an inch, showing no deference whatsoever. They were unafraid. Hillary, these are merely lower-tier first-class forces, even a few levels below my 7 Princes Manor, Quentinby said with a smile. Clifford added, ye freak, now you know, right? My background is immense. Don't think about plotting against me next time. I'll really get angry. Hillary glanced at him. The chubby boy looked back smugly, but Hillary replied coolly, move aside. I want to see your sister. You're blocking my view. Chubby boy. Hillary sidestepped him and asked Quentinby, first-class forces vary in strength, but by much? Quentinby shook her head. Not significantly. The difference between them can be considered enormous. Hillary. Quentinby continued, Quintonk the outer 3 major sects, which are only considered second class because they have around 10 Dermic realm experts. A first-class force, on the other hand, has at least 10 Dermic realm experts reaching the 5th stage. The scale is vast. Take my 7 Princes Manor, for instance. We have hundreds of Dermic realm experts, dozens at the 5th stage and above, and even Dermic kings. Hillary's eyes flickered. Hundreds of Dermic realm experts? Dozens at the 5th stage? And even a peak Dermic realm expert known as a Dermic king? And it wasn't over yet. Quentinby continued. What truly elevates us to the pinnacle of first-class forces are our few divine realm experts. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Hillary's mind. Divine realm? A terrifying existence that surpasses the Dermic realm and wields divine power? And there were multiple of them? The 7 Princes Manor isn't simple at all. Masters of the first-class forces include the 7 Princes Manor, Star Tower where I used to be, 1 Rank Hall where Dominic is from, Yongle Gate, Hong Alliance. These forces are incredibly formidable, capable of crushing everything in the outer region with just a finger. Avon also spoke softly. The southern region is vast, and Gramzhou itself is not small. Your journey has just begun. Hillary's mind swirled with tumultuous thoughts. The outer region truly seemed like a backwater compared to this. 7 Princes Manor, Star Tower, Yongle Gate, Hong Alliance, 1 Rank Hall. Dominic comes from 1 Rank Hall? Hillary became solemn. Giroux looked at Hillary, saying, your father, Han, incurred the wrath of 1 Rank Hall. The reason Dominic targets you is clear then. Your father was an outstanding person. Coyle entered Star River Sect but was targeted, leaving in regret. Then, Tianyuan Sect and Green Cloud Sect together oppressed him, and a Dermic realm expert from 1 Rank Hall hunted him down, forcing him to leave the outer region, his whereabouts unknown. Avon revealed a significant secret. Hillary clenched his fists. So that's how it was. You've survived until now, and even the Yi family has endured, thanks to the efforts of the Star River Sect Master. Avon glanced at Hillary. First-class forces are not easy to deal with, and sometimes even he can't do anything. Hillary understood. His father, Han, had been forced to leave Star River Sect, targeted by Tianyuan Sect and Green Cloud Sect, and hunted by a Dermic realm expert from 1 Rank Hall. Yet he managed to survive, likely due to the covert assistance from the Star River Sect Master. But the Star River Sect was not entirely under the control of the Sect Master alone, and being targeted by first-class forces meant that many things were out of reach. I finally understand why the Judah targets me. Hillary pieced everything together. Those who targeted his father definitely included the Judah. Coyle feared that Hillary would grow powerful, learn the truth, and seek revenge. And now, Hillary knew this and had resolved not to forgive. Judah, Dominic, one-rank Hall, let's begin. At that moment, a grand voice echoed from the sky. The three errands flashed and appeared on a high platform, then sat cross-legged, gazing coldly at those below. The leaders of the three sects bowed again, and then the Star River Sect Master stood up, saying, "Prepare yourselves. The Moon Drum creation lies ahead. Whether you can obtain it depends on your abilities." With his words, the top 10 from the three sects all rose, swiftly rushing towards the golden staircase. The Star River Sect Master's gaze shifted to Hillary. "You have a chance. Go, but don't force yourself. Be careful." Clearly, he believed Hillary, though formidable, hadn't reached that level yet. Competing for the Moon Drum creation might not yield any benefits. Hillary nodded. The Sect Master then turned to the remaining disciples. "Continue the battles. There are 3 spots left. Whoever fights their way through will get the opportunity." Immediately, the disciples' gazes became intense. The Golden Drum was the greatest fortune for Star River Sect, perhaps the greatest in the entire outer region. This time, with the dragon shadow enveloping the Moon Drum, the potential rewards might be even greater. At this moment, Hillary looked at Avon, Quentin, Clifford, and Christian. "I'm going. In this battle, I will give it everything." Quentin warned, "Be cautious. Coyle's very formidable." Christian pleaded, "Brother, should we consider giving up?" Dominic comes from a powerful faction. Hillary gently ruffled the little girl's hair, smiling. "Trust me, I'm not afraid, and no one can stand in my way. Wait here for me. Once I finish, I'll take you to find Dad. You miss him, right?" Everything had become clear. Even if Hillary didn't go after Dominic, Dominic would never let him go. Between the two, an old grudge now lingered. Coyle glanced at Quentin again, glancing past Avon and Christian. Quentin suddenly trembled, staring at Hillary, her concern evident in her eyes. Was this him asking her to take care of the two? Hillary was preparing to fight a life-or-death battle. Chapter 63, Blood Mist Surges. The golden moon drum floated in the sky, with a massive dragon shadow enveloping it. A stairway extended from the drum, leading all the way to the ground. At this moment, the top 10 individuals from the three sects had already rushed forward, engaging in intense battles along the way. The booming sounds of their clashes echoed incessantly. These people were considered the most outstanding figures in the outer circle, and their battles were nothing short of spectacular, capturing the awe of those below. Even some errands were astounded. Among these fighters, there were individuals who rivaled the strength of the Dermic realm, truly demonic prodigies. Amidst this astonishment, they arrived at the base of the stairway, dashing upward. But within moments, puff puff puff, several blood mists exploded consecutively. The golden staircase was covered in a layer of glaring bloodlight, sending shockwaves through countless spectators. The heads of the three sects' faces turned grim, while the three errands on the high platform narrowed their eyes, then looked upward again. Dragon shadow covers the moon, pressure increases. It is indeed very challenging, but the rewards should also be greater. Let's wait and see. The three errands exchanged words as those below drew in cold breaths. Despite the tragic deaths of some participants, the remaining top 10 continued to push forward, undeterred by any setbacks. To become one of the top 10 across the three sects meant that none of them were ordinary. Being cultivators and prodigies, they each possessed pride and courage. Their Dao hearts were unyielding. More people fell, and some struggled greatly, unable to ascend beyond the first step of the staircase, only to be forcibly suppressed downward. Yet, the top 5 of the three sects kept ascending. The top 3 reached the third step, including Dominic. Truly deserving of being called a demon prodigy from the first-class hall. Even here in the outer circle, his progress has been remarkable. If he were in the inner region, he would already be contending with the great demonic prodigies. That doesn't matter. With such formidable talent, once he returns, the first-class hall will definitely cultivate him intensely, quickly catching up. Everyone paid close attention to Dominic, who became a standout figure, drawing special notice from the three errands above. They continuously nodded in praise. Not simple at all. Under this terrifying situation, Hillary slowly approached the base of the stairs, glanced upwards, then lifted his foot. At this moment, the leaders of the three sects all directed their gazes towards him. The head of Tianyuan sect and Grammyun sect's eyes flickered, followed by sneers. The errand who took Ushvin 3 days ago squinted his eyes, his expression filled with schadenfreude. Several of the top 10 from the three sects had already fallen. While the top 5 were stuck on the first step, their bodies hunched under immense pressure. Hillary did have some skill, but compared to the top 5, to be honest, he was far inferior. Going forward would only mean death for him. At this moment, the leader of Xianxia sect clenched his fists tightly beneath his sleeves, while Denver, Danuodian Lord, Quang Jan, and Roberto grew tense. The golden drum was more formidable than ever before, terrifying by several folds. Giroux, Quentin, Clark, and Jaden stared intently, their eyes filled with deep concern. "Brother, don't go, brother." Jaden hoped silently in his heart. At this time, Hillary lifted his foot and stepped firmly onto the first step, standing upright like a pine tree. Boom! Both the leaders of Tianyuan sect and Grammyun sect sneered and instinctively uttered that word. Meanwhile, the group from Xianxia sect took a hurried step forward. Quentin and Jaden clamped their mouths shut in anxiety, their breathing seemingly ceasing in that moment. However, boom! With a resounding explosion, Hillary, under everyone's stunned gaze, lifted his foot again and stepped onto the second step of the staircase. His body remained intact, completely unharmed. From behind, it seemed as if he wasn't affected by any pressure at all. His body didn't even waver. Suddenly, countless hearts skipped a beat. The leaders of Tianyuan Sect and Grammyun Sect gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they just saw. The Tianyuan Sect Aaron who took Ushvin stiffened, his face pale. This wasn't over yet. Reaching here, Hillary stepped onto the third step without hesitation, ascending to the third level. Still unharmed. Snap. It sounded as though someone's jaw had dropped and shattered. The two leaders were not just speechless, but thoroughly shaken. The Tianyuan Sect Aaron collapsed, utterly dumbstruck. On the third level, only the top 3 from the 3 sects had managed to reach here, and now Hillary followed closely behind? Was he truly this terrifying? They really underestimated him. The 3 Aarons above also noticed this incredible feat, momentarily stunned before looking again, finding it hard to believe. This man, Spirit Realm Tier 6? How did he get up here? The top 3 of the 3 sects were at least at the peak of the Spirit Realm, with combat power rivaling General Dermic Realm experts. It made sense that they could ascend. But a mere Spirit Realm Tier 6? Comparable to a peak Spirit Realm? Even in the deeper regions, such a terrifying existence was exceedingly rare. At this point, Hillary was also surprised, not because of the pressure, but because stepping on the stairs felt incredibly comfortable, without any pain. Coyle didn't feel the pressure, instead feeling his bloodlines surging with energy. As he ascended, mysterious energy flowed into his body, enhancing him rapidly. The stairs provided nourishment, rather than obstructing or oppressing him. Coyle glanced at the 3 men behind him, who ranked 4th in their respective sections. They lay on the ground, in agony, their bodies covered in blood. Hillary asked, "Is it really that difficult?" Spit. The 3 men spat blood, glaring at Hillary with boundless ferocity, wishing they could smash him to pieces immediately. This kid deliberately humiliated them. Hillary nodded. "Seems it's difficult for you." Spit. Another mouthful of blood. The 3 men were so enraged they rolled down, their eyes coldly fixed on Hillary. "You will die for this." Hillary ignored them. Coyle confirmed that this place pressured others, but benefited him. Though he didn't know why, as long as it was beneficial to him, it was fine. Quintonfing his foot, he continued ascending to the 4th level. Meanwhile, the top 3 from the 3 sects collapsed, unable to stand up. Even lying down on the stairs, they knew continuing upward would result in immediate destruction. They couldn't move. They didn't dare. Especially the disciple of Tianyuan Sect. Actually, all of Tianyuan Sect's top 10 had received orders to annihilate Hillary. Now, he couldn't even stand up, let alone act. While they watched, Hillary lifted his foot, ready to step onto the 5th level. The 3 leaders of the 3 sects gritted their teeth. He was going to die for sure. Just as Hillary was about to step down, with a loud boom, his body erupted in a vast explosion. Blood mist surged forth, blindingly bright. Thud. The Xianxia sect members were shocked. Jaden and others cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, Tianyuan Sect and Grammyun Sect immediately sneered. Coyle finally met his end. Chapter 64. Overwhelming all rivals. Damn. The 4th-ranked contestant from one of the 3 major factions tumbled down, a sight that brought great joy. How could a Spirit Realm 6th-level practitioner surpass them? The 3rd-ranked contestant from the nearest faction sneered evilly. Overambitious. You brought this upon yourself. Boom. However, amidst their sinister laughter, another deafening boom echoed out. Their smirks froze, knowing it was utterly over. No. In that final moment, the closest 3rd-ranked contestant couldn't help but scream loudly, his eyes bulging as if witnessing an astounding miracle. And below, in that instant, all fell eerily silent. A blood mist surged and roiled. But Hillary did not explode. Instead, in the next moment, he stepped out of the blood mist, a rumbling sound emanating from him, making his aura even more formidable. Snap. Snap. Numerous people gnashed their teeth, and jaws hung slack as though broken. No damage, only strength gained? Indeed, this kind of augmentation was incomprehensible, not in cultivation level, but in a dramatic surge of bloodline power. Even more. Boom. A 3rd roar exploded, with Hillary standing on the 4th step, his life force abundant, actually breaking through a barrier and emitting an aura comparable to spirit level. His bloodline reached the spirit level. What the hell? This was the voice of the leaders of the Coyle Origin Sect and the Star River Sect. Even they were so shocked by this inconceivable feat that they cursed out loud. It was too unimaginable, too contrary to reason, too damn monstrous. What is that kid? As for the contestant who had fallen to 4th place, he was speechless, realizing there truly was no comparison. A Spirit Realm 6th-level practitioner was just superior, and those remaining in 3rd place had been so stunned by Hillary that they forgot about their own pain. Silence. A deathly silence. In short, Hillary was simply unstoppable. At this point, Hillary clenched his fist, revealing a hint of excitement on his face. With his bloodline advancing further, the heritage within his mind revealed even more. His combat power became even more terrifying. This latter was proving immensely beneficial to him. I don't believe it. How can you possibly do this? There's something fishy going on. One of the 3rd-place contestants shouted angrily before attacking directly. From the Star River Sect, Wayne. Coyle was incredibly muscular and robust. Under pressure, his punch still had the frightening impact of moving mountains. Coyle refused to believe it. How could a mere Spirit Realm 6th-level practitioner compare with him? Meanwhile, Hillary stood calmly at the spot. When the punch came, with a pong, he extended his hand and stopped the punch immediately. Wayne was stunned, then gritted his teeth, trying once again with all his might. His entire body's power surged into his fist, fully erupting. But the fist remained motionless. Hillary's hand stayed firmly in front, showing no sign of budging. Looking at him calmly, Hillary wore a smile. The pressure here was immense, already suppressing the 3rd-place contestant's full combat potential, while Hillary remained unaffected, advancing steadily. In fact, his combat power was now approaching the top 3. Under these conditions, Wayne posed no real threat to him. Are you going down by yourself? or do I have to help you? Hillary said with a faint smile. To attack him, a price must be paid. Wayne ground his teeth, glaring angrily. But when Hillary prepared to strike, Wayne replied, "You're strong, but I'm not convinced." With that, he retracted his fist and walked downward. Hillary paused. Did it matter whether he was convinced or not? The remaining two contestants, initially planning to challenge Hillary, instantly closed their mouths after seeing this scene, turning quickly and walking downwards. The disciple from the Coyle origin sect dared not make a single noise from start to finish. Could this person kill him? Did he want to die miserably? They really couldn't contend with Hillary. Hillary's expression returned to calm. Then he lifted his foot and moved up continuously to reach the sixth step. The second-place contestants from the three major factions did not hinder him. Nor could they. Even the second-ranked contestant from the Star River sect sighed deeply. His name was Chevy, and in his heart, his opponent was only the top one. As for Dominic, that was someone he could never match. That person wasn't Chevy's rival, nor did he deserve to be. But now, this unknown youth caught up with him, dealing a heavy blow to his confidence. Pausing momentarily, Chevy clenched his fists and muttered, "I need to exert more effort. There are many stronger than me. Second place doesn't fit me." Turning away, he passed Hillary, pausing briefly beside him, and said, "Be careful. Dominic is unfathomably terrifying. Actually, moderation would be best for you. My strength isn't weak, but fighting Dominic, I can only block 3 moves." Being second meant possessing fearsome strength, yet he admired Dominic thoroughly, finding himself completely outclassed. This was both an acknowledgement and a testament to Dominic's prowess. Hillary smiled at him. This was their first meeting, and Chevy's warning showed goodwill. But that wasn't possible. Quentin thing his head. He saw the top 3 rapidly ascending the ladder, reaching the 7th step and dashing towards the 8th. Their speed was unimaginable. They possessed strength enough to challenge even the 10 Achilles. As for Dominic, he was enveloped in a radiant light, exuding a terrifying aura, every step breaking barriers, accompanied by thunderous roars, not an inch behind the other 3 tops. In fact, he surpassed them slightly. The 3 top competitors regarded him with approving looks. Truly remarkable. Hillary fixated on Dominic, clenching his fists beneath his sleeves, eyes blazing red. "Dominic, wait for me." Seeming to sense the unusual vibe behind him, Dominic halted, turning to look at Hillary, narrowing his eyes. Then, smiling slightly, he met Hillary's gaze and beckoned with a finger, whispering, "I'll wait for you." Their eyes locked, and Hillary also smiled, lifting his foot under Dominic's watchful gaze, stepping onto the 7th level. Even as he ascended, his aura grew stronger. Pointing upward with a finger, he declared, "I will surpass you." The voice reverberated like thunder, waking the astonished crowd once more. Hillary was catching up to Dominic, his killing intent soaring high, determined not to stop until victory. The 3 errands on the high platform narrowed their eyes, then shook their heads with a chuckle. Indeed impressive, but challenging the 1-grade Hall's genius, overconfident. Coyle's not ready, no matter how extraordinary he may be. The cultivation gap is too vast, ultimately unmatchable. Let him go. Soon, he'll know the true extent of the gap. These errands harbored deep respect for the 1-grade Hall and a certain favoritism towards Dominic, hence speaking without reservation. Amidst their words, Dominic smiled again, accelerating on the 8th step, sprinting toward the final 9th step. Yet, the 9th step barred the path for the 3 tops. They struggled at its edge, their raised feet hesitating to ascend. The 9th step, the pinnacle of the ladder, under the golden drum's pressure, the area's strain reached its limit. Any slight movement elicited snapping sounds from their bones and uncontrollable bleeding. Blocked. The pressure from this golden drum trial was overwhelming. The final step proved insurmountable. However, as the 3 remained helpless, Dominic strode forward, his foot stomping with a resounding boom, rushing straight to the 9th step. Instantly, the 3 tops gaped wide-eyed. Below, countless spectators held their breath. The 3 errands also focused intently. Breakthrough. Roaring like thunder, Dominic radiated immense might, a golden glow bursting behind him. From this golden radiance emerged a massive flying beast, its oppressive aura striking fear into all who beheld it. ##### Chapter 65. 9 Thunderclaps. Golden-winged Great Pong, Divine Grade Bloodline. The heads of the 3 sects exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide. This was the first time they were witnessing Dominic's bloodline. They never expected it to be a golden-winged Great Pong, and not only that, it had already reached the Divine Grade level. The top disciple of the 3 sects was also dumbfounded. Dominic was indeed outstanding, far surpassing the 3 of them from the start. In fact, I haven't even exerted myself. Amidst the shock of the top disciple of the 3 sects, the crowd below, and even the 3 envoys, Dominic spoke again. His voice was calm and casual but struck like thunder. Everyone's minds buzzed loudly, and their bodies shook violently. This still isn't using force? What does he call using force then? Open. Amidst the shock, Dominic's voice rang out once more, as loud as thunder. Simultaneously, a resounding boom erupted. Behind him, as golden radiance surged, revealing his divine grade bloodline, another streak of purple divine light soared up. Boom, boom. The purple divine light burst forth, matching the golden radiance. Amidst the purple glow, a fearsome, 2-winged purple snake emerged, roaring thunderously. Silence. Complete silence. More than just breath ceasing. At this moment, it seemed even the heartbeat couldn't be heard. Even the 3 errands on the platform stood up abruptly, staring with frightened expressions. It was simply too terrifying. Jonal bloodlines. Dominic possessed dual bloodlines. Behind him, the golden-winged Great Pong and the purple snake loomed menacingly, each one horrifying. 2 bloodlines, each incredibly formidable. Everyone was in awe. There was even reverence. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinarily so. But Hillary was boiling with rage. With a crack, the fist hidden under his sleeve clenched tightly. His blunt nails dug into the flesh of his palm. Blood dripped down, continuously, but he remained indifferent. Coyle gazed upward, his eyes bloodshot, the anger in his heart surpassing everything else. That was his bloodline. His purple-winged swallowing sky python. The bloodline that Dominic had stripped from him. Kill. With a roar, Hillary, seemingly provoked, his aura skyrocketed. Coyle took a firm step forward, advancing to the 7th tier, reaching the 8th, matching the top disciple of the 3 sects. Standing there, he glared at Dominic, filled with murderous intent. However, no one was shocked anymore. They watched Hillary as if he were merely grandstanding. Coyle was indeed terrifying, matching the top disciple of the 3 sects, but compared to Dominic, who had dual bloodlines, both of which were at the divine grade level, the difference was immeasurable. Challenging him now was suicide. It felt like an ant provoking a true dragon. Utter overconfidence. This bloodline has reached the divine grade in me. With the eruption of the dual bloodlines, Dominic's foot stepped down, ascending to the 9th tier. At that moment, his foot exuded boundless power, his surrounding aura terrifying, as if capable of shattering mountains and rivers, crushing everything. Coyle stood on the 9th tier, above everyone, basking in all the attention. His gaze fell back on Hillary. The purple-winged swallowing sky python inside Hillary wasn't even perfect at the spirit grade, yet in his hands, it had directly broken through to the divine grade. The Yi family's bloodline was extraordinary, and it was even more terrifying in his body. What can you compare with me? A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips, his gaze disdainful as he looked at Hillary like watching a clown, unworthy of mention. Even giving the other person a glance was an immense favor. Being able to contribute to me is your honor. Coyle finally spoke again, further provoking Hillary, taking away Hillary's bloodline and considering it an honor for Hillary. Very well. Hillary raised his foot and continued forward under everyone's watchful eyes. Matching the top disciple of the 3 sects wasn't the end. He aimed higher, to match Dominic and battle at the peak. Blood was boiling. Boom. Yet, as he moved, another thunderous explosion erupted. Dominic turned to face the golden moon drum, now enveloped by its golden radiance. At that moment, with terrifying bloodlines behind him and golden light surrounding him, hair and clothing included, he resembled a supreme war deity, majestic beyond measure. Countless people below watched, increasingly stunned, developing admiration for this man. Even the heads of the 3 sects were awestruck at this moment. This guy was truly domineering. Even Daniel Pavilion Master, Denver, Kwangjan, Roberto, and others had to admit that he was truly remarkable. Hard to shake. Better than I imagined. Quentin beside. Dominic had fully matured, possessing dual bloodlines. Even if he returned to the inner circle, he would have a place. Amidst everyone's shock, the momentum did not stop. The golden moon drum before Dominic trembled, thunder bursting on its surface. Bang. One strike, shaking the heavens and earth. Bang. The second strike, causing the entire venue to tremble. Bang. Bang. The third and 4th strikes made countless eyes widen, veins bulging, hearts almost leaping to their throats. On the 5th strike, they began trembling, and by the 6th strike, many collapsed under the sound. Despite this, they remained utterly stunned. The golden moon drum contained tremendous fate. 1 strike was impressive, 2 strikes were terrifying, 3 strikes were extraordinary, and 4 strikes could be described as monstrous. 5 strikes were the historical limit. And now, facing the golden moon drum, Dominic produced 6 strikes, breaking the limit. Amazing. Coyle is indeed the world-renowned prodigy. The golden dragon shielding the moon, breaking through the dark clouds, absorbing the essence of stars and moon. This truly reflects Dominic's journey. Indeed, he is a prodigy. Terrifying. Not just here, but even among top-tier forces in the inner circle, he would be absolutely formidable. After a long while, the stunned voices finally rang out. The golden dragon shielded the moon. The prodigy emerged, overwhelming everything outside. And this person had now been born. Everyone believed in their hearts that it was Dominic. Even Dominic himself felt this way. Aside from him, no one else was qualified to be that prodigy. And this still wasn't his ultimate goal. Explode. 3 words, followed by a booming sound. Dominic lifted his fist and struck the drum forcefully, producing another resonating strike. Explode. The 8th strike. I want the limit. With the final roar, Dominic's fist, carrying all his might, slammed into the drum's surface fiercely. The last strike, the 9th, shook the heavens. It was vast and immense, as if an immortal shouted, as if the great Tao roared. On the golden moon drum, with the arrival of the 9th strike, a crescent moon appeared, holy and pure, as if condensed from the essence of the great Tao. It enveloped Dominic. Fate had arrived. The greatest fate outside. Ha ha ha. His laughter was rampant and grating. At this moment, Dominic's eyes turned red, becoming excited. Who else but him? Chapter 66, Dragon Tide. The 9 strikes on the golden drum didn't just break the limits, it trampled them into dust. His record will be unbreakable. How domineering. Truly beyond all expectations. I now understand what it means for there to always be someone stronger out there. Dominic, my eternal god. God? This wasn't an exaggeration. Dominic had established an unbreakable record. His potential and cultivation were undoubtedly approaching a terrifying divine realm, leaving no room for doubt. Outside the core area, striking the moon drum 6 times had been the absolute limit for centuries. Achieving even 4 strikes was considered outstanding. Today, however, Dominic shattered all historical records, surpassing even the 6-strike threshold to create the most formidable 9-struck golden drum shockwave ever recorded. Incredible. Once he reaches the 1st grade hall, Dominic's fame will skyrocket even more. The heads of the 3 sects were astonished. Avon, Quentinby, Clifford, and Jackier all wore expressions of despair. How could they compete? It was impossible. Come down, they pleaded silently, their gazes fixed on Hillary with deep supplication. It was hopeless. Ascending now would be like an egg hitting a rock, certain destruction. However, as they watched with such anticipation, Hillary continued to step forward, his gaze bloodshot and fixed upward. Coyle refused to admit defeat. No matter how exceptional you are, I, Hillary, won't bow down. What stupidity! The 4 words exploded like thunder. They came from the 3 envoys in the depths, their eyes filled with incomparable disdain. At this point, he was still grandstanding, not knowing the meaning of humiliation. How dare he compare himself to such excellence? Did he even have the right to compete? His earlier boasts were self-deprecating slaps in the face. Surrender, and he might live to see another day. Yet, despite their words, Hillary's footsteps continued forward, his aura growing more formidable. Coyle pushed himself to the limit, ready for confrontation. No matter the fear or power, he would go through. I refuse. Foolish. Below, mocking voices echoed. In their eyes, Hillary's insistence was sheer stupidity. Your excellence may dominate the top 10 of the 3 sects, but compared to Dominic, the gap is insurmountable. You don't even qualify to carry his shoes. No one can surpass him. The head of the 3 sects said aloud. Dominic didn't stand above them. He shone like the sun, floating high above the heavens. Unreachable. Himph. Dominic stood beneath the golden moon drum, glaring at the stubborn Hillary. A contemptuous snort escaped him. Just a piece of trash. Suddenly, behind him, the crescent moon, crystallized essence of the Tao, erupted in brilliance, its holy light encompassing everything. The moonlight brought Dominic immense comfort, making him feel almost celestial. His energy surged, and his cultivation rapidly increased. Coyle felt that by fully absorbing this crescent moon, he could take another step forward, possibly breaking through the spiritual realm and reaching the legal realm. Strangely enough, Dominic was only 18, a mere youth, yet destined to become a youth legal realm practitioner, an unparalleled honor. Come. With eyes filled with madness, he awaited the baptism of Tao essence. But as he spread his arms wide, the scene changed dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief. Incomprehensible. The crescent moon exploded. That crescent moon, crystallized essence of the Tao, shattered completely in an instant, leaving not even ashes behind. The transformation vanished. No, it was destroyed. Everyone was stunned. Not just Dominic, but everyone present shared the same reaction. Baffled. No. A cry erupted. This time from the 3 envoys, their voices filled with shock. Their gazes locked onto the moon drum, eyes blazing with intense light. To be precise, they were fixated on the dragon shadow. At this moment, as the moon drum glowed, the dragon shadow trembled, its movement shaking the sky. All the moon drum's brilliance was suppressed. The dragon shadow looked down, its oppressive power becoming even more terrifying. From its body emanated countless strands of true dragon chi, far more powerful and overwhelming than the crescent moon. The dragon shadow's pressure had shattered the crescent moon. I get it now, I understand. The moon drum isn't the ultimate blessing. Dominic will undergo a dragon chi baptism. Coyle's even more terrifying than we thought. Yes, it must be so. Coyle is the true dragon, the supreme prodigy who dwarfs all others. Coyle is about to receive the dragon chi coronation. What kind of unimaginable changes will happen? Will Dominic ascend instantly? Countless people gazed up in tense silence, breaking one record after another, reaching unprecedented heights. They couldn't fathom how incredible Dominic would become. Even the 3 envoys became anxious, involuntarily taking a few steps forward. They were profoundly shaken. Perhaps, here stood an unrivaled existence capable of dominating Gramzhou, or even standing atop the southern region. Dominic could become an immortal legend. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted once again, and Dominic went utterly mad. Coyle realized he was even more formidable than he imagined, his future incomparable. Coyle was the son of the true dragon. The blessing he received wasn't from the moon drum. Even its power wasn't worthy of bestowing upon him. What he sought was the dragon chi. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed for dozens of miles, filled with boundless madness and unparalleled arrogance. This moment marked Dominic's peak. Coyle was about to soar, and he would excel even further. No, not just within the 3 sects. Coyle needed to think bigger, looking toward the vast southern region, or even the entire Coleman Song world. Come. Turning, he took bold steps forward, facing the world-shaking dragon shadow. Instantly, the dragon chi burst forth even more fiercely, as if countless baby dragons danced overhead. Faster. I can't wait. With thousands of dragon chi, will Dominic defy the heavens? Too overwhelming, too exhilarating. This Jace has never seen such a terrifying spectacle. This is 10,000 dragons ascending. Dominic, I remember, forever remember. No matter how much time passes, his name will remain etched in my heart. Coyle comes. With cheers, excitement, and fervent anticipation, the myriad strands of dragon chi moved. Countless dragons surged downward. A wave of dragons, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The earth trembled, the Tao roared. Above the 9th heaven, clouds darkened, thunder rumbled, and winds howled. It seemed the very heavens marveled and applauded this supreme prodigy. I will conquer the world. Dominic spread his arms wide, embracing the universe, staring at the dragon chi, awaiting the greatest transformation. Chapter 67. Myriad dragons enveloped. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the dragon aura transformed into a flood, surging downward. Dominic stood there, arms outstretched, standing tall and proud, awaiting the supreme baptism. Coyle was about to undergo a complete transformation, to soar and thrive. Boom! As the dragon aura surged past, the void trembled, and thunder rumbled across the sky. Dark clouds swirled, and the way roared loudly. The scene was vast and boundless. Come! Dominic seemed to have gone mad. His body shook violently, and his eyes appeared bloodshot as if drenched in fresh blood. Even he was shaken by his own presence. Coyle was too outstanding. However, spurt. When the flood of dragons truly arrived, Dominic's gaze suddenly flickered with shock, followed by shivers running through his body as drops of blood trickled down. Spurt. A second gush of blood flowed. His eyes no longer held shock but terror as the dragon flood rushed over him. His body fell uncontrollably on the ground, trembling under pressure. Spurt. The third spurt of blood erupted as cracks appeared on Dominic's body. The pain was unbearable as the dragon flood swept over him without stopping or offering any nourishment, almost crushing him. Thud. The previously excited crowd's expressions froze at this moment, their bodies quivering. Then they collectively reached an intense frenzy, breaking all limits. Even the three envoys were no exception. Then, my God! Loud shouts erupted from the three envoys. Their eyes bulged with bloodshot veins, almost popping out. Not only them, but everyone below also looked up, sharing the same reaction. In that moment, silence. A deathly silence. All breathing, all heartbeats, vanished completely. Boom. Amidst this silence, a figure continued forward on the steps, step by step, resolutely moving toward the 8th level. As he advanced, myriad streams of dragon aura descended, cascading like a celestial rain over him. Instantly, Hillary was enveloped in dragon aura, appearing as if adorned with myriad radiant dragon auras, wearing 10,000 dragons, radiating brilliance. Boom. With the final step, Hillary's figure fell firmly onto the 9th level, amidst the hushed silence, shocked gazes, and frenzied attention of the crowd. At the peak, Coyle had reached the pinnacle. At this moment, the collective intake of breath swept through the venue, carrying incredulity and overwhelming awe. This completely turned the tables. The dragon aura did not belong to Dominic, but Hillary. Coyle received the blessing of the myriad dragon auras. Hillary, who everyone had doubted, was the target of the dragon aura. Coyle was the unparalleled prodigy. Rumble. Amidst the gasps, the heavens above rumbled more fiercely, the violent wind sweeping across the 9 heavens. The massive dragon shadow began to roar. A single dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. The roar was filled with excitement, emotion, and satisfaction for selecting its chosen one, offering him the deserved nourishment. Under the myriads of dragon lights, it was Hillary. Immediately, the myriad dragon auras crazily entered Hillary's body. In that instant, his aura surged rapidly on the peak of the stairs. His cultivation increased drastically, and this was not the limit. His flesh body received endless nourishment, making his chi and blood flourish. His supreme true dragon body stepped into the second stage of imperishable. Bone and flesh as hard as iron, unmatched in the spiritual realm. At this moment, his bloodline also surged, thoroughly stabilizing at the spirit level, even nearing the intermediate stage. More inheritance flowed into his mind. Then, his divine soul began to expand, growing swiftly. From inside out, his physical body, cultivation, and divine soul all received nourishment, undergoing a comprehensive baptism. Not just a transformation, even his soul would be reborn. Great enlightenment. Supreme. Hillary's eyes burned with passion too. Only at the peak of the 8th level did he realize that the true dragon revealed itself for him, connecting with dragon blood. This enlightenment belonged to Hillary. It had absolutely nothing to do with Dominic. My brother. Really my brother. Lorraine screamed first, her voice filled with pride. Coyle brother was the most outstanding, the most terrifying genius. It's him, actually him. Quentinby's eyes blazed. Hillary was terrifying, surpassing Dominic. This person was different, incomparable to anyone else, even more extraordinary than the geniuses encountered earlier. My disciple. Avon's tension seemed to vanish, replaced by excited laughter. This kid was truly amazing, and he had acknowledged him as his master. Having such a disciple, what more could he ask for? It's him, Han's son. Yet he seems even more terrifying than Han himself. Baron and Grammune Sect Master instantly felt an icy chill. The unrivaled prodigy was Han's son. In the Star River Sect, some errands trembled in fear, especially Achilles Wu. Han's son had risen again. Tiger fathers don't have dog children. The Star River Sect Master exclaimed, fists clenched so tightly that blood dripped from beneath his sleeves, showing how incredibly moved he was. As for the others, they remained in shock. Even the 3 envoys were now speechless, unable to describe their emotions at the moment. The world turned upside down. Dominic, who had been deemed perfect, was decisively crushed by this unassuming youth. No, it's mine. On the ground, Dominic watched the horrifying scene, seeing Hillary bathed in the dragon aura's glory, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood consecutively. It was his, Dominic's great enlightenment. Everyone believed the enlightenment belonged to him. Dominic was considered the supreme prodigy, and he believed it too. Coyle had already accepted it, spreading his arms wide, awaiting the supreme enlightenment's arrival and baptism. In his heart, this was undeniable. However, in that last moment, the enlightenment swept over him, crushing his body, ignoring him completely, but nourishing Hillary instead. What he had anticipated receiving, what had made him ecstatic, wasn't his. At this moment, he felt like he was plummeting from the heavens into an abyss beyond darkness. Moreover, that Hillary, who had once been stripped of his bloodline, shattered in his dantian, and treated like vermin, had now taken the great enlightenment away from him. Enraged, endlessly enraged, it was as if someone had slapped him hard repeatedly, pressing him to the ground, rubbing it into his face until he conceded. Not convinced, I'm not convinced. There's a demon here. This isn't true. You stole the destiny that belonged to me. Dominic roared, flipping back up with a slap sound. The rage in his eyes burned fiercely, transforming into a raging inferno amidst his roaring, turning icy cold and intense as he looked at Hillary. Kill. The murderous sound echoed like thunder as Dominic charged forward. Watch out! The Star River Sect Master shouted, along with Daniel Pavilion Lord, Kixing, and others, who were all tense, rushing forward quickly. Dominic's combat strength was indisputable. Who dares? However, amid their agitation, the three old men on the high platform stepped down, standing in front of everyone, like three insurmountable peaks. Move, and you will be executed without mercy. Chapter 68. The Ultimate Battle, Part 1. The three envoys from the top-tier force possessed overwhelming combat power. Even one of them alone could crush the three patriarchs present. Together, who dared to challenge them? As they blocked the way, the battle at the pinnacle had already begun. Dominic transformed into a madman, his aura raging uncontrollably, and the dual bloodlines behind him were terrifying beyond imagination. That punch slammed down like a giant star colliding with Hillary, sending him retreating rapidly. Coyle didn't even attempt to retaliate. It seemed he couldn't. While Hillary's talent might surpass Dominic, in terms of combat power, Hillary was heavily suppressed and not on the same level. Moreover, Dominic had managed to make the Golden Moon drum ring 9 times, creating an astonishing miracle. Even if his talent was inferior, it was still formidable. The pressure he felt there was virtually negligible, unaffected. The faces of the Star River Sect's patriarch and others turned extremely grim. Humph! At this moment, a cold voice sounded out as Quentin strode forward, standing before everyone, berating the three envoys. You old fools, get out of my way! Behind her, Clifford also cursed loudly. What do you think you're doing, messing with my brother? Their voices were so sharp that countless errands and disciples present stared in shock. Only some high-ranking officials knew their true identities. At this point, their loud curses made everyone feel like they were provoking trouble for no reason. However, Miss Bowie, young Master Bowie, this major competition involves selecting heirs for a top-tier force. The patriarchs and escalates are absolutely not allowed to interfere. The rules have been set. We are merely enforcing the rules to ensure fairness. The three did not budge, as the competition was between disciples and higher-ups were not permitted to intervene. This rule had been upheld for many years. This caused the astonished errands and disciples to widen their eyes once more. Were these three fearsome envoys afraid of the two? Who were they? I believe that the Seventh Kingdom, which stands above all, would not break the rules, nor would it risk tearing its face over an unknown person against the first-class hall, one of the three said again. Immediately, the faces of the clueless errands and disciples changed dramatically as they stared at Quentin and Clifford, nearly popping their eyeballs out. They came from a top-tier force? And it was one of its dominant forces? The Seventh Kingdom? Gasps resounded immediately. However, Quentin didn't care about this, but the three envoys standing there exuded terrifying auras. They cited the name of the first-class hall to uphold the rules, making it impossible for her to pass. At this moment, at the peak, Dominic roared and threw his second punch. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hillary flew back wildly, almost falling off the cliff. Coyle truly couldn't withstand it, being completely suppressed. Dominic's attack was immensely lethal to him. The gap between the two was vast. Then the three envoys glanced at each other and said, "Of course, the Seventh Kingdom is respected far and wide. If you don't mind these rules, Miss Bowie and young Master Bowie, we naturally dare not stop you if you insist on disrupting things." At that moment, they bowed and stepped back. Meanwhile, Dominic reached the limit of his strength and hurled his third punch. It exploded like thunder, and Hillary spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dyed the air crimson. It was horrific. To everyone watching, he looked incredibly tragic. And worse, certain death. Coyle simply couldn't hold up. At this point, even rushing over wouldn't make a difference. Damn it! Quentin clenched her fists tightly under her sleeves. Hillary's combat power was still inferior to Dominic's. Coyle relied on talent. Brother! Alicia's eyes were brimming with tears as she stared intently, too nervous to know what to do. Simultaneously, a chill erupted from her body again, her anxiety triggering her cold condition fiercely. Ah! With a painful scream, the girl collapsed on the ground, shivering violently, instantly drawing attention from numerous people, who gazed at her in shock. Alicia lay sprawled on the ground, covered in frost, trembling violently, seemingly in unimaginable pain, but she struggled to lift her head, her tear-filled eyes freezing over as she stared at the peak. Brother! Alicia! Avon trembled violently, struggling to stand, but he couldn't approach her due to the intense cold radiating from Alicia. In fact, even Quentin and Clifford found it hard to approach at this moment. They were anxious and helpless. Meanwhile, at the peak, Hillary was thrown backward, spitting blood. That anguished scream echoed clearly in his ears. His face abruptly changed. Turning back, his eyes turned bloodshot. Just then, Dominic attacked again. His foot stomped down, creating a deafening explosion. Coyle loomed like a giant, radiating boundless pressure. Taking away my fortune and stealing my glory. You deserve to die, must die. Dominic's murderous intent was indomitable, relentless. What are you? A mere insect, someone I can crush at will, worthy to stand here? Coyle came from the first-class hall, the dominator among top-tier forces, arrogant and proud. No one outside mattered to him, not even the three patriarchs. They were all garbage. Especially Hillary, who had once been trampled and toyed with by him. Coyle wasn't even worth being called trash. Just an insect. What qualifications did he have to stand at his level? What qualifications did he have to receive those blessings? No self-awareness, die. With a roar, his fist descended for the fourth time, with greater force. Even the dual bloodlines, the golden-winged great pongbird and the purple-winged swallowing coileven python, roared ferociously. Their power surged into the fist, making it shine like a sun, smashing down before everyone's stunned eyes. Though far away, those below still felt a terrifying pressure. Dominic's combat power had definitely approached the realm of law realm, or even rivaled it. The three envoys smiled slightly, stepping back further, seeing no need to block anymore. The young man was surely dead. The Sky Primordial Sect and Green Cloud Sect's patriarchs sneered mockingly. In the Star River Sect, the Judah and others watched with evil anticipation, hoping to crush that bastard with a single blow. Erase him. Completely eliminate the Yi family's threat. Boom. The fist landed with a muffled thunderclap, but everyone froze. The fist didn't draw blood. Actually, the fist didn't hit Hillary. 1 meter in front of him, it stopped. A hand appeared before the fist. It was Hillary's right hand. Chapter 69, Climactic Battle, Part 2. The right hand blocked the punch. Hillary slowly stood up. At this moment, the noise below immediately disappeared as if time had frozen. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Blocked? Coyle actually blocked it? I had planned to use you to fully absorb the dragon chi, but it seems time doesn't permit that anymore. Hillary lifted his head and cast a cold gaze. Coyle had absorbed myriad strands of dragon chi, but hadn't completely refined them yet. Pressure was an excellent method to stimulate the refining process. Dominic's punch could help him refine faster. However, Alicia's condition didn't give Hillary any more time. Coyle couldn't wait any longer. Boom. An explosion of energy from Hillary's palm collided with Dominic's fist, sending both of them staggering backward. On the third level, Hillary had already approached the top 3 among the 3 sects, his bloodline changes making him a formidable match for those top-ranking figures. As he progressed upward, every part of his being, body, mind, and soul, received a thorough baptism from the dragon chi. His cultivation rapidly soared, breaking limits when he deflected Dominic's fist. With a thunderous roar, he stepped into the 7th level. Actually, Hillary's cultivation was already capable of advancing. He had been waiting for the right opportunity, an opportunity for continuous breakthroughs. That chance was gone now, and he no longer needed it. To defeat this person was enough. Kill. The shout rang out like thunder. Hillary's aura exploded as he charged forward without waiting for Dominic to act, unsheathing the dragon-patterned saber. The blade blossomed into a wild dragon. Looking for death. Shocked initially, Dominic soon resumed his icy demeanor, bolstered by his dual bloodlines. Confidently, he felt invincible among his contemporaries. No one could stop him. Fists clashed again as the golden-winged great pong bird descended upon Hillary, while his saber, trailed by a dragon shadow, sliced through the air. Dragon versus great pong. Boom after boom. The sky changed colors amidst relentless explosions, and the chaotic void sent tremors through onlookers below. Especially shocking was how Hillary broke through another level after enduring 3 punches, and directly confronted Dominic on equal terms. Even now, as Hillary's blade burst forth, tearing apart the great pong bird, it became clear. They were evenly matched. Kill. The killing intent echoed incessantly as the two fought with full fervor. Every move was lethal, driving the battle to its climax. The golden pong and dragon shadows clashed while simultaneously, the purple-winged sky-devouring python behind Dominic rushed forward, attempting to engulf Hillary. Attempting, obviously, in vain. With further enhanced physical strength and unyielding spiritual realm, combined with his rapidly growing cultivation, Hillary's punch suppressed the attack. Explode. A loud cry accompanied the clash between Hillary's fist and the purple-winged sky-devouring python, which exploded upon impact but reformed behind Dominic. Both warriors surged forward again, fists striking flesh, blades slicing ruthlessly, their blood pulsating with intense clashes. Quintonk mountains collapsing or waters erupting. The scale was immense. Battle. Continuing battle. Endless battle. Not simple. The 3 envoys narrowed their eyes. Hillary exceeded expectations in every aspect, having created miracles. The masters of Tianyuan Sect and Grammyun Sect were even more stunned. Hillary was indeed a genius of the age. If not for the rivalry, they would have tried their utmost to recruit him, willing to pay any price. His emergence would be terrifying. At the 7th level of the spiritual realm, freshly broken through, he faced off equally against Dominic at the peak of the spiritual realm, even nearing the half-step dermic realm. Who dared say this wasn't terrifying? Kill. The third eruption of killing intent saw Hillary and Dominic collide once more, unleashing all their cultivation without reserve, each reaching their limit. With a spray of blood, they staggered back, only to converge again in flashes, continuously clashing and bleeding, fighting without regard for life or death. In this combat, Hillary held the advantage. He possessed dragon blood, immune to exhaustion in the short term, with ongoing refinement of dragon chi during battle. His strength remained at its peak and even grew stronger. Dominic, however, was different. Quintonk the others Hillary had defeated, he had critical weaknesses, gradually weakening as the fight dragged on. Puff. As the battle raged on, Hillary bled, but Dominic suffered more grievously, retreating in a weakened state. Kill. Taking advantage of Dominic's weakened state, Hillary pounced, hammering down with a heavy fist. As Dominic defended, Hillary slashed with his saber from the opposite side. The slash came as swiftly as a bolt of lightning, silently and sharply sweeping away Dominic's finger. Blood spurted violently as a finger flew into the air. The crowd gasped. Dominic lost a finger. Meanwhile, Hillary leaped forward, showcasing unprecedented speed. Each step covered 70 zhong, moving like a wraith. Coyle caught the severed finger and, in a flash, hurled it toward Quintonby as if it were a meteor. Nonly fire pearl. Quintonby reacted instantly, dashing forward at Hillary's signal, despite the sudden movements of the 3 envoys, the master of Tianyuan Sect, and the master of Grammyun Sect. Get out of my way. With a loud cry, Quintonby waved her hand, revealing a token that glowed with purple divine light. 3 characters were etched on it. 7 Prince's Manor. Note, Wang Fu typically translates to Prince's Manor, or Princely Manor in English, and it seems better to use a more explanatory term rather than transliterating it. The purple token hovered mid-air, instantly stopping the envoys and intimidating the leaders of Grammyun Sect and Tianyuan Sect, who dared not move an inch, who dared challenge the royal decree of the Seven Princes Manor. One misstep, total annihilation of the clan. Snap. Leaping up, she caught the finger. On it was a pitch-black storage ring belonging to Dominic. Inside the ring were countless treasures, nearly 1,000,000 spirit crystals, and a dazzling red pearl, the Nonly Fire Pearl. Securing the pearl, Quentin B returned quickly, followed by Star River Sect's master and others, converging around Alicia to suppress the cold temporarily. The fire essence within the pearl also helped subdue the cold temporarily. Temporarily, but buying precious time. All breathed a sigh of relief, a hair's breadth from disaster. So did Hillary. A finger? A low voice spoke. Dominic stood there, staring at his severed finger, eyes gradually turning blood red. You cut off my finger? Coyle lifted his head slowly, eyes completely bloodshot, appearing as a fearsome devil or demon. His body trembled, and the bloodline power behind him rumbled ominously, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Unforgivable. Each word emphasized, Dominic's fury erupted, his aura surging anew. Even his black hair began turning white. Chapter 70. Reversing the Dragon Scale. Dominic's transformation was glaring. His eyes were bloodshot, and his once black hair had turned stark white in an instant. An eerie aura enveloped him, making him seem almost demonic. Amidst this demonic presence, his aura escalated to terrifying heights. It felt as though he had transcended into the Dermic realm. This is reverse divine transformation into demon. Dominic has activated a secret technique, turning into a demon. Came the shouts from the 3 envoys below. The first class hall's secret technique, reverse divine transformation into demon, briefly boosts one's cultivation to an extreme level. As the secret technique unleashed its power, Dominic's aura became overwhelming, comparable to that of someone in the Dermic realm. Coyle surged forward with such intensity that it almost caused everyone's hearts to burst. And this wasn't even his limit. As he shot upwards, 2 lineage forces roared behind him. The golden-winged great pong bird, radiating golden light like blazing flames, full of yang energy, and the purple-winged swallow Coilevan python, emitting a sinister purple glow, akin to the moon of the netherworld, suffused with yin energy. Then, these 2 lineages began converging and fusing together. Unity of yin and yang. No wonder Dominic placed great importance on Hillary's lineage. Coyle must have had deeper intentions, evolving a formidable power. That is, the Jonal blood wheel of yin and yang. The 3 envoys exclaimed again. The fusion of yin and yang, forming a celestial lineage wheel. This is an earth-rank divine ability. But given Dominic's current cultivation, it could only burst forth at the peak mystic rank at most. Even so, this was enough to be terrifying. Peak mystic rank abilities were rare, if not non-existent, in the outside world. Boom. Amid the exclamations, the lineage forces behind Dominic rapidly merged, forming a powerful celestial wheel that rotated fiercely, with the great pong screaming and the giant serpent roaring, exuding immense power. Coyle had already reached Hillary again, delivering a punch under the influence of reverse divine transformation into demon, as if infused with Dermic power. Hillary's eyes gleamed, and he met the attack head-on, his dragon blood coursing through his veins. His punch unleashed the shadow of a true dragon, colliding with the opponent once more. Clashing with a Dermic realm expert. Boom. The heavens shook, thunder deafening. Hillary was forced back, but Dominic didn't gain much of an advantage either. In this moment, he had only managed to push Hillary back 3 steps. This was already extraordinary. Reverse divine transformation into demon, comparable to Dermic realm strength. Yet that kid nearly matches him. How terrifying can he be? Spiritual 7th stage, able to battle a Dermic realm expert. Unbelievable. Too outstanding, truly a once-in-a-millennium talent. It was too shocking and too exhilarating. Even the 3 patriarchs were stunned, while the 3 envoys watched intently with cold gazes. With each punch, the dual lineage wheel behind Dominic fused faster, his powerful divine ability nearing completion. Hillary retreat. That divine ability can slay someone in the Dermic realm. Quentin B shouted, the dual blood wheel indeed being fearsome. But amidst her warning, Dominic moved with incredible speed, intercepting Hillary who was trying to retreat. Another punch sent Hillary reeling back several steps. Under reverse divine transformation into demon, Dominic had gained enhancements in all aspects, his speed no longer inferior to Hillary, perhaps even surpassing it. Kill. At this moment, Dominic let out a savage roar and charged forward again, with a celestial wheel spinning behind him. Coyle raised his hand, and the wheel, resembling a grinding stone, appeared in his palm. Coyle then hurled it forward viciously. Boom. The celestial lineage wheel, infused with dual lineage power under reverse divine transformation into demon, emitted a tyrannical aura, causing the void to tremble violently. A continuous rumbling sound echoed incessantly. It resembled a heavenly blade, capable of slicing through everything, or a millstone that could crush anything. Sharp, overbearing, and flawless. The celestial wheel spun rapidly towards Hillary. Hillary sensed the danger. His expression grew incredibly serious. With his entire cultivation, true intent, and life force channeled through the dragon-patterned saber, he lunged forward with all his might. The saber erupted with every ounce of power, yet the celestial wheel continued to spin, shattering everything in its path, crushing everything. The saber's light shattered. Hillary's face changed, and he turned to flee, but the celestial wheel's speed was terrifying, chasing him relentlessly, the roaring sound behind him like a monstrous scream. An earth-rank divine ability, boundless and terrifying. Hillary sprinted madly, leaped into the air, landing on the golden moon drum, while the celestial wheel pursued relentlessly, locking onto his soul, pursuing him without rest until death. Blood must be drawn. His blood. Boom. Hillary tapped the drum, which resonated explosively, and his body soared into the sky. At this moment, Dominic approached beneath the drum, his gaze chillingly cold. Looking upward, he roared, "Die!" With a roar, he pointed upward with one hand, and instantly, the celestial wheel flashed with light, accelerating even more terrifyingly, streaking forward like a meteor. The chase. Coyle. Boom. Hilary slashed down from midair, but upon clashing with the celestial wheel, his body was thrown backward toward the heavens, with the wheel swiftly pursuing him. Holding the saber with both hands, blocking the dual lineage wheel, Hilary's sleeves burst into pieces within moments, and bloody marks appeared on his arms. His body trembled, and his dragon-patterned saber struggled to muster any force, unable to hold off the pressure even with dragon roars. Suppressed. Completely suppressed. At this point, Hilary had reached the limit of his ascent, and could no longer move upward. No place to hide. The dual lineage will crushed forward again. Ha ha ha, using your blood to take your life. Dominic laughed maniacally, his appearance reaching a pinnacle of savagery, snow-white hair and bloodshot eyes, making him seem like an invincible devil. Many people sighed from below, realizing there was no way out for Hilary. Mountain climbing efforts exhausted, no way out. Unable to defend. Sure death. Such a peerless genius meeting his end. Quentinby, Clifford, Avon, and Christian all trembled, roaring fiercely. There was no hope left. Compared to them, the patriarch of Tianyuan Sect, Grammune Sect, and even the three envoys, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally resolved. Han's son, done for. This terrifying monster would die. Amidst this despair, Hilary's eyes turned bloodshot, bursting with boundless madness. Then, gripping the dragon-patterned saber tightly, his dragon blood reversed. Since you force me, then I'll risk everything, a fight to the death. Coyle also let out a roar. In his current predicament, it pushed him to his limits, willing to forsake everything. Boom. A powerful aura erupted, and significant changes occurred around Hilary. A black scale appeared between his brows, radiating an overwhelming presence. Hovering midair, a dragon's shadow hovered above him. The scale beneath the dragon shadow glinted menacingly, identical to those on a true dragon's body, except for its somewhat demonic quality. This was another secret technique. Risking everything, reversing the dragon blood. And it was called Reversing the Dragon Scale. Chapter 71. Coyle still Coyle. A dragon has a scale that incites wrath when touched. In despair, Hilary reversed the dragon blood and gave birth to this rebellious dragon scale, at the cost of his life force rapidly depleting, trading his life for the rebellious dragon scale. But at this point, Hilary did not have second thoughts. Take a chance and fight it out. You dared to transform into a devil king, so I will dare to disregard everything and fight with all I've got. The moment the rebellious dragon scale appeared, an even more terrifying power surged within Hilary. The dragon pattern blade he held grew immensely stronger. The dragon patterns on the blade seemed to be ablaze as if a dragon had attached itself, making the blade even more blindingly bright. At this moment, the dragon pattern blade seemed to finally reveal its true edge. Slash. With a thunderous shout, the dragon pattern blade radiated dazzling light. Instead of the first or second strike of the 7-killing blade of rebellious dragons, the third strike was unleashed amid a sudden surge in cultivation, bloodline potency, and inherited powers. This third strike carried Hilary's full intent. Assisted by the rebellious dragon scale, it collided fiercely with the dual blood wheels, creating screeching and booming sounds that pierced the ears. Too deafening. Boom. An even more terrifying explosion followed amidst the deafening sound. In the airspace where Hilary was, the void turned chaotic, and various divine lights surged. At that moment, Dominic was forced to retreat violently, panting heavily. His aura waned significantly. That strike nearly depleted all his strength. But as he retreated, his expression became even more ferocious, staring at the explosion site like a fireball bursting, emitting a piercing laughter. The dual blood wheels have been deployed. No matter what, he couldn't believe Hilary could block it. No chance of survival. Using your own blood to take your life, you don't deserve to be a genius, nor to gain great fortune. Even if you do, I will break it. Arrogant and overbearing, he was the victor. Indeed, not just him but many below were stunned into silence by the terrifying explosion, collapsing directly on the ground. Even disciples with weaker cultivation were left dazed and bleeding from their eardrums. Their eyes looked upward in horror. Such a terrifying burst of divine power could crush everything beneath the law realm. Even ordinary law realm cultivators might not withstand it. Hilary. Mortal blow. This thought was resolute, unquestionable. A peerless genius had fallen, leaving behind only a brief legend. Within Star River Sect, in the periphery of Gramjo, even if that person died, his legend would not vanish. Truly domineering. Mourn for him. Humph. The three envoys and others sneered, their tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. It had finally ended. Star River Sect's patriarch sighed deeply. Quentinby, Clifford, Avon, Lucinda. They fell silent at this moment, their eyes dumbfounded, wrapped in despair, their bodies weakening as if everything was taken away in an instant. Finished. Over. Still can't make it. The Khalil shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. How to describe Hilary? A madman is a madman, and a rogue indeed a rogue, yet grand and magnanimous. Not bound by trivial matters. Coyle had saved his life. You count as my brother, he said softly, his eyes turning red, looking up, vision blurring, even hallucinating. Coyle saw that explosive fireball seemingly falling downward, and there seemed to be a figure on it. It was Hilary, holding a blade, slashing through the explosive fireball, pressing it down. The Khalil smiled bitterly, thinking that Hilary really resonated with him, to the point of inducing hallucinations. And these hallucinations felt so real, like he was witnessing it firsthand. Sadly, and amusingly, impossible. That was a tier Earth skill, Yin Yang Jonal blood wheels, powered by the secret art of transcending divinity and becoming a devil. How could a cultivator below the law realm block it? Even law realm practitioners might not withstand it. Amidst such thoughts, he felt not only visual hallucinations but auditory ones as well. Coyle seemed to hear Hillary's roar. That roar carried madness but also the declaration of a victor, as if Hillary was declaring his victory. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, tears rolling down. Hillary, my brother, rest in peace? My God. Impossible. Illusion. It must be an illusion. While immersed in sorrow, the Khalil suddenly noticed a cacophony of voices around him, filled with endless panic and incredulity. Not one, two, but in clusters, until almost everyone became frenzied. His gaze quickly shifted to see people trembling, expressions changing drastically, many even kneeling. As if witnessing an incomprehensible miracle, Coyle blinked, then rubbed his eyes again. They were indeed trembling, going crazy. This doesn't seem like an illusion. Coyle turned to look at his sister. Quentinby was staring back at him, their expressions almost identical. Shock. Stunned. Smack. Suddenly, Quentinby struck, slapping him fiercely. The slap was ear-piercing, and the Khalil let out a pained scream, flying backward. Pain. Intense pain. Blood spurted from his mouth. Quentinby's hand tingled from the powerful slap, and she had a clear sensation. This isn't a dream. Could it be? Brother. At that moment, Lucinda screamed, tears streaming down her face but filled with infinite joy. She saw him. She saw her brother. Avon, Star River Sect's patriarch, Pill Hall master, Denver, Kwangjian, Roberto. They all felt the same way, unable to contain their laughter. Quentinby was shocked, slowly turning her head, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Coyle's expression froze for a moment, then her body trembled intensely. Coyle's eyes widened in delight, shooting flames. Coyle's whole being boiled over. Really? All this wasn't an illusion. It was real. It was him, it was him. Quintonk, a peerless hero. He wielded the blade and reappeared. Kill. The shout rang out again, truly shocking everyone. Amidst the fireball, Hillary was covered in blood, disheveled and in tatters. But now, the black scale on his forehead flashed, radiating brilliant light, his eyes burning like fire, his fighting spirit overflowing boundlessly. His battered hands dripped with blood, but gripped the blade firmly, pushing the fireball downward. Coyle blocked the Tirith skill. Inyang Jonal blood wheels. No, this might not be blocking. Rather, suppression. Chapter 72, Dragon Pearl. No way. Dominic roared, his eyes nearly splitting apart. The scene before him truly exceeded the limits of his comprehension. How could that boy withstand such a terrifying attack? This was an Earth-rank divine skill, a technique that defied divinity and turned one into a demon. It was also the ultimate eruption from both bloodlines, giving it everything they had. Yet, regardless of whether he believed it or not, Hillary was holding down the massive fireball with his knife, rolling it downwards, spreading immense pressure. His eyes bulged as he suddenly fell back, while the fireball rapidly descended. Hillary's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Destroy this bastard. Oh no. Below, everyone snapped out of their shock. The three invoice faces changed drastically as they rushed forward. However, the purple golden token floated in the air with Quentinby standing beside it. Whoever moves will face retaliation from the Seven Princes Manor. Clifford also stood up and walked over. The rules were set long ago. This is a battle among disciples. Whoever interferes invites death. The words from the three envoys were thrown right back at them. The threat from the Seven Princes Manor was enough to make the three wary. At this moment, the roar from the steps grew deafening as Hillary, suppressing the enormous fireball, approached. Meanwhile, Dominic's body began to bend. It was as if he was being crushed by a mountain. Coyle couldn't move anymore, even trembling violently, roaring, the sound filled with fear. Coyle had never felt so close to death as he did now. You're useless. Hillary's harsh words struck Dominic like a slap across the face. Back then, you were above me, but now, Hillary, can crush you. What are you? Why do you deserve to be arrogant? Taking my bloodline still leaves you a waste of space. Overbearing and unrestrained, Hillary unleashed his madness. Now was the time for brutality. Bang! The fireball pressed down. Dominic's screams pierced the sky as blood poured from his body. His bones creaked and cracked under the strain. Fury and shame raged within him. His Dao heart was shadowed, suppressed by Hillary. PFT. A spurt of blood gushed from his mouth as he knelt on one knee. Coyle couldn't hold on any longer. But just as the fireball was about to land, Dominic's face changed abruptly, and Hillary reacted even faster, pressing the fireball down with all his might before retreating instantly. In the next moment, a thunderous howl erupted from afar. A cold gleam broke through the air, leaving a trail of exploding clouds in its wake. Its speed was incomprehensible. In an instant, it reached the staircase. Only then did everyone see. It was an arrow. Boom. An arrow shot out, exploding the fireball. Dominic was drenched in blood, gravely injured, but he managed to roll down the stairs. Coyle survived. SHHHH. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone even more. At this moment, the heavens roared for the second time as another golden arrow streaked toward Hillary. Quintonk, a golden river piercing the sky. Straight for Hillary. Hillary's face paled. Coyle moved swiftly, yet the arrow passed him with a gust that left a deep cut on his arm. Terrifying. It nearly pierced through his chest. Though it didn't pierce through, the arrow continued upward, striking the dragon shadow. Thunderous boom. The arrow's power was boundless, causing a tremendous explosion. The dragon shadow shook fiercely, cracking all over. Below, countless people watched in awe. Who was this expert? Beast. Wanting the dragon fortune? Even your father couldn't achieve it. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. A figure strode forward, a Muhammad running across the sky. In his hand was a golden bow. Dominic shouted joyfully, Ascari, destroy him, destroy this remnant of the Yi family. This Muhammad was from first-class Hall. His speed was unmatched, his aura overwhelming. As he approached with his bow, it felt as though the earth split and the sky collapsed. Countless people fell to the ground. Even the 3 envoys trembled, recognizing the true prowess of this Law King. Baxter! Quentin yelled. A Law King from the first-class Hall was here, and this spelled big trouble. The Muhammad drew his bow again, killing intent spanning thousands of feet. Another arrow flew out, aimed directly at the dragon shadow. In reality, he was cutting off Hillary's good fortune. Coyle wanted to explode the dragon's chi, blocking Hillary's path. At this moment, Hillary couldn't stop it, couldn't possibly stop it. The real dragon roared and exploded with a deafening boom. The heavens seemed to shatter. Good fortune severed. Baxter sneered, continuing forward. Years ago, Han tried this too, but was thwarted by numerous experts from the first-class Hall, who blasted away his luck until he vanished completely. Coyle sank into oblivion, and his son wouldn't stand a chance either. Humph! With a cold laugh, he moved forward to finish the job, ensuring no root remained. But then his expression changed as he stared at where the dragon shadow had been. His eyes widened. Without a word, he drew his bow again. Where the dragon shadow exploded, a golden sphere descended, round and fist-sized. It was blindingly bright, like a small sun. A dragon pearl. It's actually a dragon pearl. Hillary's eyes widened in shock. According to the legacy in his mind, there should be 7 dragon pearls in total. 7 dragon pearls represented the 7 great fortunes of the dragon god, scattered across the world, hidden in this realm. Absorbing them could rapidly strengthen his bloodline, unlocking his heritage early. Gathering all 7 pearls could summon the dragon god. Coyle had searched endlessly for them, but while the dragon god inheritance mentioned their existence, it gave no indication of their location. They relied entirely on luck. Who would have thought one was here? The exploding dragon shadow wasn't destroyed. Instead, it transformed through the arrow, descending as a major transformation. Appearing directly in Hillary's hand, then it sank into his flesh, connecting with his dragon blood. At that moment, Hillary felt an unprecedented surge of power. However, kill. At this moment, a loud cry resounded again, and an arrow tore through the sky, its sharpness boundless. This was undoubtedly a fatal shot. Certain death beneath a Law King. Despite the distance, Hillary felt paralyzed, unable to move. No matter what he did, the arrow would strike him. Coyle was locked down. A Law King's attack left no room for escape. Now, no matter what, he couldn't think of a way to counter. There was nothing he could do. The gap was too vast. This was true despair. But gritting his teeth, he turned around, lifting the knife in his hand. ##### Chapter 73, Go. Hillary turned to face the arrow. Under that arrow, he felt as insignificant as an ant. A real ant, utterly helpless against the vast difference in power. Though the arrow was still far away, Hillary's body could not stop trembling. It wasn't out of fear, but rather due to a force beyond his control, akin to a mortal crushed under hundreds of pounds of pressure, unable to endure. Yet, despite his trembling, he clutched his saber tightly, raised it up, and assumed a fighting stance. Coyle would fight even if it meant death. Foolish. Baxter strode forward, longbow in hand, radiating boundless dominion. Coyle intended to sever the Yi family's fate entirely. What they couldn't take, they certainly couldn't leave behind. This was unacceptable, not to him, nor to the first-rank Hall. Too much. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunderous booms, and a formidable figure landed before Hillary. At that moment, Hillary felt as if a towering peak stood before him, immense and unscalable, exuding an aura as majestic as mountains and seas, perhaps even more powerful. The figure was overwhelmingly dominant. Boom. In the next moment, the figure punched, shattering the incoming arrow into fragments, though it too took a step back. Old man, you've finally come. Below, Quentin and Clifford shouted, reviving from despair. The Jace was none other than their grandfather, the Ignatius of the 7th House, Wiley. Go as far as you can. The Aaron did not waste words. After uttering a few words to Hillary, he soared up and faced Baxter. Do you want a medal? A Ignatius of your standing actually attacks a junior. You've disgraced the first-rank Hall. Some things are more important than reputation. The shockwaves reverberated miles away, shaking the ground violently. Explosions occurred continuously, as if a catastrophic earthquake had struck. Even some disciples were blown apart on the spot, blood splashing across the area. It was horrifying. Retreat. The 3 sect leaders shouted, while the 3 envoys stepped back one after another. Ignatius's battle left no room for them to withstand even the aftershocks. Meanwhile, Hillary rushed down the stairs toward his sister and master. But the 3 envoys immediately cast icy glares, and the Coyle Origin Sect Master and the Star River Sect Master surged forward with overwhelming killing intent. Even the top 10 disciples from both sects glared fiercely. Kill him. There is great reward from the first-rank Hall. Dominic bellowed from behind, vowing not to let this person, who brought him endless humiliation, live. Those rushing forward cared little about rewards. Such a terrifying young man could not be allowed to live. Who dares move? The 7th House will crush anyone who touches them. Quentin appeared, wielding a massive hammer, her petite frame emanating immense chill. She would fight to the death. Anyone with the guts, kill me. Everyone hesitated. With the intense battle between Ignatius raging above, and Wiley proving no weaker than Baxter, it was hard to predict who would triumph. Go! The fatso yelled at Hillary. At this moment, the Star River Sect Master, the Pill Hall Master, and Denver stood by Quentin, their bodies engulfed in flames, protecting Hillary. They burned their bloodlines. Hillary paused, his eyes fixed on his sister, master, and those risking everything for him. Then he turned and sprinted wildly towards the entrance, leading them away. If he didn't escape, they wouldn't either. His sister shouted behind him, but Hillary clenched his teeth and didn't look back, fearing he might falter. Take care of them. Help me protect them. Hillary called out as he ran, his voice reaching Quintonby and Clifford. With the seventh house watching over them, his sister and master would be safer without him. Hillary's heart burned fiercely. Coyle needed immense strength. If he were powerful enough, would he need to flee? Who else could stand against him? Ignatius or not? Strength. I need immense strength. Never had Hillary desired power more intensely. Coyle sped forward, leaving the sect gate and plunging into the mountains. Suddenly, a cold light flashed ahead. A sword stabbed towards him, reaching Hillary in the blink of an eye. Unavoidable. It's you. Hillary lifted his head, his gaze cold. Kill. Without hesitation, the attacker lunged with the sword. Kareem, a true Dharma realm expert. However, Hillary's eyes turned even colder, viciously charging forward without dodging. Thud. The sword impaled him mercilessly, spraying blood, inflicting grievous wounds. Kareem sneered instantly. You're too monstrous, truly cannot let you live. What? His words died in shock as Hillary disregarded the injury, pushing forward until the sword penetrated him completely, reaching Kareem. With the blade raised, Hillary slashed, trading injuries for an attack. Not good. Kareem swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding critical wounds, but still suffered heavily, almost collapsing. Coyle never expected Hillary to charge back so recklessly, ready to die just to land a blow. This boy was ruthless beyond measure, and Hillary was already sprinting away again, leaving Kareem trembling, catching his breath. The slash on his chest nearly cut him in two. Too close. Almost killed him. Fortunately, the boy dared not strike further, otherwise, kill. Just then, as he relaxed, Hillary, having sprinted 70 yards, suddenly roared and stomped. That single step spanned 70 yards. In a flash, Hillary was right before him. Kareem's eyes widened, utterly shocked. Despite severe injuries, Hillary dared return to finish him off. His aura surged, but before he could react, Hillary's blade slammed down upon his head. Ah! Only one scream escaped before it was silenced. Soon, blood gushed out, and Kareem's head split in two. You deserved this. Having done this, Hillary swiftly turned and raced off once more, aware that others were already chasing him. Chapter 74. Straight to Tianyuan's Sect. Nicholas's injuries were horrific. That sword had pierced through his body, causing severe damage to his internal organs and meridians. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to move, let alone fight. They would have collapsed long ago. But Nicholas was different. Inside his body, there was a dragon pearl. Now connected with the dragon blood within him, it rapidly dissolved, continuously nourishing his limbs and bones, healing his wounds at an astonishing speed. The essence of a dragon truly was the best restorative medicine. Thud. With a pillar of blood shooting out, Nicholas pulled the sword from his body and at this time, more roars echoed, and errands and top disciples from both sects arrived. Achilles and disciples from the Star River sect also rushed out, making the mountain forest battles increasingly terrifying. Nicholas clenched his fists and sped off furiously. The noise of battle grew louder around him, and disciples continued to charge ahead. Boom! A spurt of blood flew out as a black-robed man appeared, striking his palm against a Tianyuan sect disciple. This was Algernon, the first person of Star River sect. Go! Nicholas gritted his teeth and raced on. Another explosion resounded behind him. Yasmin, the second best of Star River sect, was already battling two opponents at once and falling behind. Blood rained down. Then, the third best appeared, but so did the third from both other sects, increasing the scale of the battle significantly. The third best of Gramuan sect shuddered and ran. Nicholas was no ordinary being. Despite his gushing blood from a nearly fatal wound, his combat power remained terrifying. Coyle was not human. He was a monster, a terrifying prodigy. God damn it, I hate you, yet I have to save you. Apollon stepped forward, grabbing Nicholas. Let's go quickly. Apollon, the third best of Star River sect, was irritated by Nicholas's performance on the steps earlier, yet now he came out fighting. 1. He was following the master's orders, which could not be refused. 2. Regardless of his irritation with Nicholas, they were still fellow Star River sect disciples, fellow members of their clan. Tianyuan sect and Gramuan sect were outsiders. When bandits attacked, one must deal with the external threat first. Come. Taking Nicholas along, he waved a hand, and a huge black vulture descended from the sky. Apollon shouted, "This is my swift twin vulture. Ride it and leave directly. We shall meet again soon. No, we shall fight again next time." Nicholas looked at him. This man in his 20s had a tough, even savage demeanor, with a bad temper. But these few words made Nicholas feel grateful. Swish. Without wasting words, Nicholas mounted the black vulture, which soared into the sky. Looking down at the intense battle below, Nicholas felt a surge of excitement in his veins. Tianyuan sect. Gramuan sect. However, those three envoys hadn't shown up, nor had Quintonby and Clifford. It seemed they were in a standoff, none daring to make a move. As for his sister and teacher, under Quintonby's protection, they should be safe. Leaving like this feels so stifling, Nicholas thought, his eyes burning red. Suddenly, a crazy idea flashed in his mind. In the next moment, his expression hardened, deciding to go through with it. Leaving without any consequences was too frustrating. They had to pay a price. Go! Coyle rode the swift-wind vulture and fled swiftly. This beast was close to the law realm level and excelled in speed. However, after covering 100 miles, Nicholas ordered the beast to land, waved his hand, and the creature took off again, heading north, leaving Nicholas's blood-stained white robe behind. Nicholas then charged deeper into the mountains in the opposite direction, his wounds healing rapidly thanks to the dragon pearl's essence. Genring his sprint, Nicholas heard the rumbling of war chariots, the magic treasures used by Grammune Sect to chase the swift-winged vulture. Then, a giant bird screeched in the sky, rushing towards the same direction, followed by Star River Sect disciples and errands riding avian beasts. They weren't about to let Nicholas escape. Meanwhile, Star River Sect was doing everything possible to buy time for Nicholas. Seeing Tianyuan Sect's master unleash a powerful blow, scattering an errand and several Star River Sect disciples with blood raining down from the sky, Nicholas clenched his fists inside his sleeves. Damn it! At this moment, a thunderous tiger emerged, bathed in lightning, charging towards Nicholas. Quintonking tiger. Nicholas didn't dodge but instead rushed forward, his blood surging wildly. Instantly, the Quintonking tiger was knocked back to the ground, trembling fearfully. Nicholas released his dragon aura. Dragon, king of all beasts, the most fearsome race. Though he couldn't fully release it, it was enough to subdue this lesser beast. Stepping forward, Nicholas retracted the dragon aura and leaped onto the tiger's back, riding it through the forest in the opposite direction. The Quintonking tiger's speed, combined with the dragon aura's enhancement, became unimaginably fast. Several hours later, they broke through the forest. Nicholas set the tiger free and kept sprinting, passing through 2 cities before reaching a grand mountain gate at dusk. Coyle, Tianyuan Sect. Coyle suppressed his chaotic aura. His chest wounds were already 30% healed. Putting on a clean white robe, he walked toward the gate. Reaching the entrance, 2 disciples stood alertly, while an errandly guard looked coldly at him. Who are you? Nicholas strode forward faster and faster until he was charging at full speed. The 2 disciples were blasted away by his momentum. Catching the errandly guard off guard, he delivered a punch right at him. Straight for the errand. The peak spiritual realm errand was immediately sent flying backward, startled by this terrifying youth. Nicholas passed through the gate in a flash, his imposing aura shaking the entire compound. At this point, the gate-guarding errand sounded the alarm drum, a sound only used in dire emergencies. Its reverberations spread across the entire sect. Experts arrived. Nicholas, hands clasped behind his back, exuded utmost arrogance as he stared at the errands and disciples before him. Tell Xander to come out and see me. Xander was clearly the master of Tianyuan Sect. ##### Chapter 75. Arrogant and tyrannical. Make Anselm roll out here. Hillary was outrageously arrogant and overbearingly domineering. Coyle looked at the people in front of him as if they were mere ants, even crossing his arms behind his back. The disciples and errands in front of him stared in shock. This person was shouting at their sect leader, which suggested either madness or an immensely powerful background. Do you have any important matters that brought you here, sir? At this moment, an errand stepped forward, squinting his eyes as he looked at Hillary, wary. Do you even deserve to ask? Hillary bellowed in anger. I am the Zerd of Tianyuan Sect. The sect leader is not within the sect at present. He has gone to the Star River Sect for the tri-sect competition. The Zerd felt extremely displeased, but did not explode outright. Fools were few in this world, and even if someone was foolish, they wouldn't be foolhardy enough to come alone and curse at another sect leader. This person must have something backing him up. Moreover, although Hillary was only at the 7th level of the spirit realm, the disciples and mountain guardians behind him appeared rather disheveled, indicating this man's combat prowess far exceeded his cultivation level. What? Hillary immediately coldly shouted upon hearing this, seemingly overwhelmed with rage. His aura exploded outward, and a roar sounded from behind him as a massive dragon shadow appeared. The dragon's image was awe-inspiring, roaring toward the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure that instantly spread out. This caused the errands and disciples in front of him to change expressions drastically, trembling in fear. Even the Zerd was shocked. This person was no simple figure. And it wasn't just that. Hillary icily said, You old coot, I came, and he isn't even kneeling to welcome me inside the sect? As he spoke, his aura surged again, revealing not just his bloodline pressure, but also a mysterious power, the true intent. Gulp. Instantly, the disciples and errands in front trembled, their eyes wide open with red veins, utterly terrified. Even the Zerd couldn't help but shiver. Had this person really mastered the true intent? It had to be peak 1st level true intent, 17 or 18 years old, 7th level of the spirit realm, yet possessing immense combat power, boundless bloodline pressure, and terrifying true intent mastery. What kind of background does this person have? Coyle was absolutely not from the outer region. No one so terrifying existed in the outer region. Did Anselm mention I would be coming? Where are your alchemists? Hillary continued arrogantly, looking down on everyone like a spoiled rich second generation. At this moment, an errand stepped forward and said, Our sect leader did not elaborate. We do not know precisely where you hail from. Slap. Without saying another word, Hillary slapped the errand hard. Taken by surprise, the errand flew backward, his face swollen. Coyle was enraged beyond words, his eyes bloodshot, murderous intent rolling off him. After all, he was Tianyuan Sect's alchemist, approaching 3rd rank, sometimes even touching the edge of 3rd rank, a powerful alchemist. In the outer region, his status was top tier. No matter where he went, he was revered and treated as a distinguished guest. Who dared slap him? Especially a young man? Do you even deserve to ask? Hillary's gaze was icy as he pointed and cursed. My identity isn't something you should dare to inquire about. A white-haired head, just a measly 2nd-rank alchemist, you call yourself a master? A laughingstock, disgraceful. His sharp words held no trace of politeness, nearly causing the errand to grit his teeth in fury. Who was this brat, acting so outrageously arrogant? A torrent of anger surged in his chest, ready to explode. But, right at the brink of exploding, boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Hillary, the dragon shadow behind him becoming more pronounced. True intent enveloped his body, and flames roared into existence in front of him. Those flames were crimson, scorchingly hot. Their appearance caused the crowd in front to feel as if they were burning, shocking the alchemist even more. These were odd flames. Hilary had comprehended the pill fire divine steel and gained odd flame energy, nurturing it within his body. As his cultivation grew, so did this fire. Odd flames were extraordinary phenomena in the world, regarded as unparalleled treasures by alchemists. Yet, this was not the limit. As the pill fire reached its peak, Hilary's aura swept even wider, and a unique aura belonging to an alchemist burst forth. You are second rank. No, this is near third rank. My God. The alchemist shrieked in terror. 17 or 18 years old, formidable bloodline, flourishing true intent. It was already tyrannical enough. In the outer region, no one could compare, not even the best from the 3 major sects. Now, he revealed odd flames and exhibited a frightening alchemical aura, not first rank, but surpassing second rank and nearing third rank. His mind reeled. Such a character was impossible in the outer region. This person definitely came from a top-tier force deep within the Gramjo region, perhaps even higher than just a regular top-tier force. Such an extraordinary genius, there was none like it. Not just him, but all the errands and disciples who remained to guard Tianyuan's sect trembled. Even the Zaird's body shook violently. Tell Anselm that Lord Bentley has come, and let him return to kneel and apologize to me. Hilary coldly rebuked, turning to leave. At this moment, the Zaird's eyes flashed, and he rushed forward, clasping his hands and bowing. Sir, please stay. Please calm down. Roll away. My mood is foul. Be careful not to have me flatten this small Tianyuan sect. Hilary roared, striding forward, his aura overpowering them. At this moment, the reverse dragon scale on his forehead reappeared but faintly, dimly flickering under his brow. This was a secret technique, burning life force. Genring the peak battle at the Star River sect, he had used it, resulting in significant backlash. If not for the Dragon Pearl, his vitality loss would have been substantial. Currently, the Dragon Pearl still existed, reducing the damage greatly. When Hilary unleashed it, his aura soared several ranks higher. Even that second level of the Law Realm Zaird felt inexplicably shaken, feeling uncertain whether he could suppress him in a confrontation. Extreme caution. Unbelievable caution. This young man was outstanding to an unbelievable degree. Coyle thought that even among first-tier forces, few could match him. Too tyrannical. Sir, this humble errand will make amends for our sect leader. Coyle must have been detained by some urgent matter. Moreover, there were envoys from first-tier forces visiting the Star River sect, leaving him no choice but to act thus. Slap. Hilary flew into a rage again, slapping him. Envoys from first-tier forces? Are you implying my status is inferior to those people? At this moment, the Zaird finally understood everything. Being slapped didn't irritate him, but made him somewhat excited. This person looked down on envoys from first-tier forces. 80% chance he came from those dominant forces. 7 Kingdom Palaces, First-Class Hall, Everlasting Gate. Coyle clasped his hands again and said, Of course not. Actually, before leaving, our sect leader repeatedly warned us to warmly receive you should you arrive. Untouchable. In his heart, Hilary was an untouchable presence. Humph. By gracing this place, I am giving Anselm face. Yet he doesn't appreciate it. Note asterisk forenames like Anselm. The standard pinyin transliteration is retained, ensuring consistency and accuracy. ##### Chapter 76, Swagger without quintonments. Hilary's combat power was terrifying, his true intent vast, and he was also an alchemist. Such a monster could never be found in the outer realms. Moreover, he was now arrogant and tyrannical, pointing at people's noses and cursing them without restraint, slapping them without any qualms. Could someone without status dare to act like this? There were no such fools in this world. In short, none of the onlookers had ever seen anything like this. Send someone immediately to bring him back here. If it's 1 minute late, I'll trample your mountain gate. Hilary shouted again, his confidence unwavering as if unafraid of Tianyuan's sect's leader returning. Instantly, the doubts in the Timothy's mind diminished even more. Coyle clasped his hands respectfully, trembling with humility, and said in a subservient tone, yes. Having said that, he glanced at another errand who nodded immediately and rushed off. Soon after, a flying bird shot into the sky, heading straight for Star River sect. The Timothy remained humbly submissive, smiling obsequiously. Young Master Bentley, Tianyuan's sect is just a small place. We've inconvenienced you, please forgive us. Humph, you know well enough. I'm hungry. Prepare me some third-grade elixirs. Hilary's swagger seemed to know no bounds, growing more addicted with each passing moment. These old men usually acted so high and mighty. Now they must be terrified, right? Indeed, they were not just terrified but almost fell on their butts. Hungry? Eating elixirs? Third-grade ones at that? Ancestors above. What kind of background does he have? Is he sitting on a gold mine? At this moment, they were convinced that Hilary's background was truly formidable, spoiled and exalted. Didn't Anselm say Tianyuan's sect has a third-grade alchemist? Hilary asked with displeasure, glancing at Tianyuan's sect's alchemist. The latter blushed profusely, feeling ashamed. Was this the sect leader boasting outside? I'm considered the top alchemist in Tianyuan's sect, but definitely not third grade. Occasionally, I touch the edge of third grade, that's all. After so many years, I've only managed to produce one barely third-grade elixir. Under Hilary's gaze, the alchemist lowered his head, admitting silently that he might not even match Hilary. As for this, my sect does have third-grade elixirs, but they are all carefully preserved by the sect leader. However, our treasure pavilion houses many treasures. Perhaps young master might be interested. Tianyuan's sect only had 3 third-grade elixirs, all held by the sect leader, not a single one within the main gate. Under Hilary's fiery glare, the Timothy quickly changed the subject, leading Hilary towards the treasure pavilion. What treasures can your desolate place offer? Never mind. Since I'm already here, let's take a rest. Let me there. Oh, and send more people to fetch Anselm back. I, the young master, still have important matters to attend to and return to the family clan. Yes. As he escorted Hillary away, the Timothy instructed several others along the way. The Tianyuan Sect's treasure pavilion was a 3-story purple structure, impressive in its own right. It contained numerous treasures, comparable to those in Star River Sect. Among the Outer Realm's 3 major sects, the gap between them was minimal, each controlling their respective territories with similar resources. On the 3rd floor, there were a few 9th-grade spirit herbs and some materials nearly equivalent to 9th-grade herbs. Hillary scanned through them, still looking disdainful, then picked up a 9th-grade herb and popped it into his mouth. The taste is really awful. Coyle ate and cursed, grabbing another one and swallowing it whole, followed by a second, a third. The Timothy's heart raced. Those were 9th-grade spirit herbs being eaten directly like snacks. Wouldn't the energy burst out chaotically within his body? Meanwhile, he felt his heart bleeding. These were Tianyuan Sect's precious collections, devoured like common snacks. And it wasn't the end yet. After finishing all the 9th-grade herbs and similar substances, Hillary started on 8th-grade herbs, still grumbling. This continued for nearly an hour, with sweat pouring from the Timothy's face. It felt as though all the blood in his heart was about to drain. Are you going to eat everything here? Is your stomach a bottomless pit? How do you digest these? Are people from the inner core really so extraordinary? My eyesight is too limited. Beside him, the alchemist was sweating profusely, whispering, Timothy, don't you find this suspicious? Would a noble son from a prominent family behave so rudely? The Timothy's eyes flickered. Manners are often an act. They show when needed and disappear where they're not worth showing. The alchemist nodded, but I noticed he seems reluctant yet eager. On the surface, he disdains our treasures, but deep down, he's actually quite excited. These old foxes had indeed caught on to the subtle signs. I see that too. However, strutting is human nature, especially for self-important types. Even if they want something, they won't say it outright. You need to beg and give them enough respect to feel significant, satisfying their fragile vanity. The Timothy gave a reasonable explanation but grew serious. What puzzles me is, why would someone of his status personally visit our sect? Why did he ask for the sect leader specifically while he was absent? What does he want? That's true. The alchemist agreed. Could this boy be problematic? No matter what, his talent is terrifying. Master of true intent and nearly a 3rd-grade alchemist, his status must be exceptional. There's no such monstrous talent in the outer realms. We wait for the sect leader's return. Has Anselm not returned yet? Hillary stopped, looking at the Timothy who was already drenched in sweat. Have you finished eating, young master? I've prepared a resting place for you. Please wait a moment. Our sect leader will be back soon. Finished eating? Not even a third. Hillary glared. I thought you were poor, but I didn't expect you to be this poor. My backyard is better than this by 100-fold. 100-fold? That's absurd. Sweat covered the Timothy's forehead. His mind struck speechless. If you're not exaggerating, your home must be incredibly vast. What about his virtuous sword? Is it worth my time to wait here? Hillary added. The Timothy's eyes flashed. So, it was for the virtuous sword. This person knowing about the virtuous sword put him at ease somewhat. The virtuous sword belonged to Tianyuan Sect's leader, indeed famous far and wide. I've sent people to search for him again. Our sect leader will be back soon. Meanwhile, we have a sword cemetery. If young master isn't averse to it, you can choose a few swords. The Timothy flattered him, bowing low like an obedient servant. Hillary's eyes flickered. Tianyuan Sect was the first sword school in the Outer Realms. Their founder was once renowned as a great sword cultivator, second only to Star River Sect's leader. Tianyuan Sect inherited countless famous swords and possessed great sword techniques. However, after a brief pause, Hillary refused. This young master has no interest. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77. The gigantic stone sword. Hillary also wanted to go, even eagerly anticipating it. The sword tomb harbored countless famous swords and unique sword auras that could fortify the physical body. It might even produce life-infused substances similar to those in the Star River Sect Sword Valley. This would be far more powerful than the Star River Sect. In terms of swordsmanship, the Coyle Element Sect was first among the outer regions. The sword tomb could arguably be considered one of the most significant sites of enlightenment in Grimms's outer region. But calculating the time, that fellow should be returning soon, and he needed to prepare and find a way to escape from here. However, after indulging himself so much and showing off so arrogantly, if Xander returned and found out about all this, he'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. Coyle had been hunting Hillary outside, while Hillary swaggered into his home, eating and drinking and making himself at home. Anyone would be livid. Accompanied by the senior Aaron and the alchemist who wore grim faces, Hillary walked out. Night had fallen, the moon hung high, and the temperature was slightly cool. Autumn was approaching. At this moment, a figure rushed forward from ahead, breathing heavily and causing thunderous noises as it arrived. It was the Aaron who had gone to summon the Coyle Element Sect's master. Immediately, the senior Aaron hurried forward, while Hillary subtly retreated, scanning his surroundings for an opening. Secretly, the dragon pattern knife was eager to act. At a distance greater than 1,000 zhang away from the third stage Dermic realm, he had a chance to leave. With his combat strength and the inverse dragon scale, a sudden attack might catch even a second stage Dermic realm practitioner off guard. This was the confidence behind his audacity. Fully on guard, the knife trembled, and dragon blood surged within him. At that moment, Senior Achilles, the sect master is not here. The breathless Aaron looked miserable as he spoke softly. Instantly, the senior Aaron stepped forward and lowered his voice. What's the situation? The Star River Sect has encountered a major issue. Farrell was taken away by a remnant of the Yi family. A First Hall Law King and the Seven Princes Law King have both come, and our sect master went to pursue that remnant. We don't know where he is now. The Aaron looked distressed. Remnant of the Yi family? That's Sinner Han's son. I see. The senior Aaron's face darkened, gritting his teeth in frustration. Coyle had been one of those pursuing Han back then. If not for the Star River Sect Master's secret protection, the Yi family would never have survived until now. And now, it seemed they had made a huge mistake. But at this moment, none of that mattered. Coyle turned around, looking at Hillary, who was already furious. Slap. A loud slap struck the senior Aaron's face directly. The senior Aaron could have dodged, but he dared not. Slap. Slap. Hillary lashed out wildly. 2 more powerful slaps echoed with the shadow of dragons flashing. Sinner Han? Remnant of the Yi family? I say you are the true sinners. Lord Bentley, calm down. Our sect master was truly detained by urgent matters. Besides, law kings have come from deep within, leaving him no choice. The senior Aaron's mouth dripped with blood as he bowed his head, pleading for mercy. In his heart, Hillary must have been enraged due to Xander's neglect. These slaps were endured on behalf of the sect master. Tell Xander that I will flatten this place. Hillary's eyes turned cold and blood red, and killing intent surged around him. The killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to plummet suddenly, as if a cold wind swept through, sending chills down everyone's spines. It was genuine killing intent. Coyle was genuinely enraged, to the extreme. Xander, damn you. My lord, please calm down. I'll send more people to look for him again. This will be resolved quickly. The senior Aaron was drenched in sweat, nearly kneeling. Do you not have any communication artifacts? Hillary asked. There really aren't any in the outer region. They are too advanced, impossible to exist in such small places. Hillary blinked and said, take me to the sword tomb. Make sure to give me something satisfactory. This is your last chance. I have little patience. The senior Aaron dispatched people to search while leading Hillary to the rear mountains of the Coyle element sect. Under the darkness, an expansive area appeared ahead, filled with numerous swords. There were sharp swords forged from adamantine, broadswords, translucent jade swords, and unique wooden swords. Occasionally, flames rose from the ground, searing the long swords. In the center of various swords stood a colossal black stone sword, conspicuously towering. The stone sword was entwined with thick iron chains, each etched with intricate runes glowing with immense power. Suppressing the stone sword. Even as Hillary observed, countless surrounding swords seemed to echo and support the chain suppression of the stone sword. Sword formation. As Hillary scanned forward, his eyes narrowed. So many swords, even bound by chains, forming an array to suppress the stone sword. That seemingly ordinary, almost sculptural stone sword, was certainly not simple. Lord has excellent discernment. Our Coyle element sect sword tomb contains 1,000 swords combined into a profound sword formation. Entering it, one will encounter roaring sword auras, making it extremely dangerous. Of course, for Lord, this shouldn't be much of a problem. You come from deep within, born into a prominent family. These minor challenges can't harm you. The senior Aaron was flattering and probing. Someone from a powerful intersect family venturing alone to the outer region must have sufficient capital. If even this sword formation daunted him, it would indeed raise suspicion. Actually, Hillary wasn't afraid of the sword formation. Although the sword auras here were formidable, they weren't unresistible. But he feared being trapped within the formation, unable to break free in time if Xander returned, truly becoming a fish in a jar. Quickly look, the genius from deep within is going to challenge our Coyle element sect sword formation. Will he gain the recognition of those swords? Our Coyle element sect has thousands of disciples, yet only less than 10 have received recognition from those swords. It requires talent and a special kind of affinity. It's indescribable and mysterious, but geniuses from the deep regions must possess terrifying qualities we do not understand. Just then, some disciples and Aarons appeared behind them, watching from afar, hoping to witness the might of a genius from the inner region. Although Hillary had revealed his aura, displaying his true intent and alchemical fire, no one knew exactly how powerful he was. How remarkable was his talent? The senior Aaron added, Lord, within the sword formation, there definitely exists treasure comparable to the gentleman's sword, and many are relics from ancient times. Within lies the legacy of swordsmanship greats. If you have the right fate, you shall receive tremendous blessings. Hillary glanced at him, probing me. The senior Aaron immediately saluted, dare not? Hillary smiled, fair enough. How would you know the terror of the depths? Let me show you just how weak you are. Coyle had no choice but to go. After all, he had been arrogant and unafraid up until now. Showing hesitation or fear would indeed raise suspicion, making it harder to escape. Moreover, the stone sword at the center of the sword formation had piqued his genuine curiosity. Chapter 78. Incompatible Sword and Blade. Hillary moved forward, the crowd behind him tensing up. The Zerd and the alchemist also narrowed their eyes. At this moment, Hillary halted and turned back to look at the Zerd. Is there any legend surrounding that stone sword? He asked. The Zerd paused for a moment, then nodded. Tianyuan Sect's original name was Tianjian Sect because of this stone sword. Only after changing its name to Tianyuan did it stabilize. Hillary gazed at him as the Zerd continued. Our founding ancestor chose this place to establish the sect precisely because of this stone sword. Before the Tianyuan Sect appeared, the stone sword had already been here. Back then, our ancestor named it Tianjian Sect, but the character Jian, sword, brought endless disasters. Each year, countless lives were lost due to catastrophes. Unable to find another solution, the ancestor sought out spiritual swords to arrange a sword formation and used secret methods to seal the stone sword. Additionally, renaming the sect to Tianyuan finally stabilized its development. Hillary nodded with a smile. It seems this stone sword does not bless your Tianyuan sect. Coyle withdrew his gaze, turned around, and stepped directly into the sword formation. With a flick of his hand, the battle blade appeared in his grip. Few had seen his blade. These people didn't know that the dragon pattern blade belonged to the Yi family. Yet, they were still taken aback, even wide-eyed. The Zerd could hardly believe it. Young master is using a blade? Is there a problem? Hilary held the blade in front of him, without turning back. The chances are slim if you do this, the Zerd explained. This is a blessed land for sword prodigies. Only those with an affinity for swords will benefit. Weapons like swords and blades share a mystical connection. The Tomb of Swords was filled with renowned swords. Those not favored by the sword would be severely repelled. In fact, throughout history, even law realm experts perished tragically within this realm. Only sword prodigies were allowed to enter. The disciples and errands watching from behind were somewhat disappointed. They realized he wasn't someone who used swords. Actually, blades and swords are the same. Hilary continued moving forward, his voice indifferent and casual. They are both used to show off. Everyone. At that moment, a rumbling sound emerged from the sword tomb. As Hilary advanced, all the swords began to tremble, emitting sharp sword chi. Swish. A long sword flew up, not because of Hilary's influence, but the jade sword suddenly became radiant, its surface shimmering like water ripples. It stabbed straight toward Hilary. Sword strike. Clang. Hilary's blade slashed fiercely, sending the jade sword flying back. But then, the second sword rose, a black wooden sword, emitting explosive sword chi, transforming into a massive sword shadow slashing through the air. With a roar, the void shook. 7 killing blades of the reversing dragon. Hilary's eyes gleamed as he unleashed the second slash. A dragon's silhouette blossomed from the blade, roaring as though it devoured the wooden sword whole. Following this, third, fourth, fifth, the swords in the tomb all trembled, rising one after another, stabbing or slashing at Hilary. Some transformed into flames, lightning, or thunder, launching direct attacks. Hilary continued advancing as he realized there was no way to retreat. Just as he suspected, the great array of the sword tomb locked him in. There was no escape. His expression grew serious. Those outside were now worried. Just as they suspected, the swords offered Hilary no chance, even outright rejecting him. No, this was an outright attempt to exterminate him. The Zerd's eyes narrowed. Testing this person, who wasn't a swordsman here, was difficult. With a flash, he flipped his palm, producing a sword talisman. Coyle thrust it forward, transforming it into a sword beam that shot into the sword tomb. Not to attack, but to suppress the swords. Hilary's background was complex. If he died here, the Zerd couldn't bear the responsibility. However, what? The sword talisman did not quell the disturbance. Instead, more swords rose, surging towards Hilary in a wave of 10,000 sword beams. Oh no! The sword array is out of control. The Zerd's face changed as he rushed forward, only to find that not only was it uncontrollable, but the sword array had completely sealed off. Neither entry nor exit was possible. Not even he could break through. His full force strike left the sword tomb unharmed, while a powerful counterforce sent him staggering backward. Within the sword array, more swords surged towards Hilary, and he seemed to be struggling. The sword chi cut through his clothes. This wasn't over. More swords approached. Retreat was impossible. In desperation, he surged forward because he noticed the swords wouldn't approach the stone sword, seemingly wary. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi went berserk. All the swords targeted Hilary, repeatedly stabbing and slashing. Holding the dragon-patterned blade, Hilary swiftly spun, the blade glowing like flowing water, forming a protective dome around him, impervious to external attacks. Yet each impact shook him violently, making his blood churn. The combined force of the swords against him felt like countless strikes on his flesh. Painful. Extremely painful. His body trembled, blood dripping down. Is this devil going to die in there? Coyle used a blade, and the sword tomb doesn't recognize blades. The conflict between sword and blade is terrible. Coyle was careless. Blades can show off, but you can't show off against a group of swords in their domain. The disciples and errands in the back were uneasy, expecting no miracles but witnessing the fall of a generation's prodigy. Critical situation. Really critical. The Zerd fretted, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The alchemist also couldn't stay calm, his face pale. Regardless of Hilary's purpose, he was 18, mastering true intent, and almost a third-grade alchemist. This made him a genius beyond compare, and his background likely terrified everyone. What to do? Zerd, the sect leader, is back on the mountain. An errand rushed over, shouting from a distance. Quickly, please summon the sect leader. The Zerd hesitated, then said, forget it. I'll go myself. Hold this position. Coyle sped away. Inside the sword array, Hilary's eyes turned cold. What he feared came to pass. Xander had returned at the worst possible time. Coyle struggled to block the swords, attempting to break free despite bleeding profusely. All he wanted was to escape this place quickly. Unfortunately, the array's lockdown was terrifying, with endless swords attacking relentlessly. Continuing this assault put him in real danger. Desperate, Hilary's eyes turned ruthless. Holding his blade, he hacked wildly, rushing towards the stone sword, the only sanctuary remaining. Chapter 79. Return. Xander led the team back. His face was incredibly grim, and there were faint bloodstains on him. After battling the Star River Sect Patriarch, he had sustained severe injuries. The Star River Sect Patriarch's combat strength had improved significantly. Xander couldn't match up at all. If it weren't for bringing a few treasures, whether he could return this time would have been uncertain. Moreover, tracking Hilary for several hours, nearly searching through the entire forest, and pursuing him for hundreds of miles along the way, they found not a trace. Coyle felt oppressed, even fearful. Hilary's talent was already terrifying, and after obtaining the Dragon Pearl and receiving the nourishment of Dragon Chi, his growth rate was unimaginable. Bear in mind, Hilary now possessed the strength to contend with a Law Realm practitioner. With some more time, even Xander, a third-tier Law Realm sect master, might not be able to shake him. I must find him and root out this threat. If this person survives, it will be my disaster, and even the disaster of my Tianyuan sect. Coyle was extremely worried. The disciples and errands returning from the mountains followed behind him. At this moment, Xander suddenly turned around. Go search everywhere until you find him. Don't come back if you don't. Even if he went deep into the forest, you must find him. Otherwise, my Tianyuan sect will have no peace day or night. Spare no expense, I only want his head. The errands and disciples had bitter expressions, but did not dare refuse. They quickly turned around, left the sect entrance, and split up in groups to continue searching for clues in that mountain range. At this time, the Zerd arrived. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. The Zerd shouted loudly, looking miserable. Only the Patriarch could resolve this matter. Bang! Xander was agitated and furious. The Zerd's sudden shout made his eardrums vibrate, and his anger surged. Get out! Coyle raised his hand and slapped directly, sending the rapidly approaching Zerd flying back at an even faster speed. The Zerd was completely stunned. Did you overeat? You are the Zerd of my Tianyuan sect. What kind of demeanor is this? Xander shouted, his eyes cold and bloodshot. The Zerd steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and without further ado, exclaimed, the sword tomb is in chaos. So what? What? Xander rebuked coldly, his expression suddenly changing. The sword tomb was the #1 treasure ground of Tianyuan sect. Prince Bentley from the depths came looking for you, and is now trapped inside the sword tomb. The Zerd continued urgently. Depth? Prince? Bentley? Xander was bewildered again. Do I know any prince from the depths? No. Suddenly, he paused, eyes widening. Bentley? Hillary? Can't be. That boy wouldn't be so bold, right? How old? What cultivation level? Coyle stepped forward, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the Zerd, anxiously asking. The Zerd was momentarily frightened. The Patriarch's gaze was terrifying. Coyle stood still, unsure of how to respond. Waste of space. With a wave of his sleeve, Xander sped off. Regardless of the situation, this wasn't normal, and the sword tomb was too important to lose. At this moment, the Zerd hurriedly caught up, shouting as he ran. Coyle's about 17 or 18 years old. Though he's only 7th rank spirit realm, his combat strength is formidable, comparable to a law realm practitioner, perhaps even surpassing a general law realm, and he has grasped true intentions. This isn't the end. Coyle's so young, yet his cultivation is frighteningly advanced, making him nearly a 3rd-grade alchemist. His talent is really extraordinary. Coyle's practically a child of destiny, favored by heaven itself. However, he entered the sword tomb with a dagger carved with dragon patterns, and is now trapped there. F***CK. As Xander sprinted, he yelled, his eyes instantly turning blood red. The speed became even more terrifying, matching Hillary's description perfectly. The dragon pattern dagger was exclusively used by Hillary. That boy really does have a huge nerve. The Zerd clenched his teeth to catch up. In his view, Xander was definitely scared of any mishap happening to that prodigy. It seems this person really has a terrifying background. Patriarch, such a terrifying genius, absolutely comes from the depths. We didn't neglect him at all. We treated him like an ancestor, giving him many treasures from the treasure hall, which he ate entirely. And Patriarch, please don't blame me. To please that prince, I took your beloved few 9th-grade spirit medicines as well. But to curry favor with someone like him, our Tianyuan sect will surely gain more benefits in the future. Your ancestor. Before the Zerd finished speaking, Xander abruptly stopped, whipping around and glaring demonically. At that moment, the Zerd shivered involuntarily. What are you going to do? Are you crazy? Slap. A sharp sound echoed, almost earth-shaking, almost ghost-crying. In the climax of his fury, Xander shot out his full force, and the Zerd flew backward like a cannonball, passing out before hitting the ground. Half his old face burst open, blood and flesh muddled. You senile fool, I think water got into your brain. Xander cursed, then dashed forward again, his speed becoming even more terrifying, the fastest of his life, as if his ass was on fire. Coyle hated, raged, and was almost exploding with fury. Shameless, bastard, King brat. Coyle fought bitterly with the Star River sect patriarch, sustaining severe injuries and spitting blood. Then, after traveling over mountains and rivers, tirelessly searching for Hillary, that boy showed up and wreaked havoc in his own home, even eating treasures from the treasure hall. His most beloved treasures ended up in that kid's stomach. If Xander didn't have a bit of composure, he thought he'd faint from rage. Even with some composure, Xander couldn't help but cry out skyward in anguish. The sound traveled far to the sword tomb's entrance. Ayo! Immediately, the disciples and errands trembled and became numb. Wolf howl. They thought the voice, though loud, was ear-piercing and terrifying, like a wolf howling, probably a female wolf. And probably an abandoned female wolf. Otherwise, it couldn't make such a grievous sound. But under this sound, Hillary, as if stimulated, disregarded the blood flowing from his body and pushed forward recklessly. Slash. I slash again. His dagger chopped through countless long swords. Some left wounds on him, but he ignored them, leaping forward fiercely. One step down, all the surrounding swords halted. These swords aimed forward, emitting cold light, but dared not move forward. Hillary stood beneath the stone sword. At this moment, Hillary. Chapter 80. The Great Void. A similar voice echoed. That she-wolf. Everyone turned to look, but saw no wolf. Instead, they saw the head of the Tianyuan sect charging in with his rear on fire, and instantly, everyone's faces paled dramatically. Next, all eyes shifted to Hillary. This man's status must be terrifying, or else how could the sect leader panic to such an extent? They had never seen the sect leader as urgent and agitated as he was now. But then, damn brat. Another roar erupted, and Xander rushed to the perimeter of the sword tomb. His face was grotesquely grim, the killing intent bursting out from him, causing the temperature around to drop abruptly. Everyone involuntarily shivered. They were utterly bewildered. Hillary, you have too much courage, daring to come to our Tianyuan sect with your cursed body to wreak havoc. Xander roared, eyes spitting flames. How incredibly bold. Coyle never expected this turn of events. The surrounding disciples and errands were stunned for a moment before their whole bodies began to wobble. What was happening? That young master was named Bentley? Son of Han, remnant of the Yi family. Now that you're here at Tianyuan sect, you can't escape. Xander spoke again, laughing wildly this time. Sought high and low for nothing, now achieved without effort. This boy delivered himself right to the doorstep. His hidden threat was resolved. Around him, the disciples and errands shuddered violently, their eyes shifting back to Hillary. Panic gripped them all. Was this kid really so audacious? And not just audacious, but damnably hateful. They had revered the man like an ancestor, admiring him beyond measure, even kneeling and worshipping. Kill him. The alchemist was so infuriated that his teeth chattered. Coyle had never seen such recklessness. To think there could be someone so irrational. Being pursued, instead of fleeing, he stormed into the enemy sect's lair and acted arrogant. Moreover, he had fooled everyone. Thinking about it made everyone's blood boil. Have I cornered you? Hillary stood beneath the stone sword, surrounded by spiritual swords which trembled, none daring to strike. The formation had transformed, completely sealed off. Xander's gaze turned cold as he took a step forward, his third-level law realm aura exploding outward. Behind him, an apparition of a demonic wolf appeared. Bloodline, do you not know where you are? Xander continued advancing, a mocking smile on his face. This is the Tianyuan sect, my domain. This is the sword tomb, my sword. And you are now trapped like a fish in a jar. I can take you down effortlessly. Coyle finally exhaled, thoroughly relaxed, every bit of worry gone. This was his territory, the great formation under his control. Whatever he wished, he could do. Coyle could crush and manipulate at will, blindfolded if necessary. The errands and disciples joined in the mocking, staring coldly at Hillary. They urged silently, seize and torture him. Such a damned brat, they had never seen one like this before. I must wash away this humiliation. The alchemist roared, recalling how he had been slapped and humiliated before Hillary, bowing down like a servant. This, he could not tolerate. Boom. Flames shot from Xander's eyes as he approached the sword tomb. Not only was he no longer worried, but he became extraordinarily excited. This Hillary had dragon luck. To kill him and intercept that fortune, and that dagger, even more fearsome than his gentleman's sword, was a treasure. What a fortuitous opportunity delivered to his door. Boy, you're finished. Taking another step, he entered the sword tomb. At this moment, Hillary's nerves tensed sharply. The formation couldn't hold Xander. Coyle retreated closer to the stone sword. It flickered faintly. Boom. With the third step, Xander stared at Hillary, his smile growing colder, almost lecherous like a predator eyeing its prey. Meanwhile, Hillary tightened his grip on the dragon-patterned knife. Xander laughed loudly, taking the fourth step. The force was unprecedented, the ground trembling. The crowd outside laughed, thinking their sect leader a joke. This is our territory. See, our sect leader can fly. Fly. Faces changed once more as they looked again. Eyes widened. With Xander's third step, though impressive, the formation shook. Incredulously watching, Xander did not advance further but flew backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Wounded. Could not enter. Even Xander froze, surprised by the chaotic response of the formation, which escalated after his 3 steps, stopping him cold. The sword formation now seemed alien to him. Even Hillary, fully armed and ready to activate reverse dragon scales, burning his lifespan for a desperate battle, paused in astonishment. No way. Looks like you can only last 3 seconds, Hillary smirked as Xander charged again, only to retreat after 3 seconds, unable to break the 3-second mark. The great void. The teasing voice sent Xander nearly spitting blood, his teeth grinding together in an unbearable squeak. The laughter from the disciples and errands stopped, their expressions turning heavy as they realized their sect leader was indeed weakened. Xander gritted his teeth. This was his domain, yet he could no longer control it. Not even his own sect respected his command. Too humiliating. Yet, Hillary fared no better, trapped inside, unable to move. Death would come sooner or later. I can't get in, and you can't get out. I'll suffocate you to death. Hillary noticed this, but remained calm. Panic wouldn't help. Only by staying cool could he find a breakthrough. 80% of the formation's issue lay with the stone sword. Only near it was their sanctuary. The chaos of the swords and formation didn't reach here. Coyle leaned against the 3-meter-tall black stone sword, probing it with his soul power, saying casually, I'll rest a bit. I'm quite tired. Then he closed his eyes. Everyone was speechless. Xander's eyes were bloodshot, nearly bursting into flame. So make it worse. Let it go haywire. Bring me swords, all our top-ranked swords. Fetch them all. Xander screamed. Immediately, the errands and disciples' faces changed, some sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably. Their sect leader wasn't planning to. How crazy was this? Chapter 81. Turning to run. The Sword Tomb, the first creation ground of Tianyuan sect. Its fame was well known on the outskirts. However, it wasn't capable of holding unlimited spirit swords. There was a definite capacity, a limit of 1,088 swords. This was the maximum threshold of the formation. Exceeding this number was impossible. The foundation of the Great Formation couldn't bear any more. If fewer swords were present, they would be immediately replenished. To prevent weakening the formation's power and failing to suppress that stone sword. 1,088 swords, no more, no less. This was the most stable state. Now, Anselm demanded a sword. Everyone could guess what he intended to do. It was a wildly daring move that might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, none dared to stop him. At this moment, Anselm appeared to have been driven mad with anger, and anyone who dared intervene would undoubtedly face his overwhelming wrath. Everyone immediately went into action, bringing all the swords from Tianyuan Sect. These swords weren't ordinary. Come out. I'll give you a chance to live for another day. Remember, just one day, not a second more. Anselm looked at Hilary, who was standing before the stone sword with his eyes closed. This was his magnanimity, his great grace, an act of kindness. However, Hilary remained unmoved, not even blinking. In reality, he was secretly communicating with the stone sword. However, the sword seemed sealed, blocking his divine soul as he figured out a way to penetrate deeper inside. At this moment, Anselm said again, "Do you want to know what will happen to your sister? Come out, and I can take you to see her. Otherwise, she will die miserably." Hilary's eyelid twitched slightly, then he calmly replied, "My sister is safe. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare say this to me." After saying this, he sank back into silence. The stone sword seal was powerful, and to communicate with it, he had to either eliminate the swords or break some chains. Anselm gritted his teeth outside. Coyle felt Hilary wasn't like an 18-year-old boy. His mind was too mature and impervious to influence. His sister was under the protection of Wuxia and Sheng from the Seven Princes Mansion, and no one dared to offend them. At this time, she had already been taken deep within by Avon. The Seven Princes Mansion protected them, with an errantly Ignatius accompanying them. Who would dare to entertain malicious thoughts? Get the swords. With a menacing look in his eyes, Anselm no longer waited. With a swift motion, he grabbed a spirit sword through the air and plunged it into the sword formation without a word. As it entered, the sword seemed to be sucked in and instantly merged with the 1088 other swords, causing the formation to tremble. The disciples and errands at the back quickly retreated, watching tensely. Any mistake could cause problems. I'll repeat once more, come out now, or the formation will explode, leaving you without even a corpse. Anselm threatened. Coyle was also uneasy. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to resort to this, but waiting longer might result in unexpected changes. Moreover, he worried about a second person arriving. The fortune Hilary carried made even the first-class hall extremely covetous. I've consumed countless treasures from Tianyuan Sect. I estimate it will take 10 days or 2 weeks to digest. You should wait patiently, Hilary said, implying that if they wanted to trap him, they needed more patience. But Anselm clearly lacked patience. His gaze turned colder, plunging the second and third swords into the formation simultaneously. The formation shook again. Indeed, it's as I thought. Hilary kept his eyes closed, sensing the change in the formation. The stone sword seemed to sense danger, trembling slightly. This tremor was so minute, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Even Hilary's divine soul only detected a slight disturbance. But it was effective. I know what you fear. Actually, my growth might not be a bad thing for you. If you kneel down now and recognize me as your master, once I become powerful, I'll protect you. Hilary opened his eyes and stared at the Baron. The latter gnashed his teeth, eyes cold. Hilary repeated, I'm serious. Boom. Fire spurted from the Baron's eyes as he instantly launched 7 spirit swords into the formation, making it shake even more violently. The rumbling sound was almost deafening. The disciples and errands behind him took a few steps back, while Hilary felt the stone sword tremble intensely. Faint cracks began to appear on its surface. There was a secret inside the stone sword. His divine soul attempted to delve deeper, but still faced difficulty. Coyle needed more swords to disrupt it. You are nothing but a mere third-layer law realm cultivator. Give me a month, and I can crush you. Recognize your incompetence now, and serve me as a lackey while you still can, Hilary continued. Fine, I agree. Your talent is indeed terrifying, and you've obtained dragon luck. You will certainly become a great expert in the future. Following you has a promising future. Perhaps our Tianyuan sect might rise with you. Anselm nodded directly. Hilary's eyes flashed as he stared at him for a moment. You're serious? I was just joking. To put it bluntly, I was messing with you for fun. Your ancestors. Flames erupted from his eyes, burning fiercely. Anselm was truly enraged. His face darkened dramatically. This boy was detestable beyond belief. Turtle son of a bitch. Coyle was already gravely injured from battling the Star River sect master, and now in this fury, his injuries flared up, nearly making him cough blood. This blood was due to internal bruising. Boom. Enraged, he violently swung his sleeves. Over a dozen swords, engulfed in flames, plunged into the sword formation, causing it to tremble fiercely. An overwhelmingly fearsome aura swept outward. The disciples and errands behind sweated profusely. They feared the formation would explode. Even Anselm's face changed drastically as he instinctively retreated. Coyle sensed danger and regretted his impulsiveness. But there was no turning back. Rumble. As he retreated, the sword formation trembled even more horrifyingly, the ground undulating violently, like a major earthquake. Amidst this terror, a scream echoed from within the formation. Ah, it was Hilary screaming. The stone sword developed cracks which rapidly expanded. His divine soul penetrated inside. But it wasn't to communicate. It was to experience a terrible impact, causing his divine soul pain and injury. This injury was significant, and the stone sword continued to crack, with the terrifying force within increasing even further. His expression changed. Without hesitation, he jumped up and fled from the chaotic formation. Danger. The stone sword was dangerous. Inside the stone sword was a fearsome demonic force. When Hilary moved, Anselm's gaze turned cold again. Coyle stopped retreating, swiftly drawing his Junzi sword. Boy, you finally couldn't resist. Come here to die? His gaze burned fiercely, locking onto Hilary. Sword raised, he hesitated. Then suddenly his face changed again. Staring behind Hilary, his eyes widened in thick horror. Without another thought, he turned and ran. Chapter 82. Chaos Unleashed. Xander turned and ran as soon as he saw the Great Terror, sensing an impending crisis. Before he could fully react, Hillary was already sprinting outward at breakneck speed. As Hillary rushed forward, the violent formation ahead unleashed its full force. Those terrifying spirit swords exploded one after another, no longer impeding his path. No, it couldn't be stopped. Of course, it wasn't because of Hillary's burst of power, but due to the massive stone sword behind him. The chains wrapped around it shattered with a deafening boom. Numerous cracks appeared on the stone sword, from which dark light surged forth, radiating an eerie evil. This dark light chased after Hillary, who sprinted wildly forward. Wherever the light passed, the surrounding spirit swords all exploded into nothingness. It was unstoppable. Finally I have emerged. Amidst his mad dash, Hillary's soul shuddered as he faintly heard a voice filled with boundless excitement, as if it had been suppressed for countless years. Inside that stone sword lay a great demon. This was no mere creation. Boom! Hillary leaped high into the air, covering 1,000 feet in midair. Coyle took a frenzied step in the void. One step, 70 feet. And before him stood Xander. Get lost. Xander's eyes were bloodshot. While running, he bellowed backward, thrusting his virtuous sword with all his might. This was his full power burst. The sword carried immense force, infinitely sharp, as if it could pierce through anything and slay everything in its path. Hillary drew his saber and blocked the attack. His body trembled but did not retreat. The dark light behind him seemed specifically aimed at swords, hating them intensely. Even the aftershocks caused the aura of the virtuous sword to shatter. Seizing the opportunity, Hillary shouted inwardly, "Reversal Dragon Scale." Coyle immediately unleashed the secret technique, burning his lifespan. His body surged forward like a gale. Simultaneously, his saber slashed forward recklessly. The blade's light was blinding, spanning across the sky, aimed directly at Xander. Boom! Xander gritted his teeth and turned to throw a punch. Already gravely injured, having just unleashed his strongest attack, he was physically exhausted. Despite being the esteemed leader of a major sect, under Hillary's saber, he trembled. Following this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping in pain. But he dared not wait. The dark light trailing behind Hillary sent chills down his spine. Touch it and die. Get lost. Don't chase me. Xander roared, no longer wishing to get close to Hillary. That boy was dangerous. That was chaos. Tianyuan Sect used to be called Tianjin Sect and frequently experienced such chaotic events, each causing tremendous damage. But ever since the sect changed its name and implemented the sword array seals, these terrifying episodes became rare. In the minds of contemporary disciples and errands, such chaos had become a legend. Xander thought those days were long gone. Coyle never imagined that today, attempting to suppress Hillary, he would inadvertently unleash this ancient horror recorded in the annals. Coyle regretted and hated it. What a monumental mistake. Get out of here. Coyle cursed, fearing more than regretting. And Hillary indeed turned and raced towards another direction, realizing he truly couldn't catch up to Xander. That guy was running for his life. Coyle headed toward another direction where disciples and errands scattered and fled. Hillary pursued several disciples who were far slower than him. They screamed in fear until, once Hillary overtook them, their cries abruptly ceased. Scanning the scene with his soul, Hillary was chilled to the bone. Those disciples had vanished completely. Yes, vanished. Not even a single drop of blood remained. All swallowed by the black light. Hillary's expression turned grave. This was too terrifying. His gaze swept the area, spotting an errand rushing towards him, his face torn and bloody, but Hillary recognized him as the Zerd. Seeing the horrific sight ahead, the Zerd's eyes widened in shock as he turned and fled rapidly. Chaos has erupted. How could this happen? The Zerd's mind raced. If only he had stayed unconscious. Waking up at this moment was the worst possible timing. Just as he shouted, a booming sound followed him. A young man with a saber caught up. "Master Bentley, please, I can't do it." The Zerd screamed in terror. In his mind, Hillary was still Master Bentley. With reversal dragon scale, Hillary's speed matched the Zerd. "Remember, my name is Hillary, son of Han." With these words, Hillary accelerated further, overtaking him. The Zerd froze. "Han son." Boom. In a daze, the black light reached him. His eyes bulged wide as he screamed. A scream that never fully erupted. The black light swept past, leaving only a pile of white bones. Hillary sped relentlessly through Tianyuan Sect, leaving no trace of bodies behind, even causing some buildings to collapse. Coyle approached the treasure pavilion of Tianyuan Sect, where the black light raged without restraint, swallowing everything until it nearly emptied the place. With a hardened look, Hillary leaped from the upper floor, rolled upon landing, and continued his wild rush. Flames burned fiercely on his body, his bloodline ignited. Coyle dashed again. The black light still lingered. On the other side, Xander watched helplessly, wanting to gnash his teeth in fury. "Damn bastard, you've caused tremendous losses." Yet, the black light chasing Hillary would inevitably consume him in the chaos. Coyle wouldn't survive. "You wicked sinner." Xander shouted venomously. Clenching his teeth, Hillary spun in the wind and sped directly toward the location of the Tianyuan Sect leader. "Come kill me?" Coyle yelled, "Old dog, you're a bastard if you don't kill me." Xander's face darkened once more. With a swift motion, a huge flying bird rose, carrying him away at incredible speed. The black light was too much to provoke. At Tianyuan Sect, it was the ultimate taboo. Hillary sneered, abandoning the sect and fleeing. "You old dog aren't so impressive after all." Continuing his wild dash, this time he left Tianyuan Sect, yet the black light seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly following. The entire night was sleepless. The black light didn't devour Hillary but remained steadfastly behind him. Hillary was genuinely exhausted. All the spiritual medicines he had consumed were depleted. Even the dragon pearl was fused within him, and his bloodline had transcended into the upper echelon of the spirit grade. Burning his bloodline caused significant injuries. Still, he couldn't shake it off. Exhausted. Truly exhausted. A night of relentless flight covered countless miles, yet the black light persisted mercilessly, as if it wasn't targeting Tianyuan's sect but Hillary himself. This made Hillary grind his teeth. Are you crazy? I wasn't the one suppressing you. It was Tianyuan's sect. Boy, I must follow you. You're my savior. A voice echoed in Hillary's mind. What the hell? What kind of thing is this? And Emperor, Savior. Chapter 83. Deep into the Gramzhou region. Hillary's eyes flickered, then his speed increased again. Coyle could not stop. That black light was too ominous and dangerous. In a frantic dash, he nearly exhausted all his strength but finally managed to shake off the black light. However, Hillary still felt an uneasy premonition deep in his heart. The black light had not completely disappeared. Coyle remained vigilant, sitting cross-legged as he quickly circulated his cultivation technique, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. After a moment, he stood up and continued rushing forward. The outer region was no longer safe for him. The two major sects would search everywhere for him, and there was the first-class hall lurking in the shadows, threatening him. Coyle didn't go to the Star River sect either. Returning now would only bring trouble to the Star River sect. Besides, his younger sister and master were likely with Quintonby, heading deeper into Gramzhou. Coyle couldn't rest easy without checking on them. Sky Origin sect, Green Cloud sect, this matter is far from over. I, Hillary, will definitely come back. Over the next few days, Hillary traveled day and night through the mountains. The black light did not reappear, and neither did the pursuers from the Sky Origin sect and the Green Cloud sect find him. However, such relentless travel left his injuries unhealed, and his condition was far from ideal. Coyle even felt extremely weak. Fortunately, on the 7th day, Hillary arrived at a mountain range that was even more expansive, with towering ancient trees. The mountains were high and densely forested, and within them, danger loomed. Boundary Mountain. This was the dividing line between the outer region and the inner depths. Beyond this point lay the deeper part of Gramzhou, where the Aids Manor was one of the dominant forces. It wouldn't be hard to inquire about it. Note, Wangfu is typically translated as Prince's Manor or Prince's Manor in English for fantasy or historical settings, which makes it clearer and more natural to English readers. But he wasn't fit to go there now. Coyle needed to heal. Hillary planned to find a secluded place to treat his injuries. In his current state, even a cultivator at the first stage of the Law Realm could easily crush him. Just as he turned around, his gaze suddenly changed. With a burst of energy, accompanied by a sonic boom, he shot out. While he rushed forward, a powerful gust followed closely behind, getting closer and closer, leaving no room for escape. Ah! Hillary suddenly turned around, slashing with his saber. A loud clang echoed as it struck something metallic-like, sending him flying backward again. This time, he saw clearly. It was a lynx. However, this lynx was blood-red, its eyes icy cold. Its claws, which had clashed with Hillary's dragon-pattern saber, showed no signs of damage. A blood lynx. This was a beast at the Law Realm. Swish! As Hillary's scalp tingled, the lynx flashed like a bolt of red lightning, appearing right before him. Its claws swiped down fiercely. Clang! Instinctively, Hillary swung his saber, causing sparks to fly. His body was pushed back once more. This beast was small, but incredibly powerful. Its attack speed was even more agile, and when its attacks missed, it lunged again, bringing with it immense peril. Puff! A claw mark appeared on Hillary's left cheek, blood gushing out quickly, while his saber only cut a few hairs from the lynx. Worse, his old injuries flared up. Coyle had been severely wounded in the Sky Origin sect, and his continuous travel had worsened his condition. Now, cutting himself short due to his desperate attack, fresh blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The scent of blood seemed to stimulate the blood lynx. It loved the taste of blood, enjoyed digging out hearts to eat. Its eyes turned blood red with excitement, roaring as its body flashed once more. Whoosh! At that moment, as Hillary held his saber and braced himself, a piercing whistle filled the air, moving so fast that it created a sonic boom. Puff! In an instant, the blood lynx, mid-air pounce, was pierced precisely by an arrow, sent flying away. Dead. Hillary's eyes widened sharply. In the distance, a group of people approached. Leading them was a 2-meter-tall man with a beard, holding a tungsten steel bow. Clearly, it was he who fired the arrow. Brother, you're badly injured. Come with us, we can look after each other. The bearded man smiled at Hillary. Royce, this kid is only at the 7th level of the spirit realm. Bringing him along will only add unnecessary burden, said a young man behind him. Shut up, the bearded man rebuked coldly. When traveling, who hasn't faced danger? I've been saved by others when I was in trouble in the mountains. Looking at Hillary, who bowed, he said, thank you, but I prefer to travel alone. Farewell. Hillary turned and walked away. The bearded man wanted to stop him but reconsidered. Everyone had their own temperament. Some preferred solitude and disliked traveling together. Royce, this kid is too disrespectful. You saved him, and he barely expressed any gratitude. But it's his loss for not joining us under the 7 Princes Manor. With his cultivation, how long can he survive here? Daniel, shut your mouth, the bearded man scolded, adding, and don't mention the 7 Princes Manor so casually. We only take orders from Carly. We have little to do with the 7 Princes Manor. Talking like that just attracts attention for no reason. The 7 Princes Manor was a dominant force among the top-tier factions. They belonged to the Wind Quintonsteiner Tower, a minor subordinate faction of the 7 Princes Manor. Let's go. Collecting herbs this time is crucial. We live off Carly's benevolence. What she wants, we must deliver. Of course, Brother Eugeneg is devoted to Carly. We'll do our best. Daniel fawned. Eugeneg glared at him but didn't say anything more. Carly? Does he even qualify to love her? The group moved on. From a hidden spot nearby, Hillary stepped out, watching them leave. These people were connected to the 7 Princes Manor? His eyes flickered, and he immediately left. Night fell deeply. Hillary found a large ancient tree whose trunk required several people to encircle it. Using his saber, he carved out a hollow 5 meters above the ground, then hid inside, sealing the entrance. As he entered, a flash of black light below the ancient tree vanished into the night. Without sleep, Hillary circulated the Azure Dragon technique to mend his injuries. By noon the next day, he felt his cultivation recover somewhat. Yet he stayed inside, continuing to meditate until the morning of the 3rd day before breaking out of the tree hollow. By then, his injuries were roughly 90% healed, and his saber was capable of competing with a typical cultivator at the first stage of the Law Realm. Descending from the ancient tree, he headed deeper into Gramzhou. However, he wasn't very familiar with the route. Coyle had seen maps of the outer region, but this was his first time entering the depths. To put it bluntly, Hillary got lost. To be even blunter, he had no idea which direction he was heading, mainly because he felt hungry. Finally, noticing the dim light, he looked up at the sun. Why has it become overcast? Demon! Above Hillary, a black eagle swooped down, its talons spread open, sharp as blades. Chapter 84. The Big Dodge. A hawk dove down, its talons razor sharp enough to tear through tigers, leopards, and wolves. Hillary's expression changed. But he didn't flee. Coyle raised his dragon-patterned blade and thrust it upwards. Boom! The blade collided with the sharp talons. The ground beneath Hillary exploded on impact, while the hawk let out a mournful cry, its talons bleeding. Sensing danger, it tried to fly upwards. But it was too late. With the ground exploding, Hillary's cultivation had already activated. Coyle crouched slightly, then leaped up in one powerful bound. The hawk probably didn't expect that a human, especially one at the spirit realm, could jump so high. Mostly because, didn't this human know that the sky belonged to flying creatures? Yet, it didn't escape either. Finally, Hillary slashed mid-air. The hawk never saw it coming. The blade severed its head before it could even react. After lighting the campfire, Hillary skinned the hawk and roasted it over the flames, fat sizzling from its flesh. Hillary went to fetch water from a nearby lake, but when he returned, he froze in shock. Where's my bird? All that remained was a clean stick lying abandoned beside the fire, faint traces of saliva still visible. Narrowing his eyes, Hillary scanned the area but detected no presence. Coyle turned and walked back to the lake, holding his breath, standing still like a wooden stake for a moment. Suddenly, his blade flashed outward unexpectedly. The lake water exploded as a large white fish, splattered with blood, flew into the air. It was placed back on the fire to continue roasting. This time, Hillary stood aside but kept his divine soul sensing the area constantly, watching until the fish turned into charcoal. No one. No demons. Where's my bird? In the next moment, Hillary sprinted off, heading deeper into the forest, following some movement stealthily. Suddenly, Hillary turned and ran back. His blade glowed coldly, and without hesitation, he slashed fiercely. The black shadow rapidly following him never expected Hillary's return, and faster than ever. The blade reached first, slicing directly onto it. However, a cloud of black mist rose from its body, blocking the blade, though under the force, it still retreated several steps. Black quintonked. Hillary's face darkened. Damn it, this thing hadn't disappeared, and it had followed him here. What the hell are you following me for? But now, this black quintonk was much weaker than it had been at Tianyuan Sect. Hillary's blade could knock it back. Recalling that strange sound, Hillary slashed again, swiftly following up. A metallic clang echoed as if hitting metal. This time, it emitted a pained wail, and the black quintonk exploded. Then Hillary's eyes widened. He clearly saw a large black dog roll out from the black quintonk. Could the source of all this chaos be a black dog? Had he and Tianyuan Sect been chased to despair by a large black dog? Now, this big black dog seemed not very capable. Without hesitation, he slashed relentlessly with his blade. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Painful, painful, it hurts. The large black dog spoke in human language, roaring angrily. Brat, how dare you attack this royal me? I am. Slap. Hillary slapped it hard, causing the black dog to roll multiple times. Despite its incredibly tough hide, Hillary's frantic slashing only made it wail without leaving any marks. Even this slap felt like hitting metal. Still, the black dog couldn't resist. Hillary laughed, a cold, chilling laugh, and held his blade up, pointing it at the black dog. I must stew you. That night, he sprinted at top speed. Coyle traveled day and night without rest. Coyle was exhausted to the point of coughing up blood. Not figuratively but literally, even burning his bloodline. His lifespan took a huge toll. Coyle never been this tired in his entire life. And this damn dog had been pretending all along. Do you know who I am? Do you know where I come from? The black dog jumped up and quickly retreated, glaring fiercely at Hillary. Its fur shone brightly, like silk. Yet it was incredibly tough, and its eyes gleamed like gems. This black dog definitely came from noble lineage. Eating its meat would be extremely nourishing. Put away your filthy thoughts. Let me tell you, this royal dog's meat. This royal's meat, Hillary lunged forward. Another swift slap sending the black dog sprawling. Before it could bolt, Hillary stomped on its tail, pinning it down with immense force. Bark, bark, bark. The black dog was enraged. I don't care who you are. I'm hungry and want dog meat. Hillary's eyes were cold and deadly, exuding a real threat. We have a connection, and besides, I'm someone important. My mind contains countless magical abilities and cultivation methods, each capable of stunning this tiny Coleman Song world. The black dog yelled. Hillary's gaze flickered. This black dog had terrorized Tianyuan Sect and was truly formidable. It seems you can offer no resistance. I promise to stew you, he. The black dog shuddered, its fur bristling. The kid's laugh was disturbing as it struggled futilely. The black quintaunt had completely vanished. It was now just an ordinary law realm creature, or perhaps less. Hand over all treasures, magical abilities, and cultivation methods. Hillary's foot shifted from its tail to press the dog's head into the ground. Yes, I'm robbing you. Unusual origins, grandiose claims. Though not necessarily true, this guy surely had valuable things on him. Once robbed, it would be executed. A talking black dog, suppressed and calling itself chaos. It wasn't simple, but neither was it good news. Black dog. I'll fight you to the death. Hillary slapped it again. Black dog, kill me if you will, for a man may be killed but never disgraced. In this life, only I rob others. Hillary sharpened his blade. All right, the black dog calmed down, all arrogance gone. I've suffered severe injuries, lost memories. Though I know many abilities of the 9 Coyle evens, what I can offer is minimal. Give me some time. 9 Coyle evens? Hillary's heart raced. The black dog called this small Coleman song world, speaking confidently. Its origins were significant indeed. Hillary never imagined it was from the 9 Coyle evens. In major worlds like Coleman song, there exist 9 star rivers, known as the 9 Coyle evens. Longshan had passed through the southern gate, ascended the 9 Coyle evens, and achieved peak status. But the 9 Coyle evens existed only vaguely in Hillary's mind. He knew little beyond their existence. This black dog was a native of the 9 Coyle evens? Its origin was truly significant. Translation by ChatGPT. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and natural English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 85. What a keen sense of smell. I believe you as much as I believe a ghost. Hillary stepped on the dog's head with one foot and, wielding the knife with both hands, slashed downward. But with a metallic clang, his hands went numb, and the black dog only howled. It was impossible to penetrate its defenses. This dog was incredibly tough. What I'm saying is true, let's cooperate. I accompanied Immortal Emperor in battles across countless worlds, conquering immortals and demons alike. I have treasures beyond your imagination, but of course, that has to wait until I recover. You follow the Immortal Emperor? And I'm the world-conquering dragon god. Hillary roared angrily. Shut up. The big black dog trembled in fear, ignoring Hillary's blade and scanning its surroundings nervously. Keep it down. The name of the dragon god is taboo. Be careful not to invite a thunderbolt. Hillary stopped his blade midair. Taboo? Could this dog truly know something about the dragon god? And this blasted dog seemed genuinely terrified? Do you know about the dragon god? If it weren't for Sword Demon, I would still be wandering freely in the 9th Coyle even. Do you think I'm joking? The big black dog realized he had said too much and quickly shut his mouth. Why is the dragon god a taboo? Hillary persisted. In short, he was just too outstanding. Those immortals, demons, and Buddhas all envied him, and they couldn't tolerate it. The big black dog said, First, let me go. We can talk properly, and one day, I could even take you through the South Gate, into the 9th Coyle even, where you can learn more about his legend. It dared not mention the words dragon god again. Though it was now in the lower realm, its deep-seated fear remained. That's right. Hillary paused, and then put away his dragon-patterned blade. The beings of the 9th Coyle even were indeed worth exploring, along with the grandeur of the 9th Coyle even and the legends of the dragon god. He was very curious. The memories within his mind regarding the dragon god hadn't fully surfaced yet, remaining vague. Coyle didn't know when he would unlock them completely. With this big black dog, perhaps it could happen sooner. Your aura is unique, breaking the stone sword seal. You have the aura of monstrous blood, terrifying monster blood. The black dog exclaimed. We're both monsters. We should help each other. Monster blood? Shouldn't it be dragon blood? So, it was because of the dragon blood that Hillary had unexpectedly communicated with the stone sword and freed the black dog. The reason this dog followed him was also due to the dragon blood. Seemed like this old dog had ulterior motives. Hillary threw the knife into his storage ring and smiled. Jordy, from now on, we're brothers. Remember, true brothers will do anything for each other. The blood of this emperor is too refined for ordinary monsters. You can give me some of your essence, and I might remember some powerful spells. The big black dog squirmed free from under Hillary's foot, gave him a wary look, and then raised its head. Also, remember my name is Mike? Alright, Jordy. My name is Mike. Yes, Jordy. The big black dog. Jordy, let's help each other. Bark, bark. The big black dog lunged at him, only to receive another beating. And this time Hillary was merciless. Coyle pummeled the black dog for half an hour before finally extracting just one drop of blood. The blood sparkled like a gemstone, shimmering faintly with golden light as it spun in Hillary's hand. Coyle activated the Azure Dragon technique, immediately absorbing it. The dragon-shaped Danteon inside him seemed revitalized, emitting a roar of unprecedented excitement. At that moment, Hillary's cultivation fully recovered and even rapidly improved. Thanks to his inheritance, there was no such thing as a breakthrough barrier in the spirit realm. All he needed was energy. This blood was far more potent than any high-grade elixir. His cultivation surged. Even his hunger vanished. Perhaps the dog was telling the truth. It came from the 9th Coyle even and had served great figures. Kid, my blood isn't bad, right? The Emperor has plenty of treasures. Following me, you've hit the jackpot. The big black dog was upset but helpless. His Dao fruit had been shattered by Sword Demon, and after being suppressed for centuries, he had little strength left. Hillary took his blood without resistance, but the dog was smart enough to send a favor along with it. Unfortunately, Hillary ignored him. Aren't you going to thank me? The black dog was displeased. If you didn't fight back, would you have given it to me? Do you need to thank me for what you took by force? Mike bared his teeth. This kid was worse than him. Let's go. After absorbing the blood, Hillary continued forward. Unraveling the secrets of the big black dog would take time, and the dog's blood was incredibly hard to obtain. It was just too tough. They'd have to work on it gradually. As they moved, Hillary discovered the black dog had special abilities. Its keen sense of smell helped them determine directions, avoid monster beasts, and find medicinal herbs. What a keen sense of smell. Woof woof, the black dog almost leaped at him. There's a reward ahead. The black dog's eyes flashed, and it shot off like a black lightning bolt. Hillary hurriedly followed. They ran for dozens of miles through the forest until suddenly, the area ahead became noisy. Climbing a small hill, man and dog observed a fierce battle between humans and monsters below. It's them. Among those people were the ones Hillary had met, including Royce. They were engaged in a desperate battle with a monstrous snake. The snake was terrifying, and many people were bleeding, especially the bearded man who had saved Hillary. Though he was the strongest among them, he was also the most injured. After a fierce struggle, both sides were heavily wounded. Quintantelyi, keep watch here. I feel there's a bigger creature in that forest, but it comes with huge rewards, the black dog shouted, then dashed down the other side of the hill. Ignoring the dog, Hillary watched the battle below. It was intense and bloody. Some were crushed by the snake's tail while others were turned into mush under its thrashing body. The snake was horrifying. Even with serious injuries, it wasn't easily defeated by ordinary first-stage Law Realm cultivators. Meanwhile, the bearded man, under the snake's relentless attack, spat out blood profusely. Exhausted, he fell to one knee. The monstrous snake surged forward. At that moment, Hillary stomped the ground and launched himself off the hill, shaking the air with every leap. Coyle was still too late. His eyes narrowed fiercely. With his dragon-patterned blade imbued with his full cultivation power, he hurled it like an arrow from several meters away. Poot! The snake felt imminent danger despite its grievous wounds and bloody body. As the blade struck its injury, it bled even more, roaring frantically as it recoiled. Hillary charged like a cheetah, lifting off the ground with his run, fists clenched together. Smash! Chapter 86. I am very honest. Hillary leaped into the air, clasping his fists together. Every muscle in his body strained as he channeled immense power. With a thunderous roar, he plunged towards the raging demon snake below. As he descended, blood surged through his arms, exponentially increasing his strength. No! At that moment, Eugene noticed Hillary. His face paled, and he let out a fierce cry. The demon snake was terrifying even in its grievously wounded state, its physical toughness making it difficult for an average Law Realm cultivator to injure it. And Hillary, who had nearly died under the Blood Lynx's attack, had proven his cultivation level did not match up to the Law Realm. A death sentence. Charging to his death. Daniel, lying on the ground, once mocked Hillary, but now watching his actions, his disdain intensified. Even struggling to get up, he glanced at Eugene and urged quickly, "Brother, let's run. This demon snake is too terrifying." However, as Daniel spoke, Eugene managed to stand, drawing upon his remaining spiritual energy and rushing forward. But his body wobbled, and after taking one step forward, he abruptly stopped, eyes wide with disbelief. Inconceivable, utterly shocking. At that moment, Hillary's fist smashed down, sending splatters of blood flying. The demon snake's roar became piercingly ear-piercing, its injuries horrific. Its body writhed violently. Was it wounded? But this wasn't the end. Shocked as he was, Hillary's form also landed, his eyes burning with merciless determination as he delivered another punch. Not one punch, not two, but like a stormy rainstorm, each strike exploded with a boom. Blood sprayed, endlessly spraying, terrifying to behold. My heavens! Daniel had already planned to flee. He was genuinely terrified. But seeing Hillary's madness, his eyes widened again, heart trembling uncontrollably. Was this the youth he looked down upon? Die! At this moment, Hillary's angry shout echoed, his aura reaching its peak. His punch carried an inexplicable force. True intent erupted. The demon snake's roar suddenly halted as its body collapsed to the ground. Its 7-inch position was now mangled and completely severed. It was beaten to death with bare fists. Simple, brutal, powerfully impactful. Silence. Everyone was silent. Only Hillary's heavy breathing broke the stillness. After a while, his breathing calmed. Killing the demon snake had been incredibly exhausting. Coyle stepped forward, pulled out his blade from the demon snake's body, then retrieved the demon core, a second-level Law Realm demon core, which would greatly benefit him. Then he turned to Eugene and said, "Friend, we're square. Farewell." Coyle didn't intend to linger, so Hillary turned and left immediately. "Brother, take your time." Eugene hurriedly called out, "Your combat prowess has truly opened my eyes. A 7th-level spirit realm surpassing a 1st-level Law Realm, you can nearly reach the 2nd-level Law Realm. You're not much worse than me. Amazing, amazing. You saved my life, and you saved all our lives. I, Eugene, owe you a debt of gratitude." Hillary smiled. "You flatter me. My goal was only to save you. As for the others, they just benefited from you. Besides, I've taken this. It's my reward." Hillary lifted a blackish pearl, twice the size of a fist. A 2nd-level Law Realm demon core. Instantly, Daniel and others' faces turned awkward. Earlier, led by Daniel, they had all dismissed Hillary, even despising and resenting him, thinking he didn't know his place. A mere 7th-level spirit realm. Trash? Now, with Hillary's full strength unleashed, they finally understood that no one besides Eugene could withstand his terrifying punch. They were far inferior. Farewell. Glancing at those people, Hillary didn't say more and turned to leave. But just as he took a step, the distant forest emitted a loud rumbling sound. From afar, a terrifying demonic aura swept across, icy and horrifying, accompanied by a roaring howl. Instantly, Hillary's expression changed. "Jordy, run. There's another monster. Everyone retreat. Young brother, follow us. We know this forest well." Eugene shouted loudly. Hillary paused for a moment, then turned and charged forward. Eugene and his group immediately followed, sprinting madly ahead. They were all injured, their speed slow and hearts pounding with fear. At this point, Hillary slowed down, pausing briefly behind the group. Run faster. I'll stay back just in case. Eugene hesitated, staring deeply at Hillary, then suddenly bowed deeply. Daniel and others felt even more ashamed. Fortunately, with Hillary covering the rear, the terrifying beast didn't pursue them. When they reached a mountain peak and concealed all traces, they saw a massive serpent, even more fearsome than the one they had slain, emerge from the forest. Wherever it passed, countless trees fell and rocks exploded. An awe-inspiring scene. Amazing. This beast is near third-level law realm. One step later, and we would all be dead. Eugene breathed heavily, sweat on his forehead. Hillary replied, let's keep moving. We aren't safe here yet. They continued retreating until they reached a valley backed by a towering mountain with hanging vines. Rest here. In case of danger, use those vines to escape, Eugene instructed everyone to rest. Everyone was utterly exhausted. At this moment, a black shadow flashed beside Hillary. It was Geordie returning. Hillary gave him a glance. Geordie lay at his feet, saying, I failed to retrieve the treasure. That beast was too terrifying. Hillary eyed him suspiciously. I am very honest, and we are brothers, Geordie added. Their conversation was telepathic, unheard by outsiders, unaware that this large black dog could speak human language. Eugene finished arranging everything, sending someone away, presumably for reinforcements, and came to Hillary. Glancing at the large black dog without suspicion, he understood keeping a pet beast was common. Looking at Hillary, he bowed and smiled. Thank you for your righteous help. I am Eugene from Quintensning Wind Pavilion. May I know brother's honorable name? Hillary. Brother Yi, at such a young age, your combat power is terrifying, and you've even comprehended true intent. Extremely rare indeed, Eugene said. Would you consider joining our Quintensning Wind Pavilion? We welcome talents like you. Our pavilion belongs to the AIDS Mansion, a top-tier dominant force. Royce, I'm used to traveling alone. I really don't like being constrained, Hillary said calmly. Brother, earlier, Daniel, didn't know any better. Your abilities are terrifying. Joining the Quintensning Wind Pavilion will gain recognition from Carly, and since our pavilion is affiliated with the AIDS Mansion, a first-class powerhouse. Daniel walked over. Hillary smiled, not responding much. The AIDS Mansion. Indeed, he needed to go there. At that moment, rapid footsteps sounded. Instantly, Eugene and others became alert. Human nature in these mountains was scarier than anything else. Stealing and killing for treasures was far too common. Chapter 87. The Jonal Saber Swordsman. Everyone, be on guard. Eugene whispered, and everyone immediately drew their weapons, preparing for battle. In these mountains, the fear in people's hearts was palpable, especially since they were all severely injured. At this moment, Hillary also grew serious. Coyle paused briefly before stepping forward again. This move made Eugene even more grateful. But when he finally identified the newcomers, Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. It was the people from Tingfeng Tower. The man who had left earlier now stood by Eugene's side, whispering, I had only gone 10 miles when Alec and the others greeted me. Eugene nodded and looked over. At that moment, the group arrived, led by a thin-faced, monkey-cheeked man who sneered at Eugene. Eugene, you're such a disgrace. Carly entrusted you with an important task, and look at the mess you've made. Eugene replied, the information was wrong. It wasn't a peak stage first-level FA realm beast as we thought, but a second-level one. And not just one, there are two of them. And the second beast has almost reached the third level, possibly even achieved it. It's all excuses, Alec jeered. Fortunately, Carly didn't trust you enough, so she sent us to check. Otherwise, you would have ruined her plans. Coyle stepped forward and declared, brothers, Eugene can't handle this. Let's go kill the beasts and pluck the treasure herb for Carly. Those behind Alec laughed mockingly, a sound that grated on Eugene's nerves, seeming like ridicule. Everyone looked grim. But Eugene insisted, don't be careless. That place is terrifying, and the snake beast's combat power is unimaginable. Do you think I'm like you? Alec grinned slyly. Then, another thunderous sound echoed, and soon another figure arrived. Alec turned to face him, a cold-eyed Aaron carrying a pair of sabers on his back. Wu Lao, you've come? Alec greeted. Eugene also stepped forward. This man was named Vance, known as the Jonal Saber Swordsman, whose cultivation had reached the third level of the FA realm. His skill with dual sabers was well known in Spirit Wind City. The Aaron waved a hand, saying, let's go. I need to get the item and then fulfill my promise to Carly. At this point, Hokit stepped forward. Wu Lao, that snake beast is genuinely fearsome. Its combat power surpasses the norm. Our investigation was incomplete, and I suspect that the snake has undergone some mutation. What do you mean? The Jonal Saber Swordsman's eyes turned icy. Are you suggesting that this Jace can't handle it? Alec snapped, Eugene, watch your attitude. Wu Lao is a renowned swordsman in Spirit Wind City and an esteemed guest of Carly. Eugene explained, of course not. I admire Wu Lao's abilities, but I personally faced that snake. It's truly formidable. Even a second-level FA realm snake seemed to possess near third-level strength. We lost several brothers, nearly falling victim to the serpent. Fortunately, Brother Hillary. Enough. Vance roared angrily. Are you doubting this Jace's strength? A mere third-level beast means nothing to my dual sabers. Coyle was overly confident, having grown accustomed to flattery in Spirit Wind City, and thus overestimated his own prowess. Coyle had once killed a fourth-level FA realm cultivator with his dual sabers, which made him believe he was unbeatable at the third level. However, he ignored the fact that the fourth-level beast he killed was already injured, and it had taken great effort to accomplish that. This Jace doesn't fear even a fourth-level beast, let alone a mere third-level one. But Eugene wanted to add more, considering the remaining snake was far more powerful than the one they had slain. Yet Vance wouldn't listen, emitting a chilling aura as he glared at Eugene. Ungrateful fool. At least let me assist you, senior. Hillary interjected, realizing this man might not be able to handle the snake on his own. With his help, there could be a chance to slay the beast. Besides, joining Tingfeng Tower interested Hillary, and this was an excellent opportunity to make an impression. Quintantelyi, don't go. It's futile. Jordy transmitted telepathically, his eyes darting around. Hillary glanced at him. Did this guy already get what he needed? Yes, I meant that the thing is too terrifying for you, Jordy repeated. Humph. A cold voice cut through, turning toward Hillary. The Jonal saber swordsman eyed him disdainfully. Quintantel boy, you want to accompany me? Team up with this Jace? And then take half the credit? Don't you find that laughable? And do you think you have the right? His tone was harsh. When did this Jace Vance ever need a child's help? You're insulting me. Hillary stared at the furious Aaron and politely replied, I just thought that having one more person would increase our chances of success. Besides, I'm also a swordsman. Vance paused, then took a step closer, unleashing terrifying pressure that pressed down on Hillary. His voice turned frigid. Remember, I don't need any help. Also, don't call yourself a swordsman in front of this old swordsman. I enjoy challenging the best swordsmen in the world, and the ones I've killed are countless. Hillary hesitated but then moved aside, deciding to ignore him. Ungrateful. You brat, do you think we're fools? Giving you and Eugene any credit? Alec Pie stepped forward, looking at Eugene and snapping coldly, Eugene, this isn't your business anymore. Take your dog and leave. Eugene, calm down, little brother saved my life. Eugene shouted angrily. Alec Pie jeered, feeling embarrassed? Don't worry, you won't get any credit. Alright, let's move. A minor beast is no challenge for this Jace. Losing patience, Vance gave Eugene and Hillary a nasty look and walked off with Alec Pie and the others toward their destination. Vance strutted ahead proudly, while Alec Pie fawned over him, seeking favor. Eugene paused, casting an apologetic glance at Hillary but still said, we should follow them. After all, it's the treasure Carly wants, and we can't afford mistakes. Coyle didn't care about the fate of Alec Pie or Vance, but the treasure was important to Carly, and he didn't want to disappoint her. Hillary followed. They trailed behind Alec Pie and company. Alec Pie sneered, good, you're following. Watch closely as Master Vance shows you how a true master dispatches demons. Coyle turned to Hillary and added, young whelp, pay attention. Only the real ones qualify to be called a swordsman. Chapter 88 One old man is enough. The group arrived at the mountain peak, and not far away was the battlefield where obvious traces of combat could be seen. Broken bodies lay scattered across the ground. Some of the bodies had exploded completely, an unbearable sight. Eugene clenched his fists. Those were his comrades in arms who had followed him for many years, and now he couldn't even preserve their remains. Eugene, you were truly a waste. So many people came but more than half of them ended up dead or wounded, and they died so miserably. Haha. Alec Pie taunted. This made Eugene's eyes bloodshot with rage. As his anger flared, Vance, the leader, glanced over and said coldly, indeed poor performance. Such small demons should not have caused you so much trouble. Carly trusts you greatly? It seems she also has eyes like a blind fool. Master Wu. Eugene's face changed as he retorted angrily, I did make a mistake, but this has nothing to do with Carly. Please don't dishonor her. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a slap already struck Eugene's face, causing him to bleed and stagger back. His already severe injuries worsened even further. Daniel and others were enraged, instantly drawing their swords and knives. They were loyal to Eugene through thick and thin, forged in countless battles. Even if they couldn't win, they would still fight. Don't defy. Alec Pie barked coldly. Master Wu is a distinguished guest of Carly. Are you all rebelling? Don't move. Eugene gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates. Vance stared at him coldly and said, I don't need your interference. You lack the qualification. Kneel before me. Coyle released a heavy pressure that left Eugene defenseless, causing him to spit out blood profusely under this pressure. Eugene knelt on one knee passively, his face flushing red as if engorged with blood. Vance sneered, useless piece of trash. Alec Pie stood nearby, gloating and relishing in his misfortune. Then, Vance withdrew his pressure and said, for the sake of Carly, I will not hold it against you, but should there be another time, I will kill you without hesitation. With that, he stood up and walked down from the mountain peak boldly, not hiding his presence at all, even emitting his energy fully, ignoring the hidden beasts. Even as he entered the forest, he let out a roar to provoke the demon snake into showing its true form and fighting him. Alec Pie spoke arrogantly, see? A master is a master, standing firm. That small demon is nothing in his eyes. However, before he could finish, a roar from the demon snake echoed from the forest, sending shivers down the spine even from a distance. In that moment, a body shot out backward from the trees, covered in blood. It was Vance. His dual blades trembled in his hands, one of which bore a large notch. His expression was grim. No, terrified, fearful. Coyle yelled and immediately retreated, having severely underestimated the power of this demon snake. It was stronger beyond imagination. As he stepped back, the forest swayed and a flash of lightning illuminated a massive demon snake launching a direct attack. Amidst the gusting wind, Vance, stepping back and holding two blades, fiercely slashed forward. Only sparks flew, but the demon snake remained unmoved. Once again, Vance was thrown backward, his hands gripping the blades drenched in blood. Alec Pie's eyes widened in shock. The master, unable to handle the situation? No, not just unable to handle it, but utterly dominated. Puff. At that moment, Vance spat out a mouthful of blood, and the demon snake blocked his path, trapping him. Coyle had nowhere to run. Quick, master is in danger. Everyone go down immediately. Alec Pie shouted frantically, but those behind him quickly retreated. Boss, we can't go down. It's a death sentence. That demon snake is too terrifying. One of his men trembled, unwilling to go. Alec gnashed his teeth, then suddenly turned to Hillary with a commanding tone. You, go down. I order you to go down right now. Hillary didn't even spare him a glance. Fuming with rage, Alec said, Eugene, order him to go down. If anything happens to Master Vance, Carly will not let you off easily. Eugene replied coldly, we've been clear from the beginning. Even Hillary offered to go with Vance, but was it not Vance himself who refused? And you? Aren't you trying to drive us away for fear of sharing credit? The opportunity was given, but you didn't cherish it. Warnings were given, but you were arrogant. This is all on you. If anything happens, you will be held responsible. I'll report everything clearly to Carly. Alec face was livid. At that moment, a miserable cry erupted from below. Vance was suffering terribly, almost powerless to retaliate. Coyle was slammed by the snake's tail, bones cracking loudly. Blood gushed out, soaking his clothes crimson. Boy, come down and assist me. Vance finally roared, feeling the imminent threat of death. Although Hillary showed disdain outwardly, he was deeply alarmed. Vance's aura was stable and even more terrifying than Alec And Eugene was already gravely injured. Hillary was the only one who could offer him any hope. But Hillary remained still. I am Vance, Aaron of the Twin Blades, a distinguished guest of Carly. If anything happens to me, you will all be held responsible. Vance roared. His body was hurled back again, and one of his blades broke. First, I'm not a member of Quintensning Tower. Second, I owe you nothing. Third, one Jace is enough. Your own boastful words, deal with them yourself. Hillary's voice reached below, but he did not move. Vance was practically exploding with fury and regret. If only he hadn't tried to act tough. Now he was in mortal danger. Not good. At that moment, the demon snake lunged, its huge mouth exhaling a stench that made heads spin. It was venomous. Its fangs, sharp as knives, were even more terrifying than Vance's blades. There was no way to avoid it. Explode. Vance yelled desperately, extending his left arm. With a boom, his arm exploded off his body. Bleeding profusely, Vance was once again thrown back. The massive snake screamed in agony from the explosion, its fangs cracked and bleeding venomously. The explosive arm's blood seemed highly toxic, causing parts of its body to rot and blinding it instantly. The snake howled in pain. It went berserk, sweeping its tail wildly, smashing countless rocks and making Vance cough up blood again. His injuries were critical, almost fatal. At that moment, Hillary drew the dragon-patterned blade and stepped forward. Seeing you in such a sorry state, I'll lend you a hand. Chapter 89. Demon Transformation. Holding the dragon-patterned knife, Hillary's speed was lightning fast as he dashed downward. At that moment, Alec face changed, and he followed in a frenzy. Brat, you can't snatch this credit from me. He gritted his teeth, reaching his peak speed and surpassing Hillary, smirking. The giant snake was heavily injured and blinded, nearing its limits. Now, the credit could be easily claimed. How could it be given to Hillary? Hillary's expression shifted, accelerating again, but just as he was about to overtake Alec his eyes flickered, and he halted. The demon snake wasn't behaving normally. Undergoing demon transformation. Let him go. He's courting death. The big black dog followed Hillary, speaking with amusement. Demon transformation is akin to humans using secret techniques to temporarily unleash potential. However, only a very few demons with special bloodlines possess this ability, and their duration is much shorter compared to humans. By now, Alec had arrived, unsheathing a broadsword without hesitation. The heavy blade swung towards the giant snake. One strike, and blood spattered. Ha ha ha. Alec laughed triumphantly. This rare opportunity was still his, and this great feat would certainly win Jan Ramiji's favor. Even more, he cast a cold, triumphant smile towards Hillary, standing halfway down the slope. It was filled with pride, and even schadenfreude. Thinking of taking advantage? Dream on. Then, his sword rose again, unleashing his full strength for another strike. Coyle believed this strike could end it. No. Upon the strike, blood flew once more, but Alec screamed in terror. Although the snake's injuries were severe, its body emitted a blinding blood glow. The light enveloped the snake, sending an immense force outward. With a thud, Alec was hurled backward, his arm exploding into pieces. The force was astonishing, and this was not the end. As he was thrown back, the bloodied tail of the snake lashed out, creating continuous shockwaves in the air. No, don't, Alec screamed, trying to block with his single remaining arm, which also instantly exploded. Both arms were ruined, causing unbearable pain. Hillary, Lord Hillary, he screamed immediately, truly afraid now, his soul trembling. Hillary walked down unhurriedly, the big black dog beside him, saying mockingly, you didn't know when to stop. The moment of demon transformation is the most terrifying. It would mean certain death even for someone at peak condition like those dual swordsmen. Boom. Before the black dog finished speaking, the giant snake's tail slammed down, silencing Alec screams mid-air. His body exploded in a puff. Hillary watched all this expressionlessly. Who could blame anyone else for inviting death? Opportunities were given, not just once, yet he failed to cherish them. Now, Quintantelyi, the snake has expended its energy post-demon transformation. One strike should kill it. The big black dog laughed. Moreover, demon snakes produce a blood pearl during demon transformation. For us demons, it's an incredible supplement, equivalent to precious medicine. The big black dog chuckled. A blood pearl, a product of demon transformation, gathers the most formidable essence, a rare treasure indeed. The big black dog always considered Hillary as a demon, or at least demon-like, with his non-trivial demonic aura. Hillary wasted no time, walking briskly down. Alec was dead, and Vance was gravely wounded with a severed arm. Vance looked at Hillary, eyes burning with anger but colder than ice. Coyle thought if Alec Pie died so easily, Hillary wouldn't be faring any better. However, puff, Hillary arrived below, lifting the dragon pattern knife with ease and stabbing straight through the demon snake's vital spot. Blood splattered as the demon snake collapsed. Simple. Easy. Quintonk drinking water. The giant snake had been too weakened after its explosive display of power. Vance was stunned. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Too damn infuriating. How could it be this easy? Quintonk picking up something for free. They had risked their lives, losing an arm and even Alec Pie's life, only to lose to this kid's effortless stab. Hillary paid no heed, turning his back to everyone and slicing open the snake's body. Sure enough, the demon snake's core was blood red and significantly purer than the first one. Even Hillary felt his dragon-shaped dantian stir with excitement. A tremendous replenishing substance. Coyle swiftly collected it, then turned and waved to the others. Only then did Eugene and the rest rush down. Incredulous, they looked at Hillary and the demon snake. Did he really kill it? Despite the snake being critically injured, Alec Pie was crushed instantly. How could Hillary make it look so effortless? Luck, Hillary smiled, not elaborating further. Right, the 7-petal flower. Go and pluck it immediately. Eugene dashed into the forest depths. Hillary didn't follow, noticing the big black dog smirking shamelessly. Soon, Eugene emerged with a livid face. Who the hell picked and even uprooted the 7-petal flower? And it was done just moments ago. Hillary blinked, looking at the big black dog, who immediately lowered his head as if knowing nothing. Damn. Beside him, Vance, already grievously wounded, yelled and spurted more blood before fainting, literally enraged to unconsciousness. After all, he lost an arm and was half dead for nothing. Psychologically, it was unbearable. The big black dog chuckled lecherously again, confirming Hillary's suspicion. This bastard. Honesty? Brothers? You shameless mutt. Let's return, Eugene sighed wearily. This mission had incurred huge losses without any rewards. They were doing the work for others. Enraging. Painstaking. Coyle looked at Hillary and added, Quintontal brother, come with us. The forest is dangerous. Traveling together provides mutual support. Hillary nodded, not refusing again. Coyle needed to explore deeper and find the 7 Princes Manor. The Wind Quintinsning Pavilion was indeed a good destination. Eugene ordered the bodies to be carried away along with the severely wounded Vance. After all, they were invited by Carly. Leaving them behind wouldn't sit well with her. Thus, after a day and night trekking through the forest, they finally emerged outside a massive city. Not following them would have made finding it difficult, mused the big black dog. The vast forest made accurate navigation challenging even with his keen nose. Ahead stood a grand city with walls soaring several dozen zhang high, making one feel tiny just looking up. This inner city was indeed grander than the outer regions. Above the main gate, 3 imposing characters proclaimed, Spirit Wind City. Chapter 90, Young Master Kit. Quintongfeng City connects the outer area to its inner depths, making it economically vibrant. Traders from the outer region come here to purchase treasures, while unwanted treasures from the inner depths are transported here and sold at high prices to those on the outside. This place is essentially a trading city. Upon entering, Hillary felt as if he had suddenly broadened his horizons. The streets of this inner city were incredibly wide, lined with lavish shops that exuded opulence. Even the pedestrians walking along the street radiated an aura of distinction. There were so many individuals at the law realm level that Hillary had encountered countless. Moreover, there were some presences whom he couldn't comprehend at all, and their ages were not much different from his own. In the depths, geniuses roamed freely. Is this your first time visiting Quintongfeng City? Noticing the curiosity in Hillary's eyes, Eugene couldn't help but ask. Coyle even thought Hillary looked like a country girl entering the city for the first time. Hillary maintained a composed expression and said, Yes, this is my first visit. The city is all right. One still had to maintain a bit of pride and not appear overly awed. Eugene smiled and led Hillary forward, soon arriving at a 5-story building. This structure was luxurious and could be considered one of the most grandiose in the city. Hanging above its main entrance was a plaque with 3 large characters inscribed upon it. When Hillary gazed at these characters, his eyes widened sharply. Quintonston Wind Pavilion. The 3 characters were magnificent, written in a dragon-like script. Moreover, Hillary felt a profound intention within the calligraphy. The person who inscribed these characters was undoubtedly extraordinary. Coyle examined closely, sensing that the profound intention would go unnoticed by ordinary people. However, it was having a significant enhancing effect on him. The Quintonston Wind Pavilion belongs to the AIDS Mansion. This plaque was bestowed by an important figure from the AIDS Mansion, and it holds great significance, explained Eugene to Hillary. Hillary was still immersed in the characters. To him, the letters seemed to glow, their profound intention merging with his own, providing nourishment far more beneficial than mere cultivation. This unexpected gift delighted him. As he absorbed himself, a jade carriage approached from a distance, driven by a fierce and terrifying blood-eyed silver wolf. The wolf had snow-white fur and blood-red eyes, causing everyone around to immediately step aside as they watched it. Not only was the demonic wolf fearsome, but the jade carriage symbolized status, a sign of the leading force in Quintongfeng City, the Haremly. Quintonk the Quintonston Wind Pavilion. The Haremly also belonged to the AIDS Mansion. Moreover, the Haremly had an ancestor who served as an executive Aaron within the AIDS Mansion. This identity alone was enough to awe the entire Quintongfeng City, and even the Quintonston Wind Pavilion dared not easily provoke them. Clear the way. The slave driving the jade carriage alighted and berated a few people at the entrance. Eugene and the others' faces instantly changed. They could not afford to offend the carriage belonging to young Master Kit. Eugene quickly glanced at Hillary, who remained motionless, still engrossed in observing the 3 characters. The black dog waved its tail, blocking Eugene from interrupting Hillary. Meanwhile, the slave coldly rebuked, Dead dog, get out of the way. In Quintongfeng City, Even humans wouldn't dare obstruct their path. How much less a mere dog? Eugene immediately called out, "Brother Hillary." Hillary, still immersed, was gaining significant insights from the profound intention, feeling his own true intent rapidly improving. The black dog protected him, and the slave, annoyed, lashed the demonic wolf pulling the carriage, causing it to bare its teeth. However, when it did so, the black dog barked twice and instantly, thud, the demonic wolf trembled, falling flat on the ground. The slave driving the carriage tumbled off, causing the jade carriage to shake, emitting a displeased hump from inside. Startled, the slave scrambled to report, "My lord, a vicious dog blocked our way and startled the demonic wolf." Puff. Even before the slave finished speaking, a hand emerged from the carriage, striking with immense force. The slave was thrown back, spewing blood. "A dog frightened my wolf?" The voice inside the carriage sounded displeased. This was absurd and insulting. Was his wolf inferior to a mere dog? The person in the carriage stepped down, revealing a tall man in white attire with a handsome face. His presence was impressive, but his demeanor was haughty and disdainful. At this moment, Hillary sensed the commotion, withdrawing his gaze. The profound intention had almost completely nourished him. Coyle surveyed the scene, looking at the head-held high black dog and the fallen demonic wolf. Then, he grabbed the black dog's neck and pulled it to the side. Eugene whispered to him, "Young Master Kit, we can't provoke him." Hillary nodded. He didn't wish for trouble either. By now, the person from the carriage had walked over, surveying Eugene, Hillary, and the black dog. Recognizing the black dog's quality, he noted its sleek, black fur and sharp, gem-like eyes filled with intelligence. This black dog wasn't simple. It had excellent bloodlines. Smiling, he approached and eyed Eugene, who promptly bowed, "Greetings, young Master Kit." Before Eugene finished speaking, young Master Kit slapped him across the face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Eugene stood his ground without moving or expressing any dissatisfaction. "Your subordinate blocked my path, and his dog frightened my pet. Do you know that this is punishable by death?" Young Master Kit spoke calmly but with authority. Eugene hurriedly bowed again. "Please forgive us, young Master Kit. We didn't realize." Coyle apologized, then added, "It's Brother Hillary's first time in Quintongfeng City, and I hope you will overlook our transgression." Young Master Kit smiled. "Very well. For Carly's sake, I'll give him a chance." Coyle continued walking forward, leaving Eugene and Hillary behind. The slave followed, and then young Master Kit said, "Bring his dog to my residence, provide good food and care for it." Without another glance at Hillary or Eugene, he proceeded. The slave walked towards Hillary, saying nastily, "My master has taken a liking to this black dog. Take it." Hillary narrowed his eyes. This young Master Kit had quite the arrogant manner, demanding what belonged to others without negotiation. Fine. But Hillary didn't refuse, stepping aside. The slave glared at the black dog, shouting, "Beast, follow me." Woof. Before he finished, the black dog charged, sending the slave flying backward, causing him to land painfully. Coyle felt intense pain in his groin, almost unbearable. "Spineless brute," he thought as blood spurted out. The black dog pressed its paw down, tightening the slave's body further and causing even more agony. Then it seemed to smile at him. Suddenly, his head slumped, and he passed out. His vital regions truly were shattered. Chapter 91. Chop you down, believe it or not. Dean, who was about to enter the Quintensning Wind Tower, stopped in his tracks. Coyle turned his head and squinted his eyes before smiling. This black dog really had an extraordinary spirit. "Good, I like it." Coyle then looked at Hillary. "Bring your pet beast to my residence. You can follow me from now on." What a great opportunity. The crowd's expressions changed. They revealed deep envy. In Spirit Wind City, being able to serve by Dean's side was a tremendous honor. The Kit family was one of the dominant families here, linked with the Seven Princes Mansion, an opportunity most people would desperately seek. "Your dog doesn't listen to me but should obey you. Keep it for me until I have time to tame it," Dean continued, his tone casual. His gaze was still condescending toward Hillary, as if he were bestowing a grand favor upon him. "I'm sorry, this stubborn dog doesn't even listen to me." "Coyle only follows his own will," Hillary replied calmly, neither humbled nor disrespectful. Instantly, silence filled the area. Dean locked eyes with Hillary and sneered, "You unambitious thing, don't know how to seize an opportunity when it comes. Do you know what a tremendous honor it is to be by my side?" Coyle shook his head, seemingly pitying Hillary. "Brother Yi, don't miss this chance." Eugene's voice transmitted telepathically, just at the right moment. Hillary's talent was remarkable, and following Dean promised a vast future. However, Hillary remained unperturbed, calm as ever. He had no habit of becoming a slave. "You've missed a grand opportunity." As Dean spoke, he didn't wait further and personally lunged towards the big black dog, using his thunder power across space. Thunder crackled in his palm, forming a magical chain that streaked towards the black dog. But Geordie's speed was terrifying. He darted away like lightning. Dean scoffed, flicking his palm and summoning a lightning talisman. Instead of aiming forward, he threw it upward. A thunderclap roared as a daytime bolt of lightning exploded, followed by a massive net of lightning descending from the sky. The enormous lightning net not only covered Big Dodge but also affected those on the street. People on the street fell into chaos, screaming in agony as blood splattered everywhere. Even a frail woman protecting her child suffered grievous injuries when the lightning struck her. She shrieked, tightly hugging her child while being unable to move, and her child began wailing, spitting out blood due to the electrical force surging through them. "Wanna run? Dream on." Dean remained indifferent, his focus solely on the black dog. Coyle strengthened the lightning without caring about the casualties around him. At this moment, Hillary narrowed his eyes and swung his dragon-patterned blade upwards. A loud boom echoed as a blade of light surged upwards. Upon reaching closer, it transformed into a dragon shadow, roaring and breaking through the lightning net, causing it to explode immediately. Free from the pressure, Big Dodge glanced back at Hillary. Hillary nodded slightly, and the dog sped away towards the city outskirts. Fine death. Dean, furious at the fleeing dog, glared at Hillary and lashed out with a powerful kick. Hillary's expression remained unchanged, but his true intent surged within him, surpassing the first stage peak and nearing the second stage. At this moment, it all erupted with his punch, hitting directly against Dean's foot. Both stepped back simultaneously. This Dean, though young, was no ordinary cultivator. At the peak of the first stage of the Law Realm, he wielded Quintongning's spiritual energy, which could paralyze upon contact, a formidable adversary indeed. Brother Yi, do not act rashly, Eugene yelled, placing himself between Hillary and Dean. Bowing respectfully, he pleaded, please forgive Brother Yi, Dean. Coyle is new here and unfamiliar with the rules. Please give him another chance. Get out of my way. Enraged, Dean showed no more courtesy, shoving Eugene aside with a blast of lightning. Eugene flew backward, spitting blood profusely. My affairs are not something you can meddle in? Terrifying aura enveloped Dean, surrounded by silvery lightning as he advanced, his presence imposing and oppressive. Drawing his dragon-patterned blade, Hillary's eyes turned cold. I don't care where you come from, nor do I care about your identity or whether you know the rules. Bring that black dog and kneel before me to apologize. Dean was used to having everything he desired, and nobody dared challenge him in Spirit Wind City. Coyle pointed at Hillary and declared, one last chance. Hillary waved dismissively. I've tolerated you long enough. As he spoke, the street fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed. Dean seemed to think his ears deceived him, gazing incredulously at Hillary. Arrogant and lawless, do you think you are someone special? Can you just take whatever, or whoever you want, or claim anyone's life as you wish? Advancing forward, Hillary asked, have you never been beaten? As he finished speaking, his speed skyrocketed, striking before Dean could react. With a swift motion, he slashed with his blade. Boom! The blade light exploded, releasing all of his true intent through the 7-killing reverse dragon slash. Dean's face changed as he evaded and counterattacked with lightning energy. But upon impact, both forces detonated, yet Hillary was already closing in for a second. More overpowering strike, gripping the blade with both hands. The blade wasn't only sharp but incredibly heavy. Absorbing Mike blood, Hillary's cultivation had significantly improved, making him far more formidable. Now, nourished by true intent, his combat strength reached unprecedented levels, easily overpowering those at the first stage of the Law Realm. The second slash echoed loudly from top to bottom. Dean's expression drastically changed as his lightning power surged to its maximum, constructing layers of formidable defense. Yet each strike by Hillary caused tremors, lifting and pressing down the lightning again and again until, with the third blow, it shattered and crumbled. 3 consecutive strikes. Despite the paralysis from the lightning, his flowing blood overpowered the numbing effect. Ferocious and indomitable. Meanwhile, the figure of Dean trembled under the relentless strikes, eventually kneeling on one knee with a loud thud, creating spiderweb-like cracks beneath him. With his blade hovering above Dean's head, Hillary stepped forward, glaring at the half-kneeling, irate nobleman, and coldly threatened, chop you down, believe it or not? ##### Chapter 92, Servant. The knife hovered above Nelson's head, sending chills through his entire body. Yet he still snarled defiantly, you can't afford to offend the Kit family. Perhaps. Hillary paused for a moment, but the knife in his hand moved down just a bit more, almost touching Nelson's scalp. The latter shuddered violently, and terror exploded in his eyes. But right now, can I cut you down? Hillary asked. Nelson gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot red. Can I, or can I not? Hillary pressed on. Nelson was furious inside, while the street remained eerily silent. People looked at Hillary with fear and shock. This young man had tremendous courage. Not only did he suppress young Master Kit, but he also humiliated him by forcing him to the ground and questioning whether he would submit. Hum. At this moment, the knife hummed loudly, releasing a piercing sound as a powerful blade aura spread out. Hillary's eyes turned cold, and the knife moved downward slightly. Nelson's hair strands shattered instantly, and blood trickled from his scalp, sending a wave of icy coldness through his entire body. Yes, yes, yes. Nelson shouted frantically, now thoroughly terrified, feeling an unprecedented sense of impending death. Even he would cower. Fear of death. Since you admit it, then I'll chop you down. Hillary said coldly. Nelson. Coyle nearly died of fright. Just then, please show mercy, young master. A gentle voice sounded, followed by a colorful silk ribbon that appeared in front of Hillary in a dazzling flash. The silk ribbon was soft but terrifyingly fast, giving Hillary a sense of immense power. His knife was wrapped around it, and he staggered backwards several steps. Hillary raised his head and saw a woman walking out from the entrance of the Tingfeng Tower. She wore colorful clothing and a veil, but her exposed eyes were lively and captivating. A beautiful woman. Carly, Nelson exclaimed joyfully as soon as she appeared. Coyle flashed over to her side and roared at Hillary, kill him! Carly's gaze fixed on Hillary, her eyes shimmering like water. Instead of getting angry, she smiled and asked, are you from the AIDS Manor? This single sentence made the scene immediately quiet, and Nelson's expression changed dramatically. The AIDS Manor. The direct superior of the Kit family. What do you think? Hillary neither refused nor answered, smiling faintly and countering with a question. This Carly was immensely powerful, far beyond what Hillary could withstand. Coyle's gaze gave him a dangerous feeling. Carly, how could he possibly be from the AIDS Manor? Those high-ranking officials wouldn't come here, Nelson said, disbelieving. Carly replied, Javier Mountain is about to open, and the nobles of the AIDS Manor are also interested. They really have sent people here. Javier Mountain, located in the forest outside the city, was rumored to be the burial site of a powerful figure with hidden legacies within the mountain. Recently, Javier Mountain had shown unusual activity, occasionally emitting bursts of light and sword chi. Some speculated that a major event was about to occur there. Nelson stared at Hillary, scrutinizing him from all angles, saying, "Impossible. My ancestor is a steward at the Aids Manor and has never mentioned such a person. Moreover, his cultivation." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed next to him, and a slap sent him flying backward. Too much chatter. Hillary stood his ground, looking at the calm Carly and said calmly, "This doesn't prove I'm from the Aids Manor." With Hillary speaking so calmly, Carly became even more convinced that this person was likely a true genius from there. Though his cultivation was weak, his combat prowess was terrifying. Mainly, she smiled and said, "Not just anyone can perceive the essence of Tingfeng Tower. Tingfeng Tower contained an essence not easily grasped by ordinary people." It seemed this woman had been observing everything secretly. Hillary maintained his composure and said, "I am not." Carly's eyes gleamed with amusement and said, "Young master, please enter." In her mind, she was already 80% certain. With the unusual activity at Javier Mountain, the Aids Manor would send people, and this person had seen through the essence and merged with it, receiving its blessings. This indeed explained many things. Hillary no longer resisted. He knew if she thought he was from the Aids Manor, there was no way to convince her otherwise. Coyle walked inside. At this moment, Nelson was also somewhat afraid. Coyle knew about the essence, and this person had actually perceived it? Indeed, not simple. Coyle followed inside. Just then, Hillary suddenly turned back and slapped Nelson again, shouting, "Get out!" Nelson flew backward again, blood spilling from his mouth, and 3 or 4 teeth fell out. Coyle gritted his teeth in hatred, but didn't dare say another word. The people on the street had never seen him so miserable. "Get out!" As Hillary's voice faded, Carly's voice echoed, making Nelson retreat in disgrace, grinding his teeth as he left. "Royce, come along." Hillary turned to look at Eugene. Carly glanced at him briefly, then followed Hillary inside. Eugene hesitated for a moment before following. Just then, Carly turned her head, her gaze turning cold, and Eugene immediately lowered his head and said, "I'll wait outside." Coyle turned and retreated. Hillary looked at Carly, who smiled and said, "Tingfeng Tower has its own rules, and social hierarchy must be respected. These rules cannot be broken. A servant should know his place." Eugene's face flushed, his fists tightening slightly under his sleeves. Coyle harbored feelings for Carly, which was well known among the few at Tingfeng Tower. Yet, to her, he was nothing but a worthless, dignity-less servant. Servant? Eugene laughed bitterly. Indeed, he had thought too highly of himself. The current Carly was no longer the same. How could he have any qualifications to admire her? Yes, a servant should know his place. Hillary nodded, looking at Carly and said, "Go away as well." Carly was taken aback, and a cold light flickered in her eyes, but it disappeared quickly. She regained her humble demeanor and smiled. "I do not have the right to stay here either. I've made the necessary arrangements. Please rest well, young master." She truly left, even closing the entrance to Tingfeng Tower before turning to look at Eugene without reproach. She said calmly, "Don't blame me. These are the rules, especially in front of these important figures. You must observe the rules carefully. They can be unpredictable and aren't truly your friends. Remember, serving them is like living with tigers." Eugene's gaze flashed. "Mrs. Saving me." But he felt Hillary wasn't that kind of person. Then he confessed, filled with shame, "Forgive me, Mississippi. Our mission failed. Alec Pye is dead. Vance lost an arm and is severely injured, and the 7 Coilert flower is gone." Carly showed no particular reaction. She waved her hand and said, "I understand. Take your people to rest." Coiler gaze then shifted towards the Kit family's direction, paused, and stepped toward that area. End of Chapter 92. Chapter 93, Sword Deity. Is that the young master of the Aids Mansion? Most likely. On a balcony of a pavilion, an errandly man stood by the window. His hair was silver, and beside him was the veiled Janine. "Are you sure he has comprehended true intent?" the Aaron asked again. Coyle indeed has comprehended it, and became fully immersed, receiving immense benefits. Over these years, only someone from the Aids Mansion has managed this step. Janine smiled and added, "Young Master Kid is wronged. If it's truly the young master of the Aids Mansion who struck him, it would be his honor." The Aaron turned to look at Janine with a smile. "I'll handle it." "That person was brought back by Eugene," Janine said. "Our son just needed some relief. A mere servant, dispensable anyway." "Young Master Kit can do as he wishes," Janine remarked indifferently. "I've already sent people to inquire. Our ancestor should respond soon." "Indeed, it's best to confirm his identity," Janine nodded. She had also dispatched people for a covert investigation. "The commotion at Billying Mountain is growing louder. My men have discovered several major powers have secretly arrived here," the Aaron said. "We need to cooperate." "Support the Aids Mansion," Janine smiled. "This opportunity is too significant for us to handle alone. The Aids Mansion sending someone is already a sign." "True. A Sword Dao Master's blessing is of great interest even to first-tier powerhouses." While they were talking, Hillary toured the Tingfeng Tower accompanied by a specially trained attendant. These attendants were highly skilled in various ways. Even on Janine's instruction, they were ready to give everything to Hillary. For example, in front of them was a prepared pond with steam rising from the water, where an exceptionally beautiful attendant was ready to undress Hillary while blushing yet exuding charm. Woof woof. A bark echoed, disrupting the moment as a black figure came crashing through, throwing the attendant into the water. Geordie looked at Hillary. "You sure know how to enjoy yourself?" Hillary stared at him. "Stay in the mountains. This place isn't safe. I'm afraid you'll be captured and boiled." "Humph, you're worried about me ruining your good time, aren't you?" Geordie leered. "She really is pretty, curvy and all." "Stupid dog." Hillary blushed. Jordy said, let's go. Something big is happening. There's a great blessing coming here, and the Coyle origin sect has arrived outside. Hillary's eyes flickered. The Coyle origin sect? Coyle turned to leave but paused. Did Xander come personally? Not yet. Only some underlings so far. But given the allure of the blessing, I think he will come personally. Jordy had scouted the mountain and found some potential treasures brewing there. Though not fully realized, the signs were promising. Hillary smirked. If he dares come, he won't leave. Initially planning to return for revenge, if Xander comes here personally, Hillary intended to make sure he never left. Walking out with Jordy, he stole some treasures from Tingfeng Tower. Coyle now had 2 demon cores, and another one was a demonic transformation product. With his cultivation nearing breakthrough, a determined push could help him leap across 2 levels. However, he needed sufficient essence. Since Janine was willing, Hillary didn't hold back. But compared to Jordy, Hillary felt he was still quite restrained, at least maintaining some dignity. That old dog was truly greedy. Were you trying to empty the place? That 7-petal flower you ate? Hillary asked him. What are you talking about? I didn't get it, Jordy replied without batting an eye. Without further words, Hillary pulled Jordy's ear, eventually dragging him away and leaving some resources behind for Tingfeng Tower. Under cover of darkness, he and Jordy headed into the mountains. Several disciples and errands of the Coyle origin sect were looking for Hillary. These people were at the first level of Dermic realm. Though many, they were easily dispatched by Hillary and Jordy working together. After silently killing everyone, they quietly moved to a distant peak and observed the situation ahead. Their gaze fell upon another peak, bathed in moonlight, occasionally emitting dazzling brilliance. In an instant, sword shadows appeared above that peak, their brilliance almost blinding even from a distance. Sword practitioner, great sword practitioner, or nearly a sword deity, Jordy exclaimed. Hillary was startled. True sword practitioners were rare. Those in the outer Coyle origin sect were insignificant, with their founder claiming to be a great sword practitioner. But it was just a claim. The lineage on this peak wasn't just a great sword practitioner. It was a sword deity, a godlike great sword practitioner. You were suppressed by sword practitioners? Why so excited? Hillary eyed Jordy, whose eyes glowed green. You don't get it. Jordy growled. I want to practice supreme sword Tao and suppress the sword fiend. Damn, I want revenge. Jordy, suppressed for centuries, harbored deep resentment, but also had a unique resolve to use swords against sword practitioners. Hillary watched the peak intently as his fur shimmered with a faint hint of sword chi. Jordy was meditating on the sword shadows. Hillary didn't stop either. Even a fraction of the sword deity's legacy offered profound insights, aiding his comprehension of true intent. Suddenly, a sword beam shot toward them, followed by a bald man. Then he looked at Hillary and Jordy. This peak offers an excellent view of Billying Mountain, perfect for cultivating sword Tao. Scram. Both woke from their meditation, glancing at each other and then at the bald man, who radiated terrifying sword chi, clearly a true sword practitioner, at least 2nd level of Dermic realm. They didn't speak, turning and leaving directly. Eric ignored them, sitting down and focusing on the sword shadows on the distant peak. Turning, Jordy whispered to Hillary, that baldy isn't worth much, but he has good stuff. Beat him up? Isn't that bad? Hillary considered their strength disparity. The bald man's sword chi was razor sharp, and he was at least 2nd level of Dermic realm. Jordy added, some precious herbs. Hillary's eyes lit up. Why wait? Halting mid-step, Hillary suddenly turned and, to Jordy's astonishment, slashed directly at the bald man without hesitation. Jordy gritted his teeth. Do you understand ambushes? Note, the original text includes several colloquialisms and humorous interactions, which I've attempted to preserve while ensuring natural English dialogue. Chapter 94. The Flying Quintontal Girl. The glint of the blade was blinding under the night sky, aimed directly at the bald man. Eric's reaction was sharp. With a flick of his hand, a streak of sword light tore through the air. With a loud bang, an explosion resounded on the mountain peak as the blade's light was torn apart. The sword light, however, continued forward, aiming straight for Hillary. Without retreating, Hillary stepped forward and slashed down again with the dragon-patterned saber. A mighty dragon shadow erupted, dissipating the continuous stream of sword chi. Good move. Eric's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he charged out with a roar. Coyle wasn't just a sword cultivator, but also had a massive build, exuding vigorous energy. At this moment, his vigor exploded, shaking the void continuously. Approaching Hillary, he shouted, Great treasure sword. Following his shout, the sword gleamed, appearing in his hands. The sword was enormous, resembling a large door panel. Holding this door-sized sword, he angrily slammed it downward. A fierce wind howled. Hillary held the saber with both hands and fiercely blocked it. His body then retreated rapidly. His arms went numb, and blood dripped from his palms tiger mouths. This guy isn't ordinary. Boy, come, let's have a good fight. Eric charged again with his sword. This guy was a combat madman. Coyle laughed loudly, moving forward quickly, causing the ground to explode beneath his feet. At that moment, Hillary turned and ran. The big black dog had already retreated. Watching Hillary's retreat, he clicked his teeth angrily. Was little Yi insane? Didn't he know he couldn't win? What about an ambush? Wasn't charging head-on suicide? While pondering, Hillary had already rushed toward him. Just as the big black dog was about to scold him, Hillary grabbed his tail. It's your turn. Hillary stared intently at Jordy. Jordy was stunned by Hillary's unusual gaze. Then, his fur bristled, and he screamed, Quintontal Yi, you dare. Before his words completely faded in Hillary's mind, the bald man with his giant iron sword arrived, still charging fiercely. Meanwhile, Hillary, holding onto the big black dog's tail, didn't choose to escape. Instead, he rushed forward as the sword came down. Eric grinned ferociously, ready to swipe him away with one strike. Clang! But as the sword struck, Hillary swiftly swung Jordy, blocking the strike. Sparks flew, and Jordy howled painfully, yet not a single mark appeared on him. On the contrary, the bald man's hand immediately went numb, and his iron sword buzzed violently. Coyle was shocked. His sword force was immensely powerful. Such a strike could sever even an indestructible being, or leave a huge wound. Yet, this dog emerged unscathed? Kill. Amidst his shock, Hillary's eyes were cold. Coyle slashed mercilessly with his saber, unleashing his full power. A frenzied dragon surged forward, suppressing everything. Eric attacked again with his sword, while the big black dog precisely blocked it. Hillary then advanced another time, hacking down 7 killing stabs of the reversing dragon. The second blade light combined with the first, forcing downward together. Eric was overwhelmed, forced to retreat continuously. Hillary gave him no chance to breathe. With one hand wielding the saber and the other pulling the shield. No, the big black dog. He deflected all attacks. Jordy's defensive strength rivaled the hardest armor. Ignoring all attacks, Hillary pressed forward, making the bald man feel utterly helpless. His saber posed a genuine threat. Quintantle, I'll never forgive you, roared the big black dog, dragged by Hillary. This kid was despicable. Meanwhile, the bald man suffered greatly. His sword-wielding hand was numb, and his palm bled profusely. Coyle wanted to run but couldn't escape. That kid was fast like a leech, relentlessly attacking. Finally, the bald man was truly exhausted, unable to continue. Yet, Hillary's strikes persisted without end. His strength seemed boundless. Eric realized this kid wasn't simple. If not for the difference in cultivation, he might not be able to handle him. Without the big black dog, this kid was terrifying enough. Eventually, under Hillary's relentless strikes, the bald man spat blood, collapsing weakly. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Most of this blood was from anger. Though he possessed formidable cultivation, he couldn't unleash its full potential. Hillary had pinned him down, relentlessly chasing and striking, leaving him defenseless. Frustration built up in his chest. Speaking of which, where did such an incredibly resilient dog exist? Hold your hands behind your head, crouch down, and don't move. Otherwise, I'll cut you down. Hillary's voice was icy. Eric nearly burst in anger, but knew he was powerless. The damn dog blocked everything, leaving him no chance. In the end, the bald man lost his storage ring and clothes. Then Hillary knocked him unconscious with the flat side of his saber, finally leaving. Rushing out, Hillary encountered more people. Many were hidden in these woods, lured by significant temptations. Hillary steadied his breath, remaining vigilant. Coyle walked steadily with the dazed big black dog, as if nothing had happened. Big brother, have you seen my brother? Coyle has a bald head, wears black clothes, and wields a giant iron sword. A young girl approached. She looked about 13 or 14, wearing a green dress with a ponytail. Coyle's anxious eyes fixed on Hillary as she gestured with her hands. Hillary wiped sweat from his forehead, then shook his head decisively. No, I haven't. Coyle turned and walked away. Suddenly, he stopped. Quintantle girl, this forest is dangerous, especially at night. Why don't you come with me now, and look for your brother tomorrow? Maybe your brother fell asleep somewhere? Thank you, big brother. You're so kind, but I'm worried about my brother. Let me check ahead. Goodbye. She smiled warmly, revealing small white tiger teeth. Hillary felt even more ashamed. But then he saw her actions, and his shame vanished instantly, replaced by goosebumps and wide-eyed shock. Cold sweat trickled down his back. In the next instant, he exerted every ounce of strength, sprinting away faster than ever before. Coyle even pushed beyond his limits, achieving a leap of 89 zhong in a single stride. That little girl, seemingly innocent and kind at 13 or 14, could actually fly? At least 5th level of the law realm. Damn, this kid was a prodigy. If caught, Hillary felt even the big black dog might not withstand a single punch from her. Truly, there are always better people in the world, always higher heavens. Chapter 95. Wang Quinting. Coyle ran all the way to the outskirts of Spirit Wind City before he dared to stop and catch his breath. Quintantle, I'll never let this go. Jordy was thrown onto the ground, still rolling his eyes white while continuing to complain. This grudge he must settle. His whole body ached now. Didn't you say beat him up? Hillary asked. Jordy spat out a mouthful of blood, no doubt from anger. It wasn't really a mouthful, just a drop. In fact, Jordy cherished his blood so much that he quickly swallowed back half of it. Hillary immediately stepped forward, took out a jade bottle, and when the big black dog tried to reclaim the blood on the ground, he swiftly poured it into the jade bottle. Black dog's blood is truly nutritious, he remarked. Jordy. Coyle confirmed it. The lad had a dark heart hidden beneath that straight-faced exterior. Brother Yi. At this moment, Eugene and a few others walked out of the woods, carrying some game in their hands. Seeing Hillary under the moonlight, he was delighted but hesitated as he wanted to approach. Brother Yi was an important person from the AIDS mansion. Perhaps he truly didn't have the right to be friends with such a person. But Hillary stepped forward and said, Achilles Royce, I got you involved today. Approaching Eugene, he laughed casually without any airs, even turning to look at Daniel and the others. Brothers, everyone has suffered alongside me. Eugene had taken several slaps on behalf of Hillary during a crucial moment, which was already very rare for him. Coyle sincerely greeted those people with clasped fists. Eugene stared at his smile and replied with a sincere one of his own. Let's have a few drinks? Sure. Everyone returned to Eugene's courtyard. Several large jars of wine were placed on the table. The game they had hunted was roasted on the spot. Large gulps of wine and chunks of meat consumed. Hillary quickly became part of the group, and the men also relaxed, calling Hillary brother. Brother Yi, today you actually avenged us. Nelson is a little tyrant here, yet you thrashed him until he couldn't even fart. Daniel was quite pleased. Those slaps were really satisfying to watch. Hillary smiled but said nothing. What's Carly's background? She can't be too old, right? Hillary asked, taking advantage of the alcohol. Carly used to be a courtesan, bullied by ruffians. It was our Achilles Royce who saved her from drunken Miss Tower. But later, Carly somehow gained enlightenment and grew incredibly powerful. Then she founded Quintensning Wind Tower, said Daniel. Big Brother has always harbored deep feelings for Carly, so he joined Quintensning Wind Tower as well. In the early days, Quintensning Wind Tower had no authority. It was Achilles Royce who led us through countless battles, and many of our brothers fell. Then Carly befriended the AIDS Mansion, and we became mere servants. Don't spout useless nonsense. She has her own difficulties, Eugene retorted. She stands where she is, involuntarily. Daniel raised his head and drank a few large gulps of wine, saying discontentedly, if it weren't for Big Brother, I would have left long ago. Carly betrayed you, and today young Master Kid attacked you, but she showed no concern. You are his savior, and we've shed blood for Quintensning Wind Tower. But what are we now? They all fell silent. They had risked life and limb fighting for Quintensning Wind Tower. What did people think of them now? Servants? Do they get even basic respect? Eugene shot a glare at them, and they ceased talking. Subsequently, Eugene lapsed into silence, drinking heavily. Hillary changed the subject, chatting with everyone. However, Eugene couldn't join in anymore. Coyle sat aside, holding a wine jar, gazing at the moon, and drinking endlessly. Hillary approached him. Do you need reasons to love someone? Eugene suddenly asked. I don't understand, Hillary paused, then added. But I know that love should be expressed loudly. Eugene laughed bitterly. What qualifications do I have to love? I'm just a nobody, no strength, no background, no wealth. With what can I love? Love. Just keep it in my heart. In any case, if Carly needs help with something, I will assist her and make her happy. Coyle's smile alone makes me feel content. Only, my brothers, they suffer. Love requires capital. Eugene knew that Carly had changed. She was no longer that frail woman. She now had status, identity, and backing. Coyle's perspective had broadened. To love her, one needed power or money. And he, Eugene, had none of those things. Only an unwavering heart. Laughing bitterly again, he continued drinking. Hillary sat next to Eugene, while the big black dog lay on the other side of Hillary, holding a piece of beast meat in its mouth. The voice of the black dog echoed in Hillary's mind. A poor dog who loves unrequitedly. With a smack, Hillary slapped the dog's head hard. The black dog bared its teeth. Quintantilyi, this isn't over. Just wait. Today, he had endured unbearable humiliation. Hillary ignored it, picked up the wine jar, clinked it against Eugene's jar, and drank deeply. Those hardy men nearby also joined in, very generous with their alcohol. They clinked glasses repeatedly with Hillary, who drank joyfully, as if returning to several years ago when he fought alongside those brothers for the Yi family. After every major battle, regardless of victory or defeat, there would always be a grand celebration. People who lived by the sword could disappear any time. Quinton for today, drink for today. They drank deep into the night. Hillary got up and left, not returning to Quintensning Wind Tower. Instead, he found an ordinary inn and stayed there. Immediately after, he entered cultivation mode. Ansel might come, and Hillary needed to boost his strength to ensure whoever came wouldn't return. Furthermore, he needed to infiltrate the AIDS Mansion. There was first-class Hall watching him closely. The stronger, the better. Coyle didn't want a repeat of what happened at Star River Sect. At critical moments, he didn't want to resort to running away. Coyle took out 2 demon cores, a half-drop of Mike blood, and the treasures he acquired from Quintensning Wind Tower, absorbing them crazily. Although they couldn't be refined immediately, all the energy could be stored in the dragon-shaped Danteon within his body. Absorbing all this energy, given the opportunity, Hillary felt qualified to break through 2 levels and reach the 9th layer of Spirit Realm. Meanwhile, the big black dog, lying at his bed's foot, radiated a faint glow, its aura rapidly growing. This damn dog's cultivation speed was indeed commendable. Storing these essences within him, Hillary took out another storage ring, which belonged to the bald man. Thinking of the bald man, Hillary was annoyed. His sister was so strong. Meeting her again would probably end in a beating. Never mind, eat first. Opening the storage ring, as Jordy had mentioned, there were indeed a few precious herbs inside. Grade 9 spirit herbs followed by treasure herbs. One treasure herb was worth at least 10,000 divine crystals. This storage ring contained 3 of them. In addition, there was a purple token inside with familiar writing. Hillary had seen it before. It was when he was at Star River Sect. Quintonby had once shown one. Wong Quinting. AIDS Mansion. Was the bald man and that little girl from the AIDS Mansion too? Chapter 96. Not a match. After the night passed, Hillary had also absorbed the treasure medicine, but he did not keep it all for himself. Coyle took only 2 plants and gave one to Hart. You're actually decent enough. Hart felt somewhat consoled. Hillary got up, tidied his clothes and said, Don't worry, Hillary, am not petty. Although I was the one who brought Harley down, you did contribute. Woof woof. Hart truly went all out. A fierce battle between man and dog ensued, starting inside the tavern and spilling outside. Hillary had the upper hand, while Hart, though with terrifying defense, still felt pain. Hillary's saber wasn't for show. Sir. At this moment, a familiar voice echoed. 2 people approached from outside the tavern. One was Roni, and the other was an errandly man with silver hair. The Jace smiled, stepped forward, and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, Sir, this Jace is Aiken, head of the Kit family. Hillary's eyelids twitched. These people truly mistook him for someone important from the AIDS Mansion. Coyle smiled and said, Mr. Kit, you are too kind. I have matters to attend to. Let's chat later. Coyle didn't want to be around these people. They were all seasoned veterans. Too much talk could lead to slip-ups. His identity must not be exposed yet. However, Roni interjected, Sir, we've prepared a feast for you, and there's also something about Billying Mountain that needs reporting. Before Hillary could refuse, Roni moved closer, a gentle fragrance wafting over as she removed her veil. An incomparable beauty revealed. No wonder Eugene adored her. Sir, I sincerely invite you. You can't bear to refuse me, can you? A grand banquet has been prepared for you at the Tingfeng building. Hillary paused, no longer refusing outright. Coyle wanted to inquire more about the great sword cultivator from Billying Mountain. On the third floor of Tingfeng building, inside an opulent private room, a lavish table full of mountain delicacies and sea treasures awaited, all sourced from formidable beasts. Several wine jugs lined the side, one of which emitted a fragrant aroma when opened, causing even Hillary's dragon blood to flow faster. This feast was incredibly valuable, far exceeding yesterday's by many times. Yet Hillary remained wary, finding less enjoyment than in yesterday's hearty drinking and eating. Please, sir. Roni and Aiken stood beside as Hillary sat down, followed by their smiles. Suddenly, bang! The door exploded inward. A blood-streaked figure walked in, eyes crimson with madness. Hillary was taken aback. Royce? Eugene saw Hillary too, a bitter smile on his face. How naive he had been, thinking these big shots would care about them. Mississippi. Eugene held a saber in one hand, looking at Roni, tears welling up in his eyes. Why did you do this? What do you mean? Roni frowned. If not for your secret consent, Master Kit wouldn't have dared to slaughter us. I know Master Kit has grievances, but targeting just me, Eugene, would have been enough. Why did you kill my brothers? Why kill all of them? They shed blood for Tingfeng building. Eugene's voice trembled, filled with anguish. It hurt, deeply hurt. Those men were his brothers, who stayed loyal because of him, willing to risk their lives for Roni. Hillary's body shook. His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Those men were dead? The comrades he shared laughter and drinks with last night were all gone? Killed by Master Kit? Because he returned with Hillary, because Hillary bested Master Kit, and due to Hillary's newfound status, Master Kit couldn't offend him directly, so he turned to them? They were scapegoats. Roni frowned. Master Kit? All right, you may step aside now. I will address this matter. Mr. Kit, your son's actions were indeed too extreme. Aiken replied, Coyle has been spoiled. I'll punish him strictly upon return and give Tingfeng building a satisfactory answer. Go treat your wounds first. Having spoken, they ignored Eugene and looked at Hillary. We apologize for disturbing you. Miss. Eugene remained unmoved, trembling, his voice hoarse. Eugene, may be lowly, but I'm not oblivious. I understand every word of yours, and your intentions. I always knew what you expected and what we were to you. If you want my life, take it, even if I cut off my own head. I won't mind after choosing this path and realizing my mistake. But, because of Master Kit's anger, to maintain ties with the Kit family, for their benefits, you sacrificed my brothers, your very own contributors? When did you become so ruthless? Eugene, you speak too much. I've already promised an explanation. Roni's tone turned cold. Do you think these aren't enough? Do you remember the snowy night that year? Without us, where would you be now? What fate would you have met? Tears rolled down Eugene's face, mixing with blood, creating a gruesome sight. My brothers' heads are still displayed in the courtyard. They stare at me, unable to rest peacefully. They have families too. Sammy, Grant, Ambrosio, how will their parents endure this? Eugene's heart has frozen. I failed them and worse, those parents. So I, Eugene, will seek justice for my brothers. Raising his saber toward Roni, tears streaming down his face. You're too cruel. Suddenly, Hillary's dragon-patterned saber blocked the blow. Eugene looked at Hillary, his eyes filled with even deeper sorrow. Hillary rushed forward, striking with the back of his blade, forcing Eugene backward. The black dog then charged in, knocking Eugene out of the room, carrying him away swiftly. Turning back, Hillary looked at Roni, noticing the menacing glint on her finger. Miss, quite ruthless, aiming to kill, huh? Roni smiled faintly, hiding the glint, and said, Sir cares deeply about my underlings? Had Hillary not intervened, Eugene would already be dead. I simply feel they were loyal, fighting fiercely for you. Killing them like this wouldn't hurt you? Hillary's voice turned cold. Roni's expression didn't change. She continued smiling. These lowly underlings disrupting your refined dining. They deserved death. You treat them as slaves, killing freely. So, can I consider you a slave too, fit for killing? Hillary stared at Roni. Roni's face changed. A flash of murderous intent crossed her eyes, unnoticed by others, but clear to Hillary's dragon blood senses. She would strike. The AIDS mansion might want her dead, but she would fight back. And Hillary was not her match. Chapter 97. No one keeps a dog. Hillary cast a deep glance at Esme, who was nervously staring back at him, her face revealing fear and dread. Though the murderous intent she exuded was concealed, Hillary could still sense it. Coyle's reverence for the AIDS mansion did not seem as heavy as one might expect. On the surface, she appeared like a delicate flower petal, yet her courage likely surpassed even her ample chest. She was ruthless and cunning. She dared to kill someone from the AIDS mansion. She dared to take action and kill. Moreover, this woman gave Hillary an ever-present sense of danger. There seemed to be a unique energy within her, a power that could instantly slay him. No matter how formidable his blade was, it would struggle to penetrate her. Master, please calm down. It's all because of that little brat from my family. I'll definitely make him kneel and apologize in front of you. Master, please calm down. Do calm down. At this moment, Aiken stood up, trying to mediate. Dealing with Esme was manageable, since the people behind Quintensning Wind Tower had nothing to do with her. In the worst case, they could flee far away. However, the Kit family was different. It was his bloodline clan. His ancestor was a steward in the AIDS mansion, so he couldn't act rashly. Master, this girl indeed acted improperly. Please forgive her this time, Esme said humbly, beads of sweat appearing on her smooth forehead, seemingly genuinely frightened. Slap! Hillary still lashed out, striking her face, leaving a vivid red handprint. She trembled in fear. As a warning, Hillary did not press his advantage. Coyle reined in his killing intent, merely giving a lesson. If he truly unleashed a deadly move, the opponent would fight back desperately. Come with me to bury those brothers. Coyle turned and walked away, clenching his fists beneath his sleeves. Sammy, Big Tiger, Second Egg, those hardy men died too miserably. This incident had started because of him. He must take responsibility. Kitmaster, Esme, Aiken, behind him. Esme reigned in her murderous aura and glanced at Kit Patriarch, who nodded subtly and followed. Walking behind Hillary, they communicated telepathically. Esme asked, Kit Patriarch, have you asked your ancestor about this young master from the AIDS mansion? I sent someone immediately yesterday, but there's been no word yet. Aiken responded, isn't this master acting a bit low? We are all serving the AIDS mansion, and you and I are worth more than those slaves. Doesn't he lack perspective? It's not necessarily so. Many young masters from major clans don't care only about interests. They often pretend to be kind, sticking up for the slaves to show they value emotions and righteousness. Esme's eyes flashed. But he does raise my suspicions. His techniques, his path, his cultivation aura seems somewhat different from those in the AIDS mansion. Be cautious. Coyle's not afraid despite your superior cultivation. That shows he might be emboldened by something. Aiken, experienced and careful, wouldn't take risks. The cost would be too high. They silently followed Hillary until he stopped before a small courtyard, paused for a moment, and pushed open the gate. As the door opened, a pungent stench of blood hit them. Hillary entered, scanning the area with eyes that turned icy cold. Boundless murderous intent. In the courtyard, bodies lay haphazardly, their heads severed and scattered everywhere. Blood painted the ground red. Grim. Extremely grim. Brother Hillary, let's drink. I'm rough around the edges, but I think you're a true brother. Damn, you're my type. Our brother Hillary is highly placed, but he treats us as brothers, birds of a feather. Ha ha ha, doesn't Second Egg look cultured? Last night's lively scenes flashed before his eyes. Brothers, may you rest in peace. Hillary muttered in his heart. Then, members of Quintensning Wind Tower arrived to sew the corpses back together. Under Hillary's watchful eye, they were taken to an empty field outside the city for burial. After finishing, Hillary turned away. From afar, low, suppressed sobs could be heard. People clutched their mouths, unable to wail openly. Old and young, men and women, including a few children aged 7 or 8. Some had collapsed helplessly, looking worse than dead. Among them was a young woman holding an infant. The baby, seeing its mother's tear-streaked face, began to cry. The baby cried. Hillary looked over. The woman, terrified, quickly covered the baby's mouth, fearing to anger important figures. Weakness is the original sin. Loved ones dead, yet even mourning loudly required their permission. Sad. Coyle are trenchingly sad. Let's go. Hillary quickened his pace, leaving the mourners to pay their final respects. As they left, cries and wails echoed, tearing through the air. Creak. His fist clenched again under his sleeve, fingers nearly snapping. Hillary felt like a coward. Coyle wasn't built for hesitation. Now was the time to fight fiercely. Forget the consequences, kill as many as possible. Unable to hold back, he raised his saber, turning and slashing backward. The sword light carried boundless rage. Esme and Aiken dodged instantly as the blade streaked between them. Hillary's expression remained cold as he advanced again. Master, calm down. They shouted. You. Hillary roared. This moment, don't act impulsively. Some things need time, said the big black dog, having knocked out Eugene and secured him safely. Hillary took a deep breath, suppressing his raging fury. Impulsiveness wouldn't solve anything now. Coyle wanted vengeance, justice for those fallen. But this wasn't the right moment for rash actions. To Harrimley Manor. Coyle said 3 words and quickened his pace. Aiken's body tensed. Going to Harrimley Manor? A bad feeling washed over him, but he had no choice but to follow. Esme didn't dare leave either. Arriving at a luxurious mansion, just then, a shrill eagle cry pierced the sky. Hillary looked up to see a black eagle swooping down, carrying a Jace who appeared windworn, having traveled a long distance. Hillary's eyes flickered, clenching his fists tighter. The big black dog stood ready. Clearly, both sensed the imminent investigation to ensure everything went according to plan. This man was likely a messenger. Now, the Jace landed, glanced at Hillary, and bowed, which heightened Hillary's alertness. The man knew him but stayed silent for now, his gaze odd. In this tense moment, the Jace walked beside Kit Patriarch, his expression blank but whispering, I waited all night to meet the person sent by our ancestor. Joan to status limitations, not much information was gathered, but he told me. There are few ye surnames in the AIDS mansion, even fewer ye masters aged 17 or 18. Especially, no one keeps a dog. Chapter 98, to the Harrimley. Aiken's eyes flickered. At the same time, Carly said, however, a lot of information cannot be directly inquired about. The AIDS manor is intricately connected, and as our ancestor has many inconvenient aspects to his identity. Aiken replied, indeed, our ancestor is just an attendant. Coyle cannot access the higher levels, or the core circles. An attendant in the AIDS manor was truly nothing more than a servant. A servant asking about their master's affairs was taboo. Even if they wanted to inquire, they could only obtain some fragmented information. At this moment, the Erinley messenger returned and said, the ancestor sent word that the AIDS manor indeed sent people over. They arrived yesterday. According to what he knows, there are those from the Gerardo family and the Bowie family. Coyle doesn't know about the others. Aiken narrowed his eyes again, and Carly's gaze grew serious. This was very suspicious. The Gerardo family and Bowie family were well-known large families of the AIDS manor, among the 7 main branches, descendants of the 7th prince. Moreover, these people only arrived yesterday, but this Hillary had come with Eugene days ago, according to Eugene. Also, a young master from one of the Aide's subordinate forces will arrive. The Quinton family's young master Quintonu Kalmanyi, the old servant added. The Quinton family? That's one of the prominent forces under the Aide's manor. Young Master Quintonu might know more. Aiken felt slightly relieved. Perhaps this man's arrival could help verify Hillary's true identity. Let's go, Hillary said, striding into the Haramali compound. Summon Nelson here to meet me. I think this matter is targeted at me. Aiken was startled, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Hillary vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside him, moving with a unique gait. This step made Aiken tremble intensely. Young master, please wait. I'll have that little rabbit come to apologize immediately. 1,000-foot leap. Hillary executed the 1,000-foot leap. This was a technique from the Aide's manor. His family's ancestor had learned a fraction of it, and secretly taught him to use it discreetly. Now, Hillary performed it fluidly, demonstrating incredible speed. The profundity of the skill shown here was undoubtedly a result of deep tradition. His doubts diminished further. Perhaps their ancestor hadn't fully uncovered all the details. Carly also suppressed her impulsive thoughts. At this moment, footsteps approached from ahead, and young Master Kit was brought forward. Upon seeing Hillary, sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Coyle then hurried forward, bowing deeply. Greetings, young Master Yi. All traces of arrogance vanished. His arrogance was confined within the city, while the Aide's manor was their lord. In his heart, Hillary's status equaled that of a crown prince. Slap. A loud slap echoed. Nelson trembled. Slap. Another slap followed, drawing blood from Nelson, who pleaded, "Forgive me, young master. I didn't know better." Slap. Hillary slapped Nelson a third time, causing his mouth to fill with blood, several teeth flying out. Fear filled Nelson's eyes as he continued, "I deserve to die. Then die." Hillary drew his sword, its gleam flashing dangerously, emitting a chilling aura so cold it seemed to freeze the world. Thud. Nelson collapsed on the ground, shivering in fear, drenched in sweat which soaked through his clothes in an instant. Aiken rushed forward, bowing and pleading, "Please calm down, young master. The Kit family is loyal to the Aide's manor. Our ancestor serves in the Aide's manor. Please, for old time's sake, give my son another chance. I promise to discipline him strictly." Hillary hadn't intended to kill him. Not yet. Killing him now would complicate matters. Meanwhile, Hillary's gaze swept over several trembling servants nearby. In his eyes, they deserved death. Clearly, they feared retribution for aiding Nelson in killing Daniel and Dahu. Sheathing his sword, he said, "Young Master Kit, you're above everyone else. I came here prepared to give you a pet beast." Nelson almost spat blood out of shock. Coyle been posturing in the wrong place. "Oh right, you also said you wanted me as a slave. Young Master Kit, with your extraordinary talent, perhaps you can enlighten me a bit." Hillary continued sarcastically, clearly still upset over the earlier incident. At this, Aiken quickly interjected, "Your talent far surpasses my son. Since you're visiting the Kit residence, why not visit our creation grounds? There's much to gain there." As he spoke, he enveloped Nelson in protective energy, fearing Hillary might take his life. These young masters could kill without blinking an eye. Eliminating Nelson would hardly matter. Hillary glanced at him, sheathed his sword, and waved his hand. "Let's go." Everyone followed behind Hillary, including Nelson, who dared not leave. They soon arrived at the back mountain of the Kit residence. Ahead, a patch of land pulsed with latent lightning energy. Quintongning Valley. The lightning within can forge one's physical body, and lightning essence can strengthen cultivation. Beyond that, it can test one's talent. If sufficiently impressive, one might even receive hidden lightning spirit liquid. Boom. As the words fell, Hillary stepped inside, triggering an explosion of silver lightning across the area. Aiken's face changed. "Young master, please don't." Entering Quintongning Valley required wearing Thunder Dao armor, both for easier absorption of thunder essence and protection of the body. The lightning within was terrifying. Even ordinary law realm cultivators struggled to withstand it. Boom. As Aiken spoke, Hillary took another step, and the atmosphere within the valley intensified. The lightning was no longer silver, but turned blue. Blue lightning. Aiken's expression darkened further. Blue lightning was more powerful. Even peak first-level law realm practitioners would struggle to resist. Inside, Hillary indeed bled, causing Aiken's face to change once more as he attempted to enter. However, Carly flashed before him. "Just watch." Aiken's eyes flickered, hiding his anxiety. Nelson clenched his fists under his sleeves. Despite outward respect, fury burned within. Coyle hoped this brat would nearly die in there and finally know pain. Coyle couldn't attack Hillary, but if Hillary did it to himself, who could blame anyone? Best case, he'd be completely crippled. Yet, as Hillary bled, he kept advancing. With his third step, he reached deeper into the valley, where purple light flickered. Majestic purple lightning. Coyle possesses terrifying talent, invoking majestic purple lightning. Aiken exclaimed in awe, finally acknowledging Hillary's true identity. Purple lightning indicated exceptional talent, rarely seen. But this wasn't the end. With a roar, a majestic figure formed within the Quintongning Valley, composed of purple lightning and exuding immense pressure. A true body of Thunder Dao. Aiken almost fainted, eyes wide with bloodshot veins. This was too overpowering. Chapter 99. Thunder Spirit Quintonquit. The Thunder Valley offers immense opportunities, where silver thunder, green thunder, and purple thunder exist. Beyond these, the most terrifying force is the Thunder True Body. This entity embodies the essence of lightning power. It represents an astonishing innate ability. Today, no member of the Kit family can achieve this, not even he. However, it also comes with danger. The Thunder True Body is incredibly formidable, capable of killing any existence within the second layer of the Dermic realm. Boom. At that very moment, Hillary slashed out fiercely at the purple figure, his blade transforming into a dragon's shadow. However, striking the Thunder True body resulted in an explosion. It remained unshaken. In response, the Thunder True body punched down. Boom! A shockwave erupted during daylight itself. The Thunder Valley trembled. Hillary suddenly retreated but advanced again after 3 steps, delivering another powerful slash. This Thunder True body possessed overwhelming offensive power. Its body was forged by lightning, strengthening its blood and chi. His Supreme True Dragon body had reached the 2nd level and could be further enhanced under the influence of lightning. Simultaneously, he stored massive amounts of energy within him, requiring only such powerful attacks to rapidly stimulate its refinement. This was, in essence, a test. Kill. 1 slash. Hillary was sent flying backward. The 2nd slash left Hillary bleeding. After the 3rd slash, Hillary flew back, bleeding profusely, his body charred black, some parts even flayed open. Yet, despite these grave injuries, his blood chi flourished more vigorously, his cultivation strengthened, and he grew increasingly powerful. Kill. Coyle charged again. Onlookers outside watched this scene with chills running down their spines. His tenacity in fighting despite such grievous injuries was astounding. No wonder he was a young master from a prominent family. Even Carly was impressed. To see someone at the spirit realm perform such feats was unheard of and unprecedented. Nelson trembled in fear. If he were there, he would have exploded long ago. That boy was indeed much more terrifying than he. Thunder roared incessantly, explosions resounding non-stop. The Thunder True body stood motionless while Hillary continuously bled, his blood turning the valley red. Lordy, it's enough now. It's dangerous. Aiken spoke up, fearing that if something happened to Hillary, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. It's fine. Another voice sounded. A figure strode over from afar, wearing a green robe, his hair flowing freely, skin fair, appearance exquisite, though lacking in chest. Indeed, a man. A man as beautiful as a woman. Quintonu Coleman E. The butlers of Seven Wangfu are not simple characters. Let him have his way, Quintonu Coleman said with a faint smile, as he strolled to the front of Thunder Valley. Note: for better fluency and natural reading in English, Seven Wangfu should be translated fully. Without the full original term, I assume it refers to Seven Princes Manor, or similar. If you can provide the full term, that would be great. Otherwise, I will continue with this assumption. Additionally, the style seems to blend modern and classical Chinese novel translations. To maintain consistency, I will keep the somewhat formal yet approachable tone in English. Coyle then glanced at the anxious Aiken and calmly added, among the 7 Quintonages of the 7 Wangfu, there is no Yi family, nor does it rank among the prominent families. Even if he really comes from there, it wouldn't be a big issue. Note: 7 Wangfu seems to be a placeholder or transliteration in pinyin. Depending on context, it should be translated as 7 Princes Manor, or similar. Without more context, I can only provide this close translation. Improved version. Coyle then glanced at the anxious Aiken and calmly added, among the 7 main lineages of the 7 Princes Manor, there is no Yi family, nor does it rank among the prominent families. Even if he really comes from there, it wouldn't be a big issue. Coyle spoke with indifference. Moreover, I have never seen this person among the butlers, or young misses of 7 Mansion who came with me. Coyle narrowed his eyes. To maintain consistency in terminology and style, 7 Wangfu is better translated as 7 Mansion, here to fit the context and ensure fluency in English. Carly immediately replied, Lord Quintonu, you traveled with those people. Yes. Quintonu Coleman E confirmed, throughout our journey, I've never heard of any Lord Yi accompanying us. Carly's eyes gleamed sharply. Aiken hesitated for a moment. Meanwhile, Hillary continued his attacks, his blood chi growing stronger invisibly. The energy inside him rapidly refined, but his cultivation hadn't broken through yet. Coyle suppressed it, waiting to break through 2 levels at once, reaching the 9th level of the spirit realm. This place truly had a profound effect on his cultivation, but there's a limit to this. Coyle was injured and quite seriously at that. Coyle sheathed his sword and retreated. But this time, the Thunder True body pursued, delivering another punch. The punch was accompanied by thunderclaps, causing immediate alarm among the spectators due to its tremendous power. Quintonu Coleman sneered. Some don't know their place. The Quintonu family held a distinguished position among the subordinate forces of 7 Wangfu, often mingling with the butlers and young misses there. Their relationship was close, and their status was higher than many of the other families in 7 Wangfu. To further refine the translation, the Quintonu family enjoyed a prominent position among the forces subordinate to 7 Wangfu. Its members frequently socialized with the butlers and young misses of 7 Wangfu, enjoying a close relationship that elevated their status above many other families within 7 Wangfu. Even if Hillary truly came from there, he wasn't afraid. Besides, they were still at the Haramali territory. However, he seemed to be overthinking it. Hillary didn't advance further but quickly said, I'm done playing. Whoosh. With his words, a dark shadow flashed past and dashed straight toward the Thunder True body before Hillary. The onlookers' gazes flickered momentarily, followed by sarcastic laughter. Quintonu Coleman shook his head. It was sheer hubris. The black dog had caught his attention earlier. Its cultivation was barely satisfactory, and he believed a single sword strike could kill it. Coyle was at the 2nd layer of the Dermic realm, though he had just entered the 2nd layer. Compared to him, the dog was far inferior. Only, boom, the Thunder True body's fist struck down, and the big black dog instantly intercepted it, the purple lightning landing entirely on him. Yet, there was not a single scratch. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically again. Quintonu Coleman shuddered violently. Impossible. Unfortunately, as he marveled, the big black dog endured the 2nd blow with just a whimper, without a single trace of injury. Quintontal leaf, that hurts like hell. Quintonston, I must get more benefits from this. Jordy transmitted to Hillary. Coyle harbored resentment towards the kid, but couldn't ignore the rewards inside the Thunder True body, which he sought. While blocking the attacks, Hillary gripped his blade tightly, his aura reaching its peak. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the youth had transformed into a blade. A drawn blade. A blade exposing all its sharpness. What formidable Dal Yi! Quintonu Coleman exclaimed in shock. This Dal Yi surpassed even his own. How domineering was this kid? Note: for a more natural read, consider replacing Dal Yi with blade intent, or sword intent, depending on the context. What formidable blade intent! Quintonu Coleman exclaimed in shock. This blade intent surpassed even his own. How domineering was this kid? Slash! A loud shout. At the same moment, Hillary's blade cut down fiercely, the blade light thicker than ever before, emitting unprecedented pressure. This was Hillary's full-force attack after his strength had surged. Boom! The blade light split down, while Jordy collided, concealing his sword chi beneath the blade light, joining forces with Hillary. Jordy had reached the peak of the first layer of the dermic realm. Strength joined together. Power multiplied. Rumble. The Thunder True body trembled, developing cracks, and in the next moment, directly exploded under everyone's astonished gaze. From within, a drop of purple liquid appeared. That was Thunder Spirit Quintonquid. Overflowing vitality. No, not just one drop. A second drop emerged right after. Instantly, Aiken and Nelson widened their eyes, inhaling cold breaths. This tested talent, with such terrifying potential, resulted in more spirit liquids appearing. 2 drops were already formidable, but this wasn't the limit. In fact, far from it. Following the appearance of the 2 drops, Jordy rushed over, greedily swallowing them all, then looked at Hillary, chuckling. But mere moments later, his canine eyes bulged, and he inwardly yelled, "Damn! #### Chapter 100. Are you seriously annoying?" The giant black dog roared internally at the terrifying scene ahead, which left him utterly shocked. In an instant, he dashed forward at full speed. Hillary had already arrived first, and then he revved up his power. Inside his body, the dragon-shaped Danteon roared violently, transforming into a vortex. That vortex exerted a terrifying suction force, specifically targeting only the essence. The onlookers were stunned, their minds reeling as if struck by thunder. Ahead of them, a purple rainstorm began. It was spirit quintonkning fluid, pouring down like rain. Infinite. Whoosh. Hillary absorbed frantically. The injuries on his body healed rapidly under the influence of the spirit quintonquid, while his essence reserves grew even larger. These essences could be called boundless. If given the chance, Hillary felt confident that he could break through 2 stages effortlessly, perhaps even more terrifyingly. The big black dog arrived just moments later, but in just a few breaths, the purple liquid vanished. Gone. Coyle barely managed to snatch 5 drops. Then, his entire being became utterly miserable. Coyle glared fiercely at Hillary, baring his teeth in uncontrollable anger. Too cunning. Frightening. Too frightening. His talent is simply unparalleled. I've never encountered such a scene in my life. Aiken shouted loudly. And yet, his heart was bleeding internally. Tremendous loss. All those blessings were almost completely monopolized by Lord Yi. There, it was actually a grand ancient array, not even set up by members of the Haremily. Those blessings had limits, and now that Hillary had taken everything, the grand array would dissolve. Kit Valley, rendered useless. Regret beyond measure. Hillary emerged with a calm expression, looking at Aiken, who appeared to be mentally hemorrhaging with a pained expression. Just this? Aiken. Just this? Isn't it enough? Is this all it takes to qualify as a blessed land? Hillary added. Aiken. Really making me bleed. Lord Yi sure has skills, Quintonu Coleman finally spoke, genuinely acknowledging someone he hadn't seen before. Yet, he had seen many young masters and noble heirs from the 7 Princes Manor. Famous ones were well known. An existence with such terrifying talent should have been renowned long ago. Well said, Hillary replied arrogantly, completely ignoring Quintonu Coleman with a condescending attitude. Coyle walked to one side, where the giant black dog glared at Hillary. Though he benefited too, it paled in comparison to Hillary's gains. This kid was really perceptive, possibly sensing the blessing within before the lightning erupted, yet not uttering a word. Quintontle, I'll remember this, he telepathically grumbled. Remember again? Hillary chuckled mockingly. That one word again, enraged the black dog even more. This wasn't the first time he suffered a setback at Hillary's hands. When had he ever felt so humiliated? At this moment, Quintonu Coleman's gaze turned cold. Hillary's disregard for him was an act of disdain. Coyle stepped forward, placing himself within Hillary's line of sight, and addressed him. I know quite a few young masters and noble heirs from the 7 Princes Manor, such as young Master Gerardo, Christopher, senior brother Quentin Jackie, Zishuan. While he was babbling, Hillary turned to Aiken and asked, any other good things? Quintonu Coleman's eyes flickered. Coyle stepped forward for the 3rd time, interrupting Aiken, and formally asked Hillary, may I ask which lineage you belong to? Before he finished, Hillary suddenly took a step forward and slapped him hard across the face. Are you seriously annoying? Quintonu Coleman stumbled backward, leaving a glaring handprint on his cheek and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face darkened. You? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Hillary's blade was already out, releasing a burst of light straight towards Quintonu Coleman. The latter's expression changed abruptly as he summoned his magic power. Instantly, a large palm imprint condensed in front of him and slammed forward. The wind howled, but Hillary's blade was even more fearsome, instantly tearing through the palm imprint. With another step forward, the blade continued advancing. Still facing Quintonu Coleman, killing intent radiated. Sweat dripped from Quintonu Coleman's forehead as immense pressure and chilling killing intent enveloped him, sending terror coursing through his heart. The blade loomed large in his vision, piercingly sharp and increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, a colorful silk ribbon appeared, blocking Hillary's blade. A powerful shockwave caused the blade light to explode. Hillary didn't move, But the ribbon swept Quintonu Coleman away from the blade to a distance, where he looked at Hillary fearfully. Almost killed. Lord, Roni intervened, smiling and saying, Lord Quintona's offense does not warrant death. Your reaction might have been a bit hasty. Coyle's beautiful eyes focused on Hillary, and Aiken glanced over, finding Hillary's actions too ruthless. It made them suspect that this was murder to cover up something. Hillary stood there calmly, asking, What do you mean? Roni smiled. Young Master Quintonu admires your talent, and was carried away by admiration, thus speaking excessively. Him. Hillary glanced at Quintonu Coleman, his lips curling into a sneer, his gaze filled with utmost disdain. At this moment, he was incredibly arrogant and cold. Does he deserve it? Quintonu Coleman almost exploded in anger. Just as Roni prepared to speak again, Hillary waved his sleeve, revealing a purple token. Pointing at Quintonu Coleman, he declared, Coyle doesn't even have the right to kneel before me. Prince's token. Everyone was startled, their scalps tingling. Roni and Aiken's expressions changed drastically, all their doubts vanishing immediately. They kneeled to the ground in unison. Even Quintonu Coleman, gripped by fear, dared not say anything more and knelt down. Prince's token. Only the elite descendants of the main branches of the Seven Princes Manor could possess it. Others without extremely special status had no qualification to own it. This person was not simple. This token held great authority. Seeing the token was like seeing the prince. Forgive me, Lord. Quintonu Coleman overstepped. Quintonu Coleman quickly apologized. Coyle did indeed know many young masters and noble heirs from the Seven Princes Manor, but those true elites and major figures viewed him merely as a servant. Quintonk the Gerardo siblings and the Dream family young master, they were incomparably authoritative presences, able to kill him with a mere thought. Moreover, there were many whom he had no right to approach. The Seven Princes Manor was vast, beyond his full comprehension. Humph! Hillary's eyes flashed as he put away the token, thinking that this token truly possessed boundless power. Its holder must hold the position rivaling Quintonby and Clifford. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed above the city. Hillary immediately looked up, seeing a colossal sword shadow floating in the sky above the forest. The space around the sword shimmered, golden lotuses bloomed, and tiger and crane shadows emerged, forming an impressive spectacle. Blessings had arrived? Chapter 101. I will never let you go. The sword shadow hung in the air, with 10,000 beams of light. Tigers and cranes accompanied it, presenting a myriad of phenomena. The destiny-changing event at the Mountain of Falling Blossoms was about to unfold. At this moment, Aiken stood up quickly and said, Young master, the destiny-changing event is about to start. Let's go to the forest first and discuss this matter later. Hillary's eyes flashed. Then he rushed toward the forest with the large black dog following closely behind him, and Aiken and the others hurried after them. The entire Spirit Wind City was in an uproar, with countless people heading for the forest. The experts hidden within the city also started to mobilize. There were even more experts in the forest. The allure of the Sword God's legacy attracted many great powers, all converging towards the Mountain of Falling Blossoms. At this time, the mountain peak was trembling, with sword energy continuously surging out. The blinding sight forced everyone to stay several kilometers away. But as they looked up, despite the distance, they were still overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring scene. The destiny-changing event was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Hillary also arrived. Coyle gazed at the scene and narrowed his eyes, while the old black dog remarked, It will take some more time to open. Hillary nodded, then turned to leave. This place was crowded with onlookers, and influential figures from powerful factions had also arrived. It wasn't safe. There might even be members of the first-class hall here. Coyle decided to lay low. Just then, a little girl approached. Big brother, what a coincidence, meeting you again here. Hillary's face changed. He felt a chill run down his spine. It was that flying little girl from yesterday. Did you find your brother? Hillary asked awkwardly, his eyes darting around as he looked for an escape route. No, the little girl shook her head, looking disappointed. I don't know where my brother went. Sigh, that's too bad. This forest is dangerous. He won't have been eaten by a beast, right? Hillary sighed, though he felt relieved inside. This girl didn't know what had happened. No way, the little girl shouted. My brother is very strong. He can't be eaten. Unconscious, he probably could. Hillary thought, knowing how dangerous the forest was. After all, he had stripped the bald man and knocked him out. But I am worried, the little girl added, her eyes brimming with tears. My brother can't really be in trouble, can he? Wah. Hillary felt flustered. Don't cry. I was just joking. Your brother is so strong. He won't be eaten. Maybe he fell asleep somewhere? Coyle crying wouldn't stop. From a distance, Aiken and Jan Remy watched, frowning. Quintonu Coleman's forehead was sweating nervously. That's Miss Gerardo Allison of the Gerardo family? What? Aiken and Jan Remy were shocked. The Gerardo family was one of the main branches of the Seven Kingdoms, and the name of the Gerardo family's daughter was well known. She was a peerless prodigy. In present-day Gramjo, only a few could match her talent. Perhaps only those from extraordinary forces like the Gramjo Academy could rival her. This young girl was extraordinarily not simple. Their certainty regarding Hillary's identity grew stronger. They knew each other. Immediately, the group moved forward rapidly, but the large black dog blocked their path first. If they went over, they would blow their cover. Coyle, your majesty dog, we want to pay our respects to Miss Gerardo. Aiken lowered his head, speaking humbly to a dog, but Geordie almost bit him. Call me Mike. Geordie roared inwardly, though he couldn't say it out loud. Instead, the sly dog nodded towards Hillary and shook his head at Aiken. Don't go. Aiken guessed. The big black dog nodded and began scratching the ground with its paw. Treasure? Aiken thought he understood. Dog Majesty wanted a bribe? Yeah. Geordie froze. He had meant to say that the little girl was upset and shedding tears, so they shouldn't disturb her. What had Aiken been thinking? Oh yeah. His dog eyes lit up as he lifted his head and nodded seriously at Aiken. Bring out all the good stuff. Yes, I understand. Aiken opened his storage ring. Miss Gerardo isn't happy. We should use treasures to cheer her up. Coyle took out tens of thousands of spirit stones and some medicinal herbs, offering them humbly. However, the large black dog showed disdain. Feeling embarrassed, Aiken opened his storage ring and kept pouring out treasures until he felt his heart bleed. Why was he so clever? Couldn't he pretend to be stupid? Wasn't it hard to understand dog language? This time, the big black dog reluctantly nodded, looking somewhat pleased, while Aiken cursed inwardly, dead dog. Then, the big black dog looked at Jan Remy and Quintonu Coleman, who immediately followed suit. Finally, Geordie carried a cloth bag, turned around, and walked towards Hillary, then lay down at his feet and pulled out a medicinal herb with a big paw, eating it directly. Everyone stared, bewildered. Next, the big black dog pulled out 2 more medicinal herbs, tossed them up, raised its head, closed its eyes and opened its mouth. Clap clap, the 2 herbs dropped precisely into its mouth, which it swallowed whole, showing off a smug expression. Dad, I want to beat it. Nelson clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I want to eat dog meat. Quintonu Coleman's face turned cold. Was this to ingratiate itself? Were you trying to impress Miss Gerardo by showing how to eat? On the side, Hillary comforted the tear-streaked little girl. Quintontal Ewer, don't cry. If you want, I can be your big brother. Hillary used all his skills. Luckily, he had a younger sister and knew how to soothe her. Quintontal Ewer's cries lessened but didn't stop. My brother calls me Quintontal Ewer. Only he does. She almost cried again. I also have a younger sister, same age as you, very cute, pretty, and kind. In the future, I'll be your big brother, okay? Don't cry. Your brother was irresponsible, but I'll be responsible, Hillary consoled her, genuinely feeling that Quintontal Ewer had lost her brother. Unconscious, critically injured, eaten by a beast. It actually seemed quite normal. Sigh, guilt was heavy. Brother, big brother, look, my brother is coming. Suddenly, Quintontal Ewer cried out joyfully, turning tears into laughter as she saw someone in the distance. Hillary trembled. The large black dog, lying on the ground enjoying itself, suddenly bristled and grabbed the cloth bag before dashing into the forest with a swift motion. Quintontal Ewer exclaimed happily, Brother, I'm here. Coyle. At this moment, the bald man saw Quintontal Ewer, noticed her tears, and spotted Hillary turning away. That silhouette, he would never mistake it, even if it turned to ash. You dare to bully my sister. Eric was enraged. A combination of new and old grudges sending killing intent surging through him. A roar echoed like thunder. The forest seemed to tremble. Countless people were startled. Brother, I was so worried about you. Luckily, that big brother comforted me. Coyle said he would be my big brother. Take care of me like you do. Coyle's very kind. Quintontal Ewer ran up happily, turning to look at Hillary. Where's the big brother? Coyle must be a real good person, doing good deeds anonymously. Stay here. Don't move. I'll kill him. Eric's face turned green with fury, nearly exploding in rage. Trying to ambush him and kidnap his sister? Ellison vowed to never let Hillary go. Chapter 102. Only met yesterday. Boom. Blazing with fury and murderous intent, the bald giant pulled out a massive iron sword as wide as a door and charged forward with a roar. Coyle chased after Hillary. Damn bastard. Everyone else was stunned. In the clearing of the forest, silence reigned. Everyone stared at the 2 figures racing away, unsure what had just transpired. What on earth was happening? Lucky shouted loudly, Brother, don't cause trouble. Big brother is very nice. She stood rooted to the spot, because her brother had told her not to move. At this moment, Aiken, Tina, and Quintonu Kalmani approached one after another, saluting respectfully and introducing themselves. Quickly go persuade my brother. That big brother didn't bully me. Lucky urged impatiently. That person, Miss Gerardo, isn't close with young Master Yi. The 3 exchanged uneasy glances, then Tina asked tentatively. Coyle's close, we met last night, and big brother is very good. Lucky hurriedly added, enough idle talk. Go bring my brother back? The trio was stunned. Aiken couldn't contain his urgency. Miss Gerardo, that person isn't the Prince of the Odd Adam? Note. I've maintained the style and terminology consistency while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term Wangfu, Princedom, was translated to Princedom for fluency. No, if he were, would my brother misunderstand? Would he chase after him? In the Odd Adam, no one but my brother is so kind. This revision ensures that the meaning is clear and reads naturally in English. The term Wangfu, Princedom, is fully translated for better understanding. The rest of the sentence structure is adjusted to flow more smoothly while maintaining the original intent. Lucky hopped about anxiously. Everyone, find my brother and bring him back. At that moment, someone from the crowd stepped forward abruptly, his face turning cold. Hillary, that's Hillary, that damn remnant. Anselm, Coyle really was here. With a swift movement, he began chasing after them while roaring loudly. The remnants of Star River Sect are here. Hillary, disciples and errands of Coyle origin Sect, all out to hunt him down. Under his call, several errands and disciples who were resting in the shade stood up sharply. Hillary is here? Move out. Simultaneously, Aiken and the other 2 standing beside Lucky turned deathly pale. Tina gritted her teeth so hard it almost shattered. Quintonu Kalmani, fuming with anger, retrieved his prized treasure, a long purple spear, and charged into the forest. I will never let you live this down. They pursued furiously after Hillary, infuriated that the rascal had deceived everyone. How dare he? Everyone else could only stare in disbelief. Are they okay? Meanwhile, Hillary sped through the dense forest, pushing his 1,000-leap technique to its limits. Behind him, the bald giant spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into a rune and dramatically increased his speed. Wielding the large iron sword like a maniacal beast, he caused rocks and plants to explode wherever he went, creating a tremendous uproar. Unfortunately, despite his incredible speed, Hilary also spat out blood, igniting his essence blood to increase his speed even further, quickly pulling ahead. On the other side, the big black dog stopped at the base of a short hill covered in thick grass. Coyle nervously scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was around. After waiting for a moment, he swiftly dived into a hidden cave under the grass, covering the entrance carefully with more grass after entering. Quintantle, you'll have to fend for yourself. Inside the cave, there was a makeshift bed of grass where a badly injured man lay with his eyes closed. It was Eugene, whom he had saved. The big black dog retrieved some medicinal herbs and threw them beside him, saying, I know you're awake. Eat something. Your injuries are severe. As for your brothers, Quintantle, you will avenge them. Eugene opened his eyes and looked at the big black dog. Coyle could hear the dog's voice inside his mind. A telepathic transmission. Brother Yi, do you think what happened? Quintantle Yi saved you. Otherwise, that girl Jan would have killed you long ago. Coyle's now figuring out how to take revenge. You just stay alive. Struggling, Eugene tried to move, but found his cultivation sealed by the black dog. Let me out. I want to fight alongside Brother Yi and avenge my brothers. Don't you know what state you're in? The black dog ruthlessly stated, then retreated into a sack and started eating voraciously. Quintantle Yi, hold on. Once I'm strong enough after eating, I'll definitely come save you. The black dog thought to himself, I eat, not for myself. Time passed, and chaos ensued in the forest as multiple parties hunted for Hilary. Meanwhile, Hilary was being pursued relentlessly by Ellison. Eric seemed energized, displaying much greater endurance than before, and the power of his large iron sword appeared even stronger. My sister isn't someone you can mess with. Stop right there. Hilary, of course, did not stop. Without Lauhei Jordy, he was absolutely no match for the ball giant. Coyle ran swiftly from day till night, darting through the deep forest. Using the cover of darkness, he finally lost his pursuer. Coyle leaving a sigh of relief, he turned back, his powerful divine soul spreading out to sense his surroundings. Compared to ordinary cultivators, his perception was several times sharper. Search thoroughly. Find him and kill him. This agitated yet familiar voice commanded. Thoroughly searching? Clearly they were determined to hunt him down. Coyle hearing this voice, Hilary didn't flee but held his breath and silently followed. Indeed, up ahead was a group led by Nelson. Hilary's eyes turned cold. Nelson had led the people who killed Duguhu and Erdan. The images of those bloody heads and the cries of their families. All this told Hilary he must slay these villains. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he cautiously approached, his divine soul subtly probing ahead. A powerful divine soul offered many advantages. 1. Correlated intuition. 2. Sharper senses. 3. The ability to detect beings of higher cultivation. When a divine soul reached a certain level, it could even unleash terrifying secret skills to kill without a trace, or leave the body to become a heavenly principle, suppressing everything in a vast world. Of course, Hilary was far from achieving that, but he could still Manchang detect the aura of those ahead. Among them, the strongest was a second-stage Dermic Realm cultivator who stayed close to Nelson, alert to the surroundings. Suddenly, the head of the second-stage Dermic Realm cultivator swiveled toward Hilary. Lao Quintonu, what is it? Nelson asked. Nothing. Lao Quintonu shook his head after staring at the direction for a moment. Coyle had vaguely sensed a dangerous presence, but it vanished immediately. A mistake? No. Just as his vigilance loosened, a flash of cold light appeared before him. Lao Quintonu instantly roared, unleashing his magical power. Nelson and the others reacted swiftly as well. At this moment, Hilary's blade arrived. The blade mercilessly cut down, forcing Lao Quintonu to defend fiercely. Despite his best efforts, Lao Quintonu was pushed back continuously under the force of the blade. Then, Hilary used his 1000 leap to close in, and before Lao Quintonu could react, his blade came down again. 7th Reverse Dragon Slayer Blade. 3rd Strike. However, even with his increased speed, Hilary also spurted blood, igniting his essence blood, which made him faster still, gradually pulling ahead. On another side, the black dog stopped beneath a low hill covered in thick undergrowth, nervously scanning the area to ensure there was no one around. After a brief wait, Coyle darted into a hidden cave covered by grass, sealing the entrance carefully afterward. Quintantle, take care of yourself, he mumbled, entering the cave where a makeshift bed of grass lay. On it lay a heavily injured man, eyes closed. It was Eugene, whom he had saved earlier. The black dog took out some medicinal herbs and placed them beside him, saying, I know you're awake. Eat something. Your injuries are severe. Your brother's vengeance will be taken care of by Quintantle. Eugene opened his eyes and looked at the black dog. A voice resounded in his mind. It was mental telepathy. This dog had truly become enlightened. Brother Yi, you think he did it for nothing? Quintantle saved you because if not, Tina would have killed you already. Now, stay alive while he figures out how to take revenge. Struggling, Eugene tried to rise but felt his cultivation sealed by the black dog. Let me out. I'll fight alongside Brother Yi to avenge our brothers. Know your place. Leaving those harsh words behind, the black dog dived into a sack and started munching furiously on snacks. Quintantle, hold on. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely come save you. Coyle thought to himself, not eating for myself. Time passed. Chaos reigned in the forest as several groups hunted for Hilary. At this point, Hilary was closely pursued by Ellison. Eric seemed energized beyond measure, more resilient than the previous day, his iron sword displaying unprecedented power. My sister isn't someone you can touch. Stop right there. Of course, Hilary did not stop. He couldn't stop. Without Jordy, he wasn't a match for the bald giant. Coyle dashed through the forest from dawn to dusk, zigzagging to shake off his pursuers. Under the cover of night, he finally managed to lose the burly man. Taking a deep breath, he retraced his steps, using his powerful spirit sense to radiate outwards, sensing the surroundings far more acutely than an average cultivator. Search. Search relentlessly, and eliminate anyone you find. This agitated voice was unmistakably familiar. Search relentlessly? Clearly filled with hatred. Coiling this, Hillary didn't flee. Instead, he stifled his breathing and stealthily followed. Indeed, ahead was a group led by Nelson. Hillary's gaze grew icy cold. Donghua and Erdan had been slaughtered by this man and his gang. Their bloody heads severed, their families left wailing. That tragedy demanded retribution, but Hillary didn't act immediately. Stealthily, he approached, letting his spirit probe delicately ahead. A strong spirit had many advantages. First, heightened intuition. Second, sharp perception. Third, detecting stronger beings. Even at its peak, it could unleash terrifying soul techniques, killing unseen, or even leave the body to become a world-ruling entity. Obviously, Hillary was far from achieving such heights, but probing these men's auras was manageable. The strongest among them was a second-rank law realm expert who remained vigilant near Nelson. Suddenly, the expert whipped his head towards Hillary. Old Quintonu, what is it? Nelson asked. Nothing. After a moment of staring, old Quintonu shook his head. Earlier, he'd sensed a faint hint of danger, which had vanished. Just a false alarm. No. As his guard dropped slightly, a sudden flash appeared before his eyes. Old Quintonu roared as his powers surged forth. Reacting quickly, Nelson and others sprang into action. Meanwhile, Hillary's blade struck ruthlessly, forcing old Quintonu to retreat despite putting up full resistance. Using Thousand Zhang Leap, Hillary closed in, slashing down mercilessly before old Quintonu could react. 7th Dragon Slayer Sword Technique. Third Strike. Chapter 102. Just met yesterday. Boom. Rage surged, and murderous intent spread. Eric pulled out a massive iron sword as big as a door and rushed out with a thunderous crash, chasing after Hillary. Damn brat. Everyone else stood there speechless. In the clearing among the mountains, it was deathly silent. Everyone watched the two figures disappear into the distance, utterly baffled about what had just transpired. What happened? Regina shouted, Brother, don't make a fuss. Big brother is very nice. She stood rooted to the spot because her brother forbade her from moving. At this moment, Aiken, Wind Maiden, and Quintonu Kalmani approached, each bowing respectfully and introducing themselves. You guys, quickly go and stop my brother. That big brother didn't bully me, Regina urged impatiently. That Mr. Gerardo isn't familiar with young Master Yi. The three exchanged uneasy glances as Wind Maiden probed cautiously. But we're acquaintances. We met last night, and the big brother is really nice, Regina explained hastily. Stop talking nonsense and bring my brother back. The three were taken aback. Aiken blurted out, Miss Gerardo, that person isn't the young master of the Aids Manor? No, if he were, would my brother misinterpret it? Would he chase him? No one is as good as my brother in the Aids Manor. Regina stamped her foot. Go and find my brother for me. Suddenly, a man stepped forward from the crowd, his face turning cold. Hillary, that's Hillary. That damned leftover from the Star River Sect? Anselm, Coyle was really here. With a swift movement, Anselm chased after them while shouting, Hillary, a remnant of the Star River Sect, is here. Disciples and errands of the Tianyuan Sect, hunt him down with all your might. Following his cry, some errands and disciples who were resting under the trees stood up immediately. Hillary is here? Move out. Meanwhile, Aiken, Wind Maiden, and Quintonu Kalmani's faces darkened to their limits. Wind Maiden nearly gnashed her teeth in anger. Quintonu Kalmani's eyes flared with rage as he drew his treasured purple spear and charged into the forest. I'll never let you off. The three pursued fiercely. That bastard had deceived everyone, infuriating them beyond measure. Everyone else was bewildered. Are they all right? At this time, Hillary was speeding through the mountain forest, using Thousand Leap to its fullest extent. Behind him, the bald man spat out a mouthful of blood essence, increasing his speed significantly. Coyle wielded the giant iron sword like a monstrous beast, leaving destruction in his wake, rocks and vegetation exploding wherever he passed. Unfortunately, Hillary also expelled blood, igniting his blood essence, making him even faster, pulling further away. On another side, the big black dog stopped at the base of a small hill covered in thick grass. After nervously scanning the surroundings and confirming no one was around, he waited a bit before swiftly diving into the grass, finding a hidden cave entrance. Coyle entered the cave and sealed the opening with grass. Good luck, little leaf. Inside the cave, on a bed of grass lay a bloody, unconscious man, Eugene. The black dog fetched some herbs and tossed them next to him. I know you're awake. Eat something. Your injuries are severe, but Quintontal, you will take revenge for your brothers. Eugene opened his eyes and looked at the black dog. A voice resonated in his mind. This was telepathic communication. This dog has become sentient. Brother Yi, do you think how it is? Quintontal Yi saved you. Otherwise, Wind Maiden would have killed you long ago. Now he's figuring out ways to get revenge. Stay alive. Eugene struggled but was sealed by the black dog. Let me out. I'll fight alongside Brother Yi and avenge Donghua and the others. Don't delude yourself. The black dog coldly remarked and crawled into a bag, eating voraciously. Eat up, not for myself. Time passed. Chaos reigned in the forest as various groups searched for Hillary, who was now closely pursued by Ellison. Eric seemed energized, with greater stamina than yesterday. His iron sword wielded more powerfully. My sister isn't someone you can touch. Stand still. Hillary wouldn't stop, couldn't stop, not without dodge. Coyle ran day and night, zigzagging through the dense forest until nightfall hid him from the relentless pursuit of the brute. Breathing a sigh of relief, he turned back, using his powerful soul force to sense his surroundings, which was far more acute than any ordinary cultivator. Search thoroughly, find and kill. A familiar yet enraged voice called out. Thorough search? They really hate him. Hillary recognized the voice, but didn't flee. Instead, he held his breath and silently followed. Ahead was Nelson leading a group. Hillary's eyes grew icy. Nelson led the team that killed Eugene and Erdan. Bloodied heads, wives and children's wails. It all told Hillary. He had to slay these devils. But he didn't act rashly. Carefully approaching, he used his soul force subtly to explore ahead. A strong soul force offered several advantages. 1. Enhanced comprehension. 2. Keen senses. 3. Ability to detect higher-level beings. When it reached a certain level, it could unleash terrifying soul techniques, killing invisibly or even detach and embody a world's heavenly principle, subduing all. Of course, Hillary wasn't at that level, but detecting the aura of those ahead was within reach. Among them, the strongest was a Law Realm second stage expert, always guarding Nelson vigilantly. Suddenly, the expert turned his head towards Hillary. Old Quintonu, what is it? Nelson asked. Nothing. After staring at that direction for a moment, Old Quintonu shook his head. Coyle sensed a faint danger earlier, but it vanished without a trace. Coyle must have been wrong. No. Just as he relaxed, a cold light flashed before him. Old Quintonu shouted, unleashing magic power. Nelson and others reacted swiftly. Hillary's saber struck mercilessly. Old Quintonu defended fiercely, but was pushed back under the relentless slash. Hillary used Thousand Leap, rushing closer before Old Quintonu could react. The saber slashed down once more. 7th Reverse Dragon Slash. 3rd Slash. Chapter 103. You can't escape. It's him. Old Quintonu shouted. Just then, Hillary's 3rd slash descended completely. The blade shining blindingly bright as blood immediately spurted out. Old Quintonu's hands that blocked forward were severed directly. At this moment, Nelson had reacted swiftly, shouting as he sped off, Hillary is here. His voice traveled far in the silent mountain forest and was amplified by his thunder sound technique, a soundwave skill. Hillary's expression changed. Coyle moved forward again, his blade sweeping horizontally, and Old Quintonu's head was severed instantly. Following this, he pursued them with every step. Nelson's subordinates attacked together. Their blades glowed with a chilling light. Undeterred, Hillary charged forward like a beast, his aura exploding as if an enraged dragon roared fiercely, shattering the light from those weapons upon impact. Simultaneously, 2 men who were hit by his body exploded on impact. Both were at the body explosion stage. This was too terrifying, and it wasn't over. Hillary continued his pursuit, holding his blade as those in front of him fell one by one. Blood splattered everywhere, and shredded flesh flew around. It was a massacre, revenge for his brother's blood. One by one, they fell, while Hillary relentlessly chased after Nelson, whose fear-induced cold sweat poured. His frantic screams echoed in the mountains, alerting people from afar more clearly, especially Aiken, who heard the cries and shot toward the scene as if flying. You will die, Hillary yelled, viciously biting his tongue to unleash his full potential under extreme pain, causing his speed to spike dramatically. With that, he lunged forward with his blade. The light from his blade illuminated the dark forest, causing Nelson to let out a scream as blood rose from his back. However, he evaded the killing blow and continued running. Ahead, a rumbling sound echoed, with thunder power bursting forth. Father, I'm here, I'm here. Nelson howled like a ghost. Ahead, Aiken rushed rapidly, silver lightning surrounding him. His eyes glowed with electricity, glaring angrily at Hillary, who was still chasing with a bloody red gaze, continuously slashing forward with his blade. Wretch, dare you? Aiken roared, speeding up almost recklessly, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters away. But at this moment, Hillary stopped moving. Nelson approached his father, eyes filled with madness and joy. Escape, survival. My blade won't spare you. 3 meters from his father, about to meet, Hillary suddenly bellowed and threw his blade forward like an arrow. At the peak of speed, just as Aiken widened his eyes, extended his hand, and enveloped his son with power. The blade pierced through Nelson's body. Nelson's eyes bulged, dazed, before collapsing. His hand nearly touched his father when the blade tore through his chest. My son, Aiken screamed in agony, his eyes turning bloodshot and ferocious. Hillary didn't look back, turning and leaping away using the 1,000-fathom leap technique. Brothers, I'll send another down for your graves soon. He clenched his fists, running desperately. Then, thunderous wind chased behind as Aiken caught up. Hillary's eyes flashed, and his dragon-shaped dantian closed its mouth instantly. Suddenly, he became like a lifeless log, devoid of any trace of energy. Coyle hid in the shadows of a mountain, sensing the gusts rush past, then turned and ran backward, confirming Nelson was still alive. Hillary drew the blade out from Nelson's chest. The latter let out a horrifying scream, blood spurting out. You're really still alive, Hillary said coldly. No, don't kill me. I'm crippled. Don't. Nelson spat blood, indeed already ruined. However, Hillary spoke not a word, gripping the blade with both hands, stepping on Nelson's wound. I might forgive you, but their wives, children, and errands can't. Not good. Upon hearing the voice, Aiken's face twisted grotesquely. His son was dead. Coyle rushed back. When he arrived, only a corpse remained, decapitated. Dead. Utterly dead. Red-eyed, trembling, Aiken stood there for a long time. Accompanying this boundless roar, Hillary had already hidden in the vast forest. Quintonka fish entering the sea, finding him would be extremely difficult. But many were looking for him. Hillary breathed deeply, about to relax when sudden footsteps echoed from afar. His spirit tightened. As he didn't hide, voices came. Find that kid. We must find that kid. Hillary's eyes flickered. The voice was familiar. Coyle smirked, disappearing instantly. 3 figures approached. They noticed faint bloodstains on the ground, changing expressions, but suddenly a cold blade gleamed. Tension spiked, and they all released formidable powers, yet the light dimmed as Hillary emerged. Smiling. Hillary, long time no see, senior brothers? Hillary laughed. The 3 paused, easing tension, sighing with relief. Among them, a towering man with a barbaric vibe grumbled, "You scared me half to death." It was Vic, the 3rd of Star River Sect, who had sent Hillary away on a swift wind carver. The other 2 wore a black robe, exuding a sharp aura like a sword, identified as Algernon, the 1st of Star River Sect. The 2nd was dressed in moon-white robes, handsome and refined like a scholar, named Horatio. The top 3 of Star River Sect. "Has the Sect Master arrived?" Hillary asked. The trio smiled. Horatio replied, "We didn't know about the transformation here initially, but the actions of Tianyuan Sect were too noticeable. We followed and realized the danger. Then, news spread about Tianyuan Sect pursuing you." "Not just them. Who did you piss off, boy? Experts are constantly entering the mountains searching for you." Vic added, "You cause more trouble than I." "No, I'm better than you," Hillary chuckled. "A fight." Vic persisted, unwilling to back down. "Coyle's a bigger jerk than you." A voice chimed in, and all eyes turned to Algernon, who looked somewhat confused. Coyle remained silent. Their faces changed, quickly closing ranks near Algernon. As they did, a figure emerged ahead. "You can't escape." Chapter 104. Sending you on your way. A cold voice echoed, and the hidden figure emerged completely. His expression was icy, with an unparalleled look of hatred in his eyes. And these 4 people naturally recognized him. It was none other than Anselm, the supreme Achilles of Tianyuan Sect. "Will you take care of yourselves, or shall I kill you?" Anselm offered a choice, but neither option meant sparing them. Hillary was destined to die, while the other 3 were now the most formidable beings in Star River Sect. Eliminating them would severely weaken Star River Sect. The 4 remained outwardly calm. Then, in the next moment, they exchanged glances and all 4 moved simultaneously. Cornered with no way out, they decided to fight to the death. However, Algernon, Horatio, and Vic advanced, while Hillary retreated. Those 3 approached Anselm directly and attacked. Noticing Hillary's actions, the 3 glanced at each other. Anselm sneered derisively, "That boy is afraid to die." As he spoke, his overwhelming aura exploded forth, sweeping through the area and forcing Algernon and the others to spit blood as they were sent flying backward. Following this, Anselm took a step forward, straight toward Hillary. Coyle aimed for his primary target, knowing it wasn't urgent to eliminate the other 3 just yet. The damage Hillary had caused in Tianyuan Sect was immense, setting it back by at least a decade, a truly hateful act. But killing him and seizing the dragon luck from his body made this loss completely worthwhile, even profitable. Killing Hillary was worth everything. "Let's talk." Hillary didn't run. There was nowhere to run. Coyle stepped back slightly and stood firm, staring at Anselm. "Sure." Anselm's lips curled into a smirk as he continued advancing. "Hand over that dragon pearl, and maybe I can make your death less painful." As he spoke, he attacked immediately, unleashing all his mana in a powerful surge towards Hillary. Hillary resisted but was instantly wounded. Realm 3 of the Dermic realm was indeed terrifying. Coyle hadn't reached that level yet. If Anselm had come a few days later, Hillary, after refining all his energy and breaking through 2 more levels, would have had the confidence to slice this scoundrel in one fell swoop. Now, time was insufficient. Anselm was confident, but not careless. This kid was cunning and extraordinary. He wouldn't give him any chance. Coyle gathered his power once more and said, "How about this condition?" "The dragon pearl? I've already consumed it, bringing my bloodline to the superior spirit level," Hillary replied straightforwardly. "But do you know why I can evade black chaos?" At this moment, Anselm attacked again, his thick mana overpowering Hillary once more, causing him to bleed profusely, his face paling. Algernon, Horatio, and Vic's expressions changed, and Hillary gave them a meaningful look. The 3 remained silent, but became vigilant. "Why?" Anselm asked Hillary intently, genuinely curious how this kid survived under black chaos. "Because of my saber." Hillary raised his dragon pattern saber and said, "This saber was given to me by my father. It's strong enough to make me friends with black chaos." "You mean you're powerful enough to tame black chaos?" Anselm's eyes flickered as he launched a 3rd attack, continually pressing down on Hillary during their conversation, giving him no respite. But this time, Hillary gave a definite answer. Coyle gripped the saber with both hands and, when the 3rd attack came, he struck with a thunderous slash. "You're right." With the 3rd slash, Hillary didn't even look as he flashed to Anselm's side and delivered another fierce strike. The 7-killing blade erupted. Yet Anselm was at Realm 3 and a Grand Sect Master. Killing him wouldn't be easy. Coyle punched back fiercely, making Hillary's blade explode into light again. But this time, Anselm also staggered. Instantly terrified, he took a step forward. This kid was too frightening. In a matter of days, he could withstand a full blow from him. At this moment, he held nothing back. This kid must be killed without hesitation or any chance of escape. His palm raised, gathering all his mana. "Move." At this command, Hillary shouted and rushed forward. In response to his shout, Algernon and the others surged forward, unleashing all their powers. But they discovered in despair that their attacks couldn't breach Anselm's defenses, let alone get close to him. Anselm sneered. A sweep of his aura easily blocked their attacks. All his focus remained on Hillary. "Do you think such a petty scheme can move me?" Anselm was cautious and fully focused, leaving Hillary no opportunity. But Hillary shook his head and smiled. "You're finished." Boom. As he spoke, a cold wind swept past, alerting Anselm to impending danger, a sign of the Dermic realm. Hillary's command to act was not directed at Algernon and the others. His expression changed as he slapped Hillary while simultaneously punching sideways, where a black beam of sword chi rolled in. Aya! That black light emitted a familiar, fearsome cry, sending terror through Anselm's heart. It was black chaos. It was black chaos. Coyle retracted his punch in fear, but he had no choice but to strike again. He couldn't dodge. Immediately, the black light recoiled, revealing a large black dog. Anselm froze. Was this black chaos? Was this what he feared most? You're finished. Amidst his shock, Hillary was already within 3 meters, his saber raised high. A black scale appeared on his forehead, radiating demonic energy, the reverse dragon scale. Kill. With a roar, Hillary slashed down ferociously. Under the influence of the reverse dragon scale, this strike was unprecedentedly powerful. Hillary's saber could match up against a second-rank Dermic Realm warrior without losing ground. With the reverse dragon scale aiding, second-rank Dermic Realm warriors could only be crushed. This slash wasn't just from the 7-killing blade or the reverse dragon scale. It carried boundless saber intent and was driven by Hillary's resolve to avenge his father. It bore endless rage. Pooh! The defense broke, blood sprayed, and Anselm was sent flying. His expression changed drastically as his mana condensed once more, blasting out with all his might in desperation. But his attack was intercepted by the large black dog, who stood before him, absorbing the blows like iron. Intense pain. The big black dog suffered intense pain. But Anselm's fist hurt too. Coyle was shocked again. Black chaos wasn't scary, but it was impossibly tough. Behind the big black dog, Hillary amassed his full strength once more, his face cold and grim like a devil. The saber gleamed ominously in the dark. The dragon patterns seemed to wriggle. Anselm's eyes widened in sheer terror, his body turning icy cold. In a single breath, he exerted his full mana again. And in less than a breath, Hillary had already struck, sending you on your way. Hashtag chapter 105. A collaboration? Boom. The mountain forest exploded as terrifying blade energy surged through the air. Amidst the roaring blade energy, blood spurted wildly, and screams of agony filled the air, heart-wrenching and bone-chilling. Anselm had never imagined that he would find himself in this situation, especially at Hillary's hands. Only days ago, he had easily subdued Hillary. Now, it was a different story entirely. Coyle felt as though his body was about to explode. However, with his last ounce of strength, he managed to force himself to fly backward and then continue moving forward. At that moment, Hillary stood before him, thrusting his blade forward. Anselm, powerless, once again bled, his expression filled with terror and rage. Coyle truly hadn't anticipated such an ending. Coyle had pursued for thousands of miles, only to end up here, ready to settle everything. But now it seemed like he had come to die. As a leader of a major sect, he was being cornered by a mere disciple. I hate this. Coyle should have done everything to kill you. He gritted his teeth. It's too late. Hillary's face was cold. When my father was forced to leave by your people, I suffered the same fate. For this, you must pay the price in blood. Hillary declared, delivering another blow. At this point, Anselm's eyes flashed with light, and a radiant glow enveloped his body. Coyle retreated swiftly like a gust of wind. The power of Tao symbols. His speed was fast, leaving the scene. You've reached your limit. A calm voice echoed. With a sudden thud, the sound of flesh piercing resounded again. Anselm's body flickered with wind, but his eyes widened in shock as he looked up to see a small, chubby figure standing before him. A dagger accurately plunged into his heart, shredding it to pieces. Clifford. Anselm, unable to accept his fate, stared with bulging eyes, gradually losing consciousness until he closed them forever. Settling all accounts at once, Hillary panted heavily while Algernon and the others looked at him, completely stunned. This guy was terrifying. Despite some unexpected turns, Hillary's previous strike gravely wounded Anselm. The impression left on them was that Hillary could easily crush them underfoot. Even if they fought together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Hillary had been terrifying enough during the peak battle at Star River Sect. Now, he was even more so, amplified by the word, even more. Invincible among peers, the top disciple of the outer sect. No more fighting, Vic stood up, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, looking slightly embarrassed. Really couldn't catch up. This kid trains as if he's flying. Ye madman, did I arrive just in time? A jovial voice rang out as Clifford approached, still looking mischievous. Hillary smiled and asked, did you miss me? Nope, my sister forgot about you. She gets bored quickly. Clifford grinned. But I missed her, Hillary replied. How was my dagger? Clifford changed the subject, lacking the courage to admit that Tori genuinely cared for Hillary. Not bad, Hillary nodded. Timely and impressive. We're brothers. We've got each other's backs, Clifford chuckled. At this moment, a large black dog glanced at Hillary and darted away. Hillary's eyes flashed. Then, secretly gathering strength, he focused on Clifford. Absolutely, we're brothers, through thick and thin. Since you're from the AIDS Manor, shouldn't you protect me? You can rest assured, anyone who touches you will deal with me, Clifford boasted confidently. Really? Ye madman, 100%, don't worry about it. Clifford pounded his chest proudly. Boom. Even before he finished speaking, the ground trembled as someone burst out, their bald head gleaming eerily under the night sky. In his hand, a large iron sword resembling a door panel aimed directly at Hillary. Killing intent surged. Brother, rely on you. Let's go. Hillary dashed to Clifford's side. Clifford turned around, and with exaggerated speed, startled the bald man before turning back to look at Hillary. With a thud, he suddenly slammed into Hillary's chest and fell face down. I'm fainting. Others might be manageable, but not the bald man. Coyle couldn't win against him, nor did he hold a higher rank. Moreover, the bald man had haunted him since childhood. Shall we chat? Hillary muttered through clenched teeth, giving Clifford a kick and smiling amiably at the bald man. Sure. Eric stepped forward, but his iron sword struck faster than his words, emitting blinding light. Hillary sighed, lifting his dragon-patterned blade, then took off running. Eric's sword slashed down, creating a glaring sword mark on the ground like a vast ravine. Algernon and the others were left speechless. Do you know him? The bald man asked as Hillary turned back, already stepping forward and stomping on Clifford's back. Clifford screamed, trembling. I don't. That guy's a pain. I tried beating him, but couldn't. Clifford responded rapidly, face planted. Algernon and the others were left speechless. Eric's gaze turned cold as he wielded the iron sword rapidly, causing explosions in the forest. Clifford stood up, watching Hillary's retreating figure, sighing. Take care, brother. Why didn't you show any resolve? Isn't this the time to rush forward shoulder to shoulder with Hillary? Algernon and the others glanced at Hillary's direction, then turned and ran. Clark, come on. Call me Master Bowie, Clifford said as he followed. Do you think the bald man will kill Hillary? No way. Clifford shook his head confidently. Killing him would be too merciful. Algernon and the others were speechless. In the forest, Hillary sped like lightning, while the bald man relentlessly attacked with his sword, striking the air repeatedly toward Hillary. Have you advanced? Hillary asked nervously. This guy was now in the third level of the law realm. You bullied my sister. Advancing or not, I'll kill you anyway. The bald man chased madly, his strength immense. We have similar younger sisters, Hillary remarked, feeling drained. Slaying Anselm had exhausted him, and despite rapid energy conversion within him, it wasn't enough to replenish the deficit. So, you deserve punishment even more. The chase continued from night till daylight. As Hillary ran frantically, he saw a streak of light in the sky, trembling ominously, sword energy scattering like meteors. Look, Hillary shouted. Eric's sword kept slicing down. This time, Hillary didn't dodge. Holding his blade, he clashed fiercely with the bald man, then staggered back as a meteor-like object landed perfectly in front of him. Perfect timing. But the object was scorching hot, burning Hillary's palm. Still, he held on tightly, lifting it up. Sword order. It's the key. The bald man's eyes widened, recognizing the token of falling Petal Mountain, the entry key. Coyle stepped forward, but Hillary quickly retreated. Stop running. The bald man was genuinely tired. Tired to the point where his limbs ached, feeling drained. Hillary backed off. We're both exhausted. Continuing would result in losing the sword order. Eric hesitated. Falling Petal Mountain offered boundless potential, and many had gathered here. The sword order wouldn't satisfy everyone. With a brief pause, his eyes turned cold again, and his iron sword trembled. At that moment, several figures appeared in the distance, glancing toward them. Eric paused, retracting his sword, and turned to look. Hillary also directed his attention there, sensing the energy emitted. The strangers exchanged glances and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Please feel free to ask if you need further assistance with translations or any specific sections. Then, the big bald man looked at Hillary again, taking a step forward. Hillary touched a finger to his dragon-patterned blade, letting a drop of fresh blood fall onto the sword order. Coyle waved it towards the big bald man and said, How about we collaborate? Please note that I have maintained the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as requested. If you need further adjustments or additional context, feel free to ask. Chapter 106, That's My Brother. Eric stopped. At this moment, the sword token was stained with blood, its energy connecting to Hillary. The item now belonged to him. This sword token, it's not meant for one person to use, right? 3 people can use it. Eric put away his sword and added, Don't you dare have any designs on my sister, or I'll really beat you up. By not mentioning his own defeat, he was actually giving Hillary an out. This sword token was indeed incredibly important to him. After all, he wielded a sword. And this was the creation of the sword god. At my peak, you might not stand a chance. Hillary sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Coyle was utterly exhausted. But if they continued fighting, Hillary might risk everything to break through and face the bald man again. It wasn't impossible. Eric also sat down. His limbs were numb. That kid ran too fast. Coyle looked at Hillary and said, Want to fight another day? Nope. Hillary shook his head. You're no match for me. Eric abruptly stood up, glaring fiercely. Come on. One-on-one. Hillary waved the sword token. Let's talk about the inheritance. You know more than I do, and I have the sword token. We can cooperate. Eric took a deep breath. Let's fight after we get the inheritance. That's the inheritance of the sword god. In fact, many people come here just for that one sword technique, the falling petal divine sword technique. How powerful is it? Hillary asked. Not just powerful. Eric shook his head decisively, but then became very serious. Super powerful. A single sword strike immortalizes him in history. Hillary was taken aback. What a high evaluation. Eric continued. This was said by a great sword saint. Hillary trembled. How terrifying. A sword saint? Or even a grand sword saint? That realm was unimaginably distant. But isn't he only in the divine realm? Or possibly not even that? Hillary was curious. Such an existence could earn the praise of a sword saint? And to such a high degree? One sword stroke immortalized him. What a lofty appraisal. Post-law realm, there exists the Coyle realm, which is merely a buffer transitioning into the divine realm. Transitioning from law realm to divine realm is exceedingly difficult, so the greats created the Coyle realm. The swordmaster of Falling Petal Mountain is not in the divine realm but the Coyle realm. Hillary frowned. There was indeed a Coyle realm, and this realm existed because the transition between law and divine realms was too vast. But he killed 3 divine realms with one sword strike, the bald man added. Hillary grew solemn. Coyle realm, one sword stroke killing 3 divine realms? That was too extreme. Coyle possesses the supreme sword body. Eric's eyes blazed with an intense flame, filled with anticipation. Supreme sword body. Born to wield swords, he was a Dao child, a sword Dao child, the dream physique of all sword cultivators. The falling petal divine sword technique, strictly speaking, is not a divine ability but a fruit of the supreme sword body, manifesting as a breath, a true intention, an ultimate treasure sought after by sword cultivators. If you absorb it, you may develop the supreme sword body later in life. Hillary understood. This inheritance was not just about the sword god's legacy, but also offered the potential for sword cultivators to achieve the supreme sword body and become sword Dao children. That was incredibly attractive. Only sword cultivators can absorb it? You can go too. The bald man glanced at Hillary. If you're not afraid to die. Hillary. Our cooperation ends here. Sorry, that thing's useless to me. You play with it. Hillary recovered some strength and stood up, but the bald man immediately rushed forward. Let's go together. I want the sword fruit, and you can obtain those divine abilities. The sword god wasn't just a swordsman. His physical body, fists, and palms were also terrifying. There are even Earth-rank divine abilities among them. I don't need them. Hillary truly didn't. With the dragon god legacy, those legacies were basically useless, even beneath his interest. I can give you an Earth-rank divine ability too. Eric had no sword token, but since Hillary's blood fused with the token, if he didn't go, the bald man couldn't either. At least, not until he ensured he would get the sword token first. He couldn't let Hillary leave. Hand it over? Hillary extended his hand. We'll talk about it when we reach the sword tomb. Hillary, no, I'm done. Goodbye. The special recruitment order from the Aids Manor? Eric repeated, realizing how crucial it was. I don't need it. Without you, I can still enter the Aids Manor. These incentives won't tempt me. Hillary walked forward. Think about how to win me over. Eric's gaze flickered, following Hillary out. Outside, chaos reigned, fewer people were present, and several corpses lay on the ground. Clearly, a fierce battle had occurred here. A struggle for the sword token. Hillary. Monstrous creature. As soon as Hillary appeared, two cold voices rang out. Two pairs of eyes fixated on him. Aiken and Roni. Hillary stood still, revealing the Aids order. Want to challenge authority? Their gazes were icy, accusing him of impersonating someone. I'll kill you. They approached quickly, Aiken exuding killing intent, determined to avenge his son. Just then, a figure flashed, and the bald man emerged from the woods. The two paused briefly before continuing forward. A young master from the Aids Manor. Coyle hated Hillary immensely. Meanwhile, Quintonu Kalmani stepped out from a distance, his gaze as cold as daggers. His hatred for Hillary knew no bounds. The slap was still fresh in his mind. Too despicable. However, just as he was about to step forward, Clifford intervened, pulling him back. Do you hate him? Quintonu Kalmani bowed and said, Young Master Bowie, that guy is shameless beyond words. Coyle impersonated a prince's son and gave orders to us. So, indeed hateful. The Khalil dismissed with a wave, then signaled Nong Tsanghai and others to join. They surrounded Quintonu Kalmani. His gaze flickered. Quintonu Kalmani had a bad feeling. So, what do you plan to do? The Khalil asked again. Of course, I'll uphold justice for our Aids Manor. I'll beat him mercilessly. Quintonu Kalmani declared. The dignity of the Aids Manor cannot be compromised. How will you beat him? Cover his face in blood? Clifford smiled. Is that all? Break his arms? Clifford scoffed. Useless. No wonder you're just a servant. Quintonu Kalmani gritted his teeth. Cover his face in blood, break both arms, then his legs, make him kneel and beg forgiveness, calling me grandfather? Finished, he flattered. Young Master Bowie, anything else? Clifford replied, not really. You heard me right. I'm talking about Hillary, the one you want to beat. So, what do you think next? Quintonu Kalmani. Chapter 107. Sister, attack him. Brother, I've done all that I can for you. The Khalil glanced at Hillary and then dragged the unwilling but beautiful Quintonu Kalmani into the woods. Algernon and his two companions followed behind. For big men, Quintonu Kalmani would have quite a time ahead of her. At this moment, Aiken and Carly had approached Hillary from both sides, blocking his path firmly. Eric also came forward. The two looked at him before turning their icy smiles to Hillary. Aiken said, You're out of options. I didn't plan on leaving, Hillary responded calmly. Because you can't leave, Carly sneered, taking out a colorful silk ribbon, her magical power fluctuating slightly. At this moment, the bald man stepped up, staring straight ahead and coldly commanded, Kneel. Aiken and Carly echoed in unison, Kneel. Pretending to be a prince of the seventh house is a grave crime deserving death. Eric could not let Hillary go unpunished. Hillary, however, stared at Aiken and Carly and commanded, I said, Kneel. However, the two sneered back at him like he was mentally deficient. They had seen arrogant people, but not one who continued being so when cornered. You. Then the bald man arrived beside Hillary, interrupting them. Coyle continued, Kneel. The duo were stunned. Eric said, Coyle's my brother. As he spoke, he seemed very uncomfortable, the fists hidden in his sleeves trembling involuntarily. Coyle truly wanted to join forces against Hillary. But it was impossible. Meanwhile, Carly and Aiken were dumbfounded by this turn of events. Weren't they supposed to relentlessly pursue Hillary? How did they become brothers overnight? Their minds raced with thoughts, but they couldn't change the bald man's attitude at this moment. Kneel was clearly directed at them and was resolute. Even more startling, the bald man drew his massive iron sword, which shook as it emitted a terrifyingly sharp gleam. Coyle slashed fiercely forward, roaring, I said, Kneel. Aiken's expression changed rapidly as he hastily dodged, his knees bending to kneel on the ground. Kit family were slaves to the seventh house. He had no other way out. Carly, on the other hand, kept retreating and turned to run. but Hillary was already behind her. Coyle knew this woman wouldn't submit easily. Her fear of the seventh house wasn't deep. With a roar, Hillary swung his dragon-patterned saber, releasing a piercing light infused with all his cultivation energy. Coyle hoped this strike would pierce her body deeply. Carly's face paled. She flicked her silk ribbon, and with a boom, Hillary's blade's light exploded instantly. She took a powerful step forward, her slender fist unleashing thunderclaps. This strength was indeed frightening. This woman wasn't simple at all. You dare much. Eric didn't expect this either. Stepping forward with his massive iron sword, he charged towards Carly. Hillary struck again, colliding with Carly's punchlight and recoiling. On the other side, the bald man clashed with Carly's other hand, his sword buzzing loudly, even causing blood to drip from his tiger mouth. Coyle was utterly shocked. This woman was immensely strong. And that blood glow. When Carly collided with his sword, she emitted a blood glow, a signal, a terrifying signal. In an instant, Carly clenched her teeth, her figure vanishing like smoke, reappearing further away before disappearing entirely into the forest. Coyle's speed was incredibly fast. Hillary said, "Can't handle a woman?" Eric glanced at him. Two men couldn't handle her. She comes from the court. The blood court. Hillary's eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised. Although he was on the periphery, he had heard many times about the infamous court. It was a fearsome organization, an assassination syndicate, as well as an intelligence network. The court had an extremely precise intelligence network in Gramzhou, and possibly even across South region. Few secrets escaped them. As long as the price was right, even what the emperor wore beneath his robes or its size could be uncovered. Equally, enough money would make them attempt to assassinate anyone, even lords of the seventh house. And once they accepted a mission, their failure rate was almost negligible. If the court targeted someone, failing once meant another try until the target was dead, unceasing until completed. Being marked by the court spelled the end of any peaceful days. To think a minor affiliated force of our seventh house would draw the attention of the court. That woman isn't simple. Ellison squinted his eyes. Although detestable, the people recruited by the court were genuinely terrifying. Only unique talents were admitted. No wonder she dared ignore the seventh house. Hillary understood, yet his saber remained unsheathed. Coyle wouldn't pardon this woman. Turning, he looked towards Aiken. At this moment, the bald man approached and stopped Hillary, saying, "Don't kill him. Let him cripple himself and go reflect." The Haramali was the manager for the seventh house in Spirit Wind City, essential for controlling trade. Hillary said nothing. Aiken bit his lip, and suddenly, a cloud of blood erupted around him, instantly scattering his cultivation. Kneeling, he said, "Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life." Then he glanced at Hillary, stumbled to his feet, and quickly vanished. Hillary faced the bald man who said, "I can help track down that woman for you." Hillary smiled. "Not enough. If you want cooperation, raise your offer." The court was notorious in Gramzhou, the nemesis of major forces, bringing down countless top-tier powers. The seventh house, as a dominator, now having its subordinates infiltrated by court agents successfully, was humiliating. This insult, the seventh house couldn't let go. Pursuing Carly was necessary whether or not Hillary was involved. At this moment, the Khalil and Algernon trio emerged from the woods, stunned to see Hillary and the bald man chatting together. Initially, they expected Hillary to be brutally beaten, but now, they stood shoulder to shoulder walking off. Fat Man and the others stood outside the woods, puzzled about what transpired last night. Minutes later, the bald man joined his sister while Hillary arrived. Isabella laughed. "Brother, the big brother really consoled me. He didn't bully me." Hillary replied, "Your brother now fully understands everything, constantly praising me and wanting to swear brotherhood, making me feel rather ashamed." Ellison thought inwardly, "How I wish I could kill you right now." "Ellison, how about handing this guy over to me?" A somewhat effeminate voice called out as a figure approached. Eric watched, squinting. "Then what?" "I'll kill him." The man wore a green robe with a golden emblem on the chest, inscribed, "First Rank Hall." "That's impossible. He's my brother." Eric's hands trembled again. The green-robed man drew a sword, looking at Ellison and sneering, "Want to fight?" "Sure." Ellison's battle spirit surged, surprising Hillary as he didn't step forward but retreated instead, then looked at Isabella. "Sister, attack him?" "Hillary." Chapter 108. I have a sword decree. Boom. As Ellison's voice faded, Regina's figure dashed forward, her slender fist smashing out fiercely. This was the first time Hillary had seen the little girl in action, and he was immediately stunned, even feeling a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he had reconciled with Wade. Otherwise, if that punch were aimed at him, he wouldn't have been able to take it. Indeed, the face of the opposing green-robed man changed abruptly, rapidly retreating under the pressure of the fist, his expression serious. But his retreat was futile. Regina's speed was terrifying. She leaped into the air, advancing through the void, still before the man. That small fist continued its descent. The punch was like a blazing sun, radiating brilliant light that forced the first-rank hall member to spit blood and fly backward once more. Wade shouted, "Beat him up!" Regina seemed energized by adrenaline, dashing forward again as her fist descended. The space around her trembled, and the earth erupted from the shockwave. Boo-boom. This made Hillary glance toward Wade, asking, "What kind of constitution does your sister have?" "She's just better than you." Wade paused briefly, then looked back at Hillary. "I had her come seek your guidance?" "Seek my ancestors' guidance." At this moment, the battle ahead became even more intense, or rather, the beating of the first-rank hall member grew more spectacular. His cultivation wasn't weak. Judging from Wade's performance, he was at least level 3 law realm. Yet under Regina's punches, there was no place for him to hide. Blocking? That would be suicide. Suddenly, sword lights sword, the green-robed man burst into action, and two other men flew over swiftly. All three wielded swords. Remy family's 3 swordsmen. Wade's eyes flashed, while Hillary drew the dragon-patterned blade, moving forward. Those 3 were not simple foes, each with exceptional skill in swordplay. Wade glanced at Hillary, suddenly grinning. I just want to take advantage of the situation, don't misinterpret me. Hillary advanced with his blade. The Remy family's 3 swordsmen were also from the first-rank hall. At this moment, they were likely trying to take his life, probably related to that Dominic. However, before Hillary could act, the 3 swordsmen's blades were already before Regina. Just then, the great sun rises in the east, illuminating all. Regina bellowed, instantly emitting blinding brilliance. Boo-boom. Behind Regina, a massive golden sun appeared, rising rapidly. As 10,000 rays of light shone, each beam seemed to form a sword. No, these were strands of sword chi, incredibly lifelike, sharp and numerous, floating like spirits. Then, they slashed. Blood splattered. The trio attacked furiously but was sent flying back, their sword chi shattered, bodies riddled with wounds. 3-on-1, yet utterly overwhelmed. The 3 stared at Regina, filled with terror. This young girl was even more terrifying, living up to her reputation as a world-class prodigy. At 13, she already possessed the power of 6th-level law realm. Ellison, are you trying to ruin our relationship? The trio yelled, especially the previous green-robed man, named Aaron, who was livid. You dare not attack me yourself, so you send your sister instead. How shameless is that? But Wade didn't look at them. Coyle turned to Hillary and grinned again. Hillary understood. This bastard wasn't thanking him for stepping in but found it funny and unnecessary. You're actually mocking me. Hillary wanted to slash him, yet he moved forward as the trio retreated and Regina surged ahead. Coyle slashed at the same man directly. Boom. Blade light dazzled, leaving the man battered from Regina's assault, now covered in blood. Hillary's blade approached, making his face freeze, retaliating with a swift strike. But Regina restrained the other 2, then raised her finger, lightly flicking it. A streak of sword chi shot out, clashing with Aaron's sword, sending it flying away. Hillary's blade slashed downward, forcing Aaron to quickly retreat, though a trail of blood still emerged from his waist. At that moment, sis, stop. Wade called. Regina halted, the great sun receding. However, the residual energy pushed the 2 men back again, causing them to vomit blood. Regina returned to Wade's side. Hillary knew when to stop, mainly because he couldn't beat Aaron. Coyle swiftly retreated as Aaron snarled, I'll kill you. Fine, Regina can hit me, but what about you? Put your pants on first. Hillary sheathed his blade, glancing at him before quickly backing away to Wade's side. Aaron froze, then looked down. His face flushed as he pulled up his pants, covered his face, and ran off. Hillary's slash had undone his belt. How humiliating. The remaining 2 swordsmen couldn't stay either. At least while Regina was present, they dared not linger. This girl is too powerful. Sis, good job. Hillary looked at Regina, genuinely impressed by her might. This girl has limitless potential. Her constitution is anything but ordinary. Regina smiled sweetly, like a child rewarded with candy. But Wade was displeased, glaring at Hillary. My sis. All right, your sis. Your sis. Your sis. Hillary shouted irritably. What's wrong with calling her once? Who doesn't have a sister? Want to fight? Wade flipped. Hillary drew his blade. 1-on-1. Call that black dog. 2-on-2. Wade recalled that night, unable to suppress his anger. Hillary gave him a cold look. Humph. Do you think I'm scared? I have a sword decree. Wade said. Sis, beat him up. Hillary stepped back. I have a sword decree. Wade gritted his teeth. Really low, huh? Boom. At that moment, the sky above erupted with sword shadows, causing the mountain peak to shake. The void twisted, seeming to form a portal. Instantly, everyone gathered there, and Hillary rushed over along with others. Clark and company joined him at the foot of the mountain. The portal outside the mountain peak became clearer, and soon the entrance would open. Everyone's gazes flared with anticipation. Hillary stood at the foot of the mountain, staring at the portal materializing. His fists clenched slightly beneath his sleeves, his blood boiling. This place isn't entirely ineffective for him. Together? Wade looked at Hillary, but Hillary turned and replied, not interested. Coyle led Clark and the others away as a Muhammad and several Aarons approached. They laughed upon seeing Hillary. It was Star River Sect Master and his group. Hillary moved closer, then suddenly drew his blade, slashing fiercely towards the other side of Star River Sect Master, much to everyone's shock. #### Chapter 109. Explosion. Boom. A burst of sword light split the sky, causing even the void to tremble. As Hillary's sword slashed through the air, several men in purple robes were approaching from the opposite direction. The leading man's expression changed abruptly. His gaze turned cold as he punched forcefully forward, colliding with Hillary's sword light. Under the pressure of the punch, the sword light exploded instantly. The Muhammad shouted, "Are you looking for death?" These were precisely the people from Grammune Sect who had contributed significantly to hunting Hillary that day. At this moment, Hillary didn't retreat but surged forward swiftly, delivering another slash with utmost ferocity while shouting loudly, "Sis, attack him." Leighton had been paying close attention to Hillary and heard his shout clearly. Coyle immediately clenched his teeth. This was his sister. Beside him, Allison's aura flared up momentarily. Noticing Leighton's gaze, she quickly reined in her energy. "Bite him," Leighton reiterated. Allison's eyes gleamed before she dashed out in a flash. Meanwhile, Hillary's sword came down again, but Ronald's fist was more overpowering, shattering the sword light once more. Coyle sneered and stepped forward again. Just then, an immense wave of energy descended upon him, causing his expression to change drastically. Then came a sense of astonishment, as he saw a young girl approaching. This girl stood in front of Hillary, around 12 or 13 years old, with a delicate oval face, clear eyes, and a single ponytail. She looked very cute and innocent. His eyes blinked as he watched the little girl lift her tiny fist and casually flick it toward him, appearing utterly effortless and weak. Ronald hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly at the absurdity. The others behind him found it somewhat laughable too. Just this little girl? Was Hillary delirious? As Ronald placed one hand behind his back, he nonchalantly extended his other hand to intercept the little girl's punch, laughing inwardly. It was almost as if someone was trying to playfully tease him. No. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and his laughter stopped abruptly. An overwhelming force slammed into him, a power that seemed insurmountable. Coyle tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. The punch landed, producing a crackling sound as Ronald's arm shattered under the force. His entire limb twisted and splintered, blood spurting out profusely. Severely wounded, the onlookers behind him were dumbstruck, staring at Alciner as though they had seen a monster. This is a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Chilled to their bones. Sis, leave these trivial matters to your brother. Hillary advanced again, blocking Alciner who was about to make another move. She blinked her eyes in response. Leighton gritted his teeth. What a despicable technique. Boom. Hillary's aura erupted suddenly, and he charged forward with incredible speed. The dragon-patterned blade in his hand slashed fiercely toward Ronald, who had just steadied himself. Ronald's arm had already exploded, and his vital energy churned violently, the injury grave. With gnashed teeth, his eyes burned red like those of a demon. As Hillary's sword approached, despite being severely injured, he still delivered a powerful punch that roared through the void. However, swish, boom, asterisk asterisk. Hillary's sword sliced cleanly through, tearing apart everything in its path. With a deafening explosion, the punch disintegrated, and the sword continued to thrust forward. Hillary followed up immediately, gripping the sword with both hands, unleashing an unprecedented blinding sword light for a second strike. Ronald's face paled as he realized that even in his weakened state, he couldn't suppress Hillary. In just a few days, this kid had become incredibly formidable. Hillary's combat prowess was tyrannical and incomparable. Remarkable. Kato and others' eyes sparkled. Hillary had transformed completely, his progress astonishing beyond belief. Two streaks of sword light raced forward as Ronald kept retreating, the relentless attacks making him feel immense danger. At this moment, Gramune's Sect disciples and errands watched on in grim silence, but Clifford approached first, arrogantly shouting, "Sis, attack him!" Bang! As the words left his mouth, Alciner's punch sent the Khalil flying into the distance. "I'm not your brother," Alciner stated seriously. The term held great significance to her. She then glanced at the remaining members of Gramune's Sect. They shuddered noticeably and immediately restrained their aura, glancing at Ronald and lowering their heads silently. Meanwhile, Hillary erupted in full power, delivering slashes one after another. With each blow, more blood sprayed from Ronald, and by the third time, his other arm was nearly severed as well. Clenching his teeth, Ronald stared angrily at Hillary and flashed away, fleeing into the distance. This kid was too ruthless. He was no match in his weakened state. 1, 2, 3. Hillary didn't chase after him, but silently counted to 3. When Ronald had fled about 30 meters, Hillary gripped his sword tightly and delivered a powerful slash. A streak of sword light shot across the sky. Without even looking, Hillary shifted his gaze to the remaining members of Gramune's Sect, his eyes icy. They froze in shock, watching as Hillary's sword light flew ahead. Then, plop, a headless body stumbled forward for a few steps, and then, dead. A chilling sensation ran through the spines of the remaining errands and disciples as they fled the scene in rapid succession. With the Sect master dead, Gramune's Sect lost its leader, suffering a significant decline in power. Hillary ignored them and turned to Kato. Tianyuan Sect and Gramune's Sect are now leaderless. Sect master should be careful. Kato's eyes flickered. Tianyuan Sect's leader is also dead? So, both major sects are now leaderless, leaving none capable of stopping them? Be extremely cautious. Kato gave Hillary a meaningful look before gesturing for his errands and disciples to leave swiftly. It was a golden opportunity for Star River Sect. As for the sword tomb, he knew he wasn't qualified to enter, or else it would mean certain death. Too many experts. You freak, go for it. I believe in you. Before leaving, Algernon, Horatio, and Vic called out to Hillary. Vic grinned broadly, saying, "I've been trying to catch up with you, practicing day and night, but you're just too fast. But if I ever catch up, let's have another battle." "Don't disappoint me." Hillary fixed his gaze on Vic with a grin, then turned to Algernon and Horatio. The trio nodded with smiles and moved off into the distance. Hillary turned his attention back to the gateway on the mountain peak, which was now open. Most people had gathered there. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the gateway. It was a cold-hearted Muhammad, radiating a terrifying aura, having reached the 5th stage of the law realm. Upon reaching the gateway, he flipped his palm and threw out a sword token, sending it forward. But, plop, blood exploded. The Muhammad burst into pieces. Chapter 110. What cultivation level? It exploded. The Muhammad at the 5th stage of Dermic realm, holding a sword token, approached but exploded immediately. Even the sword token shattered along with him. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The gateway. Would it execute anyone who tried to enter? Perhaps it was blocking those at the 5th stage of Dermic realm? Someone narrowed their eyes and guessed, and then another person stepped forward. This one was at the 4th stage of Dermic realm. Coyle held the sword token and cautiously cast it out. A loud explosion followed. However, this explosion did not target the 4th stage practitioner. Instead, it created a vortex that swirled in and sucked in the 4th stage practitioner until he vanished. Immediately, the faces behind turned pale again. It definitely had a cultivation level requirement. Entry was forbidden for anyone at or above the 5th stage of Dermic realm. This came as a surprise to many people, especially those with high cultivations who had obtained the sword tokens. Their faces darkened, filled with infinite frustration. This wasn't fair. Several more groups stepped forward next, all practitioners below the 5th stage of Dermic Realm. They entered safely. At the same time, Hilary felt an icy gaze staring at him. Glancing sideways, he saw it was from the Remy family's 3 swordsmen. The 3 men smiled coldly, with a strong killing intent. With entry restricted to those below the 5th stage, Alistair wouldn't be able to come in. Since Alistair couldn't enter, they wouldn't face any threat from him. At this moment, Hilary's eyes flashed, and he dashed directly towards the entrance. Daxton's expression changed. This bastard was shameless, trying to get rid of him. Coyle moved his foot to follow. But before he could get close, Hilary's body flickered and flew back violently. Another explosion erupted from the gateway, with terrifying pressure. Immediately, everyone behind was shocked. His cultivation level? Hilary showed signs of annoyance, attempting a second charge with the same result. He was blocked. If his speed wasn't fast enough, he might have been blown up. This left everyone flustered. Had his cultivation surpassed the 5th stage of Dermic Realm? Even the Remy family's 3 swordsmen were stunned. Narrowing their eyes, they looked at Hilary, wondering if he had been hiding his true cultivation level all along. At this moment, a curious cultivator stepped forward, closely followed by 2 others. They glanced at Hilary, then looked at the gateway and cast out the sword token. Instantly, a vortex opened, and the 3 of them disappeared into it without a hitch. Thump! Everyone's hearts pounded fiercely. The Coyle, Daxton, Alistair, and even the Remy family's 3 swordsmen felt numb. This guy. Let's go. The faces of the Remy family's 3 swordsmen changed rapidly. Quickly stepping forward, Aaron cast out the sword token, and the trio plunged into the vortex. Even as they left, Aaron's eyes were filled with horror. That bastard was just too good at pretending, surpassing the 5th stage of Dermic Realm. Was he playing the role of a tiger disguised as a pig? As the 3 entered, Hilary's face eased slightly. Then he turned to look at Daxton and smiled. Sorry, forgot. I didn't open the sword token. Ellison. Yes, he had been rushing forward without taking out the sword token. It wasn't because of his powerful cultivation being blocked, but rather because he hadn't used the key. You scared me to death. Daxton wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of the Remy family's 3 swordsmen escaping like hell. After a pause, he looked at Hilary and whispered lowly, Brother, what a cheap trick. Not going. Good plan. Not going. Daxton, brother. Want to spend some money? Daxton. Under Hilary's smiling nudge, he almost wanted to stab him. One word. Coyle lost 10,000 spirit crystals. Atleasy, do you have a sword token? Let's go together? Clifford hurried back. Big opportunities. Who wouldn't want them? Coyle came here for this very reason. Wait outside. Daxton and Hilary glared angrily at him simultaneously. Fat man. Lauhe, let's go together. Hilary repeated. Coyle felt Lauhe was there, just not daring to show himself. Then he activated the sword token. Hilary and Daxton moved forward, and Lauhe quickly followed. The 3 successfully entered, vanishing from Fat Man's sight. Fat Man. Am I worse than a dog? Alistair stared at the gateway and said, That dog is indeed stronger than you. Fat Man. You know how hurtful that is? Most importantly, his cultivation hadn't reached the Dermic Realm stage yet. Entering would be dangerous for him, since everything inside was at least 2nd stage Dermic Realm and above. In the secret realm, who would care about identity when driven mad by opportunities? Encountering someone willing to give up their life could easily kill him. If Hilary and Daxton weren't around, his death would be for nothing. As Hilary and the others vanished, several more entered. Among them, a woman in colorful attire cast a glance and rushed towards the portal. She waved her hand, and a sword token appeared. Coiler figure then vanished into the vortex. Carly. As everyone entered, the mountain peak trembled, the gateway vanished, and the sword shadow on top also disappeared, not scattering but hiding, ready to reappear when the secret realm opened again. Outside, everyone waited. Fat Man sat on the side, holding a few herbs, devouring them furiously. If I hadn't gone to Star River Sect with my sister for a few years, would I be like this? Clifford was once a generation's genius. You are a genius? Alistair approached him. Fat Man. Do you eat spirit medicines? Alistair took out some advanced precious herbs, saying, Wanna buy? Sell to you. Fat Man. I'll tell my sister when I return. Inside the secret realm, light flashed as Hilary fell, Daxton beside him, while the big black dog hung on a vine. They looked around, suddenly feeling as if they were in ancient times. An atmosphere of desolation enveloped them. The forests were dense, with ancient trees thick and tall, sprawling branches overshadowing everything, taller and thicker than buildings outside. In these forests grew plants unseen outside, colorful flowers and grasses of myriad hues, forming a riot of colors. Vines as thick as giant green pythons hung densely from the towering ancient trees, like doors or curtains, creating a savage landscape. Some vines seemed to move, slowly approaching the big black dog hanging on a vine curtain. Woof woof. Suddenly, the big black dog barked urgently, sounding fearful. Hilary and Daxton gazed over, eyes narrowing sharply. The moving object was indeed a large snake. It matched the color and shape of the vine, but as the dog barked, the snake lifted its head, revealing sharp fangs and emitting a vast blood aura. 5th stage of Dermic Realm. Hilary and Daxton's faces changed simultaneously. It seemed this place was incredibly dangerous, with ancient and terrifying demonic beasts. Hilary and Daxton exchanged glances, each drawing their blade and sword, radiating terrifying auras. Then, they searched for a safe spot in the distance and fled at lightning speed. Big dodge. ##### Chapter 111. Charging forward, the giant snake was thick, with a green hide and sharp fangs that exuded a foul stench. The stench immediately entered the black dog's sensitive nose, causing him to retch violently. Too pungent. Clang. The giant snake snapped its jaws, and the black dog immediately let out a mournful howl, as if its leg had been broken. But the eyes of the large snake turned red in fury. It couldn't bite through. In rage, the snake's fangs glinted with piercing cold light, venom dripping from them, ready to strike again. Crack! The snake's fangs broke. The large snake was now terrified and retreated backward instead of advancing. Meanwhile, the big black dog freed itself from the vine bindings and darted away like a flash of lightning, its cries echoing. Even at a distance of dozens of miles, it could still track the scent. Following the trail, it eventually spotted Hillary and Harley standing atop a mountain peak. Jareth felt an intense urge to yell and curse. They were such cowards. Especially Quintantelyi. Where's your conscience? Coyle galloped forward with great speed, climbing up the mountain. A bright light flashed ahead, and at the base of the peak, a colorful flower slowly bloomed. Coyle had once eaten a 7-petal flower which tasted good and greatly enhanced his cultivation. And this one was a 9-petal flower. Roar! With a roar, the black dog shot out like a black arrow, leaping over Hillary and Harley's heads and diving down. Wait! Something's off. There's another smell. Damn it, I missed one. As it plummeted downward, its fur bristled, legs flailing wildly, but it couldn't fly up. Hillary and Harley exchanged a silent glance. Then they looked down at the mountain below, where a massive snake coiled, twice the size of the previous one, radiating an even more explosive aura. How dare he be so bold? They silently turned around and continued on their journey. By noon the next day, they reached a lake, where the battered black dog finally caught up, bearing some visible injuries. Coyle glanced at Hillary and Harley, then walked to the lakeside, silently licking water to clean his wounds. An autumn breeze blew by, making the black dog shiver uncontrollably. This is too hard. This place is far from simple. Although dangerous, we have seen many precious herbs along the way, and the energy here is 5 times denser than the outside world. It's indeed excellent for cultivation, Hillary nodded, feeling the dragon-shaped dantian absorbing the abundant energy. But the biggest miracle here is the sword fruit, the supreme sword path fruit. We must search carefully, Harley said eagerly. The area is vast, like a miniature world. Searching for the sword fruit here is like looking for a needle in a haystack, Hillary remarked. Difficult, very difficult. Ellison sighed. Indeed, not easy. I have a plan, Hillary added. Tell us? Harley's eyes sparkled. Use some money? Are you shameless? Endlessly demanding. Do you think my money grows on trees, or am I someone who doesn't get mad? Harley decisively handed over 10,000 divine crystal stones. Hillary pocketed them into his storage ring and stood up. Follow me. Coyle really had a plan. The dragon blood vibrated intensely here, guiding him toward a particular direction. Hillary felt that the greatest fortune might be found there, perhaps the sword fruit. Of course, just maybe. Unforeseen circumstances were also possible. Do you really have a plan? Harley doubted. Hillary didn't speak further and followed his instinct. Though the place was vast, Hillary felt they were close to their destination. His instinct grew stronger, confirming he was moving in the right direction. But before reaching their target, sounds of battle erupted ahead. Swords clashed loudly, and sword chi surged forth. As Hillary and Harley got closer, their expressions changed. In that instant, as if connected by unspoken understanding, they shot forward. The black dog skidded to a stop and then backed off with a gleam in its eyes. Ahead, 3 men wielded swords against demonic beasts, the 3 swordsmen of the Remy family. Their combat prowess was formidable. Hillary and Harley accelerated rapidly. The trio noticed them but knew there was no escape. At that moment, a dragon shadow emerged behind Hillary, and his dragon-patterned blade glittered menacingly under the sunlight. The 3 swordsmen tightened their grips on their swords, which shimmered with a chilling glow as powerful sword chi surged. Hillary had actually come here. Why? Wasn't his cultivation level incompatible with this place? But Hillary moved quickly, gritting his teeth, while Harley jumped forward recklessly. Both seemed determined to fight to the death and had full confidence in their abilities to defeat the trio. The faces of the 3 opponents changed, and after a moment's hesitation, Aaron growled, "Retreat." The trio glanced at the nearby treasure herbs with annoyance, then swiftly retreated. Hillary and Harley rushed forward, aiming for the precious herbs near the dying demon bowl. 2 fiery blossoms, each about the size of a bowl, burned brightly nearby. 2 flame coil art flowers. They plucked one each without hesitation and devoured them. Harley gasped in shock. So much potent energy. Hillary was equally astonished. These were first-grade treasures, yet grown here, they possessed immense vigor, far surpassing those from the outer world. Truly a blessed land. After consuming the herb, Hillary's aura changed drastically, sensing an impending breakthrough. Coyle was about to break through 2 stages at once, and once he did, his cultivation would not only grow stronger, but he would gain more knowledge, crucial for him. Coyle had waited a long time for this chance. From afar, the black dog watched everything unfold, gazing helplessly at the sky. Why must life be so difficult? Those 3 had such little courage. As cultivators, why fear a battle? Were those 2 terrifying herbs not worth a fight? More importantly, they couldn't even beat the 3 of you. Mr. Gerardo, Mr. Yi. Suddenly, a soft voice reached the black dog's ears. It scanned the area and then dashed off in another direction. A woman, Esme, approached with a cold smile. Hillary and Ellison immediately tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. She had arrived too. Chapter 112. A cannon shot in the air. 2 young masters, this humble maiden comes again. Coyle's voice was soft and sinister. Randy retrieved the colorful silk ribbon, which emitted a faint, misty glow. A sense of danger spread from her. She looked at the 2 men ahead as if they were old acquaintances. Then, the colorful silk ribbon slowly floated up from her palm. Should we split up and run? Ellison transmitted his voice. This woman was at the 4th stage of Law Realm and belonged to the law court. She was not someone easy to deal with. The two men couldn't handle her. The bald one held the great treasure sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light as he nervously watched the front while transmitting sound to Hillary. But for a long time, Hillary didn't respond. The bald one frowned and turned his head. Coyle immediately panicked. What are you waiting for? Hillary had already cast Thousand Measure Leap, fleeing far away. The bald one gritted his teeth. Ancestral curse. Holding the iron sword, he turned and ran. Randy did not chase after them but stared at Hillary, giving a cold smile before flicking the colorful silk ribbon forward. It unfurled instantly. She flashed forward, stepping onto the ribbon, her body turning into a streak of light, directly chasing after Hillary. Compared to the young master of Seven Princes Mansion, she was more concerned about Hillary. It was Hillary who broke her foundation in Spirit Wind City. It couldn't be denied that Hillary was truly terrifying, so terrifying that it shocked even her. To have such accomplishments and cunning at this age was extraordinary. His value was greater than the entire Quintensning Wind Pavilion. Randy's speed was frightening. She quickly closed the distance, then tapped her toes and soared upward. The silk ribbon transformed instantly with a loud bang, twisting into a javelin and shooting towards Hillary's back. Feeling the impending danger, Hillary's body flickered, twisting mid-air as he slashed fiercely at the ribbon. After delivering a single blow, he decisively turned and ran. Thousand Measure Leap. Whoosh! Before his foot landed, a figure had already caught up behind him, cutting off Hillary's forward movement and striking again. Hillary's step was blocked, forcing him to fly backward. Thousand Measure Leap? Hillary changed his expression and moved towards the other side, but as he rose, the silk ribbon appeared once more. Coyle was forced back. Randy approached and stood before Hillary, smiling at him. Coyler's smile was incredibly seductive, but Hillary felt an overwhelming chill. Thousand Measure Leap is indeed a terrifying technique, but your limit is 100 measures per step. The highest inheritance of Seven Princes Mansion only allows for that much. What they got is merely an incomplete method. 1,000 measures per step? You can't achieve it without flight. Randy knew this very well and added, in fact, this technique isn't about covering 100 measures per step but continuously channeling energy during each step, making your body keep moving forward. However, I just need to find the instant you take a breath and interrupt you from continuing, rendering your movement ineffective against me. Hillary's expression turned serious. This woman was even more fearsome than he thought. Thousand Measure Leap was indeed like that. That 100-measure step required several breaths to accomplish, each breath having a unique rhythm. Originally, Hillary only learned the basics, but through practice, he used the Dragon God Inheritance method to grasp its nuances and rapidly improved. However, the breathing rhythm did exist, and every time Randy attacked, she interrupted this rhythm, preventing him from executing the move effectively. Yet, Randy didn't strike immediately. She took slow steps forward, her face wearing a gentle smile, her eyes captivatingly charming. I have a path you can traverse, enjoying endless beauty, sipping divine nectar. Randy cooed enticingly. Would you be willing to go there? Why should I? Hillary's eyes flashed. Was she trying to recruit him? You're handsome enough, Randy said with a mild smile, her waist slightly swaying, chest heaving, radiating charm, worthy of her background in a pleasure establishment. And hard enough, Hillary replied, shaking his mind to resist the temptation, maintaining composure. Enough hard-hearted. Randy's beautiful eyes sparkled, emitting a dazzling light. What's the price? Cut off one finger, swallow this pill, and obey me from this day onward. Randy revealed the cost, raising a blood-red pill on her onion-like white fingers. Hillary shook his head. What if I refuse? I have only one path, and I don't allow you to traverse anyone else's path. Do you understand? Randy's eyes grew cold. Bang! Suddenly, Hillary lunged forward, gripping the blade with both hands and slashing viciously. Meanwhile, on the side of a mountain, the bald one sprinted down, lifting the great treasure sword and slashing downwards from the mountainside. Boom! An explosion erupted as Randy flicked her fingers, sending the colorful silk ribbon hurtling out with terrifying force. Hillary's blade light exploded, followed by the ribbon pursuing him. From the other side, Randy turned her head and unleashed a powerful punch that exploded in midair. The bald one hadn't landed yet when the sword's light erupted, pushing him back as blood spurted from his mouth. This woman was really terrifying. I am deeply in love with you, ready to open my heart and provide you a private path, yet you remain so heartless, truly deserving of death. Angry, the woman advanced like a dazzling light, grabbing the end of the colorful silk ribbon, dancing it wildly, exuding killing intent. No longer waiting. No chance. Hillary must die. But, boom. Another shadow arrived, blocking the ribbon. As it appeared, Hillary had already turned and fled, the bald one climbing back up the mountain, dashing swiftly. Randy's face changed. The silk ribbon was immensely powerful, comparable to a sword or blade. Sparks flew as a large black dog was blasted back, but showed no signs of injury. Moreover, in her shock, the dog opened its mouth, spewing a sharp burst of sword chi that seemed like a razor-sharp divine sword. Jordy had evolved, reaching the second stage of Law Realm. Spitting sword chi. Randy was astonished, her eyes widening as if witnessing a miracle. This damned dog could use sword techniques? A dog practicing swordsmanship? And it looked pretty good. It became a demon. Coyle's expression changed as she resisted the sword chi. At this moment, Jordy's eyes flickered, opening his mouth again. But instead of sword chi, a drop of blood emerged. The blood exploded, forming a cloud of red mist, upon which the big black dog stepped. Coyle then twisted his big buttocks, preparing for action. Randy's expression changed drastically as she immediately chased after him. Suddenly, the big black dog's buttocks twisted with a loud boom, causing a thunderous noise. Boom! A tremendous boom shook the air. A cannon shot in the air. Smoke surged backward, spreading instantly. Randy shuddered, her face pale and distressed, pinching her nose as she retreated dozens of feet. So foul, too foul. Tears and mucus streamed from her, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 113. Damn it. The large black dog barked loudly, extremely excited. Coyle stood on a blood-red cloud,